Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 9. This thing was quite large and had a hard texture. Fortunately, once it was in his mouth, it melted immediately and flowed into his stomach. Otherwise, his cheeks would have bulged as if he had stuffed a golf ball inside, which would have looked very foolish. A surge of heat immediately spread from his abdomen to his limbs and bones. This was divine energy. For a living being, it was the most exquisite and abundant nutrition, capable of allowing a life form to evolve toward a higher level of existence. Species evolution requires a long time and is filled with uncertainty. But the divine energy contained within the meteorite stone would push a living being toward the path of an apex predator. As long as one consumed enough divine energy, one day, they could stand at the top of the food chain. Sizzle, sizzle. White steam began to evaporate from Lin Baici's body, and his skin started to turn slightly red. Lin Baici had not closed the refrigerator door, so this wave of steam and heat rushed over, causing the temperature inside to rise rapidly. Hoo-ha! Lin Baici took deep breaths, feeling the trajectory of this divine energy as it surged through his body, absorbing it and converting it into his own divine power. God hunters cannot strengthen their bodies by simply swallowing meteorite stones. They must use secret techniques to extract the divine energy from them before it can be used. Otherwise, they would be contaminated. This was the reason why Lin Baici did not eat the meteorite stone in the regular carriage. If Quan Zhonggren saw it and spoke about it, it would definitely become the most explosive news in the God Hunter circle. A minute later, Lin Baici finished digesting and opened his eyes. He felt in excellent condition, as if he had taken a week off after working himself to the bone moving bricks at a construction site for days. All the soreness and fatigue in his body had vanished. Refreshed and invigorated, Lin Baici clenched his fists and could feel his strength increasing and his sixth senses becoming sharper. He reached up and touched his neck. The wound previously bitten by Zhou Chunyuan was no longer there. Lin Baici pulled up his sleeve and looked at the skin on his arm. It was delicate, firm, and smooth as water. And his muscle definition had become even more beautiful and well-defined. Why do I feel like I look more like a pretty boy now? This was far more powerful than any beauty treatment now. It was even better than plastic surgery. Lin Baici did not know that ordinary God hunters would not experience such significant changes after absorbing divine energy. He was an exception. It was just like in his middle school days, when he could eat and drink whatever he wanted without exercising and still develop an 8-pack. Lin Baici took out a bottle of cola, twisted off the cap, and took a few gulps. Gulp, gulp. He did not know how many stops there were on the Bizen Express. At first, he was worried that his body would not be able to hold up if the exploration continued like this. But now he didn't have to worry. As long as he could get his hands on meteorite stones, he could enter the next stop in perfect condition. In the next round, I must get more and share them with Jia Hongyao and the others. Lin Baici sank into the sofa chair, resting while analyzing the 2 divine graces he had obtained after killing that consort. Zombie step. Once you activate this divine grace, your entire being will exude an aura of death, making living beings perceive you as a corpse rather than a living creature. When you walk through the world with the zombie step, most of the 7 emotions and 6 desires in your heart will fade away, leaving you with no attachment to the world. A dead person. What need do they have for emotions? Lin Baici frowned. Aside from playing dead, this divine grace seemed useless. If he wanted to calm his mind, Lin Baici had the Sanskrit Buddhist chants. When he felt troubled, he could just recite scriptures. The zombie step was almost useless. As for playing dead, Lin Baici was a person with great pride. He could not bring himself to play dead to escape certain crises. The other divine grace was called resurrected corpse. As the name suggests, Lin Baici could make a corpse that had died within 12 hours come back to life in the form of an undead. This resurrected creature would forget almost all memories from its previous life and obey Lin Baici's commands completely, becoming his servant. This living corpse would exist for a minimum of 3 days and a maximum of 7 days. What is the use of this? Lin Baici pondered. For a pervert with necrophilia, this should be a divine skill. But he didn't need it, did he? Could he perhaps resurrect the people he killed to use as meat shields? However, doing so would surely incite public outrage, because in any country or culture, desecrating a corpse is considered demonic heresy. This divine grace was definitely the standard equipment for a villainous overlord. This world follows the law of the jungle. Some creatures use playing dead to hunt and avoid being hunted. Once the zombie step is activated, you will perfectly enter a death state. The resurrected corpse will not rot for the time being and can be used as emergency food or as a tool for amusement. In short, a corpse has great utility value. Do not look down on it. The God Eater commented that although these two divine favors could not directly increase combat power and were not very versatile, they were extremely useful in certain specific situations. I understand the ingredients. But what the hell is that tool for leisure? Lin Baici was speechless. What kind of person do you take me for? When you are stranded alone on a desert island for 10 years, you will understand. Lin Baici curled his lip and took out the last videotape he had found. This thing was from such a long time ago that the VCUs capable of playing it had long since been phased out. When a person finishes watching this videotape of Train to Bison, there is a 70% probability of turning into a living corpse, and a 25% probability of strengthening their immune system, making them immune to various diseases and maintaining their health for several years. And what about the remaining 5%? Lin Baici asked curiously. You become patient zero. You are fine yourself, but if others are bitten by you, they will be infected. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. If this videotape fell into the hands of a villain, it could cause massive trouble, the kind that would lead to global turmoil and economic recession. There was also a 1 in 4 chance of gaining a healthy physique. If it were a retired elderly person, they might actually take the gamble. After all, who wouldn't want a high-quality life in their twilight years? When you collect all 3 videotapes, you can gain the appreciation of the gods and be allowed to leave this Bison god ruins alive. Leave, not an option. Lin Baici still planned to eat the god. Besides these, Lin Baici had also obtained a divine physician's journal during the game. When a person reads this journal, they might directly master some medical skills, but they might also contract the diseases recorded within it. Lin Baici felt that rather than risking his own life to learn medicine, it would be better to find a god hunter with healing-type divine favors. The Sunny Doll and the Red Demon Blade were both snatched from the people of Dayao. The former was suitable for assassination, and the latter was given to Gu Qingqiu by Lin Baici. The main reason was that using these items required some intelligence. Huo Yuyu and Jin Yingxin were still lacking in that regard. While as for Xiao Hongyao, she didn't need them. Although Gu Qingqiu was a bit crazy, she was very reliable. Based on her current performance, she was worthy of trust. Lin Baici rested for a few more minutes, then got up and walked back to avoid the situation where the train arrived at the station before they had regrouped, which would lead to everyone being scattered and causing trouble. In the ordinary carriage, everyone treated their external wounds and ate some food before starting to sleep. After running around for more than 10 days, even an Iron Man like Quan Zhonggren was exhausted. Only Xiao Hongyao was still full of energy, holding a small notebook to take notes. What are you writing? Lin Baici sat down beside the girl with the high ponytail and asked softly. Jin Yingxin and Huo Yuyu were already asleep, and Gu Qingqiu was leaning against her chair, fiddling with the Red Demon Blade, summarizing the gains and losses of this rule pollution. It was such a pity that mobile phones couldn't be used in the God Ruins. Otherwise, she could have shown off in the WeChat group. But there was no rush. Once they got out, she would show off twice as hard. Xiao Hongyao used to feel very inferior when chatting with those dragon-level team leaders, as her own combat record was too poor. But after getting out this time, she wouldn't be able to help but feel confident even if she wanted to. This was the 10-year God Ruins, the Bison trip, which was very famous. She heard that there was even a god inside. If she could capture it alive, wouldn't she be promoted directly to the Kyushu Dragon Wings? Lin Baici curled his finger and flicked Xiao Hongyao on the forehead. Stop dreaming. Get some rest quickly. We might arrive at the station in a few minutes. Xiao Hongyao knew what she should be doing now, so she closed her eyes. Lin Baici also wanted to sleep for a while, but Gu Qingqiu's black and white eyes opposite him were staring at him without blinking. What is it? Lin Baici was not used to being stared at like this. Your skin has improved. Gu Qingqiu went straight to the point. And your wounds have healed, really? Jiu Hongyao exclaimed. Lin Baici sighed inwardly. This was the downside of having a teammate with such keen observation skills. Nothing could be hidden from her. I'm not saying this with the intention of prying into your secrets. I just want to tell you that I am trustworthy. You can treat me as a companion who lives and dies with you. Gu Qingqiu stroked the blade and smiled slightly. My life before was too boring. It was you and Hongyao who let me taste the joy of living and the beauty of the world again. Gu Qingqiu looked at Lin Baici with a solemn expression. Team Leader Lin. Deputy Team Leader Jia. I hope to continue walking with you. It was truly difficult to meet companions who were worth entrusting one's life to and who also possessed real strength. Just look at Quan Xiaongren's team. They were the best counterexample. Gu Qingqiu felt that being able to meet Lin Baici at the start was simply a stroke of extreme luck. Jiu Hongyao felt a little disappointed when she heard the title Deputy Team Leader. But it was fine. Little Lin is amazing. The team leader of this team is Hongyao, Lin Baici explained. When Jiu Hongyao heard this, her joy immediately bloomed. And she patted Lin Baici on the shoulder hard. As expected of my good buddy. I'll take care of your children. How many multiples do you want? I'll give birth to that many for you. If I can't, I'll keep trying until you're satisfied. Actually, Jiu Hongyao just cared about face and wanted the empty title of team leader. In reality, during their actions, she had always been a qualified fighter who followed Lin Baici's orders. Team leader Jia. God Lin. So do you accept me? Gu Qingqiu extended her right hand. Jiu Hongyao had originally prepared to reach out, but halfway through, she looked at Lin Baici, hesitating to speak. Of course. Lin Baici shook Gu Qingqiu's hand. Congratulations on joining this team. Oh yeah. Jiu Hongyao was very happy and held both of their hands. Hu Yu and Jin Yingzhen woke up, and after looking at each other, they also placed their hands on top. Yi Zhisheng looked a bit bewildered. What should I do? Together from now on. Lin Baici extended the invitation. Yi Zhisheng is a god-forbidden item created by divine pollution. Beyond its research value and immortal attributes, it is also the perfect candidate for cannon fodder. Of course. Lin Baici did not treat Yi Zhisheng as cannon fodder. It was just that whenever there was a need to scout the path ahead, having Yi Zhisheng step forward would save many lives. Can I do it? Yi Zhisheng was flattered. After carefully placing his hand on top of everyone else's, he asked, how much is the salary? I hope the monthly salary will allow me to buy $1. Yi Zhisheng was not greedy. He would be satisfied if he could save up for $1 a month. You can discuss this with Jiu Hongyao. Lin Baici laughed. I will negotiate it for you. Jiu Hongyao patted her chest, taking full responsibility. The team atmosphere was incredibly harmonious. Baici, thank you for the god-forbidden item. Gu Qingqiu was very impressed by Lin Baici's generosity. I am a person who never takes advantage of others. If I give you money, you don't lack it. So for anything else, you can just ask. As long as it is within my power, I will not refuse. You are being too formal by saying that. Lin Baici smiled. Gu Qingqiu wanted to persuade him further, but her expression suddenly changed as she looked out the window. The train began to decelerate. It was arriving at the station. Chapter 314. Capturing a delinquent girl. Live God Lin. We have arrived at the station. Jin Zhenju was very nervous. Her forehead was pressed against the train window, trying to see the situation outside clearly, but the thick white fog obscured everything. Finally, we have arrived. Jiu Hongyao stood up and stretched. She was already impatient to continue exploring the god ruins. Quan Zhongren envied this woman with the high ponytail. She was truly too carefree. He really wanted to ask, are you truly not afraid of death? If he had a teammate like Lin Baici, he wouldn't be afraid either. Quan Zhongren scanned the area. His team members were all somewhat uneasy, clearly terrified by the previous round of rule pollution. Looking at Hu Yu and Jin Yingzhen, even though their strength was lacking, they were very calm because of Lin Baici. Facts proved that an excellent team leader with great strength would bring a tremendous sense of security and confidence to the team members. If we don't get off the train, what will happen? Gu Qingqiu was curious. Without a ticket to the next station, we will probably be punished, right? Lin Baici guessed that it certainly wouldn't be anything good. In just over 10 seconds, the train came to a complete stop. The doors opened very smoothly, without making any noise. 1 minute until the train departs. Passengers without a ticket will be erased. Please disembark as soon as possible, the gluttonous god commented. Let's go. Lin Baici gripped his bronze sword and was the first to step off. Ejisheng, you take the rear. Seeing this scene, Quan Zhonggren was deeply moved and sincerely wanted to shout, God Lin, look at how magnanimous he was. He didn't make outsiders act as cannon fodder at all. In fact, as long as Lin Baici had said the word, even Quan Zhonggren would not have dared to disobey. Actually, following God Lin to explore the god ruins is not bad at all. Jin Zhenja felt regretful. If only Lin Baici were Korean. Everyone stepped off the train. This was a platform. The ground was paved with stone slabs, the very ordinary kind, without any traces related to the god ruins. Looking up and around, there was nothing but white fog. God Lin, where do we go now? Jin Zhenja looked at Lin Baici. Even she herself did not notice that she had already begun to habitually rely on him. Wait a moment. Lin Baici didn't know either. If the gluttonous god didn't provide commentary, he would have to explore the vicinity first. By the way, he wondered if any other passengers had gotten off. The fog was too thick, and Lin Baici could not see into the distance. He decided to follow the train and search toward the back. But he had only taken a few steps when his body suddenly went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Lin Baici lost consciousness. Finally, we have arrived. Johnny was the first to get off the train, assuming a combat stance and guarding the surroundings. Just now on the train, he estimated that Lin Baici was also there and wanted to go find him, but the carriage door wouldn't open. When he used a bit of brute force, he was punished by a jolt of electricity. Hurry and search. That Lin Baici should be nearby. Johnny felt that he should kill Lin Baici before the rule pollution appeared, otherwise, he might be the first to purify the rule pollution again. Having already lost one eye, Johnny did not want to endure that kind of pain and failure again. The fog is too thick. Move together. Don't get separated. Jesus was very cautious. But in the god ruins, this kind of caution was sometimes powerless. A dozen seconds later, they were hit as if by tranquilizer darts and collapsed to the ground. When Lin Baici regained consciousness, his head ached so much that it felt like it was splitting apart, making him wince. The feeling was like a hangover after drinking over a pound of low-quality liquor. However, he endured it, not rubbing his forehead, but instead keeping his expression blank as he quietly opened one eye to observe his surroundings. The sudden fainting was definitely not normal. Lin Baici needed to determine his current situation first. The worst-case scenario was that he had already been subjected to rule pollution. Energy-saving lamps cast a pale, sickly light, giving everything in the room a decadent and dilapidated air. Like a dinosaur skeleton left out in the wind and rain, Lin Baici's eyeballs moved, scanning 180 degrees, taking in the environment before him. A single dormitory. This was a room of about 40 square meters. On the left was a door, half open. Even without activating one breath, 100 flavors. Lin Baici could smell the faint scent of a restroom drifting from inside, along with the smell of toilet cleaner. That was the bathroom, no doubt about it. What was comforting was that Lin Baici did not smell any blood, which meant that no deaths had occurred here. Next to the bathroom door was a small wardrobe, with a wastebasket beside it. Opposite that was a computer desk with a computer on it, and several power cords scattered missily. Lin Baici reached out to touch the bedding. He was lying on a crude, single bed, and a musty smell drilled into his nose. The walls were dim and yellowed, marked with blood stains left behind after swatting mosquitoes. He confirmed it. This was a rental room, although the condition of the place was poor. If it were located in a good area of a first-tier city, the rent would still be 5,000 or 6,000 yuan a month. Lin Baici got up, light in his footsteps to avoid making noise, and immediately rushed to the door. He turned the doorknob, locked it, and then began a second, careful inspection of the room. A crude rental room. The biggest problem is the lack of a kitchen. You have to go out to find food when you are hungry. Please find a girlfriend as soon as possible to serve as emergency rations. Lin Baici walked into the bathroom. A sense of narrow, cramped confinement immediately rushed toward him. He turned on the faucet, splashed some water on his face, and then looked into the vanity mirror on the wall. Fortunately, aside from a headache, there were no other injuries on his body. Has the rule contamination already begun? Lin Baici frowned. He was worried about the safety of Huoyu and Jin Yingjin, but being anxious was useless, as acting rashly could very likely lead to the risk of death. He came out and walked to the computer desk. Opposite it was a glass window, completely covered by 2 newspapers taped over it. Lin Baici tore open a corner of the newspaper. It was pitch black outside. It was midnight, and he could see nothing. Where is this place? Lin Baici checked the computer. After plugging it into the power source, he pressed the power button. The computer's configuration was poor. It took a full minute to boot up. The computer chair next to the desk had been sat on until it was deformed, and dozens of used tissue balls were scattered around it. Lin Baici frowned. He thought of his childhood friend, Li Wei. That kid's room would turn into this state after a summer vacation. Could it be that the hard drive of this computer was also filled with the works of those teachers? Lin Baici kicked the chair away, then over, and using the greasy mouse, clicked on my computer. The hard drive was quite large, partitioned into 6 drives. Damn it, it really was. Lin Baici randomly clicked on a video. A familiar swimming pool came into view, followed by a teacher wearing a high-cut competitive swimsuit. She was quite pretty, looking a bit like Ryomori. If his childhood friend saw this, he would definitely copy a version to take with him no matter what. Could the adult film stars in here be people who don't exist in reality? If so, if he dismantled the hard drive and took it with him to sell in Japan, wouldn't he be able to make a fortune? What should he do if he felt a bit tempted? Money was a minor issue. The main thing was that these were one-of-a-kind resources. He wouldn't have to worry about what birthday gift to buy for his childhood friend in the future. 10 times the amount of adult films every time would definitely satisfy him. Lin Baici clicked on a few more, took a casual look, and after confirming they were all the same, he began to check the other drives. On the desk, there was a palm-sized clock. It was currently 1 o'clock in the morning. Lin Baici was flipping through the folders when suddenly, with a soft slap, something hit the glass window. Lin Baici leaned back instinctively. Food has delivered itself to your door. Start eating. What kind of thing is outside that I should start eating? Lin Baici did not think that just because the gluttonous god called that thing food, it meant it wasn't dangerous. One had to know that in the eyes of the gluttonous god, even gods were delicious delicacies, the kind he couldn't wait to gobble down in one bite. That thing slapped the glass window again. Lin Baici held his bronze sword and lifted a corner of the newspaper. He did not rashly stab through it because he did not know if something would go wrong if he broke the glass window. According to past experience, one must not act rashly before figuring out the rule contamination. Lin Baici saw nothing. Out of caution, he put the newspaper back down. Bang bang, bang bang, a knocking sound suddenly rang out. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. He immediately moved stealthily, like a civet cat, darting over with light, agile movements without making a single sound. The knocking was about 10 meters away. It knocked 4 times, and after a few seconds, the knocking sounded again, but this time, it had moved to a different room. What was this doing? Was the Grim Reaper going door to door to collect corpses? Thump thump, thump thump. The knocking was very rhythmic and soon reached Lin Baici's room. He held his breath and pressed his eye to the peephole. Thump thump, thump thump. The knocking continued, but Lin Baici saw no one. The other party was either too short, a small child, or, of course, a ghost invisible to the human eye. This situation was clearly not right. Lin Baici did not open the door to court death and remained quiet. According to the pattern just now, after 4 knocks, if no one answers, it should leave. Lin Baici waited patiently, but after 4 knocks, the sound continued to ring stubbornly. And the other party was even more forceful. Bang bang, bang bang. The knocking turned into violent pounding. Damn, did it find me? Lin Baici hesitated for a moment, then began to shift his feet laterally, swaying his body gently, performing a hopping zombie dance. Bang, the pounding started again, but after just 1 hit, it stopped abruptly. The other party seemed to have been fooled by Lin Baici, who was pretending to be a dead person by doing the zombie dance. and thinking there was no one in the room, it left. A dozen seconds later, the knocking sounded in the distance. It had clearly changed targets again, though whether it was successful or not, he did not know. Lin Baici returned to the computer, checking the contents of the hard drive to see if he could find any valuable intelligence, while keeping an eye on the knocking. After it had completely disappeared for a full half hour, he could no longer sit still. He had to go out and explore. Click! Lin Baici turned the lock. With the creaking sound of the door hinges, Lin Baici pushed the door open, stuck his head out, and took a look. Outside was a 2-meter-wide corridor. On the ceiling, there was only one energy-saving light bulb every 10 meters or so, making the light dim and ghastly pale. The wall plaster was mottled and peeling, covered in a large number of bizarre graffiti, posters, footprints, and dark, filthy stains that looked like excrement. On the floor, trash was scattered everywhere. Used instant noodle cups, a high-heeled shoe of unknown origin. Outside some of the doorways, bags of garbage were piled up, with flies buzzing around them, emitting an annoying droning sound. On both sides of the corridor, there was a room every 5 meters. Lin Baici looked across the hall, where an iron plate hung on a door, inscribed with the number 906. This was the room number. So according to standard architectural logic, this should be the 9th floor. Lin Baici walked over and raised his hand to knock on the door. Thump, thump. Is anyone there? Lin Baici asked in a low voice. Based on current intelligence, god hunters entering this god-forbidden game would most likely appear in these rooms. If there was no one, it was also possible that the person inside simply did not want to respond. Lin Baici gripped the doorknob and turned it. It was locked. So, Lin Baici moved on to the next one. He knocked on 3 consecutive doors, all with the same result. Feeling somewhat annoyed, he prepared to break the door down. If you force the door open without a key, you will be electrocuted. At best, you will lose control of your bladder, and at worst, you will suffocate to death. That was close. Lin Baici took a deep breath and stopped knocking, instead trying the handles one by one. By the 7th room, the door opened. Lin Baici entered. The room was relatively clean and smelled of perfume. On the single bed, a few pieces of women's business attire that had just been changed out were tossed aside. Did she go to take a shower? Lin Baici muttered, looking toward the bathroom, where the sound of a shower running could be heard. Is anyone there? No one answered. Lin Baici walked over and tested the handle. The door was locked. Is there a faint smell of blood? Lin Baici raised his foot and, with a bang, kicked the glass door to pieces. A woman in her 20s lay inside. Her left wrist had been slashed, and fresh blood, mixed with the cold water flowing from the shower head, was being washed down the drain. On a circular hanger, 2 pairs of freshly washed black pantyhose were hanging. Suicide, or did she die from rule contamination? Lin Baici examined the body, looking at the muscle definition and tone. The deceased should have been a god hunter, because an ordinary woman would have to spend a massive amount of time to achieve such a physique. There were no signs of a struggle on the body. It looked like a suicide by wrist slashing. Confirmed. It must have been caused by rule contamination. Under normal circumstances, god hunters do not commit suicide. Lin Baici cautiously backed out of the bathroom. He wanted to avoid triggering any rule contamination. However, just as one leg stepped out of the door, a butterfly knife was thrust toward his kidney from the side, fast and precise, like a king cobra striking its prey. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Baici directly activated lightning flash. Swish! Everything in Lin Baici's vision slowed down. He dodged and moved, appearing behind the person who had ambushed him. Uncle Ji once said that in the god runes, everyone is an enemy. Moreover, the opponent's bronze sword was clearly a top-tier item. That was why Li Yintong had been sneaking around, following that handsome young man inside to set up an ambush. He was quite handsome. It was a pity. If he weren't a god hunter, she would definitely have pursued him and started a romance. Li Yintong was skilled at assassination and had done this hundreds of times without ever failing. But today, she had flipped her car. Just as she was about to stab him, the boy suddenly disappeared. And then a large hand grabbed her hair, while another hand seized her wrist and gave it a forceful twist. Li Yintong was thrown onto the ground. Oh, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Big brother, Spare me. Li Yintang immediately begged for mercy, her voice sounding like a spoiled child. Chapter 315 Death Apartment. Newcomers assemble. The person who ambushed Lin Baici was a girl. She didn't seem very old, and judging by her accent, she appeared to be from Hong Kong. She was not tall, about 1.6 meters, with a slender build. She wore a gray denim skirt, black fishnet stockings with holes in them, and a pair of boots. Underneath her jacket, she wore a camisole that exposed her shoulders and chest, topped with a flight jacket left unzipped. Her short hair was dyed a pale yellow, and she wore earrings, with more than one in her left ear. Although it was only a fleeting glance, Lin Baici noticed that even though the girl had a palm-sized round face, she lacked any aura of cuteness. Instead, she gave off the vibe of a delinquent girl. She had definitely done her fair share of smoking and drinking, and she looked like the type who would easily sleep with someone. Big brother, let me off the hook. The girl decisively gave up struggling and dropped the butterfly knife in her right hand. Lin Baici remained unmoved, still pinning the girl's hands behind her back and pressing his knee against her waist, keeping her face down on the floor. Big brother, the floor is so dirty. Can you let me get up first? The girl sniffled, her voice sounding pathetic. My name is Li Yintang. I was wrong. I shouldn't have ambushed you. Can you forgive me just this once? Feel the left pocket of my jacket. Lin Baici didn't move. Who knew what kind of things were in there? Big brother, aren't you being a bit too cautious? Li Yintang was speechless. You're so strong. What are you afraid of? What kind of divine grace do you have? Lin Baici asked. It doesn't matter what divine grace I have. Li Yintang actually had a good eye. After witnessing Lin Baici's lightning flash, she knew that no matter what she tried, she would just be handing him a victory. So she decided to just lie flat. This goddamn Bizen God ruin is so difficult. Li Yintang had already lowered her goals, shifting from the grand fortune she had sworn to make before entering to simply staying alive. Now that she seemed to have encountered a super-sized thigh to hug, she naturally had to cling to it tightly. A smart prey has recognized your strength and is preparing to act as your lackey, serving you hand and foot in exchange for favorable treatment. Even if you make excessive demands, she will not refuse, because she is attracted to strength. If you were British, her perception of you would be even better. A poor student, but an expert at clubbing. Upon hearing the food god's commentary, Lin Baici's vigilance toward the girl eased slightly. He reached out and checked the girl from head to toe. Li Yintang showed no aversion to Lin Baici's touch. Instead, she twisted her body to make it easier for him to search her. Brother, be gentle with your movements. Are my breasts not big enough? Do you like Hong Kong movies? Have you seen Young and Dangerous? I love them so much. Lin Baici remained silent, searching her thoroughly. He found a pack of Marlboro cigarettes, a windproof lighter, and a can of spray paint in the left pocket of the girl's jacket. He even felt a box of Okamoto ones. Li Yintang turned her head forcefully to look at Lin Baici. Brother, have you used this brand before? Want to give it a try? After speaking, she even gave him a flirtatious wink. I don't like delinquent girls. Lin Baici's tone was icy. Li Yintang looked annoyed, spat on the ground, and said, What's wrong with being a delinquent? Did I eat your rice? Despite saying this, Li Yintang was quite impressed by Lin Baici's self-control. In terms of her looks, she would give herself an 8 out of 10. She could have easily entered the entertainment industry. Since middle school, the line of people chasing her could stretch from Sim Sha Sui to Causeway Bay. Add in the fact that she was outgoing and bold, she could add another 2 points, making her full of temptation. Some men just liked her type of bad girl. Lin Baici finished the search, picked up Li Yintang's butterfly knife, stood up, took a few steps back, and sized her up. How long have you been here? Lin Baici toyed with the butterfly knife. Anyone stabbed by it will temporarily fall in love with the wielder and express their love through self-harm. If the wielder agrees, the two will have a perfect, passionate night. If the wielder refuses, the suitor will fall into a state of lethargy, suffering from impotence for at least a week and up to a month. The food god's commentary made the corners of Lin Baici's mouth twitch involuntarily. What kind of bizarre effect is this? The lethality wasn't high, but the aftermath was a bit terrifying, especially for men. One day, Li Yintong stood up, patted the dust off her body, and adjusted her fishnet stockings. Any discoveries? Lin Baici walked over and closed the door. It's been night outside the whole time, and occasionally something taps on the window, out of caution. I haven't peeled back the newspapers covering the glass to check. Li Yintong was forthcoming, appearing very cooperative. Every few hours, there's a rhythmic knocking on the door. As for what is knocking, I don't know. I always wait 15 minutes after the knocking stops before coming out to explore. Do you have any food? I'm hungry. Li Yintong rubbed her stomach. Do you know the woman who died inside? Lin Baici pulled a piece of chocolate from his pocket and tossed it to Li Yintong. I know her, but we weren't close. We teamed up yesterday. Li Yintong unwrapped the packaging, popped the chocolate into her mouth, and looked Lin Baici up and down. Handsome. How many women have you slept with? With your looks, plus those 8-pack abs, you've probably already hit the century mark, right? No wonder he didn't fancy her. Even if Lin Baici were uglier, as long as he had money, he would definitely not lack women. No money. I've never heard of a god hunter lacking money. Lin Baici frowned and changed the subject. How big is this place? How many people are still on this floor? Don't tell me, brother. Are you still a virgin? Li Yintong was shocked. Dropping out of middle school and mingling in the streets had made Li Yintong an expert at reading people. So she guessed it the moment she saw Lin Baici's expression. Damn it. Li Yintong couldn't help but stick out her tongue and lick her lips. What should she do if she wanted to be his first? Whoosh! Lin Baici threw the butterfly knife. It grazed Li Yintong's cheek and embedded itself into the wall. Answer the question, brother. You look so handsome even when you're stern. Li Yintong giggled. She could tell that this handsome guy probably hadn't explored many god ruins yet and hadn't developed a ruthless personality at all. Li Yintong knew when to stop. Before Lin Baici could get angry, she quickly introduced, on this floor, besides me, there's a pair of black brothers, a South American bombshell, 2 Gauls, and 2 Siamese. Brother, let me tell you, that bombshell's butt is unbelievably big. Li Yintong stretched out her hands to draw a huge circle in the air. It's just that she has too much body hair, not as smooth as my skin. Lin Baici felt that this girl's brain must have been injured. Who among them do you think is more dangerous? Just as Lin Baici finished asking, his heart skipped a beat. He suddenly opened the door to find 4 faces, 3 men and 1 woman arranged neatly from top to bottom. The woman had long, wavy brown hair, rugged features, dark and bright eyes, and wore tight leather clothing that highlighted her sharp, angular muscle lines. Much like Chun-Li from arcade games. It was just that, looking closely, her pores were a bit large. A pity. Hello, I'm Dallison. When the woman saw Lin Baici's physique, her eyes lit up immediately, and she took the initiative to greet him because she was very fond of fitness. Hello, Lin Baici. Lin Baici nodded. The woman's height was about the same as his, and her 2 strong thighs could probably crush a walnut. We are the Esley brothers. The 2 black men chimed in, speaking in unison. Even though it was just a short sentence, it sounded like racial talent. One could say they were twins. But weren't there supposed to be 2 black men? Lin Baici looked at the 4th person, who was also black, very tall, with a face shaped like an upright rectangle. Perched on his shoulder was a doll. Li Yintong saw Lin Baici frown slightly and understood immediately. She pulled her butterfly knife from the wall, performed a graceful flourish, and trotted over to Lin Baici's side. Covering her mouth with her small hand, she whispered an explanation. Gaul has a massive influence in Africa, so there are a lot of black immigrants. His name is Pogba. Don't let his dark skin, tall stature, and clumsy appearance fool you. This guy actually has a brilliant mind. He is likely the most intelligent person on this entire floor. Li Yintong held Pogba in high regard. Hello, descendant of the dragon. Pogba spoke in broken Jujo language and waved at Lin Baici. Lin Baici's English was decent, so he wasn't worried about communication barriers. But he hadn't expected these people to all be able to speak some Jujo language. It seemed the profession of god hunter was quite competitive. Our land of Jujo is vast and rich in resources, with far too many god ruins. Even in our Hong Kong, there is the Hong Kong ghost ship, which is hailed as one of the top 10 god ruins in Jujo. These foreigners want to explore, So they definitely have to learn Jujo language first. Li Yintang looked down on these black men. A whole day had passed, and they still hadn't discovered anything. They were truly useless. And they wanted to sleep with her. Dream on. I smell blood. Ashley Young, the eldest of the black brothers, sniffed the air and spoke up. There's a woman who committed suicide in the restroom. Lin Baici stepped aside, signaling for everyone to come in and examine the crime scene. Thank you. Pogba was the first to walk in, followed by the black brothers. Can you guys even understand it? Li Yintang teased. The black brothers paused. She was right. Why bother with the effort? They would just wait for Pogba's analysis. Hey handsome, want to work out together sometime? Doracane from Argentina didn't care about the dead person. She walked up to Lin Baici and, with familiarity, slapped his butt. Smack. It felt pretty good. What the hell? Lin Baici immediately retreated. A tall, sturdy mare who likes muscular men. Her intelligence is average, but her physical combat ability is formidable. A pair of her thighs can easily crush a man's skull. You can trick her into becoming your muscle by becoming her boyfriend and feeding her sweet talk. That mare is loose. If you can't hold back, you can come to me, Li Yintang whispered, adding, at least I don't have any diseases. Have you all checked the rooms on this floor? Lin Baici felt a headache coming on. What kind of people were these? How did it feel like none of them were reliable? But that was fine. Too, he wouldn't have to be too guarded. The black brothers shook their heads. Let's go. Pogba came out. Let's go search other rooms. Any discoveries? The black brothers pressed. Pogba shrugged his shoulders to indicate no. The doll on his shoulder also shrugged in unison, which looked quite eerie. The six of them walked out and stood in front of the wooden door numbered 9012. We have an agreed rule. Whoever opens the door has the right to enter first and search for a quarter of an hour. All findings belong to them, Pogba explained. Do you want to give it a try? Pogba found a fountain pen that can write novels by itself, Li Yintang said with envy. Doracane and the black brothers were all watching Lin Baici, using this incident to judge his caliber. If he was a powerhouse, they would show respect. If not, they would treat him as cannon fodder and squeeze him for all he was worth. Ah! Lin Baici chuckled and suddenly swung his blade toward the door lock. Idiot! Doracane curled her lip, slandering him in her heart, though she didn't mind since this Jujo man had such a great physique. The black brothers raised their eyebrows. Pogba didn't rush to make a judgment. Sure enough, the bronze sword stopped right before the lock without actually striking it. Phew! Li Yintang quietly let out a sigh of relief and immediately wanted to shout that Brother Lin was number one. He was truly the man who defeated her in one move. What's wrong? Ashley Young asked. He was a bit annoyed because he had fallen for the trap earlier. What do you think? Lin Baici retorted. Damn it. Trying to trap this god of gluttony. The gluttonous god had just commented on it. Opening the door with violence would trigger an electric shock, causing incontinence at best and death by asphyxiation at worst. What are you talking about? Ashley Young feigned confusion. The smell of urine on you is so strong. Isn't that the incontinence caused by forcing the door open? Lin Baici rubbed his nose. How did you know? Pogba was greatly astonished. He thought Lin Baici was just being cautious and didn't want to take risks. He hadn't expected the man to actually know the consequences of using force. But he had only just arrived at this station and hadn't been shocked into incontinence himself. Terrifying. Pogba revealed a friendly smile. This Jujo man was qualified to be his temporary teammate. Oh boy. Doracane looked shocked. She slapped Lin Baici's butt again with force and even gave it a few firm squeezes. Many rooms are locked. You need a key to get in, Li Yintang explained. Don't blame me. I'm just a small fry. If I snitch, they'll beat me up. A key? Lin Baici recalled that he hadn't seen any keys so far. There are rats on this floor. If you kill them and cut open their stomachs, you might find a key, which can then open the corresponding room. Doracane shrugged. But we've opened 8 rooms and haven't found anything. Don't think about leaving the floor, you'll get shocked. After Li Yintang finished speaking, she crossed her legs unnaturally, clearly having suffered an electric shock before. Where are the most rats? Lin Baici prepared to go catch rats to collect keys. But the door in front of him suddenly clicked and unlocked. Creak. The wooden door slowly swung open, revealing the space inside. What is going on? The Black brothers reacted the fastest. With a swoosh, they dodged to either side of the wall. Pogba raised a hand and pressed down on the doll perched on his shoulder. Li Yintong, on the other hand, dipped behind Lin Baici, then peeked into the room with only half her head visible. How did the door open? Dualishan looked at Lin Baici subconsciously. Was it because of him? Chapter 316. Brother Lin, let me soak up some immortal aura. After the door opened about a foot wide, it stopped. Li Yintong stretched her neck, peering into the room through the gap. It feels very ordinary. That was what she said. But until confirmed with one's own eyes, no god hunter could guarantee there were no anomalies. Even after seeing it with one's own eyes, one might not necessarily arrive at the correct answer. Almost all godly taboo items can only be found once rule-based contamination erupts. Gurgle. Lin Baici's stomach growled. He was hungry. There was no doubt now. There was definitely a godly taboo item inside. Who is going in first? The tall foreign woman flicked her wavy long hair and looked directly at Lin Baici. Lin, do you want to give it a try? The Black brothers also looked over. It is often said that black people have poor brains but explosive physical strength. But this pair of brothers was clearly an exception. They were not stupid either. Although the first person to enter could claim the spoils of war exclusively, the problem was that the sudden opening of this room's door was clearly suspicious. This was the Bizengod ruins. After all, one could never be too careful. Pogba looked at Lin Baici, stroking the doll on his shoulder as if petting a dog. He wanted to take this opportunity to continue observing this man, Lin Baici. As for the possibility of the other party finding a godly taboo item, he did not care, because the person who ultimately walked out of here would be the winner. Lin Baici reached out to push the door. Li Yintong hurriedly hugged Lin Baici's waist and muttered in a low voice, "What are you doing? Why show off at a time like this? Don't you know how to hide your true strength?" Being with those black men made Li Yintong feel very insecure. Now that she finally had Lin Baici, she naturally wanted to form a team. "I just don't want to waste time." Lin Baici pulled Li Yintong's hands away, pushed the door open, and walked into the room. The situation for Huo Yuyu and the others was currently unknown, and Lin Baici was very anxious. How could he have the leisure to play mind games with these foreigners? The room was about 50 square meters. The layout and furnishings were basically the same as Lin Baici's rental apartment, but it must have been lived in by a woman, because Lin Baici saw that the keyboard on the desk was clean and decorated with Pikachu cartoon stickers. If it were a man, he probably wouldn't bother with such decorations. Lin Baici opened the wardrobe and saw several pieces of women's clothing. Li Yintong hesitated for a moment before following him in. "You are too reckless. At a time like this, you should play it safe." Lin Baici went to the bathroom to take a look, but found nothing. "Good see." Pogba praised him and walked in, heading straight for the computer to turn it on and check the contents of the hard drive. The tall foreign woman and the Black brothers did not want to be considered cowards either, so they all walked in. Even though they had returned empty-handed from several previous rooms, they still searched very carefully this time. Lin Baici's gaze fell on the windowsill, where a fish tank was placed, containing a few small goldfish about the length of a thumb. Beside the fish tank were 2 bags of fish food. "Damn it! I am so annoyed. Nothing again." Li Yintong spat in frustration, pulled a pack of Marlboros from the pocket of her flight jacket, and offered one to Lin Baici. "Want one?" "Thanks, I don't smoke." Lin Baici refused. Not to mention that he didn't smoke. Even if he did, he wouldn't smoke a stranger's cigarette. A false alarm. Li Yintong lit a cigarette, took a puff, and blew a smoke ring. "It seems there are only 2 paths to take now. 1. Kill the rats, get the keys, and find clues. 2. Have a fight with that mysterious monster that knocks on doors. I wonder if there is a time limit for staying here. If we haven't escaped after 3 days, we might be erased." Li Yintong felt annoyed, scratched her hair vigorously, and lightly kicked Lin Baichi's cap with her foot. Lin Baici turned his head. Li Yintong jerked her head toward the outside of the room, giving Lin Baici a look that said, "Follow me." "What for?" Lin Baici frowned. "She wants to have an in-depth exchange with you to relieve her mental stress." "Are you brain damaged? I told you to come, so just come. Why all the nonsense?" Li Yintong was speechless. He looked quite handsome, So why was he so stupid? As expected of a virgin, Li Yintang walked a few steps, thinking about what posture to use later and whether she should be a bit more reserved for the first time, when she suddenly realized that the kid hadn't followed. "You loser, you good for nothing. Are you looking down on me?" Li Yintang was so angry she felt like her lungs were about to explode. "Has your menopause come early? Why are you so irritable?" Lin Baici was not the type of man to take insults without responding. If he had met a hot-dressed delinquent girl like Li Yintang right after graduating high school, he might not have been able to hold back. But now, are Jin Yingzhen's long legs not fragrant enough? Or are what you use little buns not delicious, even at worst? Choosing the tea-loving girl Ji Xinyan would be fine too. I am so. Li Yintang subconsciously started to lash out, but before she could finish, Podba, who was standing at the desk fiddling with the computer, suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud. He was tall and had a large build, so when he fell, it was like a shark that had been stunned, hitting the floor straight and hard. Pogba. The tall foreign woman's expression tightened, and she immediately ran over, reaching out to check his pulse. The Black brothers were very cautious. They immediately guarded the surroundings and did not rush to Pogba's side. Pogba's body twitched, convulsing as if he were being electrocuted. He opened his mouth wide, and his thick tongue lolled out. Pogba was clearly suffocating. His eyeballs rolled upward, and he was only exhaling, with no air coming in. The tall foreign woman had learned first aid, so she immediately crossed her hands over his left chest and began performing CPR. Rule contamination. Li Yintang's expression stiffened. She glanced quickly at the door, hesitated for a moment, and then gave up on the idea of fleeing. After a rule contamination breaks out, running away is the worst possible strategy, because the act of fleeing is very likely to make a god hunter the next victim. You should give him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, Lin Baici reminded them. You guys come over and help. The tall foreign woman growled. She trusted Pogba the most, which was why she had started treatment the moment he was contaminated. The two Black brothers exchanged a glance and walked over to Pogba, though they were more interested in figuring out what had happened to him than in saving him. Lin Baici also came over, without standing on ceremony. He directly stripped off Pogba's clothes to see if there were any abnormalities on his body. He is suffering from hypoxia and asphyxiation. If the symptoms continue to worsen, you will need to perform a tracheotomy, the gourmet commented. He is about to suffocate to death. Li Yintang knelt on one knee beside Pogba, her butterfly knife spinning in her right hand, leaving after images in the air. I will cut a hole for him. Just as Li Yintang gripped the knife with a snap, preparing to plunge it into Pogba's throat, the doll on his shoulder suddenly jumped up and began to twist its waist and hips, dancing a hula dance. Pogba reached out and grabbed Li Yintang's butterfly knife. The blade sliced through his palm, and blood flowed out, dripping onto his neck. I was trying to save you, Li Yintang hurriedly explained. Huff. Pogba couldn't even spare the breath to speak. He gasped for air in large gulps, like a dying, suffocating catfish. What is wrong with you? As soon as Ashley Young finished asking, his vision went black. His head spun, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Young Ashley Gan was startled, seeing his brother's difficulty in breathing. His face was full of worry. Darson, help me. Ashley Gan didn't know how to perform emergency CPR. The tall foreign woman immediately began chest compressions dotted as useless. Pogba sat up, his eyes wide as he looked around. We must find the god-forbidden item as soon as possible. The lack of oxygen from just a moment ago left his limbs weak. He did not scold Yintang, because when one is having difficulty breathing, cutting the trachea is the correct choice. 30 seconds. Lin Baici suddenly spoke up. Li Yintang looked at Lin Baici, looking somewhat bewildered. What kind of riddle are you speaking in? Are you saying that both of us were oxygen deprived for 30 seconds? Pogba was quick to react. Yes, Lin Baici nodded. It seems that the contamination in this stage involves someone suddenly suffocating for 30 seconds. I just don't know if it is a random selection or if it happens in turns. Lin Baici had started counting silently the moment Pogba collapsed. Pogba hoped it was in turns, otherwise, being the first one chosen was just too unlucky, wasn't it? It is so uncomfortable. Ashley Young's face was full of pain as he breathed forcefully. wishing he could suck all the oxygen in the room into his lungs. What do you think is the god-forbidden item causing this contamination? As soon as Li Yintong finished asking, her vision went black. She bumped into Lin Baici and then slid powerlessly toward the floor. A sense of suffocation struck suddenly. She couldn't breathe at all, as if a rope were being tightened hard around her neck, constricting her trachea. Lin Baici caught Li Yintong, laid her flat on the ground, and then quickly took the black alms bowl from his backpack, intending to take out an oxygen tank. However, after he finished shouting, "Eat porridge, eat porridge," the grain store did not open. It cannot be used. Lin Baici felt a jolt of alarm. He tried again, but the black alms bowl remained completely unresponsive. Ashley Gen walked over quickly. His large black hand grabbed the collar of Li Yintong's jacket, intending to drag her out the door. Lin Baici immediately threw a punch. Ashley Gen's eyes narrowed. He wanted to dodge, but the speed of that man from Kyushu was too fast. Bang! Bang! Lin Baici's fist landed squarely on Ashley Gen's forearm. A sharp pain immediately surged through him, causing the black man to wince and step back, releasing his grip. "Lin, don't be impulsive," Ashley Gen hurriedly explained. "You cannot escape the contamination either, so why not try to see if we can leave?" "Lin, he is doing this for everyone's sake," Ashley Young urged, though a hint of wariness appeared in his eyes. He knew his brother wasn't usually this easy to talk to. Clearly, those 2 punches from Lin Baici were too violent and had intimidated him, forcing him to be polite. "What if we cannot leave?" Lin Baici had no particular feelings for Li Yintong, but he wouldn't let anyone throw her out either. 30 seconds passed, and the feeling of suffocation ended. "You piece of trash," Li Yintong cursed loudly. If it weren't for the lingering weakness in her body, she would have really wanted to jump up and stab this black man's balls. If the range of the rule contamination was limited to the rental apartment, then whoever was thrown out would likely die. To put it bluntly, the Black brothers were planning to use Li Yintong as cannon fodder. "Brother Lin, thank you." Li Yintong was deeply moved. She hadn't expected Lin Baici to offend these Black brothers for her sake, someone he had just met. The tall foreign woman was also afraid of being used as cannon fodder, so she immediately huddled close to Pogba. In her view, although this man wasn't handsome, he was the strongest. Please protect. The tall foreign woman collapsed to the ground. The suffocation had arrived. Her physical fitness was even worse than Li Yintong's, and her face immediately turned purple. Her hands clawed at her throat, as if she wanted to dig a hole to help herself breathe. Pogba held her hands down. The Black brothers exchanged a glance. With Pogba shielding the tall foreign woman, they didn't dare suggest throwing her out. 30 seconds is not long. After it ended, the tall foreign woman's limbs twitched as she lay limp on the ground. Her leather pants were wet, and a puddle of water had formed beneath her. Huff, huff. The tall foreign woman was panting, her face flushed red. Being pulled back from the brink of death gave her a profound sense of relief. This experience was beyond words. Damn, this guy is a masochist. Li Yintong spat on the ground and then looked at Lin Baici. "The next one will be either you or him. Don't worry, I will protect you." The delinquent girl's expression was sincere, looking as if she were saying that he could completely trust her. Although she had been suffocating just moments ago and her limbs had felt weak, her consciousness had remained. When Ashley Gen had grabbed her, she had been terrified, thinking she was done for. She hadn't expected Lin Baici to be so capable. One had to realize that those 2 were brothers. 2 against 1 gave them a massive advantage, which only made Lin Baici's fearlessness stand out even more. Lin Baici smiled slightly, not feeling particularly panicked. His muscle Budo was not just for show, and since no one had died in the first round, there was no need to be nervous for the time being. He stood up and went to the restroom. "Your composure is just too steady, isn't it?" Li Yintong was impressed. Ashley Gen stared at Lin Baici, feeling that his own luck should be better than his. Then, the next instant, he found himself unable to breathe. He instinctively opened his mouth wide, clawing at his throat with his hands. "Brother Lin, your luck is pretty good." Li Yintong was envious. At least he had managed to drag it out until the last one. 30 seconds passed, and Ashley Gen recovered, his face full of lingering fear. "Hurry up and find the rule relic." He was terrified and didn't want to go through that again. The 6 people immediately began to move. Suddenly, as Ashley Young walked toward the desk, his legs went weak and he collapsed as he fell. His head struck the edge of the desk. Ashley Yang's scalp was split open, and blood began to flow. Ashley Gan immediately rushed over. Seeing his brother convulsing from suffocation, he shouted in dissatisfaction, "Why is it my brother? Shouldn't it be that person from Kyushu?" It wasn't just Ashley Gan. The others also stared at Lin Baici. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. He had actually been skipped. What was the reason for this gurgle? Lin Baici's hunger was still there, but he couldn't pinpoint the location of the rule relic. "Is this rule contamination something you caused?" Ashley Gan questioned him. "If I had caused it, I would have killed you all immediately. Do you think you would have the chance to shout at me?" Lin Baici retorted. "Gan, stop arguing." Pogba felt that Lin Baici's explanation was reasonable. He likely possessed some kind of top-tier rule relic that allowed him to avoid this instance of rule contamination. This time, the sensation of suffocation lasted for a full minute. Moreover, this kind of oxygen deprivation was not just a simple inability to breathe. It was far more agonizing than holding one's breath while diving. Ashley Young lay on the ground, completely unable to get up. "Brother Lin, do you have a rule relic that can grant immunity to rule contamination?" Li Yintang asked curiously. "Can you lend it to me?" Lin Baici suddenly thought of something. If the Black Alms Bowl could not be used, were the special effects of his other rule relics also being restricted? He activated the Bodhi Messenger Kasaya, and sure enough, the Muscle Buddha did not appear. However, it was fine. He had already discovered some clues and should be able to purify this rule contamination soon. It wasn't a big problem. "Do you all have fish tanks in your rooms? Are the fish inside the same as these?" Lin Baici asked. There was a fish tank in his room as well, and the fish kept in it were the same. Li Yintang was the first to answer. "I don't know anything about fish, but they look the same. Are these fish the problem?" Pogba stared at the fish tank and counted. There were 6 in total. In his room, on the same windowsill, there was also a glass fish tank. He recalled that it also contained 6 ornamental fish. When a person is suffocating, one of the fish will remain completely still. Lin Baici explained. "Really?" The tall foreign woman took a few steps toward it, then stopped cautiously. "Why don't we watch one more time and find out?" Li Yintang prayed in her heart that it wouldn't be her. She remembered that Lin Baici had been skipped, so she moved closer to him. Not satisfied with that, she even reached out to hug his arm. "Brother Lin, let me soak up some of your immortal or no, your divine aura." Li Yintang smiled like a flower, using Lin Baici as if he were an anti-evil talisman. Lin Baici shook off Li Yintang's hand. While they waited, the tall foreign woman suddenly began to suffocate. The others ignored her and stared at the fish tank instead. "There it is. There it is. But why are there 2? Li Yintang saw 2 little goldfish not moving and was very confused. One of them must just happen to be still. If we watch a few more times, we will be able to confirm which one it is. Pogba reasoned. "Right, God Lin." Pogba had changed his form of address. Showing some respect to the strong was never a bad thing. Lin Baici watched the goldfish with the large, bulging eyes. When it began to swim, the tall foreign woman's suffocation ended. "What do we do now? Kill that fish?" Li Yintang did not act rashly. Wouldn't it be a waste to kill it? Pogba was reluctant. Generally speaking, rule relics were inanimate objects. To encounter a goldfish that could radiate rule contamination, it was worth a fortune. This was discovered by Brother Lin first. According to the customs of the God Hunter Circle, it is Brother Lin's spoils of war, Li Yintang emphasized. The others looked at Lin Baici, waiting for an answer. "This fish cannot be taken out. It will die as soon as it leaves the water. Just eat it here. Its meat is beautifying and can repair all scars on the body. It is a pity there is no roe, otherwise, if a man ate it, he could make a woman pregnant with 100% certainty within half a month. If a woman ate it, she could guarantee the pregnancy with 100% certainty. Even if her stomach were run over by a car, the fetus would still be protected. Kill it." Lin Baici was concise and to the point. At the same time, he had an idea. Although there was no water in the room, the suffocation everyone felt was likely the sensation of being drowned. If that were the case, would using the white pufferfish tooth grant immunity to the rule-based contamination? Who is going to kill it? The tall foreign woman looked at the black brothers. Li Yintang had the lowest status, but since she had started following Lin Baici, her standing had improved, so naturally, the manual labor fell to these two brothers. The black brothers did not want to take the risk, but a few dozen seconds later, Ashley Gan collapsed to the ground, and the suffocation began. Ashley Yang had no choice. He immediately ran to the windowsill and reached his hand into the fish tank, preparing to crush the fish. However, the moment his fingertips touched the water, his entire body stiffened, and he fell to the floor as rigid as a piece of wood. This goldfish was not so easy to kill. Chapter 317 Meat. The black brothers lay on the ground, their bodies stiff, looking like two dying catfish, their mouths opened and closed, and their hands clawed at their necks involuntarily, as if trying to dig a large hole to let air pour in. The feeling of suffocation was unbearable. No one paid them any mind. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the fish tank. It moved, Li Yintang exclaimed. Inside the fish tank was a goldfish with large, bulging eyes. It had originally been floating in the water, motionless. When Ashley Yang reached his hand into the water, it suddenly flicked its tail and turned to face him directly. Then, the black man collapsed and fell into a state of suffocation. The goldfish's bulging eyes moved downward, seemingly staring at Ashley Yang. The black man's suffocation ended. Seeing that his brother was still oxygen deprived, he wanted to go over to help, but his limbs were weak and sore. "Help please," Gan pleaded, looking at Pogba. "We are all black, help a brother out." Pogba remained indifferent. He would not do anything risky, and besides, he could use Yang as a test subject to gather intelligence. "As long as you do not touch the water in the fish tank, there is no danger," the gluttonous god commented. Hearing this, Lin Baici immediately took a large stride forward and rushed toward the black man. It was time to farm some favorability. Besides, he did not know what kind of rule-based contamination would follow. Having one more person meant sharing the danger. Seeing Lin Baici move to save someone, Li Yintang was startled. "Brother Lin, don't be reckless." The tall foreign woman's eyes lit up. Lin Baici's actions won her favor. He was truly worthy of being a person from Kyushu. Nurtured by 5,000 years of history, he was so noble and heroic. If this were the Middle Ages, he would definitely be a knight. Pogba was surprised. He thought Lin Baici was a rational person, and the correct approach would be like a mouse stealing cheese, observing the cat's position first. Yet, he had saved someone at great risk. "Warrior," Pogba praised him highly. Lin Baici rushed to the side of the black man and grabbed his collar and quickly dragged him back. Once they were 10 meters away from the windowsill and the fish tank, Yang's suffocation ended immediately. Thank you. Gan spoke in Chinese with an African accent, thanking Lin Baici repeatedly. After checking that his brother wasn't harmed, he reached out as if to hug Lin Baici. This was their way of expressing friendship. "You are welcome." Lin Baici quickly raised his hand to stop Gan from getting closer. He did not want to be hugged by a stranger, let alone a black man. Even a beautiful tall foreign woman wouldn't do. Doris came over, patted Lin Baici on the butt, and gave him a thumbs up. She felt a bit of regret, feeling that choosing to group up with Pogba had been a mistake. "Do you have any other discoveries?" Pogba asked for his opinion. Everyone immediately looked at Lin Baici with expectant eyes. Lin Baici had been the first to discover this fish, and through Yang's condition, it had been confirmed that this fish was the culprit behind this rule-based contamination. "Nothing." Lin Baici shook his head. "Lin, think about it again," the tall foreign woman pleaded. Currently, it seemed Lin Baici had more hope than Pogba. "Stare at the goldfish for 30 seconds to communicate with it." Lin Baici walked forward a few steps and looked at the goldfish's pair of large, bulging eyes. The black brothers wanted to speak, but were stopped by Li Yintang. The delinquent girl warned. "Can't you see Brother Lin is thinking?" She took out a cigarette case, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. This man seemed quite reliable. She didn't need to strain her brain. The room fell silent. Everyone was nervous, praying that the next person to suffocate wouldn't be them. And then they suddenly heard a hoarse voice. The voice sounded like it came from a dying old man, filled with a sense of death and revulsion. Just hearing the sound made one feel the urge to vomit. Was that said by the goldfish, Li Yintang? with a cigarette hanging from her mouth, had a look of astonishment on her small, round face. Confirmed. Everyone saw the goldfish's thick lips move, and it made that sound again. Lin, what does this mean? The tall foreign woman guessed. Does it want to eat meat? That should be it. Lin Baici was focused on how to kill this fish. I've been hungry for a day. Where am I supposed to get meat for it? The black man, Yang, was annoyed. In the previous game, he had lost his tactical backpack, and all his supplies were gone. Li Yintang's small eyes darted around, sweeping past the tall foreign woman and the others. Isn't there plenty of it right here? The delinquent girl had grown up watching Hong Kong movies. She was very familiar with things like human meat buns. So, she poked Lin Baici's arm with her finger, then stood on her tiptoes, preparing to whisper, but realized he was too tall. Squat down a bit. After saying that, the delinquent girl felt a bit scared. With Lin Baici's height, if that happened, wouldn't his holy sword reach her stomach in one go? What is it? Lin Baici bent down. Could it be that if we feed this goldfish human meat, we can purify the rule-based contamination? Li Yintang muttered in a low voice. Worried that those who understood Chinese might overhear her, she switched to Cantonese. You should be able to understand me, right? Lin Baici nodded. He had listened to some Cantonese songs and could roughly grasp the meaning. I wonder how much human flesh it takes to satisfy that goldfish. While feeling nervous, Li Yintang also felt a sense of relief. It was fortunate that she had met Lin Baici. Otherwise, as the only person of Asian descent, she would surely have been targeted. She wasn't panicking anymore, given Lin Baici's performance. Who would dare to cut her flesh? Li Yintang casually hugged Lin Baici's arm. Brother Lin, you don't mind having an extra accessory on your thigh, do you? I'm very obedient. Pogba and the others were also whispering. After all, the only meat that could be found in the room could only be one thing. No matter how they thought about it, the question now was, whose would they use? Meat. The goldfish's hoarse voice dragged on, sounding like the wail of an old man on his deathbed, making one's hair stand on end. Dorison panicked. The two black brothers were a pair, and Lin Baici and Li Yintang were from Juzhou. That left her and Pogba as the odd ones out. If Pogba chose to form an alliance with the black brothers, then whose meat would be used was self-evident. Pogba. I have a healing type divine favor. Dorison tossed her long hair and gave Pogba a flirtatious wink. Pogba raised an eyebrow. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat tense. Yan, what should we do? Who should we cooperate with? Yan covered his mouth with his hand and consulted his brother. I suggest we choose Lin Baici, Yang did not hesitate at all. Pogba seemed to have a high IQ, but in the first rule-based pollution they encountered, it was Lin Baici who discovered the key point. Moreover, when he was suffocating just a moment ago, it was also that man who risked approaching the fish tank to pull him back. After the black brothers exchanged a glance, they walked straight to Lin Baici's side. God Lin, our brothers request to join your team. Ashley Yang's tone was sincere. Welcome. Lin Baici smiled slightly. Fuck, Dorison panicked. These black brothers were truly despicable. They actually surrendered so directly, as expected of people from a colony who were used to being slaves. They didn't have a shred of personal dignity. Now the pressure was on her side. Dorison was very worried. Looking at this Juzhou man, he didn't seem to like a big-boned, curvy woman. The fresh and petite type like Li Yintang seemed more to his taste. While she was still contemplating her next move, Pogba, standing nearby, had already made his choice. God Lin, please let me join the team. What? The curvy woman was stunned upon hearing this and blurted out, then what about me? Pogba remained indifferent, acting as if he hadn't heard her. Letting Lin Baici make the decision meant that no matter whose meat he chose to use, a cold-blooded and brutal image would be unavoidable. A person like that would never gain the loyalty of his subordinates, because anyone could be the next one to be abandoned. Let Lin Baici be the villain. Pogba wasn't worried that Lin Baici would use his meat. Because the man clearly possessed wisdom, he would definitely choose the one with the least value to the team. Dorison, that was a certainty. The black brothers also realized this, so their eyes fell on Dorison. Damn it. Li Yintang wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, feeling lucky that she was from Juzhou and a compatriot of Lin Baici. Otherwise she would have been chopped up to feed the goldfish. What the hell were these people doing? Why were they all suddenly begging to join the team? Was Lin Baici's ability really that strong? God Lin. The curvy woman switched to an honorific. But before she could finish, the goldfish spoke. Neat, the goldfish shouted. In the next second, Li Yintong felt suffocated. This time, it came fast and hard, and her face turned red instantly. Open your mouth, Lin Baici growled, quickly taking off the white dolphin tooth necklace he wore on his right wrist and stuffing it into Li Yintong's mouth. As the tooth, the size of a red date, entered her mouth, Li Yintong immediately felt a stream of air surge into her lungs, making her feel much better instantly. Huff, huff. Li Yintong could breathe again, although her condition was still poor. She definitely wouldn't suffocate to death. It works. Lin Baici's eyes lit up. The black altar bowl and the bodhisattva envoy's Kasaya could not be activated, and he had assumed other divine items were also restricted. But it seemed some could still be used. Some divine items are mutually reinforcing or conflicting. The rule-based pollution caused by the goldfish is equivalent to throwing a person into the sea to drown from lack of oxygen. The white dolphin tooth can help humans breathe underwater. So it is the natural enemy of this goldfish. What kind of creature's tooth is this? Pogba asked curiously. Then instructed the delinquent girl, you, go out now. If Li Yintong was safe and sound, then everyone could rely on this tooth necklace to escape the room. Li Yintong ignored Pogba. Pogba was not discouraged and directed Dora-san. You go to the windowsill and feed the goldfish with the fish food. Didn't you hear? That monster wants to eat meat. The curvy woman didn't care about Pogba, after all. He was the one who abandoned her first, God Lin. What do you say we should do? The black brothers asked in unison, looking like thugs ready to do whatever he said. Dora-san felt she was in trouble, so she suggested, God Lin, how about you let me hold this tooth and try going out? Compared to being cut up to feed the fish, Dora-san would rather take a gamble. Have you all forgotten that there is still a corpse in the next room? Lin Baici watched their behavior, gaining a new understanding of human nature. That's right. The curvy woman was suddenly excited. But how do we get that corpse over here? Not having to be cut up was truly great. Aren't there other people on this floor? Call out to them and have them throw the corpse in. Lin Baici sneered. If they don't help, once we get out, we'll kill them first. Jarrod, I know you're nearby. Hurry to 9015 and bring that woman's corpse over. The curvy woman shouted. No one answered. Jarrod, stop playing dead. The black man shouted. Anyway, if you do not do it, we will treat you as an enemy. You do not need to worry. The rule contamination should be limited to this room. Compared to Dora-san and the black brothers, Pogba's way of speaking sounded much more pleasant. Brother Lin. Li Yintong secretly poked Lin Baici in the ribs and reported in a low voice. I have a divine gift. I can drag that corpse over. No rush. Lin Baici was not in a hurry. He wanted to observe the personalities of those people outside first. Meat. The goldfish's patience was wearing thin, and it suddenly started shouting. A sense of suffocation suddenly appeared, and everyone immediately felt like they were dying, as if an invisible giant hand had pressed their heads into the seawater. Li Yintong and Lin Baici were the exceptions. Brother Lin. Li Yintong was stunned. She was fine this time, which should be because she had just been suffocated before. But why did Lin Baici escape the disaster? He could not possibly be a goldfish wearing a human skin, could he? Lin Baici frowned. Could it be because of the gluttonous god? Or was it because he had once eaten a god, causing this goldfish not to dare to lay a hand on him? Pogba and the other three looked astonished. There must be a huge secret about this guy from Kyushu. But they could not afford to dwell on it now. Groud. Just as the tall mare shouted, wanting to ask the Guljar out for help, a naked female corpse was thrown in. The corpse fell to the ground, rolled twice, and got covered in quite a bit of dust. Remember, you owe me a favor, Groud shouted. Everyone was suffocating and moving slowly. Lin Baici was the team leader and could not do the dirty work. So Li Yintong took the initiative. She rushed to the woman's corpse in a few strides, grabbed her left ankle, and dragged her under the WINDOWSILL. Brother Lin, which part of the meat should I slice? Li Yintong did not dare to act rashly, fearing she would feed it the wrong thing. Whatever. Lin Baici did not know either. It should not be a picky eater, right? Li Yintong chose the corpse's thigh. The delinquent girl's knife skills were excellent. As her butterfly knife danced nimbly, she sliced off pieces of meat as thin as cicada wings in the blink of an eye. When the meat slices were thrown into the fish tank, the goldfish flicked its tail, swam upward immediately, and swallowed them into its mouth in one gulp. Splash, splash. Water ripples appeared in the fish tank. The goldfish began to eat, and the suffocation was temporarily lifted. The black brothers lay on the ground panting, while the tall mare and Podba persisted, stumbling toward the fish tank. They felt that the person who fed the fish had a high chance of being exempted from the next round of suffocation, so they wanted to rush to feed it a few pieces first. Li Yintong had the same idea, so her movements in slicing the meat were lightning fast. Brother Lin, my technique is good, right? After we get out of the divine ruins, let's go have hot pot, and I will slice lamb for you. Lin Baici was speechless. Are you implying that my appetite is too big? Podba's technique was okay, but the tall mare was a step behind, and without a proper tool, she left the corpse a bloody mess. Lin Baici took a deep breath, feeling that he would not want to eat any meat, let alone lamb, for the rest of the year. The goldfish was very small, about the length of a thumb, but its appetite was huge. It ate about a pound of meat before sinking to the bottom of the tank and remaining motionless. Is it safe now? The tall mare looked pleasantly surprised. Should we change its water? Li Yintong noticed that the goldfish's belly did not look any bigger despite eating so much meat, but because there was some fresh blood on the meat, the water in the tank had become a bit murky. Do not do anything unnecessary, Podba warned, then suggested. Dragging it out like this is not a solution. Let's find someone to go outside and test it. Swish. Everyone looked at Dorison. Why are you looking at me? The tall mare was unwilling and leaned toward Lin Baici. God Lin, I am definitely more loyal than them. Are you guys done yet? Jarod shouted from the hallway. You cannot go out. The feeding is not over yet, the gluttonous god commented. Just wait patiently. Stop arguing. Let's wait and see. Lin Baici searched the entire room again, even more meticulously. He even opened the toilet's water tank to take a look. 10 minutes passed, and nothing happened. Everyone felt that the danger had been lifted. How about we all go out together? No one should take advantage of anyone else. Dorison did not want to waste time here anymore. Of course, God Lin is the exception. The black brothers looked at each other and thought it was feasible. Podba let out a laugh full of mockery and cursed them as idiots in his heart. Lin Baici had not gone out, which meant there was still danger. At a time like this, if you do not follow him and instead act on your own, are you just trying to die faster, God Lin? Why don't you give the order? The tall mare felt that since Lin Baici had lost nothing, he would certainly not refuse. Wait a little longer. Lin Baici finished searching the room and stood in front of the windowsill. He lifted the newspaper covering the glass and looked out. It was still pitch black inside, with no moonlight. What are we waiting for? The tall mare muttered, pondering how to persuade Lin Baici. When the goldfish suddenly swam up and spoke. Internal organs. The voice was still hoarse, permeated with the deathly aura of someone nearing their end. It's here. It's here. Li Yintong's nerves tightened. Motherfucker, Dorison cursed. And then her heart was filled with relief. The rule contamination had indeed not ended. It was fortunate that Lin Baici had not agreed, otherwise, if they had forced their way out, they would definitely have been punished with suffocation. The tall mare ran to the corpse and dissected out a heart. Podba wanted to stop her, but Dorison had already thrown the entire heart in. What is wrong? The tall mare feigned a confused look, but in her heart, she was cursing Podba for being selfish. Do you think I am stupid? There was only one heart, and the tall, statuesque woman felt that Podba wanted to snatch it to feed the goldfish. The goldfish immediately swam over, biting and tearing at it like a piranha in the Amazon River. In just over 10 seconds, more than half of the heart had been devoured. You should have saved some. What if it wants more heart later? Podba pinched the bridge of his nose. This woman was truly stupid. Li Yintong heard this and her right hand trembled in fear. No way, right? The black man's expression also turned grim. There was still plenty of meat left, but the heart was gone. If the goldfish wanted to eat more, Wouldn't that mean they would have to kill another person? No, that couldn't be. Their luck couldn't possibly be that bad, except for Lin Baici. Everyone scrambled to feed the goldfish's internal organs. But after eating more than half of the heart, the goldfish stopped. It didn't sink to the bottom of the tank either. It just swam around, seemingly digesting its meal. Is it full now? Li Yintong felt that things were okay. The livers and kidneys that everyone threw in remained untouched. Sinking to the bottom of the tank. It was clearly full. It seems I was overthinking it. No sooner had Pogba finished speaking than the goldfish flicked its tail, turned to face him, and its fishy mouth spoke. Heart, heart, heart. Chapter 318 Lin Baici. I have decided on him. Even Jesus cannot keep him. The hoarse voice of the big-eyed goldfish seemed saturated with the scent of rot. Hearing it felt as if one's ears were being infected and rapidly decaying. That aura of death was relentlessly infiltrating their bodies. Damn it. You really have a jinxed mouth, don't you? Li Yintong was speechless. It was a classic case of fearing something and having it happen. However, the only thing to be thankful for was that she had latched onto Brother Lin's thigh. So she didn't have to worry about these people digging out her heart to feed the fish. You're done for, you tall beauty. Li Yintong felt a sense of pity. After all, among these people, Doris's value was the lowest. Fuck. Doris cursed and immediately looked at Lin Baici, whispering an explanation. It's not my fault. I didn't know it would turn out like this. If there weren't so many people around, the tall woman would have knelt down immediately to serve Lin Baici to his satisfaction. The situation was clear now. Lin Baici held the power of life and death over her. Fuck. Pogba felt his skin tighten and his scalp tingle as he was stared at by the goldfish's bulging eyes. Was it naming him to eat his heart? God Lin, what should we do? The black man listened to Lin Baici. The goldfish urged, its elongated tones sounding like the Grim Reaper's scythe, slicing at everyone's throats. It was suffocating, oppressive. Pogba, it's looking at you. It wants to eat your heart in order to survive. Doris tried to shift everyone's attention to Pogba. Bullshit. Pogba was worried that everyone would actually believe her, so while cursing, he lunged at Doris, launching a preemptive attack to kill her. Now that the woman in fishnet stockings and the black man were clearly standing on Lin Baici's side, if he gave the word, Pogba would definitely be swarmed. Pogba was furious but helpless, because that was how exploring the divine ruins went. The strong would always receive support and followers. The chances of surviving by following Lin Baici were definitely higher than following himself. The doll on Pogba's shoulder was also chattering and roaring, looking very angry. God Lin, save me. Doris immediately ran behind Lin Baici. Stop. Lin Baici barked a command, speaking at a rapid pace. Pogba, there is an electric heating rod in the bathroom drawer. Go and heat the fish tank. It might be able to kill this goldfish. Pogba's eyes lit up when he heard this, but there was still some hesitation on his face. Who knew if he would be attacked by the goldfish while doing such a thing? So, he threatened the tall woman. Doris, you go. God Lin told you to go. Doris breathed a sigh of relief. Having Lin Baici back her up was indeed effective. Pogba didn't dare to defy him. Pogba, the goldfish is currently eyeing you. You could suffocate at any moment. So whether you do it or not is up to you. Lin Baici didn't threaten Pogba. He was merely stating a possibility. But Pogba couldn't bear the consequences. So he glared fiercely at the tall woman and rushed toward the bathroom while cursing. The space was small. On the left was a toilet. Above it a water heater. And on the right side facing the entrance was a vanity with a drawer under the basin. Clatter. Pogba pulled open the drawer, saw an electric heating rod, grabbed it, and rushed out. There was an outlet under the windowsill where the fish tank was placed. But the heating rod's cord was a bit short, missing by about half a foot. Fuck. Pogba didn't dare move the fish tank, so he had to find a power strip. Fortunately, Lin Baici had searched the room earlier and knew where one was. He didn't bother shutting down the computer. He simply unplugged the power cord, ripped off the power strip, and tossed it to Pogba. Hurry up. Pogba caught the power strip, quickly plugged it in, dropped the heating rod into the fish tank, and flipped the switch. Sparks flashed from the power strip, emitting a crackling sound. Will this work? Won't it just provoke the goldfish? Li Yintong was worried. I don't know. Lin Baici answered truthfully. Li Yintang was dumbfounded, thinking to herself that he was truly bold. But then she realized that everyone had suffocated earlier, except for Lin Baici, who was the exception. So, even if the goldfish were provoked and everyone else faced retaliation, Lin Baici might still be immune. Damn it, is Brother Lin actually a fish wearing a human skin? The electric heating rod had high power. Once powered on, the water temperature rose immediately, and the goldfish in the tank began to swim frantically. The big-eyed goldfish roared, its radiation polluting the air. The world went black before everyone's eyes, their breathing hitched, and they felt as if their hearts were about to stop beating. One by one, their bodies collapsed limply to the ground. But Lin Baici remained an exception. What the hell is going on? Li Yintang roared in her heart. Lin Baici was definitely a fish. There was no doubt about it. Pogba and the other three were also staring at Lin Baici in shock. Why was he completely fine when he had been skipped in the previous round? Everyone couldn't confirm if Lin Baici was special, as it could have been attributed to luck. But now, everyone was suffering from oxygen deprivation, and only Lin Baici was unaffected. There was no way to explain that away. The feeling of suffocation was truly unbearable. The tall blonde woman clawed at her neck with both hands, unable to hold on any longer. She grabbed the hem of Lin Baici's trousers. Please, take out the electric heating rod. The black man was also pleading. They believed that taking out the heating rod would solve the problem. Surprisingly, Pogba and Li Yintang didn't say a word, silently enduring the agony. Lin Baici stuffed the white pufferfish tooth into Li Yintang's mouth. A breath of fresh air immediately flooded her lungs, making the delinquent girl feel much better. Woo-woo, Brother Lin, you are so kind. I want to offer my chrysanthemum to you. Li Yintang was deeply moved. The tall blonde woman couldn't take it anymore. Waves of dizziness washed over her, and with the sensation of impending death upon her, she reached her right hand toward the fish tank, intending to unleash her divine grace, divine power wave, before Doris could attack. Lin Baici quickly raised his foot and stepped on her wrist. Don't be hasty. It takes time to heat the water enough to boil this goldfish to death. One shouldn't give up just because of a little setback. If it weren't for the suffocation making it difficult to speak, Doris would have really wanted to roar. You aren't oxygen deprived. You aren't the one dying. Of course you aren't in a hurry. The water in the fish tank began to emit large amounts of steam. The goldfish swam even more frantically, and the feeling of suffocation intensified. The black man looked at Lin Baici with longing eyes, like to dying hounds waiting for rescue, desperate for Lin Baici to let them hold that divine taboo item for a moment. Lin Baici ignored them, because the goldfish's large, bulging eyes had finally locked onto him. A sense of suffocation immediately struck him, as if a thick hemp rope had been tightened around his neck, constricting his windpipe. It was very uncomfortable, but Lin Baici still had no intention of removing the electric heating rod. The tall blonde woman was the first to lose her grip and fainted. The second was Ashley Young. Li Yintang, despite her petite frame and habits of smoking and drinking, was unexpectedly resilient. When Ashley Gan and Pogba also passed out, the goldfish finally flipped its belly upward and slowly floated to the surface. It was dead. The feeling of suffocation vanished instantly. Lin Baici took deep, gasping breaths, then crouched down beside Doris and placed both hands on her chest to perform CPR. The tall blonde woman had been unconscious the longest and was in the most urgent need of first aid. Phew, purification complete. Li Yintang sat up, her fair forehead covered in sweat. She wiped it with her hand and spat out the white pufferfish tooth. Brother Lin, well done. The delinquent girl smiled brightly. If you are going to eat the immortal peach, not a basket of rotten apricots, even if it is a fish that just died. Don't eat it, however. Do not waste food. It can be fed to dogs or cats. Lin Baici had no interest in eating the fish. Its meat could beautify the skin and repair all scars. But Lin Baici didn't need that. Also, if a man ate its roe, it would guarantee a woman's pregnancy 100%. Lin Baici didn't need that either. His goblin card was already activated and came with a one-shot pregnancy effect. The point was, who would use this skill? Lin Baici didn't want to be a goddess of mercy or a Buddha of fertility. Brother Lin, what do you plan to do with that goldfish? The water in the fish tank was still boiling. If you eat this fish, It might beautify your skin. Do you want to try? Lin Baici smiled slightly, his hands not stopping as he continued to perform CPR on Doris. However, the tall blonde woman's chest was too large and full of fat. Lin Baici felt his force being absorbed, unable to reach her heart. Li Yintang was startled, looking at the goldfish floating belly up. To be honest, she was a little tempted. Brother Lin, are you from the Kyushu Security Bureau? There was no reason to hide that. Are you interested in jumping ship and joining our Kowloon Pavilion? Li Yintang's tone was serious. Our ninth uncle likes geniuses like you the most. He will definitely entrust you with important tasks and focus on cultivating you. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. Was this a poaching attempt? What are the benefits? He had heard of the Kowloon Pavilion organization. They were not only the top in Hong Kong, but even across all of Asia. They ranked in the top 3 among non-governmental organizations. There were even rumors that if it really came to a fight, the Kowloon Pavilion could go toe-to-toe with official organizations like the Shizongjing. They were quite powerful, especially in Southeast Asia, where they held significant influence. I can't make the call on that, but I can guarantee it won't be any worse than your current compensation. Li Yintang giggled, crouched down beside Lin Baici, and bumped her shoulder against his arm. Brother Lin, agree to it. We can team up in the future. Do you know what my current compensation is? Lin Baici figured that ninth uncle probably wouldn't be willing to pay a 200 million annual salary to poach him. Your performance is excellent, but the Security Bureau is a place that values seniority. You are so young. You must have just joined, right? Li Yintang's subtext was simple. Even if Lin Baici's current compensation was decent, it was limited. Lin Baici didn't want to continue this topic. If you want to eat that goldfish, hurry up. Once these people wake up, you won't have the chance. That Pogba, is he? Li Yintang extended her right hand and made a throat-slitting gesture. The black man wasn't very bright and could be used as a thug. Doris would likely be determined to cling to Lin Baici's leg after this rule contamination. It was just this Frenchman who was too calculating. Lin Baici gestured toward the door with his chin. Li Yintang looked up, startled. She saw a white man with a mohawk hairstyle, one eye peeking through the gap, staring into the room. It was Jarrod, Pogba's fellow Gaul. Damn it. Li Yintang was taken aback. This mohawk man had been completely silent, just like a ghost. Seeing that he had been discovered, Jarrod walked in openly. Good job, Jarrod smiled, gave Lin Baici a thumbs up, and then knelt beside Pogba. Seeing that he was still breathing, he helped him unbutton his clothes and began performing chest compressions. The physical constitution of God Hunters was still very strong. An ordinary person would have needed to stay in the hospital for several days and receive over a dozen bottles of nutrient solution after such severe oxygen deprivation. But they would be able to stand up on their own very soon. Godlin. Doris could not control her emotions. She hugged Lin Baici and offered a sweet kiss. Lin Baici immediately raised his hand, blocking her. Sorry, I don't like holy crabs with big hips and thick waists. If there really is no other choice, the punk girl nearby would be fine. After all, she is wearing black fishnet stockings, which adds 5 points. My God, Godlin. Thank you. The black brother laughed, showing a mouthful of white teeth, hugged Lin Baici, and patted his back hard. This young man was the most impressive Asian they had encountered since arriving in Korea this time, and he was very handsome. I've decided to make you my friend. When you come to America in the future, we'll go looting together. Ashley Young invited him. He was a multi-millionaire and didn't lack money, but he would still go looting because buying things was just consumption, while looting was a way of life. After thanking Lin Baici, Pogba stood up, walked over to the fish tank on the windowsill, and observed the dead fish. Lin Baici hadn't unplugged the power, so these fish were almost boiled. Fuck. Pogba spat into the fish tank. He had lost a lot of face during this rule-based contamination, and he could only wait to regain his reputation in the next God-forbidden game. I refuse to believe I won't encounter one that I'm good at. Jarrod. Where are those two Siamese? Pogba unplugged the heater to avoid starting a fire, catching rats to collect keys. The two Siamese hadn't come over to watch because they were wary of Jarrod, knowing they wouldn't get a share of the loot. Xiaorao didn't have good intentions either. If Pogba and the others were in poor condition after purifying the rule-based contamination, he wouldn't mind sending them on their way and taking their god-forbidden items. Let's go. Let's go grab the keys. Pogba walked out of the room, fuming with anger. He was full of frustration and decided to take it out on those two Siamese first. The Black Brother and Dorsane looked at Lin Baici, clearly waiting for his orders. Do as you please. Lin Baici walked into the bathroom to wash his hands. Just as he turned off the faucet, Li Yintang entered and hugged him from behind. Brother Lin. The punk girl's hand slid under Lin Baici's shirt, gliding over his abdomen. Damn, these abs. There must be 8 of them, right? Li Yintang felt the lines of Lin Baici's abs becoming more addicted the more she touched them, feeling like she couldn't let go. Lin Baici grabbed the punk girl's hands and pulled them away, then turned to look at her. Although he didn't think the punk girl would ambush him. What if she were a psycho with a gun? Brother Lin, don't move, let me. As Li Yintang spoke, she crouched down, but halfway through, she was grabbed by the collar and lifted up by Lin Baici. If you're bored, go find some keys, Lin Baici said expressionlessly, pushed the punk girl aside, and walked out. You jerk, Li Yintang muttered, giving Lin Baici's back a middle finger. Pretentious. Do you think I'm that easy? I have standards too, however. Being rejected by Lin Baici still made the punk girl very unhappy. No way. I can't swallow this. Lin Baici. I'm determined to have him, even Jesus can't stop me. I said it. Chapter 319. How much is your monthly salary that you're working so hard? Lin Baici glanced at the fish tank on the windowsill. The big-eyed goldfish was floating belly up on the surface of the water. It was likely out of caution that no one had touched it. The god-forbidden items everyone usually encountered were inanimate objects. To suddenly see a living creature like this. Honestly, everyone was very cautious. For ordinary life forms, death meant everything was extinguished. But with god-forbidden items, who could guarantee that this thing wouldn't radiate rule-based contamination even after it was dead? Lin Baici tried to summon the Muscle Buddha, but it didn't work. This indicated that his god-forbidden item was restricted for some unknown reason. Otherwise, he could have placed the goldfish's corpse into the black alms bowl and brought it back to sell. Lin Baici walked out of the room. The Black Brothers waiting outside the door immediately greeted him. They had seen the punk girl follow Lin Baici into the bathroom and assumed they were going to have some fun. So they had come out to wait. Dorsane was resting against the wall and was surprised to see Lin Baici come out. No way, that fast. Could it be that Lin Baici's kidneys aren't up to the task? She immediately realized it wasn't that Lin Baici was a quick shooter, but that he didn't like that skinny girl. Doesn't that mean I have a chance, God Lin? The tall beauty immediately sidled up to Lin Baici, leaned against him, and started rubbing against him, even reaching out to grab his butt. A heavy scent of perfume immediately rushed into his nose, making Lin Baici unable to help but sneeze. Achoo! Lin Baici reached out and pushed Dorsane away. This woman's body odor was too strong. He didn't even need to activate his 100-sense ability to smell it. Where did Pogba and Xiaorao go? Lin Baici asked. He wasn't pretending to be reserved. He just didn't want his first time to be with a girl like Li Yintang. The punk girl was quite pretty, with her black fishnet stockings and camisole, looking cute yet sexy. But she was just too flat-chested. Lin Baici still preferred the Korean girl typed out up ahead. The Black Brothers were quite impressed by Lin Baici's self-control. If Dawson had tried to seduce them, they would have definitely enjoyed themselves first. Lin Baici walked toward 902. He could already hear the sound of an argument on this floor. Besides the people Lin Baici had already met, there were 2 Siamese men from Southeast Asia named Apachai and Sathiga. They weren't stupid either. After catching a rat and dissecting it to retrieve a key, they immediately opened the door to avoid having it snatched away by others. This time, they had found a black leather suitcase filled with many gold bars. They were in the middle of counting them when Pogba kicked it over. The 2 Siamese men only complained under their breath. They didn't dare to make a move, clearly not wanting to provoke Pogba. When Pogba saw Lin Baici appear at the doorway, he immediately ordered Apachai, pack up the gold and give it to God Lin. Why, we found this. Sathiga protested. Unconvinced. According to the rules, the spoils belong to whoever finds them. Sathika glanced at Lin Baici with a look of disdain. Pogba curled his lip. Too lazy to argue with Sathika. He turned his head and asked, Ashley brothers, Dallison, Li Yintang, what do you say? Everything on this floor belongs to God Lin. The tall, statuesque woman pledged her loyalty. God Lin doesn't care for these gold bars. But even if it were excrement, if God Lin doesn't give it to you, you aren't allowed to snatch it. Li Yintang stood with her arms crossed beside Lin Baici, looking just like a guard dog. HMPH, obediently offer the gold bars to God Lin. Don't force us to take action. The Black brothers cracked their knuckles, looking ready for a fight. Apache and Sathika were dumbfounded. This Jujo man had clearly just arrived at the station. How had he managed to subdue these people in such a short time? Were Pogba and Xiaorao just faking how fierce they were before? God Lin, you take these gold bars. Apache immediately put on a smile, squatted on the ground, picked up the gold bars, put them back into the suitcase, and handed it to Lin Baici. My name is Apache, from Chiang Mai. I have quite a few friends from Juzhou. Apache was not tall and had dark skin, not the dark skin of an African, but the kind of tan acquired from years of exposure to the sun in high-latitude regions. He was wearing flip-flops, board shorts, and was shirtless. Sporting a pair of sunglasses with a machete tucked into his waistband, he looked servile, but in the corners of his eyes and brows, there was the aura of a hyena, a ruthless bandit, human trafficker, and smuggler. He is cold-blooded and cruel. If you were to weigh the people he killed before becoming a god hunter, it would be more than all the pork you have eaten in these 18 years. Do not be deceived by his friendly attitude. The gluttonous god's commentary made Lin Baici immediately alert, but he remained calm on the surface. I don't need them. The black alms bowl could not be opened, and carrying so many gold bars would be too cumbersome. Then we won't be polite. Sathika was a miser. Upon hearing this, he immediately snatched the suitcase back and hugged it to his chest. He had been poor for too long and didn't want to give up any money. Aside from god remains, meteor stones, and god taboo items, gold bars could be considered hard currency. They could be converted into cash once taken out the god ruins. The last time he exchanged gold bars, it was 600 yuan per gram. 1 jin was 300,000 yuan. The gold in this suitcase was about 100 jin, which meant 30 million. For a god hunter, this wasn't a huge amount of money, but the key was that it was essentially free. God Lin, why are you being so polite to them? Li Yintang was annoyed. In her view, the gold bars weren't important. Demanding them was about asserting status and letting these people know who was the boss now. Lin Baici didn't care about that. He wanted to find Jin Yingchen and the others as quickly as possible. Squeak, squeak. A faint sound of a rat reached his ears. Lin Baici immediately activated recitation by ear and 100 flavors in a breath. Up ahead, in the third room on the left, Xiaorud's reaction was not slow either. He immediately darted out. Lin Baici strode forward. Inside the room, on an office desk, a palm-sized rat was half buried in a bag of potato chips, stealing snacks. I found it first. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Xiaorud shouted and lunged toward the desk. Go to hell. Xiaorud flicked his right hand, and a gleaming silver dinner knife shot out. The knife pierced the chip bag and stuck into the desk. The rat nimbly turned and dodged the flying knife, then quickly dashed toward the corner of the wall, trying to crawl under the bed to escape. Fuck! Xiaorud cursed and threw a second knife. But a giant hand condensed from divine power whistled past him and slapped the rat onto the floor like a fly. Splat! Flesh and blood splattered. When the giant hand moved away, there was a meat patty on the floor with a key in the middle. Xiaorud looked back. Lin Baici stood at the doorway, calm and composed, having easily snatched the key without any rush. What kind of divine grace is that? Dallison asked curiously. Claw of the Reaper. Grabbing the dragon claw hand, Li Yintang giggled. Dallison, go clean the key. Lin Baici had saved the tall woman earlier just to have a laborer. Dallison shrugged her shoulders, not daring to refuse, and obediently went to do it. Good. Xiaorud gave Lin Baici a thumbs up. You win, gurgle. Lin Baici's stomach growled. He felt a slight sense of hunger. He sensed carefully. God Lin. Dallison returned and handed the key to Lin Baici. It's 9021. There was a number on the key, representing the room number, HMM. Lin Baici took it, intending to go take a look. After walking more than 10 meters, footsteps suddenly echoed in the corridor. Tap, 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 tap. Everyone was startled and immediately hid in the nearest open room. God, Lin, come quickly. After entering the room, the tall woman urged him immediately. What's going on? Lin Baici rubbed his stomach. The hunger was intensifying. Could it be brought on by the owner of these footsteps? Quick! Hide! The knocking ghost is here. Seeing that Lin Baici didn't understand and was still looking back, Li Yintong hurriedly pushed him hard, running toward a nearby door. The knocking ghost, Lin Baici frowned. Are you talking about the kind of monster that was making the knocking sounds earlier? Yes. After Li Yintong pushed Lin Baici inside, she immediately closed the door and locked it. Have you seen what it looks like? Lin Baici asked, curious. No. Li Yintong curled her lip. We aren't stupid. Why would we take that risk? It won't be too late to fight the knocking ghost after we finish searching the rooms and can't find any clues to get out. This was indeed the most logical plan. Lin Baici wanted to ask more, but a knocking sound echoed through the corridor. Knock, 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 knock. Li Yintong hurriedly pressed her index finger to her lips, making a shushing gesture. The meaning was self-evident. Don't alert it. Lin Baici pondered whether he should kill a knocking ghost to see what would happen. It might drop an item, otherwise, if they had to catch mice to find keys to open doors, how long would this take? He was worried that Huo Yu and Jin Yingjin couldn't afford to wait and might get hurt. The monster outside the door will drop a master key upon being killed, which can open all the doors on this floor, the gluttonous god commented. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow, preparing to take a gamble. Suddenly, his belt loosened, and a soft, fair hand slid into his underwear along his lower abdomen. What the hell? Lin Baici was startled. His right hand reflexively pressed against his lower abdomen, and he looked down, staring at Li Yintong. What are you doing? The delinquent girl's right hand was tugging at Lin Baici's belt. SHH. Li Yintong whispered softly. That knocking ghost will probably mess around for 20 minutes or so before leaving. Since we're bored, why not have some fun? It's a good way to pass the time. Come on, let's go to the bathroom. Keep the noise down as much as possible. After saying this, the delinquent girl started walking toward the bathroom, pulling Lin Baici along. Take your hand out. Lin Baici was speechless. Was this delinquent girl really this open? And your technique for undoing a belt is way too practiced. Who knows how many holy swords you've gripped before? Lin Baici couldn't help but think of Huo Yu as a streamer. She often made suggestive jokes, but her actual experience was zero. She was as pure as they come. Why are you being so fierce? Li Yintong pouted, feeling wronged. I've only dated 2 boyfriends, and they both died in the god's ruins. You don't need to be jealous. I'm not jealous. For heaven's sake. Lin Baici was annoyed. Get lost. Knock, 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 knock. The knocking ghost had arrived and was knocking on the door. Li Yintong's body tensed, and she hurriedly signaled to Lin Baici. SHH. Lin Baici ignored the delinquent girl, preparing to go out and fight the monster. What are you doing? Li Yintong was terrified, her whole body going numb. You idiot, what are you doing? He wasn't actually going to fight the monster, was he? Does he have to be this reckless, brother Lin? How much does the Kyushu Security Bureau pay you a month to be this desperate? Isn't sleeping with a pretty girl better? Lin Baici flicked his wrist and threw the bronze sword. However, the Dragon Tooth King's sword didn't fly out this time. It simply pierced through the door panel and stuck there. But Lin Baici had anticipated this and wasn't discouraged. As he threw the bronze sword, he also rushed out and kicked the door. The immense force kicked the entire door off its hinges, sending it flying straight out to slam into the wooden door opposite. Wood splinters flew everywhere. Lin Baici rolled, grabbed the bronze sword that had been jarred loose, and slashed at the monster nearby. The monster was very short and had 2 legs. It was likely a person, but it was draped in a white sheet that hung down to its calves. On the sheet were 2 pitch black holes, like whirlpools. If a person looked at them, it felt as if their soul could be sucked inside. The knocking ghost had no weight at all. Like a plastic bag blown away by a strong wind, it flew more than 10 meters away with a swoosh and then hovered there. Its feet were off the ground, toes drooping. Pogba and Xiaorao in the opposite room were dumbfounded. God Lin, what are you doing? Pogba was shocked. He was actually taking the initiative to fight the monster. Actually, this was fine. Dragging it out might mean missing an opportunity. But the problem was, could you not involve us? Crazy enough. Sharaud was impressed. Truly, youth is reckless. He doesn't even know how to write the word death. Everyone, come out and fight the monster, Li Yintong shouted, lying at the doorway to watch. Is this a god-forbidden item? Pogba frowned. Don't let it touch you, or your skin will be peeled off. Physical weapons cannot cause it damage. Hearing this, Lin Baici immediately gave up on charging and slashing, turning to run back instead. Seeing this, the knocking ghost immediately gave chase. Damn it! Li Yintong was startled and hurriedly came out to chase after Lin Baici. She was worried about being trapped in the room by the knocking ghost. Pogba and Sharaud thought the same. Lin Baici remembered the room where the tall foreign woman, the Black brothers, and the two Siamese people were hiding. As he rushed over, he swung his sword directly. Crack, crack, the door broke. The Black brothers and the others had been paying attention to the commotion outside. Now that the door was broken, they didn't dare stay inside and ran out cursing. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Baici had performed well earlier and they didn't dare provoke him, they would have started swearing at him by now. Kyoshu man, you provoked this monster. You deal with it, Su Taijia shouted in complaint. This guy was truly damned. Once he found a chance, he would kill him and sleep with his woman. Lin Baici glanced at him and extended his left hand. Grasp of death, swish. The giant hand condensed from divine power was like a cobra hunting, shooting towards Su Taijia in a flash. Su Taijia tried to dodge, but that massive hand was too fast, and the narrow corridor offered little room for evasion. Su Taijia was grabbed and then thrown toward the knocking ghost. Thatcher, help me. Su Taijia hurriedly called for reinforcements. He hated Lin Baici, but he couldn't afford to attack him. Survival was the priority. He flipped his right hand, pulled a dagger from his pants, and slashed 3 times in quick succession at the knocking ghost. The sharp blade glided over the white sheet without leaving a single wound, which caused Su Taijia's expression to change drastically. The effect of his rule relic could not be activated, which greatly reduced his combat effectiveness. Apache did not move. Although he and Su Taijia called each other brothers, they were merely friends bound by mutual interest. He would never risk his life for him. In fact, no one moved. Their selfishness had reached its peak. Lin Baici took advantage of Su Taijia's stalling the knocking ghost to unleash his ultimate move. Floating Life Night Rain. Wild Buddha blows out the lamp. Chapter 320. This is my hunting ground. In the corridor, cold winds gusted, and a night rain began to fall, drizzling like ox hair onto the ground, instantly moistening everything. Fcuk. Pogba wiped the rainwater from his face, his expression one of shock, and immediately rushed behind Lin Baici. Although he did not know what kind of divine favor this was, his experience and intuition told him it was powerful. If he were to take this head-on, he would definitely die. The doll perched on his shoulder also jumped up, its 2 small hands grabbing his hair as it shrieked at the top of its lungs. The look of terror on the doll's face was vivid and lifelike. The Black brother felt an instinctive sense of dread and took off running. Seeing this, Apache was suddenly alarmed. He had originally intended to run behind Lin Baici, but fearing an attack, he kicked open a nearby door and dived inside. Better to hide for now. The tall foreign woman was a notch lower in strength and couldn't fully grasp the extent of Lin Baici's power. But since so many people were fleeing, she figured running was never the wrong choice. When the night rain, capable of shattering banana leaves, poured onto Su Taijiia and the knocking ghost, a ball of flame erupted on both of their heads. Whoosh, whoosh. They looked like 2 human-shaped torches. A solemn and majestic great Buddha appeared behind Lin Baici, then suddenly opened its eyes and blew a breath of air. Whoosh! The night rain drifted, a half-life of turbulence like a dream, as the breath swept past Su Taijiia and the knocking ghost. The flames on their heads were extinguished, just like tallow candles blown out by a draft through a broken window. Without any warning, Su Taijiia rolled his eyes back and fell straight to the ground like a log. No bleeding, no screaming. He had died suddenly. The knocking ghost met the same fate, but after it died, its entire body began to rot rapidly, visible to the naked eye, and a foul stench immediately permeated the corridor. Damn it all! Li Yintong felt her hair stand on end. She hunched over and quickly retreated a distance, fearing she might be killed by this Buddha statue. What kind of background does this kid have? Could he be a rookie carefully cultivated by the Kyushu Security Bureau? Pogba, the black brother, and the tall foreign woman were all dumbfounded. They had guessed this divine favor would be strong, but they hadn't expected it to be this strong, instantly killing both Suthaiga and the knocking ghost. Maybe the monster was just too weak. After Pogba carefully examined Lin Baici's overly young face, he suddenly comforted himself. There was no other way. If he didn't think this way, he would be miserable to death. Because he was 35 this year and had been a god hunter for 9 years, yet he still hadn't obtained such an explosive divine favor. It was as if he had lived his life in vain. Lin Baici endured the stench and walked to the corpses to collect his spoils. He picked up the sheet and shook it vigorously. Clatter, clatter. Some viscous blood and flesh fell off, and the smell became even more pungent, drilling into his nasal cavity like an electric drill. Li Yintong, who had followed, leaned against the wall, wanting to vomit. Apache poked his head out of the door, took a glance, and then hissed, drawing in a cold breath. Terrifying, indeed, in the divine ruins. One should be a bit kinder to others and not always think about killing. In fact, Apache was very angry. The corridor was narrow, and Lin Baici had unleashed his ultimate move, which would affect others. He had originally planned to join forces with Pogba to confront Lin Baici and at least squeeze some benefits out of him. But now he didn't dare to at all. God Lin, what kind of divine favor is this? So powerful, the black brother exclaimed. Which dragon-level hunter led you during your debut battle? May I ask their name? I might know them. Pogba said this partly to probe Lin Baici and partly to show off his connections. With such a powerful divine favor, Pogba never imagined that Lin Baici had cleared the divine ruins alone. Because such a feat was too exaggerated, there must have been a dragon-level god hunter leading the team. Everyone pricked up their ears, feeling very curious. I don't know any dragon levels, Lin Baici replied casually. Amidst the flesh and blood, he saw a key, and during the nausea, he picked it up and then entered the bathroom of the nearby room to wash it. What does God Lin mean by that? The tall foreign woman was puzzled. Could he be a wild god hunter? Pogba was surprised. No team would ever let their own cultivated god hunter enter a divine ruins alone. Hey, God Lin slaughtered your compatriot. Don't you have any thoughts on that? Jarrod teased Apache. I wasn't close to Suthaiga, Apache said with an expressionless face. Lin Baici came out with the clean key and walked along the corridor, and everyone immediately followed. What door does this key open? Pogba wanted to take the key to study it. In fact, everyone wanted to. There are no numbers on this key, Li Yintong analyzed. Does that mean it can open all the doors? If that is the case, then God Lin has really struck gold, the foreign woman said with envy. According to the unspoken rule, since Lin Baici opened the door, he was entitled to scavenge for loot first. Only after he had his fill would others be qualified to take what remained. As Lin Baici passed by a room, his stomach did not growl, but he could sense a feeling of hunger, much like the craving for a meat sandwich after waking up and brushing his teeth in the morning. This indicated that there was something good in the room, at least a divine relic. However, Lin Baici did not want people to know he possessed the ability to detect divine relics. So, he walked straight past it and arrived in front of a locked door. Opened the door, enter search, in just 3 minutes. Lin Baici came back out. Everyone was immediately eager to try. But since Lin Baici had not yet spoken, no one dared to go in and search. Go ahead. Lin Baici waved his hand and walked toward the next room. Brother Lin, you should search a bit more carefully. If you miss something valuable, it would be a huge loss. Li Yintong followed by Lin Baici's side, whispering her advice. Aren't you going in to take a look? Lin Baici was surprised. The delinquent girl was acting too much like a tag-along. No matter how powerful a divine relic is, it is not as valuable as you. I would rather spend my time building our friendship. Li Yintong giggled, gave him a flirtatious wink, and then hugged Lin Baici's arm. Are you really not interested in having a go? The delinquent girl hugged him very tightly, but unfortunately, she was as flat as a steamed bun, and the tactile sensation was lacking. If this had been Jong Daxia or the Korean girl, it would surely have felt amazing. Are you of legal age? Lin Baici retorted. A girl who knows how to adapt to circumstances is a talent. She can be kept and used like a hunting dog. Li Yintong, 19 years old, and married, one past relationship. And I have never had an abortion. The delinquent girl giggled and reached out to touch Lin Baici's abdominal muscles. I want to indulge myself for you. The kind where I don't take birth control pills. Lin Baici swatted Li Yintong's hand away. Gurgle. His stomach suddenly growled, and a sense of hunger surged up instantly. Lin Baici stopped, looked left and right, and inserted the key into the lock of the door on the right, only to find that this door had already been opened. Who has been in here? Lin Baici turned the doorknob and pushed the door open to enter. Apachai. Li Yintong followed him in. Those two Thai guys don't talk much, but they search very diligently. They are the ones who have found the most keys. They say Asians are incredibly competitive and live under immense pressure. It turns out to be true. Damn it. They are even competitive when exploring a divine ruin. The layout of the room was the same as the one where Lin Baici had woken up, but this one had an extra television, and there were several rag dolls on the bed. Lin Baici looked around and activated his breath of 100 flavors. Sniff, sniff, achoo. There is dust in the room. Lin Baici rubbed his nose, walked over to the single bed, and picked up a small brown teddy bear. A red rope was tied around the doll, making it look like a bondage game. It was quite sinister. God, Lin, I know this binding method too. Li Yintong bumped her shoulder against Lin Baici. If you want to learn, not only can I teach you, but I can also be your model. Thanks, but no thanks. As Lin Baici spoke, he stabbed his bronze sword into the doll. Squelch. Lin Baici gripped the hilt and pulled hard, ripping the teddy bear open. A large clump of cotton stuffing spilled out like internal organs. Li Yintong was not stupid, seeing Lin Baici's actions. Her spirit was immediately piqued. Is there something good inside? As Lin Baici was pulling out the cotton, Pogba and the black brother arrived. God, Lin, there is nothing in this room. We searched it earlier. Let's go to the next. Pogba wanted to advise Lin Baici not to waste time and to hurry to the next room. But halfway through his sentence, he froze, because Lin Baici had pulled a stone the size of a mandarin orange from the teddy bear's belly. It was spherical, pale blue, covered in strange patterns, and exuding a faint glow. Oh my God, meteor stone, the foreign woman exclaimed. This was a priceless meteor stone, a trophy in a divine ruin second only to divine remains in value. This item was hard currency in the hunter circle. After being refined through special processes to extract divine energy and minted into meteor coins, it was a universal currency recognized by divine hunters of all nations. The black brother stared at the meteor stone in Lin Baici's hand, feeling incredibly envious. Why didn't I find this meteor stone when I searched this room yesterday? What a pity. Apachai came over, and upon seeing this scene, he was stunned. And then he felt like killing someone to vent his frustration. That meteor stone should have been mine. Apachai, are you very angry? Jiro leaned in close to the Siamese man's ear and whispered a taunt. He hoped that Apachai and Lin Baici would fight, making it easier for him to reap the benefits as the third party. If my eyes aren't as sharp as others, there is nothing to say. Apachai gave a bitter smile, but he sneered in his heart, feeling completely unbothered. A meteor stone is something that cannot be consumed directly, otherwise, even a dragon-level divine hunter would be corrupted by the divine energy, lose their human form, and turn into a mass of dead flesh. This divine ruin has not ended yet. It is not yet certain who will have the last laugh. Lin Baici put the meteor stone into his backpack and headed toward the next room. He guessed that some people would be coveting this item, but they were destined to be disappointed. He would find a place where no one was around later and eat it. Lin Baici walked a few steps and stood in front of a room, hesitating for a moment. Before he could speak, Jiro spoke up first. Lin, I found the key to open this room. Before Jiro had even finished speaking, he had already darted inside, intending to search it again. His subtext was self-evident. He was qualified to take the loot first. Li Yintong said with disdain, your eyes aren't sharp enough. Even if you search for another day, it will be useless. The delinquent girl had underestimated Jiru's lack of integrity. Jiru rushed straight to the bed and tore the bedding apart. He even intended to open up the computer case, although the odds were slim. What if there was a meteorite stone inside? Doing this was quite embarrassing. But if he could find a single meteorite stone, it would definitely be worth it. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders and continued walking forward. After spending 5 minutes poking around into rooms, he arrived in front of the room that had previously triggered his sense of hunger and opened the door. There was no need to rely on intuition anymore. On the desk, right next to the keyboard, sat a black wooden box the size of a palm and 3 centimeters high. "Look!" Dorasane shouted. She excitedly trotted forward a few steps, then quickly stopped and turned back to urge, "God Lin, hurry and see what is inside." The tall, statuesque woman wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, feeling a lingering fear. She wasn't close with Lin Baici, and this action could easily be mistaken as an attempt to snatch the spoils, which might provoke an attack from him. She didn't have the confidence to defeat Lin Baici right now, however. She noticed that Lin Baici had no intention of attacking. Whether it was because he was confident that no one could snatch it away or because he was simply broad-minded, Lin Baici opened the wooden box. Inside were several badges the size of 1 yuan coins. The badges were shaped like the number 9. "What is the use of this thing?" the black brother, not accustomed to using his brain, asked directly. "It represents the floor," Pogba guessed. "Does wearing this badge allow us to leave this floor?" Hearing this, everyone looked at Lin Baici with eager eyes. Li Yintang was very calm. With so many badges, she would surely be able to get one, right? "You can go downstairs now. Only a massive hunting ground is worthy of the status of a top-tier predator. The badge must be worn on the left side of the chest. If the position is wrong, you will intermittently lose your sense of direction, become directionally challenged, and have a high probability of tripping on flat ground." There were 9 badges in total. After Lin Baici checked them and found they were all the same, he picked one and tossed it to Li Yintang. The punt girl caught it and immediately hugged Lin Baici, planting a kiss on his cheek. "Thank you, Brother Lin." The punt girl pinned the badge to the left side of her chest. "How'd Lin? Give me one too, please." Dorasane clasped her hands together and pleaded in a low voice. Lin Baici tossed one to the tall woman. "Thank you, God Lin." Dorasane put on the badge, though she pinned it to the right side of her chest. Lin Baici did not remind her. After giving the black brother 2 badges, he put one on himself as well. All right, it was time to go downstairs and explore. Pogba hadn't received a badge and felt distressed. Just as he was hesitating whether to pay a price to trade for one, Apache had already spoken up. "God Lin, give me a badge, and I can be your hired muscle. No matter what loot we encounter, you get first pick." Apache was quicker than Pogba to recognize reality. The rooms on this floor had mostly been opened, and it was estimated that there wasn't much good stuff left. If these badges granted the qualification to go to other floors, their value was immense. Apache had considered how long it would take for him to catch rats, obtain keys, and find a badge. By then, the good items on other floors would likely have been picked clean by Lin Baici. Exploring with such an expert was too depressing. It wasn't that he wasn't capable, it was just that the enemy was too strong, and he had no choice but to take the loss. "God Lin, give me one too." Pogba had also figured it out. I'll for the same conditions as him. Chapter 321 The Oppressive Presence of God Lin. Pogba and Apache were not kind-hearted people. They had considered killing for loot, but they gave up on the idea because they couldn't win. Lin Baici's ability to instantly kill the knocking ghost and the divine grace of Sutaijio was enough to deter any petty villains. Not to mention that the recent goldfish pollution incident proved that his intelligence was also quite formidable. People like this were best left alone. If you offended them, you had to crush them immediately. Otherwise, you were just inviting big trouble for yourself. Lin Baici glanced at the 2 of them and tossed over 2 badges. "Thank you, God Lin." Apache thanked him solemnly. At the very least, he gave him enough superficial respect. Pogba had thought Lin Baici would need to deliberate, but he hadn't expected him to be so straightforward, not even mentioning any additional conditions. This magnanimity made him somewhat impressed. "Holy cow!" Li Yintang exclaimed. Lin Baici's behavior was truly dashing. It carried an air of dominance that suggested he wasn't afraid of them breaking their word at all. In the eyes of others, obtaining the badges would surely lead to maximizing one's own interests, but Lin Baici didn't, as if he looked down on these meager gains. The black brothers looked at each other, seeing the joy on each other's faces, and couldn't help but bump fists. Choosing to latch onto this Jujo man's the earlier had been an incredibly wise decision. Let's go. Lin Baici didn't waste any time and walked toward the west side of the floor. There were 3 staircases on the entire 9th floor, one at each end, east and west, and one in the center. Lin Baici planned to go down to the 8th floor from the west side, search the rooms one by one, and then leave from the east staircase to enter the next level. Lin Baici walked to the staircase and descended 5 steps when the gourmet spoke. Go upstairs, go upstairs, go upstairs. Lin Baici changed his mind and headed upstairs. Li Yintang and the other 7 were extremely cautious. Previously, when they had tried to leave the floor, they had walked about 7 steps before hitting an invisible electric net. Although they didn't die, they were shocked until their entire bodies went numb, and the tall woman had even lost control of her bladder, wetting her pants. This time, everyone walked past the staircase safely. Phew. Dora-san let out a sigh of relief. No electric shock. It seems this badge is indeed the pass. I wonder how many floors this building has, and how many god hunters there are. Jiro brushed the hair from his forehead, his expression worried. I wonder if our exploration progress is fast or slow. Be content. Li Yintong pouted. If it weren't for God Lin, we'd still be downstairs catching rats. The delinquent girl felt annoyed, always feeling that these people were taking advantage of her. She now considered herself Lin Baici's lackey, and of course, upgrading to his girl would be even better. So she felt that any advantage taken of Lin Baici was her own loss. Everyone followed Lin Baici up to the 10th floor. From 30 meters away, they saw a youth with a buzz cut and hip-hop attire shouting at a room door. Open the door, hurry up, the hip-hop guy shouted while pounding on the door with force. He was worried about being punished if he damaged the door, otherwise he would have kicked it to pieces long ago. Further away, there was a man and a woman wearing matching couple outfits, smoking while leaning against the wall and chatting, glancing at the hip-hop youth from time to time. What an idiot. When doing bad things, you shouldn't let people see it. His desire to sleep with that woman is written all over his face, the boyfriend said with disdain. But that woman is clearly a novice. She probably won't be able to escape. The girlfriend inhaled the cigarette smoke deeply into her lungs, held it for a moment, and then exhaled. That woman is quite pretty, especially those long legs. I'd want to play with them for a year just looking at them. What about you? Don't you have any thoughts of playing the hero to save the beauty? Are you kidding? I only love you. The boyfriend immediately raised 3 fingers on his left hand. I can swear to it. Pa, a man's mouth is a lying ghost. Although the girlfriend cursed, her eyes and the corners of her mouth were filled with smiles, clearly very satisfied with this answer. We haven't seen a rat for half an hour. Why don't we go back to our room and get some exercise? The boyfriend suggested, casually putting his arm around his girlfriend's shoulder. Just as they were about to return to their room, he looked up and saw Lin Baici's group coming up from the east side. What the hell? What's going on? Why are there so many people? The boyfriend was surprised. After a day of exploration, they discovered that they could only leave after killing rats and finding a badge bearing the number of the current floor. A day had passed, and only Brother Xiang had found one. The others were still fumbling in the dark. Now that so many strangers had appeared, it meant their exploration progress was faster and they were more capable. The hip-hop guy suddenly saw so many people and looked startled. When he caught a glimpse of Pogba in the crowd, he immediately smiled. Hey Pogba, the hip-hop guy waved to greet him. He was a member of the Great Britain God Hunter Group 21 points and was an old acquaintance of Pogba. Who are these people? The hip-hop guy asked about the situation, his gaze lingering on Li Yintang for a while. Having grown accustomed to Western women, he had recently developed a liking for Asian girls. Hunters on the same floor, Pogba replied casually. What are you doing? Let me tell you. I found a top-tier woman. Those legs, that chest. It's perfect, simply the golden ratio. The hip-hop guy chuckled. Pogba felt depressed and snuck a glance at Lin Baici. Fuck, if you say that, you'll make God Lin question my character. Exploring the god ruins is like dancing on the edge of a knife, with a very high risk of death. Therefore, most god hunters are under immense pressure, coupled with the possession of God-given powers that transcend ordinary people. Many of them completely disregard secular laws, regulations, and ethics. As long as they are happy, that is all that matters. What kind of people are on this floor? Apache asked. Before the hip-hop guy could answer, a roar rang out. Ben White. What are you doing? A man in his 30s, wearing jeans and a t-shirt with a scruffy beard, came up from the middle staircase. Seeing the hip-hop guy blocking the door of the Korean girl, he immediately rushed over. Fuck. The hip-hop guy named Ben White was annoyed and spat on the ground. He hadn't expected this golden Xiang to return so quickly, but he wasn't panicked. With Pogba there, it was 2 against 1, a guaranteed win. Brother Xiang. Li Yintong quickly greeted him. Yintong. Golden Xiang hadn't expected to see the delinquent girl, but the top priority was to confirm if the Korean girl was alright. Ms. Jin, are you okay? When Lin Baici heard the words Ms. Jin, his eyebrows immediately arched. Could it be Jin Yingxin? Ms. Jin, don't worry. I will definitely protect you. After Golden Xiang finished speaking, he stared at the hip-hop guy. You'd better pretend you didn't see anything, close your eyes, and get lost. Ben White threatened, then walked over to Pogba and put his arm around his shoulder. Pogba, you owe me a favor from back in the capital of Han City, and I want it now. Is it worth it for a woman? Pogba said helplessly. If you had seen her, you would make the same choice as me. Ben White whistled and mocked Golden Xiang. It's not too late for you to get lost now. Golden Xiang's expression turned grave. 1-on-1 was no problem, but 2-on-1 would likely result in a loss, although Ms. Jin was very beautiful. Risking his life for her didn't seem worth it. After all, if he won, he would likely be injured. And in this 10-year level god ruin, being injured meant a decrease in survival rate. Li Yintong had high emotional intelligence. Seeing Golden Xiang hesitate, she immediately stepped in to smooth things over. Brother Xiang, which room is yours? Take me to see it, the delinquent girl said, grabbing Golden Xiang's arm and trying to pull him away. Golden Xiang dragged his feet. Yintong, Ms. Jin is really so beautiful. I feel like I found true love. How many true loves have you had? Li Yintong didn't believe these words. Golden Xiang was the little prince of nightclubs. You hesitated just now, which means you don't love her, so give it up. Golden Xiang thought about it carefully, and she was right. But it felt so painful. Haha. Ben White laughed heartily, cursed him for being a coward, and then shouted toward the inside of the door. Did you hear that? Even Golden Xiang has given up on you? You're finished, Yingxin. Is that you? Lin Baici asked loudly. Appa. A cry of surprise echoed from inside the room, followed by the door being flung open with a bang. A Korean girl with long, slender legs that reached the perfect golden ratio appeared in the doorway. Ms. Jin. Huang Jingshan looked awkward, but Jin Yingxin didn't pay him any mind at all. Damn it all to hell. Seeing Jin Yingxin, Li Yintong felt so depressed she nearly coughed up a mouthful of old blood. How is this girl so pretty? Now there is even less chance for me to sleep with Lin Baici. So annoying. Pogba felt his head throbbing. This was trouble. The woman Ben White had been bullying was a friend of God Lin. He had just promised to be Lin Baici's hired muscle. But even if he didn't step in, Ben White probably wouldn't be a match for Lin Baici. Not to mention the fact that the Black Brothers and Apache were also there. You guys know each other. Ben White had barely finished his question when he let out a miserable scream. A sharp blade suddenly pierced his ribs. Before he could even understand what was happening, his friend Pogba, who was standing right next to him, suddenly threw a punch. Bang! Bang! Ben White took 3 consecutive punches to the chest. His ribs shattered, and half of his chest caved in. Then, with a trip takedown, Pogba grabbed him by the hair and slammed him onto the ground. What is going on? Huang Jingshan was completely bewildered. He hadn't expected the white guy who had been acting like brothers with Ben White just a moment ago to suddenly launch a sneak attack. Is it because of this guy from Juzhou? Huang Jingshan looked at Lin Baici and quietly asked Li Yintong beside him. What is his background, you damn loser? How dare you touch Godlin's friend? I will hack you to death. Li Yintong cursed loudly. With a flick of her wrist, a butterfly knife appeared in her hand. She slashed twice in a blur, and the next second, two sprays of blood erupted from the back of the hip-hop guy's ankles, each leaving a centimeter-deep wound. The hip-hop guy screamed in agony. Huang Jingshan was dumbfounded. You were just telling me to keep the peace a moment ago. So why are you doing it yourself now, and so ruthlessly? He bullied Godlin's friend. Li Yintong was furious. I can't stand it. Is our friendship made of plastic? Huang Jingshan wanted to complain. He had known Li Yintong for a full 5 years. But when he ran into trouble, the delinquent girl hadn't shown any intention of helping. Huang Jingshan glanced at Lin Baici. Damn it. Being handsome really means you can do whatever you want. Pogbo, Ben White roared, his anger ready to explode. He wished he could swallow Pogbo live right there on the spot. I am doing this for your own good. If you fall into Godlin's hands, you will definitely wish you were dead, Pogba explained. You move too fast. Yeah, leave some for us too, the Black brothers complained. Apache stroked the edge of his dog-leg knife, staring at Ben White and then glancing at the others, his gaze cold and bloodthirsty. What is this kid's status? The boyfriend from the couple was shocked. These people clearly weren't part of the same team. Yet now they were all trying to curry favor with this young man. This showed that he was very powerful. What are you spacing out for? Hurry over and pay your respects, the girlfriend urged him. She even extinguished her cigarette and popped a piece of gum into her mouth to avoid being looked down upon by that handsome guy for having bad breath. Lin Baici hadn't expected Pogba to be so ruthless either. He had actually considered letting everyone attack together after all. There was no reason not to use free muscle, but Pogba had been way too fast. Jin Yingzhen's gaze was filled with adoration. Oppa is truly amazing. Even though they had only been separated for a few hours, he had already gathered a team. Are you the only one here? Lin Baici asked, snapping his left fingers. Without any warning, Ben White's head exploded like a watermelon hit by a shotgun, spraying blood, gore, and brain matter everywhere. This scene made everyone present feel their hearts skip a beat. Was that done by Godlin? What a stealthy divine ability. Is this a show of force? All sorts of thoughts swirled through the minds of those present. Pogba looked at Ben White's corpse and felt relieved that he had made the right choice. Godlin, I am Huang Jingshan. Huang Jingshan laughed as he walked up to Lin Baici and reached out enthusiastically. You can call me Brother Xiang. Li Yintong kicked Huang Jingshan in the shin. What are you talking about? Whose brother Xiang are you? Li Yintong rolled her eyes. She knew Huang Jingshan was just using a casual self-introduction and didn't mean to take advantage of Lin Baici. But what if it was misunderstood? Hello, I am Lin Baici. Lin Baici shook Huang Jingshan's hand and instructed the others. You all go explore on your own. I have things to do. Lin Baici pulled Jin Yingzhen back into the room and closed the door. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Godlin, time is tight now. You can catch up while exploring the floor, Pogba advised. Damn, it's definitely going to be a wild night in there now. The delinquent girl felt annoyed. Why wasn't she the one accompanying Lin Baici? What do we do now? The Black brothers looked at Pogba. Any ideas? Do whatever you want. Pogba found a room to go in and rest, waiting for Lin Baici to come out. He couldn't be bothered to explore. He had spent all of yesterday struggling, and it hadn't been as efficient as Lin Baici's few hours. So why waste the energy? Besides, even if he found something good, if Lin Baici asked for it, would he give it up or not? If he didn't, the Black brothers and the others would surely attack him just to please Lin Baici. Are you the only one on this floor? Lin Baici saw that Jin Yingzhen had no injuries and felt relieved. The Korean girl explained. After I got off the train and woke up, I was here. I went out intending to find you guys, but I saw that man in the hip-hop style had a strange look in his eyes. So I hid back in the room before Huang Jingshan left. Just thinking about it felt dangerous. And Jin Yingzhen couldn't help but hug Lin Baici tightly. Oppa, take my first time. The Korean girl kissed Lin Baici's lips. I don't want to die with regrets. Chapter 322 Rule Contamination erupts again. Jin Yingzhen admitted that she had underestimated the God Ruins. The few times she had experienced the God Ruins before, she had been with Lin Baici. Although there were risks of death, Every danger had been turned into safety. Because Lin Baici had shouldered everything, Jin Yingzhen had never faced the pressure of life and death directly. Now, after being separated from Lin Baici, she realized that what was dangerous in the God ruins was not just the God-forbidden items, but also the God hunters. However, if Jin Yingzhen had to choose again, she would still follow Lin Baici inside. In life, there should be some things you are willing to risk your life for. And for Jin Yingzhen, she wanted to possess Lin Baici. Appa. Jin Yingzhen kissed Lin Baici, her hands hugging him even tighter, wanting to knead herself into his body. As the daughter of a chaebol family, Jin Yingzhen had not personally experienced the affairs between men and women, but she had seen too much of it. After all, in this circle, there were many second-generation heirs who played very wildly and perversely. Yingzhen. Lin Baici actually didn't resist this kind of thing anymore. First, exploring the God ruins was truly gambling with his life. He couldn't guarantee that he would be able to successfully purify the rule contamination every time. If he died while still a virgin, that would be too much of a loss. Second, walking on the edge of death caused Lin Baici to accumulate great mental pressure, and he also needed to relax and decompress. Women, smoking, alcoholism, gambling, playing alphabet games, and even killing. Most God hunters would become addicted to one or several of these. Third, Lin Baici did not reject Jin Yingzhen. If he had to say he liked her, it might not be much, but his desire was definitely not small. As a normal man, facing such an outstanding Korean girl, he really didn't have much resistance. However, because they were friends, Lin Baici didn't want to hurt Jin Yingzhen. He reached out, pressed his hand against the Korean girl's forehead, and pushed her head away. Each floor badge only allows you to go to 2 floors anymore, and you will be electrocuted. Jiu Hongniao should be able to protect herself. Lin Baici was worried about Huoyu's safety and wanted to search for her, but this comment from the gluttonous god made him frown. This meant he could only go to 1 more floor, and to be honest, without knowing how many floors there were, trying to find Huoyu directly was purely a matter of luck. Unless the gluttonous god gave a hint, you are really a disgrace to men. Hesitating when a feast is delivered to your door, eat her, eat her, eat her. The gluttonous god urged him, clearly having no intention of telling Lin Baici which floor Huoyu was on. Found a useless dog that can't even get it up. The gluttonous god's commentary began to turn into personal attacks. Pointing its spearhead directly at Lin Baici was annoyed, but he hadn't lost his mind. He looked into the Korean girl's eyes. Yingzhen, I hope you understand that I like you, but it hasn't reached the level of falling in love with you. Haha. Jin Yingzhen laughed, her moist, large eyes squinting into slits. Appa. I am not Cinderella from a fairy tale. I have never longed for a pure and happy love. Do you understand? If you love me, feel happy. If you don't love me, it doesn't matter, because at this moment, I have already obtained you. Ordinary men would be unfaithful, and able to help but fantasize about a romantic encounter when seeing a beautiful woman, let alone a man like Lin Baici, who had high looks, high status, and would definitely not lack women chasing after him. The men in Jin Yingzhen's family, even the ugliest distant cousin, had several women. Appa. Jin Yingzhen kissed Lin Baici on the cheek. In the room opposite Jin Yingzhen, Li Yintong sat in front of the computer, boredly watching a movie, while Huan Jingxiang was in a daze, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the door across the hall. It started. Li Yintong curled her lips. What? Huan Jingxiang was stunned, then reacted. Li Yintong had a divine grace that enhanced her hearing, clearly. She had heard some kind of sound. Why isn't it me accompanying Brother Lin? The delinquent girl grabbed her hair hard, full of annoyance. I've never seen you like this before. Huan Jingxiang was surprised. The delinquent girl didn't go to nightclubs any less than he did. That's because I hadn't met a man as strong as Brother Lin, Li Yintong sighed. If he agreed to be my boyfriend, I would tattoo his name all over my body. I think he would prefer to see your thighs covered in tally marks. As soon as Huan Jingxiang finished speaking, he was hit on the head by Li Yintong with a mouse. Do you want to die? The delinquent girl was irritable. Damn it, do you really like him? Huan Jingxiang stopped joking because he could see that Li Yintong seemed to have truly fallen for him, which made him very curious. What is so good about that Lin Baici? How long have you even known each other? This speed of falling in love is a bit fast. Everything is good. Li Yintong sighed, thinking about Jin Yingzhen having such an excellent boyfriend. She was so envious she wanted to cry. TCH. Huan Jingxiang pressed his left finger against his nose and blew hard. I'll find a chance to kill him. If you don't want to die, put that thought away. Li Yintong told Huan Jingxiang about what happened after she met Lin Baici, purifying the goldfish contamination, instantly killing the knocking ghost, subduing the Black Brothers and other foreigners. How about it? Do you still want to kill him? Li Yintong teased. Did I say that? You heard wrong. I said I'd find a chance to make friends with him. Huan Jingxiang stood up. Not wanting to stay here anymore, let's go. Let's go explore the rooms. I'm not going. Li Yintong refused. Can't waste the effort. Lin Baici definitely has some kind of exploration-type divine grace. Following him is worry-free and saves effort. Huan Jingxiang shrugged his shoulders, but went anyway. God hunters explore the god ruins for meteor stones and divine taboo items. Following Lin Baici might increase their efficiency, but then the spoils of war would no longer be theirs. Night leaked into the room through the gaps in the curtains, and the pale light of the energy-saving lamp flickered. Lin Baici felt as if he had traveled to a distant place. Here, the breeze was gentle, and the air was filled with the scent of birds and flowers. It made his vitality surge, making him want to cast all caution aside and keep running recklessly until he was like a firework rising into a midsummer night sky, blooming to its fullest. Tap, tap. The sudden sound startled Lin Baici. He snatched up the bronze sword he had placed beside him and stared at the window. Appa? Jin Yingzhen did not finish her sentence. Seeing Lin Baici place a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence, SHH. Lin Baici got out of bed and walked toward the windowsill. Tap, tap. That thing was still tapping on the window. The glass was covered tightly with newspapers taped over it, so nothing could be seen. Lin Baici grabbed a corner of the newspaper and tore it off with a sudden, forceful motion. Weep! A palm-sized strip of newspaper was torn away, and Lin Baici saw a round, bandage-wrapped object pressed against the outside. What the hell is that? Lin Baici frowned. He instinctively prepared to thrust his sword through, as the creature had raised its hand to strike the window again. However, the next instant, the monster suddenly froze, as if it had been frightened by something, and quickly sank down, disappearing from view. Why does it feel like this monster got scared away as if it had seen a ghost? Lin Baici was speechless by now. He had seen quite a few monsters, although some of them had startled him the first time he saw them. He was usually not panicked because monsters could be killed. Appa, Jin Yingzhen got up, clutching the blanket with one hand and covering her chest. It's not a big problem. Lin Baici smiled slightly. Rest for a while. I expect the knocking ghost will be here soon. It had been the same way on the 9th floor. After that window-tapping monster appeared, the footsteps of the knocking ghost had followed shortly after. Kill it. Get the master key. Then find the badges and search the other floors. Lin Baici planned to gather everyone together before searching the rooms. Jin Yingzhen wanted to continue, but she understood that dealing with the monsters was the priority. She got up to go to the bathroom to wash up, but the water from the shower head was too hot, and adjusting it did no good. There was no choice but to make do with the tap water, but the water coming out of that was also scalding. Appa, come here quickly. Even though Jin Yingzhen did not have much experience with rule contamination, she knew something was wrong. Lin Baici was in the middle of getting dressed when he heard her and ran into the bathroom. He found that it was very hot inside, like a sauna steamer. A significant amount of the water flowing from the pipes had vaporized into scorching steam. The vanity mirror above the sink was covered in a layer of condensation. Get out first. Lin Baici carefully sensed the temperature of the room. He had actually felt the heat earlier and thought it was due to physical exertion. But now he realized the temperature in the room had risen. It was physically very uncomfortable, just like being at home in the middle of the dog days of summer without the air conditioning on. Bang, 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 bang. Someone was pounding on the door. Is it the knocking ghost? Jin Yingzhen held her breath. Brother Lin, something's wrong. Li Yintong pounded on the door hard. Come out quickly. Lin Baici did not rush to open the door. While waiting for Jin Yingzhen to get dressed, he walked into the bathroom and popped the meteor stone into his mouth. This hard stone, suffused with a faint glow, immediately turned into a stream of heat upon entering his mouth, flowing into Lin Baici's stomach before spreading to his limbs and bones. Crack, crack. Lin Baici's bones made sounds as they strengthened and grew. His skin turned red, and a large amount of steam poured out, making the bathroom even more stifling. God Lin, come out quickly. The rule contamination has broken out. Huang Jingxiang pounded on the door, wishing he could ruin Lin Baici's good time. After Lin Baici ate the meteor stone, his physique strengthened visibly. He had felt feverish before, but now he felt much better and was not sweating as much, which indicated that his body's regulatory ability had improved. Waves of heat were penetrating through the door. Lin Baici could clearly perceive this. As his sixth senses had become sharper, he clenched his fists, feeling his body filled with power, feeling incredibly strong. Refreshing. Lin Baici threw a punch. This feeling of health was truly wonderful. He turned and walked out of the bathroom to open the door. Jin Yingxian watched Lin Baici's back, feeling as if he had grown a little taller. Moreover, she didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that Lin Baici's temperament had changed. He seemed more rugged, and his whole body radiated a sense of powerful beauty. It was just like that time in middle school when she went sightseeing on the African savannah and saw that lion king. Even just lying there, licking its paws, it exuded the aura of a king of beasts. Lin Baici opened the door. Creak. The door hinges made a harsh sound. Li Yintong saw Lin Baici, and upon meeting his gaze, she felt a sudden, instinctive fear for no apparent reason. God Lin, the rule contamination has broken out, Huang Jingxiang reported. Both he and Li Yintong had beads of sweat on their foreheads, and they were frequently licking their lips. It was clear they were suffering from intense thirst. What divine taboo item triggered it? Where is it? Lin Baici asked, walking into the hallway and looking left and right. The couple was turning the doorknobs of the rooms one by one, trying to open the doors to find the divine taboo item causing the radiation contamination. The tall foreign woman and the black man were hurrying down from the floor above. God Lin, we went to the 11th floor just now, but when we tried to go to other floors, we got electrocuted, the foreign woman reported. It seems one badge is only a pass for 2 floors. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and search, the girlfriend shouted. Her voice urgent. She was sweating profusely, her undergarments nearly soaked through. God Lin is here. Everyone don't panic, Li Yintong flattered, acting like a lackey. The boyfriend clearly didn't trust Lin Baici much, ignoring Li Yintong's words. He interrogated the group. What did you all do just now? Tell me quickly. The couple wanted to use this method to figure out where the God-forbidden object was and how the contamination was triggered. But unfortunately, no one paid him any mind. Pogba, Xiaoraud, and Apache, who had gone upstairs to check, had now returned as well. Any discoveries? Huang Jingxiang asked. There are people upstairs, but they are fine. We, however, felt very hot, so we hurried back down. Pogba loosened his collar and scanned the surroundings. Where is the God-forbidden object? Where is it? We haven't found it yet, the girlfriend chimed in. Then what are you standing there for? Xiaoraud urged. Go find it. The couple and Xiaoraud immediately took action, but the others didn't move, all looking at Lin Baici. Go search the floors. Lin Baici commanded. Under the threat of life and death, everyone moved quickly. In just 10 minutes, they had searched every room on this floor that could be opened, but they found nothing. Fuck. Could the God-forbidden object be in one of the locked rooms? Xiaoraud complained. Everyone's expressions were grim. No one dared to force the doors open because they had already tried. Without a key, they would be electrocuted. Hurry up and catch rats to get keys. If this keeps up, we're all going to be roasted to death, the girlfriend urged. Her hair stuck to her face by sweat. The temperature on this floor was still rising, like an oven currently heating up. And they were the bread being baked. If this continued, they would definitely be cooked. There are too few rats. How long will it take to catch enough? The tall foreign woman said in despair. And there are too many rooms. Then what do you suggest? Waiting to die? Ashley Gan was overwhelmed. Think of a way to lure that knocking ghost out. Kill it. And get the master key. Pogba spoke up, looking at Lin Baici. God Lin, you should have a way, right? Everyone looked over, their eyes filled with hope. Chapter 323 Danger. The temperature in the hallway was climbing. The instant noodle bags on the floor were showing signs of melting. Everyone was drenched in sweat. When they had no ideas of their own, people generally turned their gaze toward the most capable person in the team. While catching rats, we wait for the knocking ghost, Lin Baici asked. You all came in first. Do you know if there are any signs or patterns when the knocking ghost appears? The Black brothers had arrived the earliest, over a day ago. But other than the time Lin Baici fought the monster, they had never actually seen the knocking ghost. Whenever footsteps echoed in the hallway, they would crawl under the beds, safety first. Everyone shook their heads. Knocking ghost. Are you talking about the monster that knocks on doors? The boyfriend thought for a moment, from yesterday until now. I've only heard the knocking twice. The last time was 2 hours ago, so the next time, I'm afraid we'll have to wait a long time. Then what do we do? Li Yintong grew anxious. Lin Baici patted the girl's shoulder, signaling her not to panic. Everyone, go catch rats first, in any case. They couldn't give up. Go, Pog urged. Everyone immediately began to act. They were all god hunters. Although nervous, their reason remained intact. They knew they had to make the greatest effort to save themselves rather than giving up in despair. Lin Baici did not return to the 9th floor to hide. Even if that method was viable, what about Jin Yingzhen? The Korean girl was from the 10th floor, without a badge. She could only stay here. If the rule contamination wasn't purified, she would be roasted to death. Lin Baici stood in front of Jin Yingzhen's door and tapped it with his fingers. Knock, knock. The sound was quite crisp. If I knock on these doors following the force and frequency of the knocking ghost, will I be able to lure that monster out? Lin Baici recalled the situation when the knocking ghost appeared. It was a pity. He should have activated recitation at that time. Every knocking ghost has its own exclusive hunting ground. If it hunts across boundaries, it will trigger a fight. Lin Baici heard this commentary, and his eyes lit up instantly. His idea was feasible. Come back, Podbo, Li Yintong. Come back quickly, Lin Baici shouted. Huang Jingshan was searching rooms for rats while grumbling. I thought this Lin Baici was so amazing, but he's nothing special. Brother Xiang, stop complaining at a time like this. If he's not capable, it means we can only rely on ourselves. Li Yintong sighed. Huang Jingshan thought about it, and his expression turned dejected. This damn Bizon god ruins. My brain must have rusted to come in here and risk my life. Huang Jingshan regretted it. Li Yintong had been searching diligently when she suddenly heard Lin Baici's shout. Her expression turned joyful. Brother Lin has a discovery, let's go. Before the girl could finish her sentence, she had already run back. If that kid can really purify this rule contamination, I'll help him push his hips when he's rolling in the sheets later, Huang Jingshan muttered. But he also became excited. Everyone was anxious. So upon hearing Lin Baici's call, they all rushed back immediately. God Lin, did you think of a way? The tall foreign woman was excited. Lin Baici didn't answer, instead arranging the rooms. You all hide. Jarod wanted to ask for clarification but was pulled away by Pogba. Don't ask. After waiting for everyone to hide, Lin Baici hurried back into the room, closed the door, and began to knock. Knock, 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 knock. Lin Baici didn't remember the monster's knocking force and interval very clearly, so he could only bite the bullet and try. Time ticked by second, and everyone waited in great agitation. It was not just mentally, but physically as well. The temperature in the hallway rose, turning the entire 10th floor into a giant steamer, dry and sweltering. Dorizen couldn't take it anymore. She ran into the bathroom, wanting to take a cold shower to cool down, but as she turned the faucet, whoosh! A massive amount of hot water and steam sprayed out first. If the tall, statuesque woman hadn't dodged quickly enough, she would have been scalded. God Lin, it doesn't seem to be working, does it? Jarod shouted out. How about we all knock on the doors together? Huang Jingshan suggested. Better not. God Lin is imitating that knocking ghost. If everyone knocks at once, it will get chaotic. Pogba stopped him. Do you think I can't see that? But we've knocked over 20 times already, and not even a ghost shadow has appeared, Huang Jingshan complained. Then let's knock 5 more times. If the knocking ghost still doesn't show up, we'll all knock together. Pogba wiped his short hair, his hand coming away covered in sweat. He wiped his hand on the wall as he did so. "Monster, get out here!" Ashley again roared. He was miserably hot. "Shut up, all of you. Wait for me to knock and lure the monster out." With the glutton god providing commentary, Lin Baici remained calm. After cursing, he continued to knock on the door. Thump, 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 thump. After Lin Baici knocked 3 more times, a knocking sound followed immediately, and it was more forceful and urgent. "It's here." Jin Ying's and spirits lifted. "Yeah." Lin Baici let out a sigh of relief. "Appa, you are so amazing." Jin Yingjin couldn't help but hug Lin Baici from behind and kiss the back of his neck. "Oh my, it's all sweat. But as long as it belongs to Appa, I love it." The Korean girl stuck out her red, tender tongue and gave it a fierce lick. Lin Baici subconsciously shrank his neck. Thump, 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 thump. The knocking sounds began to ring out. Li Yintong pressed her ear against the door, her expression joyful. It seems like it really lured that monster out. Huang Jingxian was also excited. What is God Lin still waiting for? Let's go out and take that guy down. Of course he's waiting for the right moment. Li Yintong rolled her eyes. If it were any other time, Huang Jingxian would have already acted on his own initiative. The fact that he was waiting for Lin Baici to give the order showed that he had already accepted Lin Baici as the temporary team leader. It's a pity such an excellent man isn't mine. Just thinking about it makes me so angry. Li Yintong touched the stud in her ear, planning to wash off her tattoos and change her style of dress to a fresh, innocent look once they returned. It wasn't just Huang Jingxian. The strong-willed Pogba and Xiaorao didn't immediately open their doors to fight the monster either, but patiently waited for Lin Baici's command. The knocking sounds grew closer and closer. Once they reached the middle position, Lin Baici shouted, "Attack!" He actually wanted to say close the door and beat the dog, but he was worried the foreigners wouldn't understand. Bang, bang! The god hunters opened their doors and appeared in the hallway. When everyone had entered their rooms to hide earlier, Lin Baici had arranged the rooms, so at this moment, the 2 groups of people had the knocking ghost perfectly blocked in the middle. Although the knocking ghost likely wouldn't flee, it was better to be safe than sorry. "This thing is the knocking ghost." Huang Jingxian was astonished. The people on the 10th floor hadn't seen this monster yet. Just like the one that appeared on the 9th floor, it was very short. Its lower body had 2 human legs as thin as hemp stalks, while its upper body and thighs were completely invisible, covered by a white bedsheet. The top of the sheet, which should have been the head, was oval-shaped with 2 pitch-black holes that looked like black holes. Once a person looked at them, they couldn't look away, as if their soul would be sucked in. The monster was like a balloon, hovering in the air with its feet off the ground, its toes dangling and occasionally brushing against the floor. Suddenly seeing so many people come out, the knocking ghost was also a bit stunned and forgot to attack for a moment. "Does anyone have long-range divine grace?" Lin Baici shouted. "Hit it." According to the glutton god's food science, physical attacks couldn't cause it any damage, and close-quarters combat was very dangerous. Once touched by it, one's skin would be peeled off. "I'll do it." Dorizan extended her right hand, her palm facing the knocking ghost, while her left hand gripped her right wrist. Air cannon, bang, bang. The air in front of the tall woman's right hand was compressed, forming a basketball-sized sphere that shot rapidly toward the knocking ghost. As Xiaorao ran, he swiped his right index finger against the wall as if striking a match. With a whoosh, a small flame the size of a coin appeared on his fingertip, and he flicked it. Whoosh! The fireball shot toward the knocking ghost. During this process, the fireball rapidly grew larger. The knocking ghost seemed to have no weight. Like a plastic bag fluttering in a strong wind, it moved irregularly several times in a row, not only easily dodging these attacks, but also darting forward more than 10 meters. Its target was the tall woman. "Damn it, watch out!" Huang Jingxian roared. These attacks hadn't hit the knocking ghost, but they had nearly injured their own people. Seeing the monster's sprinting speed, Pogba grew anxious. "God Lin, hurry up and use that great Buddha divine grace of yours." He was clever. Seeing how Lin Baici had arranged the rooms, he guessed his tactical intention of a pincer attack. Pogba had witnessed the power of the floating night rain and the wild Buddha blowing out the lamp, so he had chosen to be with Lin Baici. If Lin Baici used his ultimate move now, it was very likely that he would kill the people on the other side as well. But there was no time to worry about that. Lin Baici didn't use it, because releasing this divine grace required a charging time. Without a tank, he might be attacked by the knocking ghost at close range before he could even unleash it. Lin Baici had zero trust in these people. At times like this, he really wished Jia Hongyao was by his side. "Hurry up and kill it," the boyfriend shouted, though he was secretly happy inside. Great, the monster ran to the other side, so he could slack off openly. The hallway was narrow, and there weren't many people who could face the monster directly. "Ashley, help me," Dorasane shouted, facing the monster that had lunged right in front of him. Ashley Young did not think too much. A metallic sheen flashed across his right arm, and like an iron cannon, he blasted it forward. Whoosh! The powerful force of his punch blew up the white sheet, revealing two hairy legs underneath. The knocking ghost tilted its body, brushing past Ashley Young's arm, and lunged straight at the tall, buxom woman behind him. The tall woman's air cannon had made the knocking ghost perceive a threat, so it wanted to kill her first. "Get back here." Ashley Young's strike missed. He twisted his ankle, nimbly performed a half-turn, reached out with his left hand, grabbed the sheet, and pulled with all his might. Swish! The sheet was ripped away. Everyone was struck with terror. Everyone had assumed there would be a monster under the sheet, but after it was pulled away, only two legs were revealed, with nothing else on them. Could it be inside the sheet? But the white sheet was light and fluttering. One look was enough to tell it was empty. "Let go, quickly," Lin Baici shouted a warning. It was too late. The white sheet, like a dark cloud, covered Ashley Young. The black man was instantly parasitized, losing control of his body and becoming a puppet for the knocking ghost. Ashley Young let out a roar and unleashed a barrage of punches, attacking the tall woman fiercely. Boom boom! He had activated his divine gift. Every punch carried an explosive impact. The group scrambled backward in a panic. What is going on? Is his body being controlled? Save him! Everyone spoke at once, voices overlapping. "Don't attack! Don't attack! Let me handle it." Ashley again took the initiative to rush out to face his brother. There was no choice. He knew these people would certainly not show any mercy. Fortunately, Ashley again often sparred with his brother and knew his weaknesses. After a few exchanges, he gained the upper hand. It is useless. Once covered by the knocking ghost, he is a dead man. Just as the food god provided this commentary, Ashley again seized an opening, grabbed the white sheet, and pulled with all his might. Because of the previous situation, Ashley again had learned his lesson. He intended to let go after grabbing the sheet, but the sheet was like a leech. He could not shake it off, and it rolled right up his arm. What was even more terrifying was that after the sheet was pulled away, Ashley Young let out a shrill, miserable scream. Along with the sheet, the skin on the upper body of the black man had also been ripped away. At this moment, he looked like a fish that had been skinned for sashimi. Swish! Bright red blood sprayed out. Ashley Young's skin was gone, leaving only a layer of muscle tissue, which looked exceptionally gruesome and terrifying. "Damn it! What the hell?" Everyone cursed. Mostly, it was just too horrifying. In the blink of an eye, his skin was gone. Could he even survive this? Everyone was instinctively retreating, prioritizing their own safety to observe the situation. Lin Baici, however, took a long stride forward, rushed to Ashley Gan's side, and swung his bronze sword, whoosh, as if slicing through tofu. Ashley Gan's left hand was severed, but the sheet continued to surge forward. Jin Yingxin was extremely anxious and wanted to rush up to help, but her own strength was too poor. She would only be a burden if she went. "Brother Lin." Li Yintang did rush up, her butterfly knife spinning rapidly. "Get back!" Lin Baici roared. He did not continue to swing his sword but instead met the lunging white sheet with his left hand, slapping it out. "Hand of the Great Impression, it is over." Dorasane looked desperate. What was Lin Baici doing? Had he not seen that the sheet could not be shaken off? Now his skin was going to be peeled off too. My God! The tall woman exclaimed. "I haven't slept with this Juju man yet, don't die." The others also felt that Lin Baici was in grave danger. Only Huang Jingxiang raised an eyebrow. He saw that Lin Baici's face was as calm as water, without a trace of panic. This meant that his slap was definitely not a hasty reaction, but something he had planned all along. Sure enough, when the boy's left hand struck the sheet, The sheet seemed to be imprisoned by some kind of law. It stopped surging forward and instead pressed straight down onto the ground. Dust billowed. This white sheet was directly imprinted onto the ground, merging with the tiled floor. What is going on? What kind of divine gift is this? Damn it. You have a divine gift even more powerful than that great Buddha. Everyone was dumbfounded. Why are you standing there in a daze? It is not over yet, Lin Baici roared. Stop those 2 legs. Only then did everyone see that the 2 legs revealed after Ashley Young had pulled off the sheet earlier had not fallen to the ground but were still moving. Terrifying. Apache gripped his machete and darted out. Swish, swish, swish. Blade shadows flickered. Every time he swung, a piece of flesh was sliced off horizontally. Lin Baici ignored the legs and stared at the sheet, searching for the universal key. He was worried that the power of the hand of the Great Impression was too strong and had imprinted the key into the floor as well. If that happened, it would be all over. Chapter 324, Death Music Festival. Brother. Seeing that Lin Baici had controlled the situation, Ashley Gan did not care about the life or death of the monster and ran toward his brother in worry. It hurts so much, Ashley Young screamed. His entire face twisted in pain. However, because the skin on his face had been peeled away, leaving only red muscle tissue, no expression could be seen. Although the black man Young was in a miserable state, no one cared. Pogba and Apache intercepted the 2 legs, while Shroud kept glancing at Lin Baici's movements, guarding against him hogging the spoils. The 2 legs had separated and were running in different directions. One tried to crawl between Apache's legs, while the other rushed up the wall, trying to pass over everyone's heads. Apache flew up and slashed at the lower leg. He gauged his strength perfectly. He did not cut it off but let the blade embed itself into the bone. That leg was struggling, but it was to no avail as it was pinned down by Apache. The other leg had been beaten down by Pogba and Huang Jingshan, leaving only a single foot remaining with a loud thud. Got it. Lin Baici breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the master key. He did not pick it up himself, but instead instructed Li Yintang, "Punt girl, go wash the key," being ordered around by Lin Baici. Li Yintang was not the least bit annoyed. On the contrary, she was overjoyed. The punt girl quickly picked up the key and ran into the nearest accessible room. She washed the key clean in the bathroom, the entire process taking no more than a minute. "Brother Lin, it is done." Li Yintang offered the key with both hands. Lin Baici ruffled Li Yintang's hair. Hee, the punt girl giggled, feeling very happy. She knew that although her active attack on the monster just now had not been of much help, it had won her Lin Baici's favor. In the God Ruins, everyone was on guard against one another. Lin Baici letting Li Yintang pick up the key represented trust. It meant he considered the punt girl one of his own. If anyone else wanted to cause trouble for Li Yintang or snatch her spoils, they would have to think twice about whether they could get past Lin Baici. Li Yintang saw the tall foreign woman looking at him with eyes full of jealousy, and she could not help but triumphantly lift her chin at her and hummed lightly. However, she immediately saw that Korean girl walk over to Lin Baici to talk, their relationship appearing intimate, which made her little face fall again. Damn it, is having a good figure so great? I know plenty of positions. Li Yintang felt miserable, but having many positions was useless if Brother Lin did not give her the chance to display them. God Lin, the leg. Apache brought the leg over. This thing was still twitching, looking somewhat terrifying. Smash it. The leg was useless now. Lin Baici looked at Ashley Young. How miserable. The skin above his thigh had been completely peeled off. His chances of survival were slim, not to mention the rule-based contamination. Even the various complications caused by infection would be enough to kill him without timely treatment. Sigh. It would have been better if he had just died. Huang Jingshan sighed. Awaken, take your brother to rest, Lin Baici ordered. God Lin, thank you. Ashley Awaken wiped away his tears. It is okay. We will follow you. Everyone was currently amidst the contamination, and following Lin Baici was actually the safest option. Take good care of your brother. Lin Baici started opening doors nearby. The first room, nothing. The second, still nothing. Everyone felt anxious, not just from the heat, but from the urgency. On this floor, the air was still heating up. Everyone was drenched in sweat, as if they were being exposed to the scorching sun in the middle of the Sahara Desert at noon. People were practically roasting. Apache had grown up in the tropical rainforest climate of Southeast Asia where the sunlight was intense. But even he could not take it anymore and had stripped off his clothes, wearing only his underwear. Because his skin was dark, he looked like a large mud loach. Pogba and Sharaud had also taken off their clothes, revealing chests covered in curly chest hair, so thick it looked like they were wearing a blanket. Lin Baici opened 7 rooms in a row, but there was nothing. "I am hot too." Li Yintang licked the corner of her mouth and tugged at the chest of her camisole, wishing she could rip it off, then take it off. The tall foreign woman complained. She had already taken off her outer garment and was wearing only a bra, actually intending to seduce Lin Baici, but unfortunately, he did not even glance in her direction. "Dirty bitch," Li Yintang muttered, completely forgetting that she was currently following Lin Baici like a pet dog. Lin Baici did not stop her. The punt girl had indeed won his favor by helping just now. He would observe her a bit more. If her character was good, they could cooperate. There was no help for it. Jiu Hongyao and Gu Qingqiu had been separated from him. If he encountered a rule-based contamination that required multi-person collaboration to purify, Lin Baici would definitely be finished. 5 minutes passed, and 12 rooms had been searched, but unfortunately, they had found nothing. "God Lin, are we searching too carelessly?" Pogba worried. "What if we missed something?" "That is a possibility." "What do you all think is the God-forbidden object causing this rule-based contamination?" "A water heater, an oven, an electric heater." Everyone discussed it one after another. "Why not arrange for someone to go back and search again?" Pogba suggested. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene suddenly went quiet. The sudden silence made Pogba very embarrassed, as if he had suggested a stupid idea. "Since you suggested it, you go." If it were before, Li Yintang would certainly not have said such a thing out of caution, because it would offend people. But now it did not matter. "I have brother Thai Lin Baici. If anyone dares to chirp at me, I will slap all their teeth out." "Right, you go." The tall foreign woman chimed in. "Pogba, this important task is entrusted to you," Huan Jingxiang urged. Pogba was speechless. He certainly would not go. What if the God-forbidden object was found while he was away? Following Lin Baici was definitely the safest. This was also the reason why everyone had suddenly gone silent just now. They were worried about being noticed by Lin Baici and sent out. "God Lin, let this couple go. They can look out for each other," Pogba suggested. "My brother Lin is truly strong." Li Yintang sighed with emotion. Look at Pogba. He does not even dare to make his own decisions now and has to ask Lin Baici. This is the respect earned by strength. "Why don't you go?" the boyfriend complained. "The rooms God Lin has searched are definitely fine. Besides, if we are going, just one person is enough. We will stay here and be ready at any time." The girlfriend was better at speaking, making people feel comfortable. "All right, stop arguing." Lin Baici scolded them and opened another door. "There are still so many rooms left to search. What is the rush?" If a God-forbidden object had appeared, he would have felt a sense of hunger even without the gluttonous god reminding him. Everyone quickly shut their mouths. Lin Baici walked through the room, checked the bathroom and the inside of the wardrobe, then moved on to the next one. He was also hot. Sweat was dripping down in torrents, and his clothes were soaked through. Lin Baici let out a long breath, grabbed his collar with both hands, and prepared to take off his top. The more you take off, the hotter you will get. Without an insulating layer, your skin will be fine for now, but your internal organs will be roasted first. Lin Baici's hands froze. Then he glanced at Pogba and the others. "Forget it. I won't remind them." Lin Baici endured the sweltering heat and continued opening doors. The doll perched on Pogba's shoulder had been peeking at Lin Baici the whole time. Seeing this, it immediately stretched out its small hand and tapped Pogba's shoulder quickly and forcefully. "HMM." Pogba tilted his ear slightly. The doll immediately leaned over and chattered away. After listening, his gaze turned sharp. "It seems this kid still has tricks up his sleeve that I don't know about." Pogba pondered this and put his clothes back on. "This is even hotter than a sauna." Huan Jingxiang panted, feeling stifled and thirsty. He wanted to drink water, but the water flowing out of the pipes was boiling hot. Lin Baici turned the doorknob. Just as he pushed the door open, a deafening blast of music hit them like a tsunami. "Found it!" Everyone was overjoyed. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow, listening to this heavy metal rock music. He activated his eidetic memory. Damn it. The sound is so loud, my ears hurt. Everyone followed him inside. When it was the couple's turn, the girlfriend pulled her boyfriend back. Wait a moment. Let's see the situation first. The girlfriend was very sharp. She made her boyfriend stand at the doorway and not move. This way, if they encountered a threat, they could run away at the first opportunity. Inside the room, there was no computer, but a 65-inch large television. The TV was on, playing a concert, and sound waves were rolling out from the speakers on both sides. In front of the TV stood a wooden stand with a large drum on it. On the drum head was a pattern of a human face. Is this the God-forbidden object causing the sweltering heat on this floor? Li Yintong frowned. Why do I feel like it isn't? Fuck. Could this be another type of rule-based contamination? The tall foreign woman was scared. God Lin, should we retreat first? Welcome to my concert. On the TV screen, the band's lead singer, dressed in punk attire, suddenly raised his hand and strummed, starting a solo. Screech, screech, screech. Explosive music poured out from the speakers. Everyone wanted to leave, but they couldn't get out. The couple standing at the door suddenly let out miserable screams. They covered their ears, their bodies swaying as if they had been hit by a stun grenade. Get inside quickly. The boyfriend endured the sharp pain, crashed into his girlfriend, and stumbled into the room. As soon as they were inside, the stabbing pain in their ears vanished instantly, though they were still ringing, and their brains felt dizzy. It wasn't just the two of them. Ashley Young, who had lost his skin, found it very uncomfortable to move around too much. So, he had stayed outside. Ashley Gan was with him, but the sonic blast didn't spare these two brothers. Fortunately, Ashley Gan reacted quickly and pushed his brother into the room. Huang Jingshan went to help the woman. Hey, can you still hear me? The girlfriend frowned in discomfort. Hear your ass. Her ears are bleeding from the vibration. The tall foreign woman was frustrated. They hadn't even found the God-forbidden object causing the heat. And now they were trapped in a new rule-based contamination. This luck was truly terrible. Oh, we have a dozen new listeners. My fans, come and welcome them. On the TV, the lead singer was a man in his 20s with a punk hairstyle, barefoot, wearing leather pants. The waist of the pants was very low, almost exposing his private parts. His upper body was clad in an open leather jacket, and his skin looked shiny and oily, perhaps coated in olive oil. Everyone looked at the TV. This appeared to be a music festival. After the lead singer finished speaking, the camera zoomed out to give a panoramic view of the fans. There were an estimated tens of thousands of them. The next instant, those fans turned their heads in unison, their gazes seemingly piercing through the TV screen to stare directly at the group. Li Yintong was so frightened she took a step back. Clap, clap. Enthusiastic applause rang out. I'll be damned. The delinquent girl was annoyed and wanted to smash the TV. All right, let's continue. Next song, come on, Sweet Death. After the lead singer finished, the guitarist and bassist immediately began to play. The heavy metal sonic blast roared, deafeningly loud. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled, Jarrod shouted. He didn't need to say it. Everyone was staring at the TV, although they didn't know what the rule-based contamination was. The key was definitely this lead singer. It was too noisy. Lin Baici couldn't stand it after listening for 2 minutes. He didn't really like this style of music anyway. If someone with a heart condition were here, they could be scared to death by the noise. But soon, Lin Baici began to shake his head, his body swaying along with the melody. He didn't know how to dance and was naturally a shy person. But at this moment, he let go completely. Li Yintong and Jin Yingxin pressed themselves against Lin Baici, twisting their bodies wildly as if performing a pole dance. With Lin Baici acting as the pole, the others were no better. Even Ashley Young, who had no skin, was dancing frantically, with blood, sweat, and tissue fluid flying off his body and splattering everywhere. The tall foreign woman was high on the music. The desires in her heart were completely ignited by this heavy metal track. As she danced, she walked up to Lin Baici. Come on baby, fuck me. The foreign woman reached out to touch Lin Baici. The couple nearby could no longer restrain themselves and were already gnawing at each other. Lin Baici pushed Dallison away, staring at the television screen. then shifted his gaze to the large drum. God Lin, Pogba roared. It seems this rule-based pollution is attacking our spirits. It makes us feel like we have taken drugs, keeping us in this state of constant agitation until we collapse and die from exhaustion. Pogba had guessed correctly. Everyone was like participants in a wild rave. Once the music started, they would keep partying until they died. We probably don't have much time left. Huang Jingshan was very worried. As a nightlife enthusiast, he had a high tolerance for this kind of environment. But even he was sinking now, his reason slipping away. Find someone to turn off the TV, Apache suggested. At a time like this, why are you still playing these little mind games? Go do it yourself, Xiaorao accused. Again, you go. Apache was thick-skinned and cold-hearted. He wouldn't feel embarrassed by such accusations. For the sake of his brother, Ashley again ran toward the TV, but after circling it, he couldn't find any buttons. There is no switch, idiot. Pull the power cord. Pogba cursed. Ashley again followed the power cord to the plug and yanked it hard from the socket. Sparks flew, but the image on the TV did not disappear. It seems my fans aren't invested enough. The lead singer snapped his fingers. Turn the volume to the max. Music. Let's go, damn it. Fuck, it's over. No one expected that this would backfire. Even with one's eyes closed, one could tell that the level of pollution had intensified. What is this drum for? Huang Jingshang stared at the large drum. It shouldn't just be a decoration. Right, Chapter 325 Taiko Master. The drum's surface was 1 meter in diameter, placed on a stand 1.5 meters high. Beside the stand were 2 drumsticks, thicker than chopsticks, with red tassels hanging from them. Everyone looked at the large drum. The drum body was black, like the solidified appearance of a pitch-black night. The drum head was made of some kind of leather, and on it was a neutral human face that could not be identified as male or female. Ashley again looked left and right. No one made a move. After all, this was rule-based pollution. Once you acted recklessly, you might invite a fatal disaster. Fuck, Ashley again cursed. His brother had been skinned, and compared to the others, he was even less able to withstand this high temperature. If they stayed any longer, they were dead for sure. I'll do it. Ashley again took 3 large strides to the front of the drum and reached out to grab the drumsticks. God Lin, if something happens to me, I hope you can look after my brother. At least don't let him die too painfully. Agan also knew that it was unrealistic to expect Lin Baici to take his brother out. Without waiting for Lin Baici to agree, Ashley Yang, enduring the scorching heat and intense, burning pain, rushed in front of his younger brother. Move aside, I'll do it. The black man Yang, with his skinless hands, grabbed the drumsticks. The moment he grasped the drumsticks, the human face on the drum head suddenly opened its eyes. Ew, a sharp, long shriek erupted from the mouth of the human face, carrying a hint of Peking opera style. Start the drum, everyone, look at the TV. Li Yintang exclaimed. Everyone turned their heads. On the TV, it was still the crowded music festival, but the camera zoomed in, giving a close-up of a black man. What's the situation? The boyfriend was confused. What was the meaning of this close-up? Who is he? Is he here to challenge the stage? After the girlfriend finished speaking, her expression suddenly froze as she looked at Ashley Yang standing in front of the drum. Could it be him? Yang's skin had been peeled off. So apart from those who were originally on the 9th floor with Lin Baici, others who were not familiar with him could not recognize him at all. It's him. Xiaorao was excited, having found the key. Ashley Yang, hurry up and beat the drum, brother. Agan was very worried. Ashley Yang held the drumsticks and beat the drum with both hands. This instrument didn't require much technical skill. He just had to follow the beat of the music. Before they immigrated when they were children, they had learned African drumming from the shaman in their village. Boom boom. After Ashley Yang beat it a few times, the speed became faster and faster, and he began to get into the groove. It's Astronomia. Li Yintang identified the song. There had been many parody videos on the internet before, featuring several black men carrying a coffin, and they used this song. It's working. Pogba touched the head of the doll on his shoulder. As Ashley Yang began to beat the drum, he noticed that everyone's reason was recovering slightly. Keep it up. Li Yintang waved her fist, cheering the black man Yang on. Drown out that lead singer. Why do I feel like it's useless? The black man on the TV isn't moving at all. Huang Jingshan lit a cigarette. Do we need to make him move? How do we make him move? The foreign woman asked anxiously. Do re mi fa sol la ti. The human face suddenly began to sing. God Lin. Look, Agan shouted. Lin Baici had already seen it. As the human face on the drumhead began to sing, the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 flashed on the drumhead, disappearing in an instant. At this moment, even a fool would know that these were not Arabic numerals, but represented musical notes. The human face continued to hum, randomly singing one of these 7 notes. Musical notes also appeared on the drumhead, pausing for about a second before disappearing. I get it. We have to hit the note that the human face sings. Huang Jingshan clapped his hands. Quick, quick, hit the notes. Many people thought that black people were not very intelligent, but these 2 black brothers were clearly not in that category. Ashley Young didn't need Huang Jingshan to explain. He understood in a second and began to strike the notes. Boom, boom. The drum beats gradually connected, playing a passionate melody. Look, the black man again shouted directly at the television. He moved. He moved. My brother did it. On the screen, that black man began to move, walking into the crowd, appearing to want to push through the sea of music fans and rush onto the stage. It was just that there were too many people, and the black man was like a boat sailing against the current, struggling with great difficulty. Li Yintong breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that she had found the key to purifying the pollution. But when she looked toward Lin Baici, she found his brows tightly locked out. Brother Lin, what is wrong? The delinquent girl asked in confusion. Is there a problem? I do not think it should be this simple. Just beating a drum can pass the level and the current situation. To put it bluntly, the drummer does not even need to understand music theory. They just need to beat the drum according to the notes sung by the human face. There is absolutely no difficulty. This does not fit the positioning of a 10-year-old great god rune, right? Do not scare yourself. This could also be a divine taboo item that was just formed by radiation. Jiru interjected. Generally speaking, the longer a divine taboo item has been formed, the higher the intensity of the rule pollution it causes. Do you believe that? Lin Baici asked in return. Jiru was rendered speechless. Everyone had arrived at this station by train, which meant that this station had existed for a long time. It was impossible for a new divine taboo item to appear. It is singing faster, Apache suddenly spoke, making everyone's hearts tighten. Amidst the deafening heavy metal music, mixed with the notes sung by the human face, the speed was twice as fast as before, and the speed at which the notes appeared and disappeared on the drum surface also accelerated. Everyone hurriedly looked at the black man Yang. Fortunately, he was still beating the drum in an orderly manner. It was just that the increased speed made his movements larger, and the blood and oozing tissue fluid from his arms flew everywhere, making him look mottled and wretched. How long does this have to be beaten? The black man Gan was anxious. In his brother's state, he could not last for more than a few minutes, until the black man on the television gets on stage and makes contact with the lead singer. Li Yintong analyzed. Is it possible that the purification ends once he gets an autograph? Everyone fell silent because they did not know. But if it were really as the delinquent girl said, then it would be troublesome. Because the black man was running with great difficulty, 1 minute passed. And on the television, the black man had only run forward 17 meters. God Lin, what do you think? Pogba felt that continuing like this was not a solution. Yan, try your best not to hit the wrong notes. Once you hit the wrong one, the character's forward speed will also decrease. Lin Baici reminded him. Yes, Ashley Young was trying very hard, but after entering the 3rd minute, the speed at which the human face on the drum surface sang the notes doubled again, which was troublesome. The black man Young could not keep up. He could not remember the notes the human face had sung, so he could only hit the ones he remembered, and the melody immediately became chaotic. The black man on the television was instantly surrounded by the music fans. It is over. We are doomed. The boyfriend's face changed drastically. I will read them to you. Do-re Sifa. Lin Baici hurriedly intervened. He had been keeping his ear-to-memory ability activated and could remember these notes. Do-re. The black man Yang was anxious, and the more anxious he became, the more mistakes he made. Furthermore, a large amount of sweat flowed down, and the salt inside stung his skinless flesh painfully. The human face suddenly stopped. Did we pass? After Huang Jingshan said this, he was punched by Li Yintong with her small fist. That is impossible. Okay. The black man Yang's face was pale as he looked at Lin Baici. And fortunately, the game has failed. After the human face finished speaking, Ashley Yang's head and upper body suddenly inflated like a balloon being filled by a high-pressure pump. And then with a bang, they exploded. Heart, liver, spleen, lungs, blood, and shredded flesh flew everywhere. A piece of large intestine landed on the face of the tall, statuesque woman. Brother, the black man Yang wept like rain. Bang! Half of the corpse fell to the ground. No one cared about the life or death of the black man Yang. Everyone looked at each other. Who is next? Li Yintong sniffled. Whoever understands music goes, Pogba suggested. At a time like this, stop playing mind games, Huang Jingshan advised. Our music fans are not invested enough. Come, let us change to another song. The lead singer strummed his guitar and sang at the top of his lungs. The music was like demonic sounds piercing the ears. Everyone's sanity began to fade again. Li Yintong and Jin Yingshan danced their way to Lin Baici's side, twisting around him. Others also began to uncontrollably shake their heads and sway. I will go. The girlfriend gritted her teeth. She was an art school student and had studied piano. Don't. You will die. The boyfriend grabbed her. Then what do you suggest we do? The girlfriend smiled bitterly. If I do not go, everyone will just wait to die. In reality, the girlfriend was still quite confident. After all, she had reached grade 10 in piano, and the certificate in her hand was not fake. Beating a drum is much simpler than playing the piano. The girlfriend walked quickly to the taiko drum and picked up the drumsticks. Wait, since you are confident, then treat her as the vanguard, Pogba suggested. God Lin, find someone to beat the drum and see if she can summarize the pattern. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The person beating the drum was clearly being used as cannon fodder. Everyone subconsciously looked at the half-corpse of the black man Yang. Why does Brother Lin have to be the one to do the offensive things? Li Yintong was unhappy, like a guard dog protecting its master, and complained to Pogba, you choose someone yourself. Of course, the delinquent girl was very calm, because her backer was Lin Baici, and even if she lashed out at Pogba, the other party would not dare to choose her. Pogba's face stiffened, but at this time, he could not afford to worry about such things. Darson, you go. Darson pretended not to hear and kept dancing by herself. With her like this, it is useless even if she goes up. Huang Jingshan looked at Apache. In fact, the person who could maintain the most sanity at this time was the most suitable candidate. I will go. The boyfriend rushed to the side of the taiko drum, trying to snatch the drumsticks from his girlfriend's hands. You are looking for death, the girlfriend cursed, shoved him away with her elbow, and then swung the drumsticks, intending to strike. Lin Baici stopped her. Are you confident you can pass? What is it? The girlfriend retorted. If not, I will find someone to act as a shield for you. Lin Baici's voice was calm as he turned his head to look at Xiaoraud. Graduated from a music conservatory, formed a band during college, and likes the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. Xiaoraud's heart skipped a beat. Why is this kid looking at me? He couldn't possibly know I understand music. Right, impossible. I have never shown any talent in this area. I appreciate your good intentions, but you don't understand technical work like music. Before the girlfriend finished speaking, the drumsticks struck down. Down. She struck a few times at random, and the human face on the drum opened its eyes and mouth. Ya, start the drum. Do re mi fa sol la ti. The girlfriend followed the notes sung by the human face to strike the notes appearing on the drum surface, while simultaneously memorizing them, trying to find the pattern of the song. However, it was unlikely. Judging from the drumming process of the black man Yang earlier, this stage had no pattern. It was purely a test of memory and hand speed. As long as one could finish playing a song completely, they should pass. Maybe everyone has to play once, the girlfriend muttered. She wasn't being a saint, leaving a cannon fodder shield unused. Rather, she wanted to strike the drum while she was in a good state. Otherwise, if she dragged it out, under the influence of the lead singer's music, She might very well perform poorly. Footy sofa do. The girlfriend struck with confidence. Almost as soon as the human face finished, she struck with the drumsticks. Notes are divided according to their duration, roughly into 9 types: whole notes, half notes, all the way to 128th notes, and so on. That is why sometimes musicians show off their skills by playing extremely difficult pieces. For example, many pianists use Flight of the Bumblebee to show off. For the girlfriend, striking 7 notes with drumsticks was not simple at all. The speed at which the human face sang increased, but the girlfriend was still handling it with ease. This was much simpler than playing the piano. She can pass, Li Yintong said happily. On the television, a woman appeared the exact same character as the girlfriend sprinting toward the stage. Because the girlfriend had not made a single mistake, it reflected on the television as the character racing forward like a champion participating in an obstacle course on a variety show. The swarming music fans could not stop her at all. Closer, even closer. The character sprinted, -1 meters from the stage, 20 meters, until 10 meters. The speed at which the human face spat out notes also became faster. The girlfriend was fully focused, her face pale, and her whole body drenched in sweat. The muscles in her 2 arms were completely tensed. Dong 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 dong. The drum beats were as dense as a heavy rainstorm hitting banana leaves. But she could win. I can do it, the girlfriend shouted, very confident. She can win. There is hope. Go for it. Everyone was excited, silently cheering for the girlfriend. Amidst the extremely fast drum beats, the character finally rushed to the front of the stage. It lunged forward. But at that very moment, the human face stopped singing, replaced by some music fans. They jumped up suddenly like kangaroos, swarming toward the girlfriend's character. And every music fan spat out a note from their mouth. There were hundreds of music fans, so within 1 second, hundreds of notes were blurted out. The girlfriend's expression collapsed instantly. She couldn't remember them. Don't give up. I will recite them. Lin Baici roared and immediately began to repeat the notes he heard. The girlfriend was invigorated, her hands striking at their limit, all of them flying in afterimages. But 3 seconds later, the notes on the drum surface disappeared. Game time. The girlfriend's lips trembled as she looked at her boyfriend. Yuan. After the boyfriend finished calling out, bang, his girlfriend's head and upper body exploded. Swish. Flesh and blood splattered all over him. Yuan. The boyfriend wailed in pain. Damn it. Who the hell can remember that? Li Yintong was in despair. The girlfriend was about to succeed. But who knew there would be such a scene? Hundreds of notes all at once. Even if one could remember them, one couldn't strike them out. Lin Baici looked at Xiaoraud. Chapter 326. It still depends on my god Lin. Fuck, why is this guy looking at me? Xiaoraud felt a chill down his spine under Lin Baici's gaze. He couldn't possibly know I understand music, right please? Xiaoraud had actually thought about taking the initiative to play the drum. But after watching the girlfriend's performance, he chickened out. The girlfriend's performance was excellent. One could say flawless. Her final death was entirely due to the intensity of the pollution being too high, let alone by human standards. Even if a god hunter came, it wouldn't work. This was a physical limitation, not a failure of skill. Everyone was cursing and feeling desperate. They also felt the girlfriend's performance was perfect enough. But who knew it would end up like this? God Lin, what should we do? Apache was helpless. He hated this type of pollution the most. If it were about hacking people, he could slaughter all the music fans at this entire festival. Swish! Everyone turned their heads to look at Lin Baici, waiting for him to make a decision. And then they discovered this person from Kyushu was staring at Xiaoraud. What is the situation? The tall woman had not yet understood, but Pogba reacted quickly. Xiaoraud, do you understand music? I don't understand. I can't do it. Don't talk nonsense. Jira shook his head repeatedly, refusing 3 times in a row. Are you kidding? If the drummer fails, the entire upper body is blown into minced meat, leaving no corpse intact. Who could withstand that? Lin Baici curled the corners of his mouth and let out a mocking sneer. Do you really think I believe that? Jira, if you do not purify this contamination, you will die too. Li Yintong completely trusted Lin Baici's judgment. So she was certain that Jiro understood music and urged him forcefully. We cannot just wait for death. can we, at the very least? Should we not try? The foreign woman urged. On the verge of tears from anxiety. I cannot do it. Jiro wore a constipated expression of agony. Do you think I do not want to live? But for that final beat, my hand speed is not fast enough. Even if you resurrected Chopin and Mozart and dragged them here, they could not finish those hundreds of notes. Jiro grabbed his hair. Let us think of another way. For example, smashing this television. This was purely a terrible idea. No one knew if this television was a divine item. Destroying it might trigger rule contamination and lead to immediate death. The music fan just now was very crazy. I like it very much. On the stage inside the television, the lead singer finished a song and held the microphone to interact with the fans in the venue. However, the other fans were not enthusiastic enough. So I have decided that for the next song, we will perform our signature track, You Are My Sin. As the lead singer's voice fell, the bassist and guitarist immediately began strumming. The manic electric sound roared out from the speakers like bombs dropped by a bomber, exploding within the room. Boom, boom. Then the drum kit joined in, making the sound waves even wilder. The moment the notes hit their ears, everyone felt their hearts jump violently, as if a wild beast that had been imprisoned for 1,000 years wanted to break free from the cage of their chests. Rush out, see the world, face the wind and rain, and bathe in the sunlight. Jin Yingjin suddenly grabbed the clothes over her chest. Not only was there sharp pain in her chest, but her temples were also throbbing. She felt her hot blood surging, and her head felt as if it were about to explode. The next second, the Korean girl began to headbang uncontrollably along with the violent electric music, twisting her body crazily as if she wanted to sacrifice her entire being to this concert. The foreign woman began to moan seductively while twisting her body, constantly stroking herself with her hands. The couple's boyfriend, whose girlfriend had died, was in the midst of emotional agitation. Infected by this electric music, he immediately began to slam his head against the floor. Bang, bang! He used so much force that after only a few strikes, his head cracked open, and blood splattered in a radial pattern. But the man felt nothing. Brother, the black man, again, wept, hugging Ashley Yang's severed limbs, wishing he could tuck him into his embrace. Suddenly, he began to lower his head and lick the corpse. Fortunately, everyone's mental state was already abnormal, otherwise, they would have been terrified to death by him. Li Yintang turned her back to Lin Baici, took off her pants, bent over, and while looking back at him, began to slap her own buttocks hard. Slap, slap. Brother Lin, take me, Li Yintang shouted, turning her buttocks red after just a few strikes. Lin Baici pinched the bridge of his nose. This melody affects the mind. When it ends, everyone present will go insane. There is not much time left for you. Woo, what am I doing? Although Li Yintang was a delinquent and did not hold her body in high regard, doing this in front of so many people still made her feel very ashamed. She wanted to pull her pants up, but halfway through, she took them off again. Brother Lin, are you weak? Take me. Li Yintang screamed crazily. The band's electric music amplified the desires in everyone's hearts. At this moment, it depended on the strength of one's willpower. Those who were strong, like Lin Baici and Pogba, could still maintain some sanity. God Lin, hurry and think of a way, Pogba urged. He also felt that things were looking bad. The end of this song might be the moment everyone died. Jiro, there is no time left. Go up and give it a try. Lin Baici kicked Li Yintang's butt, sending her to the side. For a delinquent with such small assets, she actually dared to wear a thong. It was not sexy at all. Lin Baici felt a bit of anticipation for what Jin Yingjin would look like wearing one. Then, he involuntarily thought of Nangong Shu, who liked to wear kipao, the proprietress of the Dragon and Beauty Bar, who was as ripe as a honey peach. Jiro also knew that they were about to be finished. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to give it a go. But just as he strode toward the taiko drum, intending to pick up the drumsticks, Lin Baici stepped in front of him. I will do it. Lin Baici stood before the taiko drum. Pogba pinched his brow. Do you understand music? Lin Baici said truthfully. Pogba wanted to curse. Then why are you putting on such a big act? Are you worried that we are not dying fast enough? However, given Lin Baici's previous performance and strength, He wisely chose to keep his mouth shut. Good luck. Just as Lin Baici was about to strike the drum, he suddenly swung his hand and threw the drumstick out. The drumstick hit the back of Jin Yingxin's hand. Help me take care of her, Lin Baici shouted. Jin Yingxin was acting like a madwoman, having just raised her hand to scratch her own face. Huang Jingxing was quick-witted and grabbed the Korean girl's wrist. You hurry up and play the drum. I will not let her self-harm. Lin Baici took a deep breath and began to play the drum. Boom boom. On the drum surface, a human face opened its mouth. Start the beat. Do re mi fa sol la ti. As the notes sounded, the Arabic numerals 1 through 7 appeared on the drum surface. They appeared randomly in different positions, and Lin Baici's task was to strike the corresponding notes. Boom boom. On the television, Lin Baici's character appeared. As the drum beat began, he started running toward the stage, and those music fans immediately came up to block him. God bless. Pogba stared at the television screen, muttered a prayer, and piously made the sign of the cross over his chest. It was hard to tell if the drumming had suppressed the electronic music, but everyone's sanity seemed to recover slightly. Lin brother, Li Yintong was startled. How did you get up there? Shh, don't disturb him. Huang Jingxiang quickly hissed a warning. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Zhao stared at the drum surface, his face tense. Only after a full 10 seconds did he relax. Very good, no mistakes. What's so good about it? Li Yintong was anxious. The way Lin Baici was holding the drumsticks clearly showed he didn't know how to play, and his movements were slightly stiff. She didn't even dare to imagine it. If Lin Baici made a mistake, he would be blown into a puddle of mush. No, don't. At least let me sleep with him once before he dies. Lin Baici focused his energy on drumming, occasionally glancing up at the television screen to see how the character was moving. Oh my God, Lin, stop looking. I'll give you a live report. Pogba was truly afraid that Lin Baici would hit the wrong notes. No need. A minute later, the speed at which the face spat out musical notes doubled. The time the Arabic numerals stayed on the drum surface was also halved, nearly flashing by in an instant. He couldn't afford to zone out, or he would definitely miss them. The character was charging forward, because Lin Baici hadn't made any mistakes. The taiko rhythm remained smooth, which reflected on the character as it dodged all the music fans blocking its path. Getting closer and closer to the stage. God Lin, come on. The tall, leggy woman clasped her hands together and began to pray. Entering the 3rd minute, Lin Baici's drumming became intense. The notes spat out by the face doubled in speed again. The notes on the drum surface were now just fleeting flashes. Lin Baici had no time to search for them. He had to strike them the moment they appeared, and he had to be fast, or the notes would vanish. Thump, thump, thump. The drumming was dense, and Lin Baici's hands were moving so fast they left a blur of afterimages. Holy crap, that's awesome. Huang Jingxiang was shocked. Lin Baici was different from the woman in the couple. He had no percussion skills and was relying purely on his physical reflexes to play the drum. To be able to do this meant his physical enhancement was at a very high level. But looking at his age, Lin Baici was too young, generally speaking. Being young meant a lower chance of obtaining meteor stones, and those were the key to improving one's physique. There's no doubt about it. Lin Baici must be kept by some god-level big shot. Huang Jingxiang never considered that Lin Baici might be clearing the god runes solo and taking all the loot, because that was simply too difficult. In the circle of god hunters, it was usually the geniuses who were taken under the wing of big shots, and then they would receive a share of the meteor stones from them. Lin Baici's physique was naturally excellent, while others could only use the divine energy extracted from meteor stones to strengthen their bodies. He could not only eat them directly but also consume divine remains. In terms of physical condition alone, Lin Baici hadn't reached the violent bear level yet, but after harvesting a wave of loot from the Bizan god ruins, he would be close once he got out. Perhaps, relying on this achievement, he could jump straight to the Lion King rank. God Lin, watch out. Zhao saw on the television that the character was only 10 meters away from the stands and quickly warned him. The woman from the couple had crashed exactly when she was getting onto the stage. Lin Baici was, of course, paying attention when the character rushed to the front of the stage and was about to jump up. The face on the drum suddenly closed its mouth. and the surrounding music fans surged forward like a tsunami. At the same time, each of them spat out a musical note from their mouths. Having been prepared, Lin Baici immediately activated lightning speed. As for eidetic memory, he hadn't deactivated it. All time slowed down instantly. The notes that had been flashing by on the drum surface now seemed like limping beggars. Lingering for much longer, Lin Baici began to strike. Thump, 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 thump. This scene lasted for a full 13 seconds, but in reality, Lin Baici had finished striking 192 notes in the blink of an eye. The moment Lin Baici finished, on the television, the character performed a leap, broke through the encirclement of the music fans, and jumped onto the stage. Did he succeed? The others hadn't reacted yet. In their eyes, Lin Baici's drumming was too fast. The sounds blended together, and they even felt like he had only played one long, continuous note. The lead singer lunged at the character, raised the electric guitar in his hands, and brought it down in a battle axe-style strike toward the character's head. It wasn't over yet. The lead singer's mouth spat out another string of notes. Damn it! Lin Baici immediately activated lightning speed. Don't rush, play them in reverse, the gourmet commented. Lin Baici was stunned, and sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Damn it! This is too much of a trap. This meant that if he followed the lead singer's notes exactly as they appeared, it would also be a dead end. As expected of a 10-year-old major god ruin, many of the divine artifacts within had been radiated by divine remains for years, creating a very high intensity of rule-based pollution. The one before them was definitely above 7. If it were outside the god ruins, it would definitely affect an entire city district and hundreds of thousands of people. Of course, it was also bad luck for Jin Yingqian and the others. If Lin Baici hadn't come looking for her, they could have avoided this floor. Everyone saw the lead singer roar out another pile of notes and felt their scalps go numb. They subconsciously turned their heads to look at Lin Baici. God Lin, it's up to you. God bless, go for it. Everyone prayed. In 1 second, Lin Baici played the 56 notes the lead singer had roared out in their entirety. On the television, the character pushed off with both feet, leaped like a fish, and smashed his fist into the lead singer's face. The lead singer's head exploded. The character snatched the electric guitar from the hands of the corpse as it fell to the ground and then slammed it hard onto the floor. The electric guitar shattered, and the deafening, violent electronic music blaring from the speakers vanished in an instant. Standing on the stage, the character stood tall and imposing like a mountain, raised his clenched right fist, and declared in a clear, resonant voice, "Death Music Festival," concluded. Bang, bang. As fireworks soared into the sky and ribbons fluttered, the shaman screamed and the images on the television flickered and went completely black. The crowd regained their senses, all feeling a wave of exhaustion. Their bodies felt weak, and they wanted to sit on the ground to rest. That felt just like attending a real concert. Jiru had participated in such music festivals before. After the frenzy came the fatigue. Dorizen felt a headache and weak legs. So she sat down on the floor, but the moment she did, she felt as if her backside had landed on a scorching hot iron plate, as if she had instantly turned into medium rare beef. Dorizen screamed and jumped up, subconsciously glancing at the floor. Fuck. The brush with death just now had made the tall, buxom woman forget that everyone was still trapped in another rule-based pollution, and they were about to be roasted alive. God Lin, thank you. Pogba walked over to Lin Baici, wanting to give him a hug. Lin Baici raised a hand to stop him. Pogba was drenched in sweat, and he didn't want to touch him. Pogba felt a bit awkward. God Lin, it's all thanks to you. Huang Jingxiang wiped the heavy sweat from his forehead, rushing to flatter him to get on his good side. The spoils of this round are all yours. If anyone dares to say a single word of objection, I'll blow their head off. Chapter 327. Magical Divine Taboo Item Acquired. The rule-based pollution had been purified, and everyone relaxed, letting out a solid sigh of relief. Regardless of whether they would be roasted alive later, at least they had survived this round. Do you even need to say that? Pogba retorted at Huang Jingxiang. Everything in this room belongs to God Lin. Exactly. Apache chimed in. God Lin, shall I help you pack up the television? This Siamese man had always been relatively cold and rarely smiled, But now he had put on a flattering face, releasing goodwill toward Lin Baici. He didn't feel ashamed, because this was respect for the strong. He didn't know how many more terrifying rule-based pollutions they would encounter next. He had to cling to Lin Baici's thigh. What was a little flattery? If Lin Baici liked Nen, he would take off his pants right now. He guaranteed he wouldn't hesitate for a second. God Lin, beautiful, you are my god. Dorizen made a cross on her chest, rushed to Lin Baici's side in excitement, and reached out to hug him. Lin Baici raised a hand to stop her. The tall woman was covered in too much sweat, and her body hair was simply too thick. Lin Baici didn't like this type. If not a delicate beauty, at least she shouldn't be so rugged. God Lin, well done. Ashley Gen gave Lin Baici a thumbs up. God Lin, look, shouldn't we hurry up and solve this heat problem? Huang Jingshang suggested in a low voice. If they waited any longer, they would all be roasted. No rush. Lin Baici looked at the 60-plus-inch television, wanting to take it with him. He tried to activate the Bodhi Messenger Kasaya, but the muscle Buddha was still nowhere to be seen, which meant the divine taboo item was still under lockdown. And the space within the black altar bowl definitely couldn't be opened either. Damn it! Lin Baici was a little annoyed. He had purified the rule-based pollution, yet he couldn't take the divine taboo item with him. What a waste! Any program played by this television, known as the Music Festival, will make you feel as if you are personally on the scene. It comes with a built-in 3D effect, comparable to the most luxurious IMAX screen. Especially for music programs, it offers pure, original sound, perfectly faithful to the source. Even the top-tier speaker brands currently on the market cannot achieve its effect. This television occasionally plays movies automatically. They might come from the future, from another world, or from cultural and entertainment works. In short, they are works that do not exist in this reality. Using this television makes it very easy to become addicted, leading to a complete decay of one's life. At the same time, it will irregularly host music festivals. If the tracks are death metal or similar, ordinary people who listen to them are very likely to commit suicide. This television will turn itself on and choose programs to play. TV Maiden, I play whatever I want. What does it have to do with you? Small movies, macho wrestling shows, my favorites. The God Eater commented. It can even turn itself on. Lin Baici suddenly felt the television wasn't so appealing anymore. It would be one thing if it just caused death. But if it suddenly turned on while he was sleeping and played to men picking up soap, who could stand that? Forget it, forget it. After purifying this rule-based pollution, he would see if he could recover this television and sell it to someone else. He wouldn't dare say 100 million, but it should be worth tens of millions, right? In Haijing, that amount of money couldn't buy a top-tier luxury mansion. But a 200 square meter flat was definitely not a problem. This television is mine. When the pollution ends, I will come to recover it. Does anyone have any objections? Lin Baici asked, his gaze sweeping around the room. Please do. Huang Jingshan bowed, reached out, and made a gesture of invitation. I can even carry it on my back for you right now. Apache chuckled. If anyone dares to touch it, I'll kill them. Li Yintong said with murderous intent. The boyfriend didn't speak, holding his girlfriend's corpse in grief. Let's go, Lin Baici shouted, ignoring the boyfriend, and pushed open the door. Whoosh! A wave of heat rushed toward them. In the current environment, it felt as if they were in the middle of the scorching Sahara Desert at high noon, with the sun at its most intense. The air in front of everyone was distorted due to the high temperature. Plop, plop. Sweat dripped onto the floor and spread out, leaving a circular mark the size of a Republic-era silver dollar. Lin Baici held the master key and continued to open doors. The others followed behind him like pugs. After Ashley Gen whispered a few prayers to God, he laid down his brother's corpse. Even when loved ones die, the living must continue to live. The boyfriend from the couple sighed and stood up. He decided that once he returned this time, he would stop being a god hunter. He would settle down, become a landlord, collect rent, and live out the rest of his life in peace. Damn it. Why is this floor so hot? Jin Zhenju walked down the stairs and glanced into the hallway from the stairwell. She felt like she was going to faint from the heat. It felt as if she had suddenly lifted the lid of a steamer while cooking and been blasted by the rising steam. Her entire face was stinging. Jin Zhenju's voice wasn't loud, but Lin Baici heard it and immediately turned his head. Jin Zhenju looked to the right and saw a group of people more than 30 meters away, which made her nerves tighten instinctively. Damn it! Jin Zhenju was worried about encountering bad people, but she immediately felt happy because she saw Lin Baici. God Lin? Jin Zhenju waved her hand quickly. Great. Now she had someone powerful to rely on. She lifted her feet to run over, but as soon as she entered the hallway, the heat wave hit her, instantly drenching her in sweat as if she had been thrown into a steamer. Damn it! Jin Zhenju knew that a rule contamination was erupting in this hallway, but she only hesitated for a moment before running over with unwavering determination. Hey, what a fool, Zhao Rao sneered. This seemed to be a Korean woman. Although she recognized God Lin, she was too ugly. So she probably wasn't Lin Baiqi's type, meaning it was safe to mock her. You're the fool, Jin Zhenju retorted. If you aren't stupid, why did you run over here? Zhao Rao looked at her with contempt. Can't you see that this floor is currently undergoing a rule contamination? Nonsense. Of course I know that. Jin Zhenju rolled her eyes. But with God Lin here, what do I have to fear? Walking around this apartment building alone was too dangerous. It was safer to be with Lin Baici, at the very least. They had gone through the Living Corpse Korea incident together, so they were acquaintances, even if they needed cannon fodder. Jin Zhenju felt it wouldn't be her turn. God Lin, Miss Jin Yingzhen. Jin Zhenju greeted them with a smile. Compared to the rebellious attitude she had when they first met and acted together, she was much more submissive now. Have you seen Huo Yuyu and the others? Jin Yingzhen asked. Jin Zhenju answered honestly. What is the situation right now? Jin Yingzhen explained briefly. Lin Baici inserted the key and turned it 3 times. Click, click, the lock opened. Lin Baici pushed the door open and entered. Search quickly. The 40 square meter room was as small as ever, visible at a glance. Fuck, nothing again. Zhao Rao cursed and kicked the wall. Pogba was more cautious. After checking the desk drawers and the wardrobe, he went to take a look in the bathroom. Nothing, a waste of time. There is clearly nothing here. Zhao Rao appeared to be criticizing Pogba, but he was actually subtly reminding Lin Baici not to waste time here and to move on to the next room quickly. Lin Baici didn't move. He rubbed his stomach. When he opened the door, he felt a slight sense of hunger. He wanted to eat something. Lin Baici licked his lips. They were very dry and cracked. He took a quick look around, walked into the bathroom, and opened the cabinet under the sink. There were spare bottles of body wash, shampoo, soap, and a few boxes of condoms whose names Lin Baici didn't recognize. Lin Baici's gaze instinctively fell on a large red-painted pipe wrench. Shouldn't this thing be in a toolbox? Look at what I have found, a chain pipe wrench. The gluttonous god spoke up. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. Very good. He had found it. This was the item. Hearing the shout, everyone immediately ran over. What is the situation? Huan Jing shone white in his eyes and peered into the bathroom. Lin Baici was squatting under the sink, seemingly having discovered something good. Is there a god-forbidden item? Li Yinton felt her scalp tingle and felt terrible. How could it start again just after one had ended? As expected of a 10-year level great god ruin, it was too dangerous. The rule contamination didn't even stop. It was one after another. If this continued, even a dragon level would have to kneel. God Lin. Pogba and Zhao Rao appeared concerned for Lin Baici, but their eyes swept over the cabinet and fixed on the pipe wrench. This thing was a god-forbidden item. As far as it seemed, there was no radiation contamination. Plumber's pipe wrench. When you hold this pipe wrench, your charisma comes 1. Women over the age of 30, including but not limited to humans, will find your charm irresistible and develop a huge fondness for you. When you hold the pipe wrench and are shirtless, your charisma increases by another 1. The lethality against mature women is doubled, but when facing young girls, it will raise their vigilance and make them twice as guarded against you. Even if you look like an enlightened holy monk, the other party will think you have ulterior motives and will immediately call the police. The gluttonous god commented seriously, as if he were reviewing a dish. Lin Baici frowned deeply upon hearing this. What kind of messy nonsense was this? It felt like an artifact for having affairs. Carrying this thing around, one could conquer both young married women and mature women, however. For a decent person like Lin Baici, it seemed useless. Lin Baici felt a bit regretful. Currently, he couldn't activate his other god-forbidden items. So, he wanted something that could directly increase his combat power. But this would have to do. Better than nothing. Lin Baici reached into the cabinet and grabbed the pipe wrench. The weight was decent, about 5 or 6 jin. And it felt very handy. Lin Baici stood up and swung it a few times with force. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of it cutting through the air whistled. It works. Lin Baici gripped the handle of the pipe wrench, feeling the cold touch of the metal, and suddenly felt an urge to crack a skull with it. Furthermore, he felt as if his strength had increased and his body was in surprisingly good shape, as if he had adjusted to his peak condition on the eve of the college entrance exam. When you hold this pipe wrench, your combat power will double while indoors. When you are in a restroom, your combat power will triple. Lin Baici's eyes lit up. This is good. From now on, am I a god of war indoors? It's a pity that restrooms are too small and too hard to find. I doubt I will have many chances to fight in one in this lifetime. If it were an elevator, it might actually be useful. Does an elevator count as indoors, Brother Lin? Li Yintong saw a smile on the corner of Lin Baici's mouth and had no idea what good thing he was thinking about. God Lin, what is it? Huang Jingshang stared at the pipe wrench in Lin Baici's hand. Is this a god-forbidden item? The pipe wrench was coated in a layer of red paint, very thick, the color of congealed blood. Lin Baici replied casually, let's go. The crowd squeezed at the doorway, saw Lin Baici about to come out, and hurriedly made way for him. Is this a god-forbidden item? Jin Zhenju considered herself relatively close to Lin Baici and thought she wouldn't get snapped at. So she asked with a thick skin. Such things could not be hidden. The delinquent girl was curious. Brother Lin, how did you find it? Generally speaking, when a god-forbidden item is not radiating rule-based pollution, it is no different from an ordinary object. Even experienced god hunters might not necessarily recognize it. Intuition. Lin Baici gave a perfunctory answer. God Lin, don't keep us in suspense. Care to reveal it to everyone? Dualishan wanted to learn a trick or two. Pogba and Xiaoyao exchanged glances. They felt that Lin Baici must have some kind of exploration-type divine favor. But that didn't seem right either. If he had one, why hadn't he found the god-forbidden item causing the scorching heat on the 10th floor yet? Lin Baici glanced at the tall foreign woman and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her. God Lin, do you know what the pollution of this pipe wrench is? Apache suddenly spoke up. If you hold it, even if you haven't learned maintenance, you will know how to fix a sewer. As Lin Baici spoke, he just opened a crack in a door when a wave of scorching heat hissed out. It was just like when a kettle of water had just started to boil. Careful. Lin Baici pulled Jin Yingxin and quickly dodged to the side. Everyone else also hurriedly scrambled to avoid it. Hiss, hiss, the heat poured out, and it only stopped after a full 10 seconds or so. Lin Baici pushed the door open. The tall foreign woman and Lin Baici exclaimed, and the others' faces were filled with shock and terror. The room in front of them was like an oven. Tables, chairs, computers, and a single bed. Everything that could be seen had melted into a puddle of asphalt-like substance. The floor, ceiling, and walls of the room looked bright red, like a heated iron plate. But what was most terrifying was that several people were hanging upside down from the ceiling, completely naked. They were already dead, their bodies slowly rotating, looking like the roasted ducks sold in shops on the street. Are these already cooked? The delinquent girl shivered. A white male corpse had been roasted to a golden brown, with charred skin. And there was also a female corpse with some parts pitch black, clearly burnt. Go in, go in, go in. The god-eater urged him 3 times in a row. Lin Baici immediately walked in. The floor was a bit hot, and the temperature of the surrounding air was quite high, just like entering a sauna. Lin Baici took a breath and immediately held it. It was too hot. It felt like even his lungs were about to be cooked. Lin Baici's step startled the others. Fuck, do you not want to live? The black man, Gan, shouted urgently. God Lin. Apache reached out to pull Lin Baici back. Pogba didn't speak, frowning, wanting to see what Lin Baici would do. Judging by the previous performance of this Yuzhou man, he was no hothead. There must be a reason for doing this. Could it be that he discovered something else? Jin Yingxin was Lin Baici's loyal dog and fan, and seeing him go in, The Korean girl followed without the slightest hesitation. "Brother Lin," Li Yintong shouted. And seeing Jin Yingxin go in, he also hurriedly followed. The tall foreign woman was conflicted. Deep down, she still didn't quite trust Lin Baici. After all, they were of different races. However, Jin Zhenju, who had previously looked down on Lin Baici, had learned her lesson and followed in quite obediently. Haha, these people don't trust God Lin. Just wait for them to suffer. Jin Zhenju looked back. Sure enough, just as Pogba and Xiaorao exchanged glances, wondering whether to follow, they felt as if they had been placed on a red-hot, invisible iron plate. Hiss, hiss, Dualishan immediately screamed. She felt as if she were suffering the torture of being branded with a hot iron. Her skin was scorched red all over, emitting white smoke. Blisters the size of grapes appeared visibly to the naked eye. God Lin. The tall foreign woman rushed into the room. The others didn't escape either. They were all burned. Xiaorao was the most miserable, his face covered in blisters, even on his left eyelid, which impaired his vision. God Lin, why didn't you warn us? Xiaorao complained. Injuring his eyes would lower his survival rate. Do I have an obligation to? Lin Baici retorted. Xiaorao was choked up. Indeed, everyone had spontaneously followed Lin Baici and formed a temporary team only because he was strong. Stop talking about this useless stuff. What do we do now? Apache was very anxious. The room was so hot that everyone wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a few minutes. Everyone looked at Lin Baici. They were waiting for an answer. Lin Baici's gaze landed on the northwest corner of the room, where an oven was placed. At this moment, the oven door was open, and the interior was glowing red, radiating an astonishing amount of heat. Is it this thing? Everyone else also began to examine the oven. The question was, what was the method of purification? I have a question. Who hung them up there? After Pogba finished speaking, everyone was struck with a sudden chill and quickly guarded their surroundings to prevent a monster from appearing out of nowhere. Could it be that they did it themselves? Li Yintong reasoned. No one thought Li Yintong was being whimsical, because in the God ruins, anything could happen. Even those universally accepted laws of physics could be overturned. Should we try cutting the power first? Dualishan suggested. Go ahead and try. Li Yintong wasn't going to do it. Acting rashly now would very likely lead to injury. Speaking of which, it was way too hot in this room. The delinquent girl was drenched in sweat, looking as if she had been fished out of water. She fanned her cheeks with her hand, unable to stand it any longer, and began to take off her camisole and black fishnet stockings, leaving only her undergarments. But even after taking them off, she felt even hotter. Hey! Pogba looked at the boyfriend and urged, you go. Pull the power plug. Chapter 328. Isn't Lin Baici's efficiency in finding God-forbidden items a bit too high? Jin Yingxin was uncomfortably hot and wished she could take off all her clothes. But there were too many men here. If it were only Lin Baici, she really wouldn't mind doing so. The delinquent girl and the tall foreign woman didn't have as many psychological burdens and had stripped down to their undergarments. However, the room was as hot as the flaming mountains, and everyone felt like roasted ducks about to be cooked through. The men were only thinking about surviving and had no spare energy to admire the women. God Lin, aren't you hot? Pogba looked Lin Baici up and down. Wasn't he hot? Why wasn't he taking off his clothes either? It couldn't be that he had some secret on his body that he couldn't let people see. Could it? As for Jin Yingxin, she was Lin Baici's woman, so she definitely wouldn't dare to strip casually. Hot. Lin Baici was concise and to the point. Pogba stroked the little head of the doll on his shoulder, feeling that Lin Baici was hiding something. Go quickly, Xiaorao urged. Apache glanced at Lin Baici and noticed he didn't speak, which was taken as tacit approval of Xiaoru's idea. He held his machete and stared at the boyfriend. His duck-like voice was very unpleasant. Handsome, please, help us out, Li Yintong persuaded. Looking at you, it seems like you don't want to live anymore. So why not contribute to everyone before you die? Don't worry, we will definitely remember your kindness. Had the boyfriend sneered. Brother, actually, if you think about it, your life was saved by God Lin. Shouldn't you show some gratitude? Huang Jingxian was better at talking and created a sense of guilt for the boyfriend from a moral standpoint. Of all things, the grace of saving a life is the greatest. The boyfriend's face darkened. It was true. He owed a huge favor, thought Lin. The favor I owe you. I'm paying it back now. As the boyfriend spoke, he walked toward the oven in the corner. Following the power cord at the back, he found the socket on the wall, with the 3-pronged plug inserted into it. Hurry up, Xiaorao urged. Everyone was staring at the boyfriend, but to be honest, they didn't think there was much chance of success. The boyfriend reached out and grabbed the power cord. Before he could exert force to pull the plug out, a visible blue electric current surged from the socket and swept over his entire body. Stop! The boyfriend's whole body trembled. Then his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight to the ground. Fuck, damn it. It really doesn't work. Curses and complaints rang out immediately. Only Lin Baici rushed to the boyfriend in one stride and kicked him hard in the waist. The boyfriend slid away. What a pity. Huan Jingxiang said regretfully. The boyfriend hadn't managed to pull the power cord out in the process. Don't just stand there. Search the room and see if there are any clues. Lin Baici urged and ducked into the bathroom. There, he saw a double-door upright refrigerator placed next to a toilet that had long since melted into a pile of black slag. Li Yintong felt that being near Lin Baici was the safest, so she had been following him. Now, seeing the refrigerator, she immediately cried out, "Wow, this thing is definitely useful." The temperature in this room was very high, and all the furniture and supplies that could be seen had been burned away. Only the refrigerator remained, so it must be a clue. After the delinquent girl shouted, she immediately covered her mouth with her hand and looked back vigilantly. She couldn't lead others here, or she wouldn't be able to get the first pick. It was a pity that the room was only so big, and because Lin Baici had performed so well earlier, everyone was paying attention to his every move. So, as soon as they heard the noise she made, they came over immediately. A bunch of losers. Li Yintong was annoyed and leaned closer to Lin Baici again, pretending to be careless as her chest touched his back, even rubbing against him for good measure. There's a refrigerator. Xiaorao was overjoyed. He pushed past Lin Baici and Jin Yingzhen, wanting to enter the bathroom to open the refrigerator and take a look. But after taking 2 steps, he finally remembered who was in charge. He stopped immediately, turned back, and smiled apologetically. God Lin, hurry up. Everyone else was also waiting for Lin Baici. Brother Lin really has a lot of influence, the delinquent girl said with envy. Lin Baici wasn't in a hurry to check the refrigerator. In the bathroom, besides it, there was also a ceramic bathtub that hadn't melted either. Arctic Man refrigerator. The ice cubes it produces carry an extreme cold effect. As long as you hold them in your mouth, even if you jump into a molten iron furnace to take a bath, you won't die. Taking an ice bath in the summer can keep you cool all day. Please note, soaking for a long time will cause all desire to disappear. Ice cubes cannot be swallowed directly, or your spleen and stomach will suffer frostbite. It is best not to hold them in your mouth for more than 5 minutes. Otherwise, your mouth will be frostbitten and lose sensation within a few days. The god of gluttony commented. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow, gripped the handle of the refrigerator door, and pulled it open. The black man, Gil, cursed because there was nothing inside. The others stared longingly at the bottom section. This was their last hope. When Lin Baici opened the lower door, a wave of cold air immediately surged out, causing everyone to shiver uncontrollably, as if they had been hit by a blizzard from the north. Lucky, the tall, leggy woman cheered. There were 3 drawers in the freezer. Lin Baici pulled them open one by one and found that only the bottom layer contained some ice cubes. He immediately picked one up, turned around, and tossed it to the Korean girl. Yingzhen, catch, walk. The Korean girl caught it. The ice cube felt extremely cold to the touch. Hold it in your mouth. Lin Baici also picked one up and tossed it into his mouth. Oh, it was freezing. His teeth ached. It felt like gnawing on a popsicle outdoors in the dead of winter. However, the effect was obvious. As the ice cube entered his mouth, the surrounding heat waves seemed to be neutralized, and his body immediately felt refreshed. Brother Lin. Li Yintong looked at Lin Baici with longing, like a pet dog waiting to be fed. The others had similar expressions, all of them impatient. Take it yourselves. After Lin Baici picked one up and threw it to the delinquent girl, he stepped aside. The crowd immediately rushed over. The narrow bathroom was instantly packed. Damn it, don't push. Huang Jingshan was annoyed. But he also pushed forward with all his might, reaching his hand into the drawer, wanting to grab a handful of ice cubes. Everyone is only allowed to take one, Lin Baici commanded. Don't make me lose my temper, Gil grabbed 4. But after hesitating for a moment, he put them back. There was no choice, he still had to rely on Lin Baici later. So he couldn't afford to offend him. Brother Huang, you and the delinquent girl guard this place, without my orders. No one is allowed to take any ice cubes, Lin Baici instructed. God Lin. Calling me Brother Huang is too formal. You can just call me Daxian. Huang Jingshan laughed, his attitude friendly. Don't worry. Without your word, no one will be able to take any ice cubes, God Lin. Can I follow you? Li Yintong pleaded. Not wanting to stay behind. Lin Baici didn't speak. He quickly circled the room, found nothing else useful, and headed to the next room. The delinquent girl followed obediently behind him. Gil and Pogba exchanged glances and stopped following. God Lin. We will think of other ways. The two of them were also racking their brains. Whatever. Lin Baici didn't care. As long as everyone kept working on those people hanging in the room, no one would slack off. Drip, drip. Perhaps because they had been roasted for too long. These corpses were not only charred on the outside and tender on the inside, but golden grease was also dripping down. Besides the burnt smell, there was also the aroma of roasted meat permeating the air. Lin Baici sniffed. Why is there a scent of cumin, God Lin? I suddenly remembered that there is a pair of oven mitts in the room I stayed in. The kind used for ovens and microwaves. Huang Jingshan slapped his forehead, chased after him, and shouted, should I go get them? At a time like this, every possibility had to be tried. All right. Huang Jingshan immediately ran back. In less than a minute, he came running back in a rush, holding a pair of pink plaid gloves that looked incredibly girly. Burgle. Lin Baici's stomach growled with hunger, which made his eyes light up. There was no doubt about it. This was a god-forbidden item. Oven mitts. Put them on, and you can reach your hand into burning charcoal without getting burned. Put them on, and you will want to play with fire and touch high-temperature objects. The god of gluttony commented. Are you going to pull the plug? Lin Baici suggested. According to the god of gluttony, these gloves shouldn't be useful, as heat insulation and electrical insulation were not the same thing. Huang Jingshan didn't really want to go, his eyes darting toward the boyfriend resting in the hallway. How about we let him do it again? You can let him do it, but you will lose ownership of these gloves, Lin Baici warned. Huang Jingshan originally wanted to say that if it's gone, it's gone. Who cares about a lousy pair of gloves? But the moment he was about to agree, he paused. God Lin, you mean? Huang Jingshan's gaze fell on the oven mitts, his fingers touching them, somewhat incredulous. It is a god-forbidden item. Lin Baici did not hide it. These god-forbidden items belonged to whoever held them when leaving the divine ruins. Scheming now was useless. Of course, there was another point. Lin Baici's black alms bowl could no longer be used. So even if he took them, he had nowhere to store them. Damn, Huang Jingshan was dumbfounded. He really wanted to ask, how did you figure that out, God Lin? These gloves look completely ordinary. Li Yintong glanced at the gloves. Then her gaze fell on Lin Baici's face, specifically staring into his eyes. What did you use to judge that secret? Lin Baici refused to explain. Well, are you going to do it? Or should I let him? Huang Jingshan gritted his teeth. I will do it. After saying that, he immediately walked toward the power outlet, took a deep breath, and reached out to pull. ZZZ pop. Electric current surged, traveling up Huang Jingshan's arm. But the gloves insulated part of the current, preventing Huang Jingshan from passing out instantly. Damn it! Huang Jingshan, his whole body numb, cursed as he exerted force with his right hand. He pulled the plug out. Click! The light inside the oven immediately went dark. Seeing this, everyone was overjoyed. Is the purification complete? Huang Jingshan chuckled. Stroking his gloves and feeling like he had made a profit, he immediately reminded them. Remember, you all owe me your lives, of course. God Lin is the exception. After saying this, Huang Jingshan began to hesitate, wondering if he should offer these gloves to Lin Baici. After all, he still intended to cling to Lin Baici's coattails in the future. If he were to be greedy for this loot now and offend him, What would he do if Lin Baici refused to take him along later? Huang Jingxiang was a decisive person and immediately decided to offer up the gloves. It's over. Pogba let out a sigh of relief. What do we do next? The tall foreign woman had had enough and wanted to get out as soon as possible. It looks like this is an apartment building. Why don't we go to the first floor and take a look? Xiaorao suggested. God Lin. Just as Huang Jingxiang finished speaking, the light inside the oven flickered and turned on again with a snap. Fuck, what's going on? Everyone was shocked. And then their expressions changed drastically, because as the light turned on, the temperature radiating from the oven seemed even higher than before. Huang Jingxiang felt as if he had been pressed against a red-hot copper pillar, suffering the torture of being branded. With a hiss, charred, foul-smelling black smoke rose from his skin, and clusters of blisters the size of grapes immediately erupted. Huang Jingxiang screamed in pain. His hands instinctively moved to protect his body, but the moment they touched his skin, he felt a stinging pain. Brother Xiang, hurry to the refrigerator and use ice cubes for a cold compress. Li Yintong hurriedly helped him. Huang Jingxiang stumbled toward the bathroom. Don't use it all up. Leave some for us, Dualishan complained. Pogba followed them inside. Huang Jingxiang opened the refrigerator, grabbed a handful of ice cubes, and pressed them against his face. It was cool and refreshing, which felt great. But what about the rest of his body? He caught a glimpse of the bathtub nearby and suddenly had an idea. He turned on the faucet. Sizzle. Scalding hot water rushed out, and a large cloud of white steam rose up. Huang Jingxiang immediately threw several ice cubes into it. The steam vanished, and the hot water cooled down instantly. Huang Jingxiang reached out to test the water temperature. It was freezing, but that was exactly what he needed. Without another word, he stripped off his clothes and climbed straight in. So comfortable. Yintong, hurry. Add some more ice cubes for me, Huang Jingxiang urged. Add what? Do you know how much you've already used? Xiaorao wasn't happy. This is everyone's shared property. The boyfriend from the couple followed them in, and seeing the situation, he also wanted to get into the bathtub. He had been electrocuted and knocked to the ground earlier, and like a piece of teppanyaki, a large part of his body had been scalded. Huang Jingxiang didn't refuse and made some room for him. This way, there would be one more person to share the hostility. If there was trouble, they would face it together. Don't argue over such trifles. Dealing with the oven is the top priority. Lin Baici raised his wrist and checked his watch. 5 minutes were up. He immediately spat out the ice cube in his mouth. Seeing that it was still the size of a sugar cube, he threw it into the bathtub. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Yingzhen spit it out. Lin Baici took more from the refrigerator. Everyone watched eagerly, but no one dared to stop him. As soon as he finished taking them, Dualishan immediately followed suit. Now, everyone was unhappy. Isn't yours not melted yet? Xiaorao complained. But God Lin changed his. The tall foreign woman argued. Can you compare yourself to God Lin? Li Yintong retorted. Lin Baici left to look for clues. I say, everyone, let's stop arguing. If the ice cubes are used up, can't we just freeze some more? Huang Jingxiang suggested. Everyone felt this was a good idea and quickly got to work, finding containers to catch hot water and putting them in the freezer. It's frozen. It's frozen, Dualishan cheered. The water in the cups was hot, but after being placed in the freezer, it froze visibly, forming a large block of ice in just a few minutes. Come on, put the ice in the bathtub. I want to see if it has a cooling effect. Huang Jingxiang urged. You get out, I'll try. Xiaorao was sweltering and wanted to try it too. It turned out that the ice cubes they flash froze were also effective. Don't waste time. Everyone take a handful of ice and go to the other rooms to look for clues. There must be a rule-breaking item that can turn off the oven, Pogba urged. Everyone divided the ice and split up to take action. Huang Jingxiang stayed behind, soaking in the bath while freezing ice cubes, feeling incredibly refreshed. Everyone tacitly agreed that he could slack off because he was the one who discovered this key point. Actually, Lin Baici was also qualified to do so, but he didn't need to. Perhaps because the power had been cut once. The temperature soared extremely quickly after the oven was restarted. This could be seen from the few corpses hanging there. They were roasted until charred, their flesh black and emitting a foul, burnt odor. It was unbearable. Lin Baici searched 7 more rooms but found nothing. Could it be that the key to purification is in that oven room? Jin Yingjin guessed. Should we go back and check again? God Lin, come quickly. Something's wrong. Huan Jingxian's voice suddenly rang out, urgent and shrill. Lin Baici immediately took off running. When he returned to the room, he saw Black Gan had stripped off his clothes and, having found a stepladder from somewhere, placed it under the grill and was climbing up. What's going on? Lin Baici frowned. His expression tight enough to crush a sea crab. Gan, get down. It's no use. He's like someone whose mind has been stripped away by something. He can't hear us anymore. Pogba's expression was grave. The doll on his shoulder had stood up and was hiding behind his neck, covering its eyes with its hands. Not daring to look at Black Gan at all. Is this an oven? Shirao guessed. Then why are we fine? Apache was puzzled. His willpower is relatively weak, so he lost control first. It will be our turn soon, Huan Jingxiang analyzed. On the ceiling, some rusty iron hooks were embedded. Those corpses were hooked by their ankles and hung upside down in the air. After climbing 3 meters high on the stepladder, Aegon turned his body over, lifted his feet, and hooked them onto those iron hooks with force. Oh my god. Dorizen covered her mouth with both hands and exclaimed. It is cumin, Lin Baici said. Rushed to the stepladder and kicked it. Clang, the stepladder flew away, and Aegon fell to the ground with a thud. Pogba did not understand. Aegon became anxious. He scrambled up from the ground and lunged directly at Lin Baici, throwing punches. All his previous respect was gone. Lin Baici had already anticipated this possibility, so he did not attack but retreated immediately. As soon as he stepped out of the room, Aegon stopped instantly, ran to the stepladder, lifted it up, and placed it back under the iron hooks. Aegon started climbing again. Now everyone understood. Aegon had lost his mind and wanted to turn himself into roast meat. Lin Baici sighed. He and Aegon were not related, and saving him once while risking his own life was already doing his best. God Lin, no need to blame yourself. You have done your best. Huan Jingxiang felt that this Lin Baici was someone worth associating with. Usually, when god hunters encounter such a situation, they would definitely just watch from the sidelines, because if they intervened rashly, they might get contaminated themselves. Aegon climbed onto the stepladder, turned his body over, placed his feet on the iron hooks, and then pulled down hard. Sizzle. The iron hook pierced through the top of his foot. Drip, drip. Fresh blood flowed out, running down the black man Aegon's legs, finally sliding over his entire body and dripping onto the floor. A happy smile appeared on the black man Aegon's face. He pushed the stepladder away and hung there upside down. This eerie and horrifying scene made everyone gasp, a chill running from the back of their heads down to their spines. What did you say just now? Pogba looked at Lin Baici. I said cumin, Lin Baici sniffed. Aegon has a scent of cumin on him. It is a spice. I think it is possible that he came into contact with cumin during his search, which triggered the contamination and caused him to lose his mind, Lin Baici analyzed. It is not just cumin, salt and pepper, black pepper, barbecue sauce, and even olive oil, etc. As long as a person touches any seasoning related to barbecue, they will immediately lose their minds and believe they are a piece of meat that needs to be roasted. Life is only complete when you roast yourself until you are charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Crispy and delicious, the food god introduced. Could it be that besides cumin, things like barbecue sauce can also trigger this condition? Pogba drew inferences from one instance, his thinking very agile. It should. Lin Baici glanced at the black man Aegon. Everyone, be careful. Continue searching. Jin Yingjin and Li Yintong followed Lin Baici out, but after walking a few steps, they suddenly noticed that the others had not moved. What is wrong with you all? The delinquent girl asked, then realized, you losers. You are not scared, are you? Everyone looked awkward and did not answer, but the answer was self-evident. They were indeed scared. Look at the black man Aegon. He was a perfectly fine person, but suddenly he went crazy and hung himself on an iron hook like a roast duck. Look at that skin. It was visibly turning golden. There was a meteor wafting in the air. It smelled good, but when they thought about the fact that this was human flesh, everyone felt like vomiting from disgust. Rather than staying here waiting for death, It is better to take a gamble, Jin Yingxin persuaded. God Lin, I checked just now. There is a countdown on that oven. It should be the baking time. Once it ends, the rule contamination should stop, Pogba introduced. He was not a complete waste. He could use his brain, and his observation skills were quite good. Is that so? Li Yintong hurriedly ran to the oven. Sure enough, if one looked closely at the transparent oven lid, they could see a countdown, 2109, 2108. This means there are 21 minutes left. The delinquent girl felt her scalp tingle. There was not much time left for them. God Lin, I think if we put ice water in the bathtub and take turns getting into cool down, we should be able to survive this. Pogba explained to Lin Baici in a subservient manner. He was terrified that Lin Baici might have the personality of a stubborn tyrant who would not listen to their explanations and would insist on going his own way, forcing everyone to look for clues, which would be troublesome. Xiaorao felt quite regretful. Too many people had survived. If there were only 4 or 5 people, they could all soak in the ice water bath together. The method is feasible. You will not die, but you will be burned by the high temperature and covered in scars later. Hearing this comment from the food god, Lin Baici walked out decisively. Do as you please. Lin Baici did not want to become an ugly freak. Jin Yingxin was a fan of Lin Baici and did not hesitate at all, following him directly. Even if there were a mountain of blades or a sea of fire ahead, she would go with him. Li Yintong was conflicted. Yintong, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and come over for a bath. Huan Jingshan waved his hand. With one more companion, their bargaining power would be greater. Otherwise, when a dangerous moment arrived, they might be driven away by Pogba and the others. After all, these white men did not look like good people no matter how you looked at them. Ai. Li Yintong's lips trembled a few times. Remembering Lin Baici's previous performance, she suddenly made up her mind. Brother Xiang, I think it is better to follow Brother Lin. Yintong, you are stupid. Huan Jingshan was furious at her lack of resolve. Brother Xiang, hurry up. Li Yintong offered a word of advice, but seeing that Huan Jingshan remained completely unmoved, she stopped waiting and quickly ran out. Up yours. Huan Jingshan was thoroughly frustrated, feeling as miserable as if he had swallowed a lump of feces. Do you think God Lin will be angry with us? Dualishan looked deeply worried, her hands moving continuously as she rapidly splashed ice water over her body to cool down. Then, why don't you go with him? Xiaorao mocked. He had long been displeased with Lin Baici, but since his skills fell short, he could only endure it. Hey, let me get this straight first. 1 minute per person. Once your time is up, head out immediately. Huan Jingshan yelled at the top of his lungs, establishing rules for everyone. Do you guys think God Lin will be alright? Apache was worried. The death of those 2 women didn't matter at all. But if Lin Baici died, what would they do next? Should we try to persuade him again? Are you going to do it? Xiaorao rolled his eyes and kicked the bathtub. Hurry up and get out, it's my turn. The temperature in the room was still rising. Occasionally, they could hear the sound of the black mangan's flesh bursting open and grease splattering. Terrifying. God Lin, wait for me. Li Yintong caught up with Lin Baici, feigning an inability to stop her momentum, and bumped right into him. And fortunately, the small steamed buns on her chest were too small, providing no tactile sensation whatsoever. Aren't you afraid of dying? Lin Baici was somewhat surprised that the delinquent girl had followed him. Following you. Even if I die, it'll be worth it. Li Yintong giggled. Besides, Brother Lin, I always feel that you have a way out. Even if you don't, your luck is great. Why do you say that? Lin Baici was puzzled. You're so handsome. The goddess of luck definitely wouldn't have the heart to watch you turn into roast meat. Taking advantage of the situation, Li Yintong pinched Lin Baici's butt. Lin Baici walked at a hurried pace. He no longer entered every door he saw, but instead dashed all the way through, intending to use his hunger radar to locate divine relics. 1 room, 2 rooms, 3 rooms. When Lin Baici rushed past the 6th doorway, a surge of hunger hit him. He immediately halted, used the skeleton key to unlock the door, and charged inside. It was a very ordinary apartment room with simple furnishings. Lin Baici turned his gaze toward the corner of the room, where a glass cabinet stood containing some oatmeal, milk powder, biscuits, and a large jar of honey, wild honey. Smearing it on the body not only beautifies and nourishes the skin, but also insulates against many forms of damage, such as scalds, burns, and most chemical reagent burns. Applying this honey over scars can eliminate them. The glutton god provided its commentary. Scalds and burns. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow, quickly ran over to the glass cabinet, and pulled down the honey jar. It felt heavy, weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds. He unscrewed the lid. Unable to find any tools at the moment, he simply reached his hand straight inside, scooped out a handful of honey, and smeared it across Kim Young-jin's face. "How does it feel?" Lin Baici asked. He suddenly realized he might have fallen into a misconception. Why did he have to focus on purifying the rule contamination? Surviving until the duration of the contamination ended was an equally viable option. It's sticky, not very comfortable. Kim Young-jin felt the sensation carefully, but after applying it, "I can't feel that burning sensation anymore. Is this another divine relic?" Li Yintong was shocked. Wasn't Lin Baici's efficiency in finding divine relics far too high? "Hurry, strip," Lin Baici urged, intending to coat Kim Young-jin's entire body in the wild honey. Chapter 329. Could he have found another way to evade rule contamination? God Lin, Kim Jin-soo, who had been following Lin Baici without speaking, asked with a somewhat awkward, sycophantic smile. "Does the stripping you mentioned include me?" Kim Jin-soo possessed self-awareness, having looked down on Lin Baici previously and uttered many sarcastic remarks, coupled with the fact that she was not pretty herself. She knew she wouldn't gain Lin Baici's favor. Thus, she placed herself squarely in her role. Whatever Lin Baici did, she would follow suit. If he wanted to kill someone, she would hand him the knife and help bury the body along the way. Doing more dirty work was fine by her. Lin Baici glanced at Kim Jin-soo. "Suit yourself." Whether this woman lived or died, he didn't care in the slightest, even though they had spent over 10 days together. In terms of relationship, Lin Baici felt that the delinquent girl was actually closer to him. Upon hearing those words, Li Yintong immediately began undressing. However, as soon as the delinquent girl looked down, she realized that apart from her underwear, she had nothing left to strip off. Lin Baici possessed high visual appeal, but Kim Young-jin was the young princess of a chaebol family. She had seen men far more handsome than him. One must know that Kim Young-jin's mother ran an entertainment agency that owned Korea's most popular boy bands, alongside numerous trainees desperate to achieve fame overnight. Whether all natural bare faces or surgically enhanced cosmetic faces, Kim Young-jin had seen far too many, ranging from young boys to handsome older men. Yet not a single one could compare to Lin Baici. In Kim Young-jin's heart, Lin Baici was nitrogen monoxide. 1. Her love and attachment to him had evolved from admiration. Back at Longchin Temple, Lin Baici had been the Korean girl's savior, leading her through a narrow escape from the jaws of death. From that moment onward, her life could no longer be separated from him. Now, hearing Lin Baici tell her to strip, Kim Young-jin didn't hesitate for a single second and immediately began unbuckling her belt. Forget the fact that only Li Yintong was present. Even if other men were here, the Korean girl wouldn't have hesitated. Deep down, the Korean girl possessed a sense of total surrender toward Lin Baici. Or rather, she had never felt that their statuses were equal. She was willing to obey any order from Lin Baici and do anything for him. Although the two of them had just merged as one, achieving the ultimate harmony of life, Kim Young-jin did not feel that being Lin Baici's woman entitled her to boss him around or throw princess tantrums. Lin Baici had interacted with too few girls to understand their mindsets, so he completely failed to notice the shift in Kim Young-jin's attitude. Seeing the Korean girl take off her clothes, he hurriedly smeared the honey onto her body. "Time is pressing. You do the front part yourself." Lin Baici patted Jin Yingxin's shoulder, telling her to turn around. Li Yintong's lips moved, wanting to ask, "What about me? What are you standing there for?" Lin Baici turned his head and glared at the delinquent girl. "Hurry and smear honey on yourself." "What, do you want me to serve you?" Lin Baici had no interest in a bean sprout with no chest or butt. Jin Yingxin, on the other hand, had a great figure. The elasticity and smoothness of her skin were absolutely superb. However, he felt she was even more alluring when she wore tight yoga clothes that hugged her body. "TSK, do you know how many men want to touch me but don't get the chance?" Li Yintong pouted. Lin Baici's words hurt her pride. But she glanced at Jin Yingjin next to her. Damn it, she really couldn't compare. The delinquent girl had already stripped down to just her underwear and thong. Now, she directly scooped a handful of honey from the bottle and began to apply it to her body. Not too much. Just a thin layer will do. Lin Baici instructed. Save some. We might need it later. Li Yintang wasn't stupid. As soon as the honey was on her body, she immediately felt a cool sensation, isolating the surrounding high temperature. This invigorated her, and the speed at which her small hands applied the honey immediately quickened. I am a barbecue master, skilled at grilling. I'll brush those little chicken wings, making them very pretty. Li Yintang hummed a little tune, applying the honey to her arms, armpits, and then her chest. As if she were showering with body wash, she squeezed her small bunnies hard with both hands, but unfortunately, they still weren't as prominent as fried eggs. Damn it. My mom must have been malnourished when she gave birth to me. The delinquent girl felt miserable and wanted to cry. Brother Lin. Jin Zhenju was almost in tears, her eyes fixed on the jar of honey, but she didn't dare to use it without Lin Baici's permission. As for snatching it, that thought was absolutely out of the question. You use it too. Lin Baici glanced at the Korean woman, keeping her as cannon fodder. Thank you, Brother Lin. Thank you, Brother Lin. Jin Zhenju immediately bowed, bending her waist 90 degrees. The temperature on the floor was getting higher and higher. Many pieces of furniture showed signs of melting, and the bedding on the bed had turned charred, shriveled, and wrinkled. Everyone felt extremely uncomfortable, as if they had been put into an air fryer. Every breath they inhaled into their lungs was scorching, dry, and carried the scent of death. Jin Yingjin smeared some honey on her stomach, then suddenly realized something was wrong. Appa, I'll put it on you first. Jin Yingjin scooped a handful of honey, turned around, and reached to smear it on Lin Baici's stomach. Don't move, Lin Baici scolded. The Korean girl's back was quite smooth, and when admired from behind, her waist-to-hip ratio was golden. It would truly be a pity not to apply a cupping treatment. Lin Baici quickly applied a layer of honey to Jin Yingjin. Then he paused for a moment and continued downwards, his large hand sweeping across the Korean girl's butt. Although the two had just had a negative 18 cm contact, doing this now still made Lin Baici feel very embarrassed. After all, he was thin-skinned. But time was depressing. With Lin Baici's physical fitness, he could still withstand the high temperature for a while. But Jin Yingjin would definitely get burned. Appa. Although she had been scolded, Jin Yingjin was moved beyond words. Can you just stop with the public display of affection? The delinquent girl pouted. Damn it. Such an excellent man was someone else's husband. It was simply too infuriating. She really wanted to have Lin Baici's child and cuckold that Korean woman. You help the delinquent girl with her back, Lin Baici instructed. Although he didn't like Li Yintang, she trusted him and followed him, so he could pay a little attention to her. It wouldn't be bad to develop her into a little subordinate. Brother Lin, I just dress like a delinquent girl, but I'm actually quite reserved. In her student days, Li Yintang had always done as she pleased, especially after she became a god hunter by chance and gained power. She became even more lawless. My life, my rules. I smoke, drink, and party. I'm a bad girl, so what? Li Yintang had never cared about what others thought, but today, for some reason, she felt a lot of regret. How great would it have been if she had managed her life well before? She actually knew in her heart that Lin Baici looked down on her. However, that Jin Zhenju was even more miserable. Lin Baici hadn't even glanced at her out of the corner of his eye the entire time, treating her purely as air. Yintang, come here, Jin Yingjin urged. I don't need it. Li Yintang pouted and reached out to smear it herself. Lin Baici raised his foot and kicked the delinquent girl's butt. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Brother Lin, I was wrong. Li Yintang lowered her head and admitted her mistake, obediently standing in front of Jin Yingjin. She actually wanted Lin Baici to smear it on her, but he clearly disdained to do so. Is this what a good man is like? Li Yintang sighed. If this opportunity were given to those greasy men, they would have already extended their clothes to grope around and take advantage. After Lin Baici finished applying honey to Jin Yingjin, he quickly took off his clothes and applied it to himself. Damn it, Brother Lin, your physique is too good, isn't it? Li Yintang exclaimed. instinctively reaching out to touch Lin Baici's ABS 8-pack. And the shape was so perfect. Lin Baici slapped away the delinquent girl's hand. Jinjenju looked on. Siba, a top-tier young wolf dog. If Lin Baici were to act in a Korean drama, he wouldn't need acting skills. Just taking off his clothes would definitely elevate him to a top-tier star. The wild honey was golden yellow and quite viscous. It wasn't very comfortable to apply to the body, but the effect was excellent. The skin covered with honey immediately stopped feeling the scorching heat waves. Brother Lin, I'll help you. Li Yintong put her two small hands into the jar, grabbed 2 handfuls of golden honey, slapped them onto Lin Baici's body, and began to spread it like painting a wall. This texture is simply amazing. Brother Lin, I am not a pervert, but I really want to preserve you in formaldehyde. Li Yintong suddenly understood why some people like to collect animal specimens. Lin Baici could not be bothered to pay attention to the delinquent girl's crazy ramblings. 3 minutes later, the 4 of them were golden and glistening. After looking at each other, they could not help but burst into laughter. PFFT. Li Yintong laughed until her stomach hurt. I feel like we are roasted chicken wings. God Lin, what should we do next? Jinjenju looked at Lin Baici with worship in her eyes. This round of rule contamination was all but settled. It was basically a guaranteed pass. Compared to him, Quan Zhonggren was not even fit to carry his shoes. Wait for the roasting time to end. Lin Baici wanted to put his clothes back on, but he was worried about wiping off the honey. However, not wearing them was the right choice, because just 3 minutes later, the underwear everyone was wearing suddenly caught fire. Holy crap! Li Yintong was given a huge fright. After Lin Baici and the others applied the honey, they could no longer judge the rate at which their temperature was rising based on their physical sensations alone. However, in the oven room, Huang Jingshan and his group felt as if they had fallen into a lava hell. Living was simply too agonizing. Get out quickly. It is my turn to soak. Huang Jingshan urged, kicking the bathtub violently. There are still 15 seconds left. Dualishan refused to come out. Bullshit. Huang Jingshan looked ferocious. Do you believe I will drag you out right now? It was too hot. Once they stepped out of the bathtub, it was like crawling into a roaring furnace. Their skin felt as if it were touching molten iron, and blisters kept popping up all over. In just this short while, small areas of burns had already appeared on everyone's bodies. Fortunately, the ice water could alleviate the pain. Dualishan did not want to come out, and Huang Jingshan, unable to wait any longer, reached out and grabbed her hair. What are you doing? The tall foreign woman screamed and struggled. Are you trying to fight me? Huang Jingshan threatened. Stop arguing, Papa cursed. Without waiting for the tall foreign woman to get out, he jumped in. Damn it, it is my turn. Huang Jingshan cursed loudly and jumped into the bathtub as well. Xiaoao opened the refrigerator, grabbed a handful of ice cubes, and quickly rolled them over his body to cool down. His girlfriend had died, and he felt a sense of hopelessness, feeling that it would not matter even if he died. But now, with the high temperature pressing down on him, all the melancholy and sorrow in his heart had been burned to ashes. He now had only one thought left: endure it and survive. He did not want to die. The boyfriend of the couple had not yet had his turn to use the bathtub, so he went to get ice cubes. Fuck, use them sparingly, Pogba cursed. Curling up with his arms wrapped around his legs, completely submerged in the water. Woo-woo, if this continues, we will be dead before the oven time ends. The tall foreign woman cried. Quick, think of a way. Everyone fell silent. There was no way. What do you think God Lin is doing right now? The tall foreign woman was full of hope. Has he almost found a way to purify that oven? It is so hot outside. He probably died, right? Pogba did not think there was much hope. Everyone's expression was grave, but soon they could not spare the energy to worry about that and began urging each other again. Quick, quick, get out. Let me soak for a bit. Xiaoao gasped in pain. He could not take it anymore. Blisters were constantly popping up on his body, as if he had been scalded by steam. My time is not up yet. Huang Jingshan refused. If I wait for your time to be up, I will be dead. Seeing that Huang Jingshan would not budge, Xiaoao stepped forward and squeezed into the bathtub. Seeing this, Dualishan also began to squeeze in. The boyfriend of the couple did not squeeze in, But the kid was clever. He pulled out all 3 drawers of the freezer and crawled inside. "You loser. If you do that, the ice cubes will melt," Huang Jingxiang cursed. Apache stared at the boyfriend, her fingers tightening around her dog-leg knife. The boyfriend remained indifferent. Suddenly, his body stiffened, like a straw puppet in a wheat field. He walked out with stiff limbs, drew water from the faucet, put it into the freezer, and closed the refrigerator door. Huang Jingxiang was shocked and immediately stared at Pogba, his eyes full of vigilance. "Did you do this?" The doll on Pogba's shoulder had also soaked into the ice water, squinting its eyes in comfort and seemingly emitting a faint humming sound. "There has to be someone to help us make ice cubes." Pogba used the pad of his index finger to stroke the doll's head. The boyfriend was not of much use, did not hold a high position in Lin Baici's heart, and his strength was among the lowest. So, he had launched a sneak attack. The tall foreign woman swallowed hard. Well said." Huang Jingxiang gave a dry laugh. "My niece quite likes God Lin. I wonder if she can pull him into the Kowloon Pavilion." This sentence seemed to come out of nowhere, but it was actually a hint to Pogba. "I am a member of the Kowloon Pavilion. You might not care. But once Li Yintong wins over Lin Baici, then he and I will be family. If you want to kill me, you have to consider the consequences and whether you can afford them. You are overthinking it." "I have great respect for God Lin," Pogba placated him, though he felt extremely annoyed inside. If not for Lin Baici, he would be the apex predator in this food chain formed by these people, capable of deciding the life and death of others. On this floor, which had essentially turned into an air fryer, everyone was suffering, feeling as if every day was like a year. The 1-minute rotation for soaking in ice water became 30 seconds, and soon it became 10 seconds, because the temperature in the room was simply too high. Once they left the water, blisters would appear on their bodies, as if they were being roasted on a red-hot iron plate. God Lin should be dead by now, right? Having failed to sleep with that man. The tall foreign woman felt a bit of regret. "Yeah," Pogba nodded. "Lin Shen definitely hasn't found a way to stop the oven. Otherwise he would have returned long ago. Soaking in ice water can resist the high temperature. Even if Lin Shen had lost his mind, he would still come back. That leaves only one answer: he is dead." Xiaorao disliked Lin Baici, but after confirming his death, he felt a bit of regret because this meant that in the upcoming Rules of the Gods game, there would be no big thigh to cling to. Could he have found another way to avoid the rule contamination? Huang Jingxiang suddenly spoke up. Everyone was stunned. That shouldn't be possible, right? Otherwise, that would be to heaven-defying, the kind that would scare people to death. "It is better if he does not come back," Apache suddenly interjected. Everyone glanced at this Siamese man. His skin was already dark, and after being roasted like this, it looked as if he had been charred, and it was covered in blisters the size of grapes. They were dense and packed together. If someone with trypophobia took a look, it would be enough to send them packing. There was no one stupid among those present, so everyone understood the subtext of Apache's words. If Lin Baici returned, given his prestige and strength, the right to allocate the ice water would be taken by him. When that time came, everyone would be in a worse state than they were now. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Lin Baici would never let that Korean girl and the Hong Kong girl suffer. A second is very short, but now, everyone felt that 1 second was as long as a century. The entire 10th floor had completely turned into an oven and was simply unbearable to stay in. Everyone was huddled in the bathtub, and even then, they kept splashing water onto themselves. Huang Jingxiang, "It is your turn," Xiaorao urged. Huang Jingxiang acted as if he had not heard him. "Fuck, I said it is your turn to go get the ice cubes." Xiaorao cursed loudly. There are no more ice cubes left. They were used up ages ago, even if there were. Huang Jingxiang was determined not to go, although it would take at most 3 seconds to go from here to the refrigerator and take out the ice cubes. In those 3 seconds, a person could very well die, because it was too hot outside. The skin that everyone had exposed outside the ice water was already covered in blisters, oozing pus. It was definitely a severe burn. The boyfriend from the couple, who had been controlled by Pogba's divine grace and had his mind stripped away, had never entered the bathtub to soak in the ice water, and had now turned into a charred black corpse. A stench of burning fat drifted from his body, filling the entire bathroom. But the water is heating up. The tall foreign woman was very anxious. We must freeze more ice cubes. Everyone knew that this could not go on. But no one wanted to sacrifice themselves for others, just as everyone was turning their own little schemes over in their minds, wondering how to survive. A metallic ding sound suddenly came from the room outside. Everyone was instantly overjoyed. Is the time up? Doris was ecstatic. Generally speaking, when the oven time ends, there will be a prompt sound like this. It should be. Pogba licked his cracked lips, but the blisters on them made him gasp in pain. Who will go check? No need to check. We have made it through. Huang Jingshan breathed out a sigh of relief. Although it was miserable, we survived after all. Yes, compared to Lin Shen and the others, we are much luckier. The tall foreign woman wanted to cry. This was truly too difficult. I want to go home. What a pity. Apache thought of the Korean girl named Jin Yingjin and sighed in his heart. With such a great figure, she must have turned into a piece of charcoal by now, right? Chapter 330 Monster Apartment. In the room, the desk had turned charred black, like a baked cake. The computer case and the casing of the LCD monitor began to melt, emitting a smell of burning plastic that was very pungent. A book caught fire. Damn it, Jin Zhenju was startled. She took one look at the ball of flame and hurriedly lowered her head, checking the wild honey on her body to ensure every part was covered. How long do we have to wait? Li Yintong felt a bit bored. Sigh. Anyway, since I have nothing to do, I really want to go have some fun with Lin Baici. The delinquent girl glanced at Jin Yingjin. She actually did not mind a threesome. And as for that Korean woman Jin Zhenju, she is nothing. She is not even worth messing with. I wonder how Han Yao and Yu are doing. Jin Yingjin worried. Being anxious is useless, Lin Baici sighed. Although the contamination problem was temporarily solved, personal problems were starting to become annoying. Jin Yingjin and Li Yintong's clothes had been burned off, so they were naked, which made Lin Baici fail to suppress his arousal. And he felt incredibly awkward. I'm going to the bathroom. Lin Baici wanted to get away. Li Yintong and Jin Zhenju immediately followed. Now that they were in the middle of rule contamination, they were afraid of new dangers appearing, so naturally, it was safest to stay by the side of the big thigh, especially the delinquent girl, who actually followed Lin Baici into the bathroom. Lin Baici turned his head to look at Li Yintong, his face full of disbelief. Go ahead, I do not mind, the delinquent girl chuckled. I mind. Lin Baici's temples were throbbing. Get out, brother Lin. You care too much about worldly rules. You are not like a god hunter at all, Li Yintong muttered. If it were any other man who possessed your power, he would have turned into Homelander long ago. Do you believe he would have even screwed the earth through? Contamination ended, the gourmet commented. Lin Baici looked at the metal faucet and touched it with his finger. It was warm, no longer scalding. So, he turned the switch. Whoosh! Cool tap water rushed out, splashing some white spray. Go take a shower. Lin Baici was covered in honey, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. He needed to rinse off quickly. It was a pity that the shower gel on the balcony had melted. Lin Baici spent 3 minutes showering before quickly running back to the 9th floor. He had spotted some clothes while searching these rooms earlier, and now he rummaged through the cabinets to pull them all out. A pair of blue jeans, a white t-shirt, and a pair of high-top, thick-soled hiking boots. Although it was a bit hot to wear them, the protection they provided was sufficient. By the time Lin Baici went back down, the 3 women had already finished washing up. Find some suitable clothes to wear. Lin Baici tossed a large bag of clothes toward them. Jin Yingjin put on a light blue yoga outfit and a pair of sneakers. The size was not quite right, a bit too small, and after putting it on, it clung tightly to her body. The punk girl stuck to her previous style, finding a camisole and a pair of black hot pants, then slipping into a pair of flip-flops. There was no helping it, she was petite with small feet, and there were no shoes in her size. Brother Lin, no stockings. The punk girl curled her toes, gripping the soles of her flip-flops. Go find them yourself. Lin Baici had seen them, but he felt too embarrassed to bring them down. Thank you, God Lin. Jin Zhenju found an outfit suitable for movement and quickly put it on. Let's go. Time to head back. Lin Baici wasn't sure how many people had survived in the oven room, How should we divide the oven? Huang Jingxiang rolled his eyes, observing the expressions of the others to analyze their thoughts. The contamination had ended, but no one had left yet. Instead, they had hurriedly made some ice cubes, filled a bathtub with ice water, and soaked themselves in it. Because this ice water could soothe the pain, otherwise, the blisters covering their bodies would be unbearable. And this refrigerator, Apache added, judging by the effect of the ice cubes. This refrigerator was also a god-forbidden item. Although it wasn't worth much, it was better than nothing. Let's not damage our harmony over these trifles. Let's wait until we clear this station's god ruins before we divide the spoils. Podba proposed. That works too. Apache felt it would have been better if Lin Baici had died. Otherwise, all these spoils would belong to that guy from the Kyushu region. Everyone was miserable, their bodies burning with pain, and they had no interest in talking while soaking in the ice water. However, not long after, footsteps echoed outside the room. Someone's here. Apache immediately gripped his dog-leg knife. It must be people from the other floors coming over. Right. Xiaorao lowered his head, looking at his own injuries, feeling quite ashamed. Borisane, you go out and take a look, Huang Jingxiang urged. Generally speaking, having a woman step forward was less likely to provoke hostility. But when Huang Jingxiang saw the grape-like clusters of blisters on the tall blonde's face, he figured others might just mistake her for a ghost and attack her. Borisane didn't want to go. What if there was danger? She was just about to suggest that they all go out together when she heard a familiar voice. Did everyone die off? Oh my god, it's God Lin. The tall blonde's face was instantly filled with shock. He's not dead. Pogba and the others looked at each other, seeing disbelief on everyone's faces. How did that guy from the Kyushu region survive? It was incomprehensible. Big brother Xiang, are you dead? Make a sound if you're still alive. Li Yintong's crisp voice drifted in. Damn it! Huang Jingxiang almost cried, hearing the punt girl's voice, full of vigor. It was clear she wasn't injured. They couldn't all be fine, could they? Borisane felt like she was going to faint from frustration. Couldn't at least one of them have died? If not, didn't she lose out big time by not following Lin Baici? Soon, the punt girls had appeared from the edge of the door frame. Yo! Everyone taking a bath. Li Yintong's gaze swept around quickly, first looking at the charred corpse on the floor, then peering at the faces of Huang Jingxiang and the others. How miserable. They were basically disfigured. No one replied. Everyone stared at Li Yintong's face, dumbfounded. That skin, let alone burn blisters. Why did it look even smoother and more delicate than before? It was like she had just finished a high-end beauty treatment. If a fly landed on it, it wouldn't even be able to stand steady and would probably slip and break a leg. God Lin, Pogba asked halfway, but couldn't continue. If a lackey like Li Yintong was fine, Lin Baici must be living even better. He's outside. Li Yintong chuckled. The oven and the refrigerator are God Lin's spoils. No problem with that, right? No problem. Apache and the tall blonde answered quickly, terrified that if they were a second late, this chance to suck up would be snatched away. Li Yintong nodded and left. The group squeezed into the bathtub, looked at each other, then all stood up and rushed out. In the room, Lin Baici was squatting in front of the oven, carefully inspecting it. He looked so healthy that it didn't seem like he had just experienced a rule contamination. Even his hair showed no signs of being singed. Fuck. Podba regretted it so much he felt like vomiting blood. He should have followed Lin Baici earlier. Damn it all. Huang Jingxiang looked depressed and directly raised his hand, slapping himself twice. Snack, smack. That's for not clinging to a powerful thigh when you had the chance. That's for acting on your own. Don't you have any self-awareness of how much you're worth? Have you learned your lesson now? After slapping his face, the corners of Huang Jingxiang's mouth twitched in pain. Damn it. He had used too much force and popped a blister. Pus flowed all over his hand. It hurt so much, Apache's eyes flickered, especially when he saw that even Jinzhenju, whom Lin Baici didn't seem to favor, had no injuries at all. He secretly swore to himself that from now on, he would absolutely follow Lin Baici. Jinzhenju turned her head and saw these people coming out of the bathroom, shivering instantly as goosebumps broke out all over her. It wasn't out of fear, but disgust. Pogba and the others were covered in dense, packed blisters. The large ones were the size of eggs. and the small ones were the size of cherries. Combined with their bright red skin, they looked like monsters covered in fleshy tumors. God Lin, did you find a way to purify that oven? Pogba asked in surprise. Lin Baici checked the oven one last time before closing the door he had opened. Then how did you guys manage to survive it? Shiraud was curious. It couldn't be that they had skin so thick and tough that they weren't afraid of being roasted. Right, guess, Lin Baici smiled slightly. In truth, it wouldn't have mattered if he told them. He had already put the remaining honey into his mountaineering backpack, which he carried on his back for emergencies. The savage oven, everything can be roasted. Meat coated with spices and grease, after being roasted at high temperatures, will become the most delicious feast. It is so delicious that you might even want to chop off your own hand to roast and eat it. Cumin, salt and pepper, white sesame seeds. Pile them on like your life depends on it, the God Eater commented. Even a complete novice in the kitchen can use this oven to make barbecue at the level of a 5-star chef. Lin Baici tested it, but the black alms bowl still could not be used. So the oven had to be left here for now. He would come back to retrieve it after the game ended. Lin God, what do we do now? Pogba was sensible enough not to press the issue. He just wanted to get out of this god ruins as quickly as possible to receive medical treatment. Otherwise, if he delayed any longer, he would get an infection. First, find the floor badge. Then go down to the lobby on the first floor to take a look. Lin Baici stood up, stretched, and began to open the remaining doors. If the God Eater hadn't told him to come up earlier, he would have gone straight to the first floor lobby. Hurry up and keep up, Apache urged, taking several large strides to follow behind Lin Baici, looking just like a domesticated hound. In this situation, everyone usually gathers on the first floor, right? If we go down, will there be danger? Doris was worried. In her current state, if she were to fight other god hunters, she wouldn't win. You can stay here, Huang Jingxiang retorted. The tall mare would never stay behind. Following Lin Baici was the safest option. The only problem was that she had become ugly and no longer had the capital to seduce him. Because everyone was injured, no one had the interest to talk. Pogba and the others glanced at Lin Baici's back from time to time, their feelings complex and mixed out. Why didn't he die? Doesn't that just make me look like a fool? Brother Xiang, have you learned your lesson this time? Li Yintang nudged Huang Jingxiang with her elbow. Damn it. Huang Jingxiang gasped in pain, quickly jumping to the side to dodge the delinquent girl. Don't touch me. When Lin Baici stood in front of a door, his stomach growled. Gurgle. I hope it is a meteorite. Lin Baici prayed silently and pushed the door open. He really did not want to encounter any more god taboo items. This time his luck was good. It really was a meteorite. Lin Baici scanned the 40-square-meter rental apartment, and his gaze landed on a rectangular fish tank on the balcony. There was water inside, but no fish. It was covered with a layer of fine white sand, filled with green aquatic plants, and the bottom of the tank was decorated with a rockery, a model of a Victorian-era sailing ship, and some treasure chests, with gold coins and gems scattered nearby. This was an ornamental fish tank. Oh, a meteorite made into a reef. Lin Baici walked over. Everyone had looked around and found nothing of value, so they were originally prepared to leave. But when they saw Lin Baici walk in, they immediately became interested. Could there be a god taboo item? Li Yintang's eyes lit up. She now found Lin Baici's ability to find god taboo items to be godlike. Everyone followed him in. Lin Baici walked to the fish tank, observed it for a moment, and after confirming there was no danger, he reached his right hand in and pulled out a strangely shaped reef. This is a meteorite. Pogba was astonished. He had never seen such an irregular meteorite before. Are you guys not going to find some clothes to wear? Lin Baici changed the subject. Not wearing any. Apache shook his head. It hurts. They had many blisters on their bodies, and if they wore clothes, the friction would be too painful. So it was better to be naked. Even the tall mare, despite being a woman, was only wearing underwear. Fine, do as you please. After Lin Baici searched 3 more rooms, he tossed the master key to Li Yintang. You guys continue. I'm going to the restroom. Everyone had no reason to doubt him, because even if their imaginations could dance ballet on ice, they would never guess that Lin Baici could swallow a meteorite raw. After leaving the room, Jarod could no longer hold it in and punched the wall. So frustrating. He hadn't gotten anything, and he had ended up covered in injuries. Pogba felt the same way. Being with Lin Baici brought too much of a sense of defeat. As soon as Lin Baici entered the restroom, he immediately felt a force rapidly surging within his body, as if he had been injected with a stimulant. He looked down at the pipe wrench in his left hand, holding this thing. Not only did his combat power soar threefold, but his self-confidence also inflated. He felt like he could beat Homelander to death. In the future, when encountering terrifying monsters, he could try to trick them into the restroom first. The mirror melted and stuck to the wall. Lin Baici saw his current appearance, washed the meteorite, and tossed it into his mouth. 10 seconds later, it was digested. Lin Baici exhaled a breath of white, turbid air. It was like an arrow of air, over a foot long. Lin Baici, who hadn't been very tired to begin with, felt even more energetic. He threw a punch directly at the wall. It was as if an earthquake had occurred. Plaster and stone dust rained down. Refreshing. Lin Baici liked this healthy feeling. Brother Lin, come quickly, Li Yintong shouted. Lin God, we found the badge. Doris scrambled to curry favor. After Lin Baici rushed over, Li Yintong immediately handed over a badge engraved with the Arabic numeral 10. Brother Lin, there are 10 in total. The delinquent girl smiled sweetly, like a strawberry boba tea with double the sugar. Hand them out to everyone. Lin Baici took one, rubbed the badge between his fingers, and began walking downstairs. How many people do you think are downstairs? The tall, leggy girl asked, sounding worried. The staircase was very quiet, and combined with the dim lighting, it felt just like a horror movie. Who knows? Huang Jingshan rolled his eyes, preparing to cozy up to Lin Baici, when a shrill, blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out. The tall girl shuddered instantly. Lin Baici stopped immediately, crouched halfway, and tilted his head to listen. Everyone else froze, not daring to move. Give me the cola, a rough, booming voice shouted, filled with violence and rage. Give me the cola. I really don't have any. The person who had screamed was pleading. The next moment, Lin Baici and his group heard thumping sounds. It was clear the poor soul was being beaten. Stop hitting me. I'll go find some for you. I want it now. The attacker clearly possessed strength far superior to the victim. Otherwise, the situation wouldn't have been so one-sided. The tall girl poked Lin Baici in the waist. When he turned around, she quickly mouthed a silent message, urging him, let's go. Lin Baici didn't move. He was hesitating. What if Huoyuyu and the others were on this floor? But rushing in blindly would inevitably lead to a brutal fight. The screaming stopped abruptly. The poor soul was likely dead. I want to drink happy water. I want to eat a burger. From the 5th floor, muttering sounds drifted over, along with a crunching, munching noise. That must be a monster, right? Li Yintong was quite familiar with that sound. It was exactly the noise she made when she ate potato chips. It's coming this way. Lin Baici whispered a warning. After his 6 senses were enhanced, he could clearly hear the creature's footsteps moving from far to near. Everyone's heart jumped into their throats, and they prepared for battle. However, they were lucky. After the thing walked for a while, it seemed to spot someone else, suddenly turned, and chased after them, moving further and further away from the group. Don't run. Give me the happy water. The voice was irritable. Lin Baici immediately darted to the stairwell entrance, poked his head out, and peered inside. He only saw a fat back disappearing, and the walls of the 5th floor were not painted with wall lacquer, but covered in a layer of writhing flesh that looked like the inside of a large intestine. Damn it! What kind of monster is on this floor? Seeing the walls, Li Yintong quickly pulled Lin Baici away. It was too terrifying. There was no need to ask. The people on this floor were dead for sure. God, Lin, you aren't thinking of going in there, are you? Seeing that Lin Baici wasn't leaving, Pogba began to worry. Downstairs. Lin Baici quickened his pace. A minute later, the group arrived at the 1st floor lobby. It was quite spacious, about the size of a basketball court. To the west was a glass entrance, and now, not only was the door locked, but an electric iron gate was also blocking it. Over a dozen people were gathered there, arguing with red faces and bulging necks. Xiaobai, Huoyuyu was huddled in a corner, worrying about Lin Baici's safety. She hadn't expected him to appear suddenly, so the little mermaid jumped up at once. "Xiao Bai!" Huo Yuyu shouted happily and rushed over. Those who had been arguing also stopped, looking at Lin Baici and his group with scrutinizing gazes. Huo Yuyu didn't stop. When she was a meter away from Lin Baici, she launched herself into a flying leap and jumped onto him. "Woo! I was so worried about you." Huo Yuyu hugged Lin Baici tightly, feeling his body heat. "It was the living Xiao Bai. That's great. Who else is with you?" Lin Baici patted the streamer's back and looked at Yi Zhisheng, who was walking over. His clothes were tattered, and he had bandaged wounds on his body. But although Yi Zhisheng looked disheveled, his condition was excellent. "Xiao Yi." Huo Yuyu rubbed her tears against Lin Baici. "Thanks to him. Otherwise I would have been dead or crippled. Thank you." Lin Baici expressed his gratitude solemnly. In fact, he had noticed it earlier. Huo Yuyu's clothes were quite neat, so it was clear that Yi Zhisheng had taken the brunt of everything. "It's only right." Yi Zhisheng grinned. He quite liked Huo Yuyu's personality. Being with her was never boring. The only problem was that she was a human. If only she were a plastic mannequin. How great that would be. I would definitely pursue her. It's a pity different species cannot fall in love. Yi Zhisheng thought to himself as he took the silicone doll off his back and stroked it lovingly. Li Yintang stared, dumbfounded, at the life-size silicone doll with its perfect, curvaceous figure. What is wrong with this man? Is he some kind of pervert? Liking these things is one thing, but is it really appropriate to stroke it so wantonly in public? And what is with that intoxicated expression on your face? You don't actually love this doll, do you, brother? Impressive. Huang Jingshang gave a thumbs up. He could see that this guy had a good relationship with Lin Baici, so he hurried to strike up a conversation to build rapport. "I forgot." Yi Zhisheng slapped his forehead. "Team leader, let me introduce you. This is my new girlfriend." As Yi Zhisheng spoke, he even grabbed the silicone doll's hand and extended it toward Lin Baici. "Hello, nice to meet you." Lin Baici didn't dare to be negligent, because to Yi Zhisheng, this wasn't a doll. It was a fellow being, a girlfriend. Come to think of it, this silicone doll felt quite nice. It was made very realistically. Yi Zhisheng had even dressed the 1.6-meter doll in a sailor suit, a blue skirt with a white top, and over-the-knee socks. "Hello." Li Yintang took the initiative to greet Yi Zhisheng, only to discover that this rather tall guy completely ignored her. "How long have you all been down here? Have you found anything?" Pagba asked, his gaze sweeping over the group. "About half an hour." Huo Yuru had gotten off the train and didn't know why she had fainted, but when she woke up, she found herself in a room. She didn't dare to go out, but she was lucky. She soon heard the sounds of Yi Zhisheng fighting with others. After they reunited, the two of them encountered the rule-based pollution caused by this silicone doll. Fortunately, Yi Zhisheng had good stamina and successfully dealt with it. "What are these people arguing about?" Huang Jingxian sniffed. There were 17 people in total, and none of them looked like experts at first glance. "Do we want to go out or not?" Huo Yuru explained. "That Korean guy is worried that if we open the door, the monsters outside will come in." Everyone followed Huo Yuru's gesture and looked over. The man was not very tall, with typical Korean features. He was wearing dress trousers and a sweater, topped with a long white trench coat, and had a center-parted hairstyle. Looking at his appearance alone, he was a handsome Korean-style man, the kind who could star directly in an idol drama. The people in the lobby were also sizing up those who had just come downstairs, but their gazes quickly focused on Lin Baici, Jin Yingxian, Li Yintang, and Jin Zhenju. These four were completely unscathed, while the people around them were covered in blisters. This contrast proved that they were very strong and had perfectly purified the rule-based pollution that had trapped them. There was one more point. Lin Baici was walking at the very front with 3 women by his side, surrounded like stars around the moon. This was clearly the treatment reserved for a team leader. An expert has arrived. This thought surfaced in the minds of these people, making them feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Chapter 331. I want to be Lin Shen's dog. In the Divine Ruins, the greatest danger comes from rule-based pollution caused by divine taboo items, followed by god hunters. If everyone's strength is comparable, they can live in peace. But if one side is too strong, How much loot the others can get depends entirely on that person's mood. After all, what winner doesn't want to take it all, under normal circumstances? Lin Baici's face was young, and he didn't look like he had much age on him. Clearly a newcomer who hadn't been in the business for long. People would have let their guard down against him, but now, with the miserable appearance of Pogba and the others as a comparison, no one dared to underestimate Lin Baici. He didn't even have the chance to pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger. Lin Baici didn't care about these gazes and pretended not to notice, searching the lobby while secretly observing these people out of the corner of his eye. 17 people in total. The handsome man in the trench coat should be an expert, as he was well groomed and there wasn't much dust on his clothes. By the same logic, those 8 filthy, injured men and women could be ignored. Among the remaining 8 people, 2 women and 5 men, they were also the main force proposing to go out and explore. Clearly confident in their own strength. Gluttonous God, why aren't you commenting? Lin Baici teased. After entering the door, -1 meters to the right was a small room, which looked like the manager's office for this apartment building. 3 meters further ahead, there was a blackboard on the wall covered in various Korean characters. Lin Baici took a look. There were lost and found notices, second-hand items for sale, and job postings. Of course, there was no shortage of spam advertisements, mostly for credit cards, treatments for male impotence and premature ejaculation, and phone numbers for escorts. These are all garbage ingredients. Lin Baici walked into the small room. A smell of sweat hit his nose, making Lin Baici want to lift his hand to pinch his nose. On the right side was a single spring bed. He didn't know how long it had been since the bedding was washed. It was caked with grime and had a few worn clothes on it. Underwear, tank tops, blue work clothes. You could see the obvious white marks left by dried sweat. There were a few pairs of cloth shoes under the bed, with 5 stinky socks tossed aside. Lin Baici lowered his hat, kicked away a slipper that had come unglued, and walked to the desk by the window. To be honest, it was too dirty. Lin Baici didn't even want to touch it, but so as not to miss any clues, he used a newspaper as a cushion and pulled open the drawer. It was a mess inside, filled with magazines. Looking at the scantily clad women on the covers, Lin Baici could guess the content of these magazines. Lin Baici flipped through them casually and even saw a few discs, all Japanese adult films. Clatter. Lin Baici pulled open the middle drawer. Inside were half a pack of cigarettes, a lighter, several key rings, and 2 old mobile phones. He tried them, but neither would turn on. Brother Lin, did you find anything? Li Yintong leaned over, pressing tightly against Lin Baici's arm. Hua Yuru stared at the delinquent girl's back, her gaze vigilant. No way. How long have I been separated from Xiao Bai? And he already has another lick spittle. And seriously, this girl's chest isn't even bigger than a fried egg. Yet she dares to wear a camisole, and her hot pants are so short, you can almost see her butt. The little mermaid felt like she was facing a formidable enemy. There was no helping it. The delinquent girl was dressed too provocatively, but after watching for a while, she felt relieved. Doesn't know how to dress? Hua Yuri shook her head. If it were her, she would definitely pair it with black silk stockings to cover up her height disadvantage, or even get a fake tattoo to draw men's eyes away from her shortcomings. Trying to attract Xiao Bai's attention by wearing less. Xiao Bai isn't that kind of shallow man. Hua Yuru proudly puffed out her 2 small mounds, feeling a sense of superiority for the first time in her life. But when she heard the sound of Jin Yingzhen's footsteps approaching, she immediately deflated. Woo! The kimchi girl is just too big. I really can't beat her. Brother Lin, look what I found. After rummaging through the drawer for a while, Li Yintong found a box of condoms. She bumped her shoulder against Lin Baici and showed it to him. There was an ambiguous smile on her round face. Hua Yuru suddenly felt a sense of suffocation. Can you be any more shameless? Even the prostitutes in the brothels would have to call you their master. But it's not a big problem. Little Fish still had a lot of faith in Lin Baici's character. After all, he was a man who had withstood her own tests. Seeing Jin Yingzhen walk in, she patted her on the back. The Korean girl looked puzzled. Hua Yuru gave a sweet smile and gave Jin Yingzhen a thumbs up, signaling that she didn't need to worry. She would handle the delinquent girl, and they could continue their fair competition. Jing Yingxin didn't quite understand what Hua Yu meant, but she returned the smile anyway. As for the delinquent girl's offensive, Jing Yingxin wasn't worried at all. Even if she had to share Lin Baici in a threesome, she could accept it. Besides, she had already taken Lin Baici's first time. She was the absolute winner, wasn't she? Oh my, should I treat this day as a happy anniversary and celebrate it every year? Yi Zhisheng was never interested in the god runes to begin with. If it weren't for Zhao Halmian forcing him, he wouldn't have come at all. Now that he had met Lin Baici, he just laid flat. He didn't even mind the filth. Sitting on a single bed with a mattress caked in grime, placing his silicone doll in front of him and whispering secrets to it. Hey, handsome, we already checked this place out, no problems here. A middle-aged uncle shouted at Lin Baici. He was wearing canvas pants, a shirt soaked with sweat, and cloth shoes. With his short hair and thick eyebrows, he looked just like an ordinary working-class uncle. Lin Baici glanced at the working uncle. Want one? The middle-aged uncle raised his hand, showing the cigarette clamp between his fingers, put it in his mouth, and took a deep drag. Only after the smoke went through his lungs did he exhale. Cigarettes from the god runes. You can't smoke these in the real world, the uncle boasted. Thanks. I don't need one. Lin Baici refused. Get lost. Don't get in the way of my business. A man with a scar on his cheek cursed at the handsome man in the trench coat, brandishing a boning knife in his hand, looking quite fierce. I'll say it one more time. There are monsters outside the apartment 9 times out of 10. If you open that door, you're just looking for death. The handsome man in the trench coat tried to persuade him earnestly. It's as if there aren't any monsters in here. A woman with dyed red hair curled her lip. Potbo observed the group. The 8 people led by the scarred man and the red-haired woman wanted to leave, but the handsome man in the trench coat wouldn't allow it. The others, who were severely injured, watched coldly, not participating in the discussion. Fine then, you can leave, but once you go, I will immediately lower the electric gate. The handsome man in the trench coat conceded. Are you looking for death? The scarred man was displeased. The glass doors of the apartment had no defensive capabilities. Everything relied on this metal electric gate. They had tested it earlier. It looked like a fence, but it was quite sturdy and could block attacks from divine graces. If everyone encountered monsters outside and the door closed, wouldn't that be waiting for death? The handsome man in the trench coat suddenly shouted at Lin Baici. What's your opinion? The scarred man and his group immediately looked over. After all, Lin Baici looked like a powerhouse, so he had a say in the matter. Search this apartment thoroughly first, then go out. Lin Baici's top priority was definitely to find Jia Hongyao and Gu Qingqiu first. The handsome man in the trench coat raised an eyebrow and smiled. The red-haired woman spat and muttered something about him being a coward. The scarred man directly gave him the middle finger, clearly dissatisfied with Lin Baici's answer. Are you looking for death? Dorasane immediately cursed back. She couldn't miss such an opportunity to butter him up and show her loyalty. Jinzhenju rolled her eyes. She realized she didn't have the aptitude to be a sycophant. The scarred man looked at the tall, statuesque woman, raised his left hand to his chest, curled his fingers into a fist starting from the thumb, and then swung it toward his side. Dorasane took a heavy blow to the face, flew sideways, and crashed into a table. Motherfucking. Dorasane was dazed by the hit. She cursed, felt something sticky in her mouth, and spat onto the floor. Mixed in the blood was a tooth. Everyone was shocked and stared at the scarred man vigilantly, attacking from a distance. This divine grace was quite formidable. Lin Baici frowned. He didn't care if Dorasane lived or died, but this punch was landed because the woman had spoken up for him. The other party was clearly slapping him in the face. Li Yintang, Wang Jingshan, and Apache didn't care about Dorasane either, but seeing Lin Baici's expression darken as if he were about to fight, they immediately moved over and stood by his side. Jinzhenju had already been standing by Lin Baici's side, sharing the same hatred for the enemy, just waiting for his order to start the fight. There is a saying in Kyushu, if you want to beat a dog, you have to look at its master. Have you heard of it? Lin Baici spoke up. Judging by his facial features, the scarred man was from Southeast Asia. Although she was being treated like a dog, the tall woman was very happy to see Lin Baici standing up for her. If it weren't for her remaining sense of shame, She would have wanted to bark a few times. The delinquent girl on the side was definitely a person who knew how to bend and stretch. She directly bared her teeth. Woof woof. She looked just like a little guard dog. Damn, are you serious? Hu Yu was stunned. Everyone who could come to the Bizen God ruins was a god hunter. So even though Li Yintong looked like a delinquent with no future, her status and position were actually very high, at least higher than a streamer. Little Fish moved her mouth, really wanting to give some advice. Can we have some dignity? Can you leave the chance to lick up to Xiaobai to me, everyone? Let's talk this out. No fighting. The working uncle tried to mediate, handing out cigarettes. Have a smoke and cool off. God Lin, take him down. Jilu egged him on. Brother Gao, be careful. This kid should be very strong. The red-haired woman leaned into the scarred man's ear and whispered a warning. This team was clearly thrown together at the last minute. Furthermore, the fact that the other members immediately stepped up to support the youth from Juzhou the moment he made his move was enough to prove one thing. They had absolute confidence in his combat prowess. Otherwise, they would have stood by and watched from the sidelines long ago. Hey, don't you go getting cold feet now. Pogba teased the scarred man, enjoying the spectacle and hoping for more chaos. Given the strength Lin Baici had displayed while dealing with the knocking ghost earlier, just how formidable would the scarred man's divine gift need to be to withstand him? Kid, the scarred man had two goals in mind when he struck out at Dorasane first, to make Lin Baici and his group shut up and stop interfering. Second, to show off his own strength. Lin Baici had many people with him and was young. Such people were usually arrogant and conceited. If he decided he wanted to be the temporary team leader and start barking orders, it might lead to a conflict. That was why the scarred man had struck first, hoping to avoid a situation where the tension became impossible to resolve. But who could have known that this kid would be so stubborn and headstrong? Lin Baici held the pipe wrench in his left hand and snapped his fingers with his right. Are your feathers fully grown yet? Why are you putting on such a pretentious act? The red-haired woman had just finished speaking when she saw Gao Heng hurriedly raise his blade. Clang! Stone dust flew into the air. The scarred man had slashed at a small stone that had shot out from nowhere. Just as he was about to warn everyone to be careful, the youth from Juzhou had already appeared right in front of him. So fast. Gao Heng was struck with terror, his skin tightening all over. 7 years of combat experience told him that he couldn't block this. He could only dodge. When the red clay mud man had launched the surprise attack with the flying stone, Lin Baici had already activated his lightning flash ability. Since he had to fight, he would defeat his enemy in one move and suppress the entire room. Otherwise, dragging it out into a war of attrition would be too much of a hassle. Even though Apache and Huan Jingshan were backing him up, they would definitely slack off if a real fight broke out. Swish! Lin Baici rushed in front of Gao Heng and swung the pipe wrench. With a whizzing sound, it struck the scarred man squarely in the mouth. Gao Heng flew backward, slamming into the iron door. Clatter! The iron door rattled with a harsh, grating sound. The red-haired woman retreated at full speed, looking like a cat that had just had its tail stepped on. Lin Baici stood where he was, making no move to pursue. He held the pipe wrench in his left hand, tapping it rhythmically against his right palm. His clear, black and white eyes scanning the group with calm indifference. Tap, tap. His pipe wrench seemed to be striking the hearts of everyone present, making them feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. No one had expected this youth to send Gao Heng flying with a single blow. If he had replaced the pipe wrench with a blade and aimed for the throat, the scarred man probably wouldn't have died, but he certainly would have suffered a devastating injury. Remember this next time. Don't touch someone else's dog without permission, Lin Baici lectured. Gao Heng rinsed his mouth with the blood inside and spat it out. 3 teeth had been knocked out. His expression was dark and gloomy. He wanted to spout some harsh threats, but since his skills were inferior, he had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. There was no helping it. The opponent's divine gift was too powerful. He hadn't been able to defend against it at all. If it happened again, he might end up dead. The red-haired woman didn't dare to run her mouth anymore. She didn't even ask if Gao Heng was seriously injured, mainly because she was afraid that if she did, she would catch Lin Baici's attention. Damn it! Where did a guy like this even pop out from? The red-haired woman felt disgruntled. The handsome man in the trench coat was observing Lin Baici with great interest. "Handsome. You're quite impressive." The working-class uncle walked over and proactively offered a cigarette. "Come on, have a smoke, thanks." Lin Baici was polite in his speech but still declined. He sniffed and glanced at the uncle. Pinned to the left side of his chest was a rectangular name tag. It looked like a work ID, but the name on it had been scratched off. Could this be a divine taboo item? Lin Shen, boo-hoo. Dorasane was crying. Even though she had been treated like a dog by Lin Baici, it didn't matter. Seeing that scarred man get beaten up felt so good. This was the benefit of following a powerful man. Li Yintong grabbed Lin Baici's arm and pressed against him with her small purse. "Lin Shen, I want to be your dog. Oh my god. Lin Shen is so strong. I feel like I found true love. If I could hold onto this thigh for the rest of my life, how great would that be?" Hu Yu curled her lip, wanting to tell the delinquent girl to let go immediately. But she was afraid that doing so would make Lin Baici think she was petty. Huang Jingshang gave a thumbs up. The atmosphere in the apartment lobby became somewhat silent. Aside from Lin Baici's group, no one else dared to speak. They were all waiting for his next move. "What are you standing there like idiots for?" Li Yintong urged. "Apologize, Lin Baici. You are so arrogant." Accompanied by a mocking voice, a series of footsteps echoed. Everyone turned their heads and saw 3 Europeans descending the stairs. The leader was a burly man wearing only shorts and a compression tank top that clung tightly to his body, radiating an explosive sense of muscular power. "Jesus, it's the people from the Goddess of Liberty. What's wrong with their eyes?" the crowd whispered among themselves. Compared to a newcomer like Lin Baici, Jesus' reputation in the circle of god hunters was, if not a household name, at least widely known. The Europa Goddess of Liberty team had been an old school, active team ever since the first divine ruin appeared on Earth. However, 3 years ago, the Goddess of Liberty team had suffered a crushing defeat at the massive Louvre divine ruin, which had existed for 20 years. The team leader and more than half of the members were killed in battle. The team was on the verge of disbanding when Jesus stepped up and took on the responsibilities of the leader. So, this current team was actually a later reconstruction, and its strength was far from what it used to be. However, Jesus himself was a quasi-dragon level hunter, known for his cunning and foresight, and was not to be underestimated. Many people knew that Jesus had come to the Bizan divine ruin this time with the intention of purifying it, hoping to use this achievement to restore the fame of the Goddess of Liberty. Team leader Jesus, your eyes. The red-haired woman spoke in a respectful tone, originally intending to use this topic to improve their relationship. But the remark clearly touched her on nerve for Jesus. "What did you say?" Jesus glared at the red-haired woman, questioning her viciously. He was furious, the veins on his neck bulging. The red-haired woman hurriedly lowered her head. She asked, "What happened to your eye?" The handsome man in the trench coat chimed in, answering with good intentions. "Damn it. This guy has a nice face. So why is his IQ half price?" Li Yintong shook her head. "My brother Lin is still better. He has both looks and brains. Under normal circumstances, Jesus would definitely have beaten this handsome man in the trench coat. But today, he had more important matters to attend to." "God Lin, we meet again." Jesus greeted him. The 2 people behind him looked at Lin Baici with intense hostility. Are they enemies? Nonsense. That God Lin title is clearly sarcastic. These people all have blind left eyes. Could it be that this God Lin caused it? The crowd whispered among themselves. Gao Heng looked at Lin Baici, feeling somewhat speechless. "If you dared to provoke the Statue of Liberty, you should have said so earlier. If you had, I would have respectfully handed you a cigarette and called out, 'Good morning, Brother Lin. Is your blindness because of me?'" In the previous stop, Corpse Korea, everyone had become enemies. But Lin Baici was not panicked. In an apartment where rule-based contamination could erupt at any moment, whether a person was strong or not did not depend solely on combat power. He thought to himself that his own divine artifacts were sealed. Otherwise, he would have taken out that pair of white silk stockings obtained in the maid game, summoned that crazed maid, and let them taste the flavor of one of the world's 7 wonders. The crazy maid game. Pogba and Jarrout exchanged glances, feeling that they were in big trouble. If Jesus started a fight with Lin Baici, what should they do? If they didn't help, they could forget about cozying up to Lin Baici. But if they did help, it seemed like they wouldn't win. How troublesome, God Lin. How did you offend such a big shot? Huang Jingshan felt a headache and muttered in a low voice. If it doesn't work out, just lay low for now. Jesus isn't some nobody like that scarred man. In the circle of God hunters, anyone whose name was known was not to be trifled with. Dualishan swallowed hard. As a European, she knew the power of Jesus better than these Asians. God Lin. Should we apologize? Dualishan wasn't looking down on Lin Baici. She was genuinely worried about him. An apology probably won't work. Jin Zhenji gave a bitter smile. Do you think he will let God Lin walk away? Jesus and his two companions had already closed in, staring like predators preparing to hunt their prey. Lin Baici was completely unfazed. He took 2 steps forward, shielding Jin Yingzhen and Huo Yu behind him. This is too heartwarming, right? Li Yintong looked at Lin Baici's broad back, feeling incredibly jealous. She really wanted a boyfriend like this. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The working uncle hurriedly retreated with his cigarette, signaling that this had nothing to do with him and that he didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. The handsome man in the trench coat and Gao Heng stopped arguing, preparing to wait until these people finished their fight. He Jisheng, who had been talking to a silicone doll, stood up, strapped the doll to his back, and walked to Lin Baiqi's side. Jesus had a black man on his left and a white man on his right. Seeing Yi Jisheng carrying the silicone doll, he frowned deeply. What the hell is this guy doing? Playing performance art. Jesus, don't be fooled by this guy's muscles. He has a good brain, relying purely on brute force. No one here can beat him. This black man is burly and has abundant stamina. His combat skills are quite exquisite. He can be used as a hunting dog. That white man knows magic. He can be caught and locked in a cage to be watched like a monkey. The God Eater commented, giving the 3 of them a high evaluation. Lin Baici frowned. None of them could beat Jesus. Cowardice was absolutely not an option. It seemed he would have to find a way to win with his wits. Jesus saw Lin Baici looking at his eyes without fear, and a cruel grin appeared on the corner of his mouth. How bold! Jesus clenched his right fist, just about to strike, when a soft sound suddenly came from the direction of the stairs. Click, click, click. It was the sound of high heels hitting the floor, light and elegant. Even before seeing the person, everyone felt that it must be a beautiful woman. Jesus' heart began to pound rapidly. Years of experience and his 6th sense told him that a super massive rule-based contamination was coming. The intensity of the contamination was likely no less than 6. An absolute disaster-level event. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned toward the staircase, anticipating the arrival of those high heels. Jesus, relying on his strong willpower, shifted his gaze toward the iron door. If I leave now, will I be attacked? I am the leader of the Statue of Liberty. How can I have such thoughts? Jesus took 2 deep breaths to steady his mind, then glanced at Lin Baici from the corner of his eye. He surely couldn't imagine how terrifying the incoming rule-based contamination was. He would probably be scared to the point of wetting himself. Right, when that happens, I must mock him. Lin Baici noticed Jesus' small movements, but he didn't care because his stomach began to growl. Rumble. A massive sense of hunger emerged. A feast. The feast is here, thanks to nature's bounty. Chapter 330. To her high heels a feast. Who knows who will be eating whom? Lin Baici thought to himself. In the God Eater's gourmet rating system, anything that could be called a feast was definitely a divine artifact with extremely high contamination intensity, posing a very high risk of death to humans. The lobby on the 1st floor of the apartment fell silent. Everyone seemed to feel the oppressive atmosphere of the coming storm. They closed their mouths and stared at the staircase. Click, click, click. High heels clicked against the floor, producing a crisp, seductive sound. The black man beside Jesus swallowed hard and reached down to grab his crotch. He felt a sudden surge of impulse. Xiao Bai. Huo Yu grabbed onto Lin Baici's sleeve. That woman was coming down. The first thing to enter everyone's field of vision was a pair of black high heels with red soles stepping onto the stairs, with a pair of small feet clad in flesh-colored stockings tucked inside. The heels were about 1.5 inches long, an incline that made the woman's calves taut, creating a very graceful silhouette. Following that, A woman in her 20s, looking like an urban white-collar worker, appeared on the stairs. She wore a white pencil skirt that ended at her thighs, tailored to fit perfectly, which beautifully accentuated the contours of her hips. Above, she wore a white suit jacket over a light blue shirt, cinched with a slim belt featuring a butterfly-shaped metal buckle. Draped over her left shoulder was a small black lambskin handbag, judging by the logo. It was a luxury Chanel piece. Damn it, that figure is incredible, Huang Jingshan muttered, subconsciously glancing at Jin Yingxian to make a comparison. Among the women present, only this kimchi girl could rival her in terms of physique. Damn, I'm so envious of Lin Baici. What should I do? Huang Jingxian's gaze immediately shifted back, wanting to see if this woman had a face that matched her sexy body. It wasn't just Huang Jingshan. The men present, including Lin Baici, were all staring at the woman, feeling an urgent desire to find out more. This wasn't because everyone was lecherous, but because the moment they heard the high heels, the rule contamination had already begun to affect their minds. Holy shit, damn it! Suppressed screams and exclamations erupted instantly, filling the entire hall. Hu Yu nervously grabbed Lin Baici's arm tightly. Hiss, Lin Baici gasped. He had been pranked by Li Wei once before. His childhood friend had sent him a short video of a beautiful woman dancing and stripping. Just as she reached the crucial part, the woman disappeared, replaced by a bloody, terrifying ghost face. Those with weak hearts could have wet themselves on the spot. Lin Baici wasn't a coward, but being startled like that so suddenly, he had almost dropped his phone. That was exactly the situation now. This white-collar beauty in professional attire looked perfect and sexy from the neck down. An absolute stunner. However, her head was wrapped in a mass of blood-stained bandages. Even from this distance, everyone seemed to be able to smell a nauseating stench of blood. Click-clack, click-clack. The bandage-headed white-collar woman walked down. In her hand, she held a dog leash. Everyone had expected some kind of fierce beast that would increase her combat power. But when the thing at the end of the leash crawled down, everyone was dumbfounded. It was a man. He was wearing only a pair of boxer briefs and a black hood. He must have been crawling for a long time, as his knees were covered in abrasions. Damn it! Huang Jingshan was so scared he shuddered. The man-dog had marks of being whipped, and by the looks of it, he seemed to be a god hunter, not a monster. The white-collar woman walked down the stairs and into the hall. Her head was wrapped in bandages, hiding her features. But as she turned her head to look at the crowd, everyone felt as if they had locked eyes with her. Lin. She must be a monster, right? Apaki ignored the bandage-headed woman's head, her gaze greedily roaming over her body. Actually, if you take away the head, I could do it. Fuck, the black man cursed, the impulse in his heart cooling down completely as if doused by a bucket of ice water. The hall remained quiet. Everyone was trying to judge the potential rule contamination she might cause based on the monster's appearance. But there was too little information. I guess it's just a fight. Jesus took a deep breath, feeling they could win. Bandage-headed white-collar woman. A professional woman who excels at slacking off at work, loves dating, receiving gifts, and shopping. Her handbag can hold anything, so she never worries about having too many gifts. When she drinks coffee, it means she is in a good mood. At this time, you can offer a small suggestion, and she will basically not refuse. When it's time to spend money to please her, don't be stingy. As long as she is wearing those high heels, you will never escape her grasp. She can get pregnant. Once she is carrying your child, she will listen to you. But when she wants a gift, you must satisfy her. Otherwise you will be subjected to domestic violence. Recommendation: eat her. It's highly nourishing. The gluttonous god commented with high spirits, as if this bandage-headed white-collar woman were a top-tier delicacy. Lin Baici's brow furrowed, his temples throbbing. This thing can get pregnant. Who would dare to touch that? Lin Baici looked at the monster's head. Because the bandages were wrapped so tightly, it looked like a pineapple. Swish. The bandage-headed white-collar woman, who had been sizing up the crowd, seemed to notice Lin Baici's gaze and whipped her head around. Holy crap! Pogba felt his entire body go numb. He wanted to dodge, but worried that the movement would draw the female monster's attention. However, he soon realized that she seemed to be fixated on Lin Baici. Everyone's skin tightened instantly. as if they were being gripped by an invisible giant hand. The bandage-headed white-collar woman stared at Lin Baici for a few seconds, then resumed her pace and walked over. She didn't let go of the leash, so the man followed, crawling along. Lin Baici felt a bit numb. "Damn it, don't come over here." Hu Yu prayed in her heart, pleading with every deity in the heavens. "She likes handsome guys," the gluttonous god added, although there was no subject. It was clearly referring to this white-collar monster. Lin Baici frowned deeply. He had to find a way to avoid her, at the very least. He could not be the first person to suffer from the rule contamination. Divine power surged within his body, and the red clay figurine appeared beneath the corner of the wall. "I am so ugly, and my body is covered in these burn blisters. She probably will not come looking for me, right?" Jing Xianghuang comforted himself. Just as the head-wrapped woman was more than 5 meters away from Lin Baici, the black man beside Jesus suddenly let out a cry. The black man had been struck in the lower leg. It was not fatal, but it was quite painful. This sound was exceptionally jarring in the quiet apartment lobby. Swish. The head-wrapped woman stared over. "What are you doing?" Jesus cursed in a low voice. "Someone hit me." The black man was on the verge of tears, especially when he saw the female office worker suddenly change direction and walk toward him. He felt a bit panicked. "Leader, what should we do?" The white man on the other side was equally nervous. Adapt to the situation. Jesus glared at Lin Baici. It was definitely this guy who was behind it. "She is leaving, she is leaving." Jin let out a sigh of relief, feeling that Lin Baici had good luck. Yin Tongli reached out her finger and poked Lin Baici on the arm. "Brother Lin, you are so clever." The delinquent girl was not as naive as Jin, although she had not seen it. She was certain that Lin Baici had definitely done something on the sly to successfully shift the disaster onto someone else. The female office worker walked up to the black man, examined him for a few seconds, and then extended her right hand. Her fingers were fair and slender, and she wore a large 5-carat diamond ring on her middle finger, making one unable to help but want to gently hold it and plant a kiss. The black man did not understand the situation and looked at Jesus with pleading eyes. Waiting for an answer, Jesus was equally confused. "What does that head-wrapped woman want to do?" Apache asked in a low voice. "Does she want that black man to kiss her?" Darrison replied. "To be honest, that black man was tall, powerful, and quite strong, and among black men, he belonged to the handsome type, qualified enough to act in a superhero movie. Is that not disgusting?" As soon as Huayu finished speaking, Pogba immediately glared over. "Hey, little girl, your words border on racial discrimination. If we were abroad, you would be looking at compensation at best, and jail time at worst." Yin Tongli reminded her. Huayu curled her lips. "Does that female monster want money?" Jing Xianghuan deduced. "No way, right?" Apache did not agree. "Why would she want money? She has no way to spend it, does she, Brother Lin? What do you think?" The delinquent girl turned her body to the side and nudged Lin Baici. "Use your eyes to look." Lin Baici knew that the head-wrapped woman was demanding a gift, but he would not say it, otherwise. What if they eavesdropped on him? Jesus had been full of hostility just now, and now that one of his team members was about to die, their strength would be greatly reduced. The black man's expression was miserable. After a rule-based contamination breaks out, the first person to be contaminated is often the unluckiest, because they cannot obtain information and can only gamble with their lives. The black man glanced at the man being led by the female office worker with a dog leash. After thinking for a moment, he knelt on one knee, gently held the female office worker's hand, and as if a prince were kissing a princess in a Disney fairy tale, he leaned his head forward and kissed her finger. Everyone did not even dare to breathe, waiting for the result. "Bad luck," Jing Xianghuang cursed. If it were normal times, one could judge the other party's thoughts and mood through their facial expressions. But this female office worker had bandages wrapped around her head, and nothing could be seen. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The head-wrapped woman remained in the same posture, making no further movements. Did he pass the test? Just as Zhao finished speaking, the female office worker lowered her head, looked at her empty palm, and suddenly raised her hand, slapping the black man's face hard. The strength of the head-wrapped woman was so great that it sent the black man stumbling a few steps to the side, causing him to fall to the ground. The black man spat out teeth. The head-wrapped woman, leading the man-dog, walked up to him again and extended her hand once more. Fuck, what exactly does this female monster want to do? Pogba was very panicked. He was also a black man, so it might be his turn next. Give her money, Jesus spoke up. Give her everything valuable you have on you. The black man hurriedly dug into his pockets, took out a wallet, and placed it in the head-wrapped woman's hand. The head-wrapped woman reacted quickly this time. She threw away the wallet and swung her hand at the black man, delivering 8 slaps in a row. The slapping sounds crisp and clear. The black man also had a volatile temper. If he could not win, he would accept getting beaten up. But clearly, the outcome of this round was not yet decided. So he raised his eyebrows and prepared to stand up and fight back. Don't. Jesus hurriedly stopped him. The black man respected Jesus, his team leader, very much. He was halfway up when he heard Jesus's words and intended to squat back down. But it was too late. His movement had enraged the head-wrapped woman. The female office worker hooked her right hand onto her belt, and in the blink of an eye, she pulled it out and used it like a whip, lashing out at the black man. With one lash, the clothes on the black man's shoulder were shredded, leaving a large wound on his flesh. Snap, snap, 2 more lashes followed. The black man let out a roar, and like a brown bear, he suddenly lunged forward, throwing a punch at the head-wrapped woman's head. Jesus did not stop him again. After all, he did not know how long this female monster intended to keep hitting them. If she was going to beat Wade to death anyway, it was better to let Wade attack and test the combat power of this monster. The female office worker was quite tall, and with her red-bottomed high heels, she stood at about 1.85 meters. However, compared to Wade, the black man who was over 1.90 meters, she was 2 heads shorter. And she was so slender that standing in front of the burly Wade, she looked like a bean sprout. But it was precisely this bean sprout who, just as Wade was about to hit her, suddenly delivered a whip kick to his body. Wade was sent flying over 30 meters as if he had been struck by a heavy truck, slamming into the wall with a loud thud. Swish! A large amount of wall plaster peeled off. Damn, she is that strong, you exclaimed, covering her mouth. The expressions of the others turned grave instantly. Half of the people present would not have been able to withstand the strike that the female office worker had just unleashed. Click, click. The female office worker walked over, the sound of her high heels striking the floor serving as a declaration from the Grim Reaper. Wade stood up and slammed his fists together. Scales immediately grew over his arms, which then swelled in size, and his 10 fingers transformed into sharp claws. This was his divine gift, Tyrannosaurus claws, capable of tearing a car to shreds. Fuck you, Wade roared, charging at the bandaged woman like a rocket with a boom. Swiping a claw toward her head, the bandaged woman raised her hand, caught Wade's wrist with a bang, and then, with the ease of tossing a book aside, swung him onto the ground. The dust on the floor was sent billowing into the air. Wade was nearly knocked breathless, feeling as if his sternum were about to shatter. However, his years of combat experience allowed him to endure the excruciating pain and strike a punch toward the bandaged woman's lower leg. The bandaged woman lifted her foot and stomped down. Squelch! The slender high heel acted like a steel spike, piercing through Wade's arm without any resistance and pinning it to the floor. Swish! Bright red blood splattered onto the female office worker's sheer stocking calf. Her stockings were dirty, and she seemed quite annoyed. So she lifted her foot and stomped down again. This time, it was aimed at Wade's head. The bandaged woman's speed was too fast. Before Wade could even react, his left eye was pierced by the heel, which drove straight into his brain. Wade screamed, trying to fight back with his final ounce of strength, but he had no chance left. The bandaged woman stomped her right foot repeatedly, as if crushing a disgusting cockroach. Squelch, 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 blood splattered everywhere, and some white brain matter was brought out along with it. Yu was so terrified that she covered her mouth with one hand and gripped Lin Baici's clothes tightly with the other. She had seen dead people before, but this was the first time she had seen someone die so miserably. It was truly horrifying. In just a few seconds, the black man Wade's head had been stomped into a honeycomb, covered in holes and lacerations from the heel. Wade's body twitched as he lay on the ground, with only the sound of air escaping his lungs remaining. "This is big trouble," Jiro gasped. Everyone's expression was grim. Wade was a member of the Statue of Liberty group and was very strong. Yet he had been easily slaughtered by this female office worker monster. This extinguished their idea of passing the level by killing her. Now, the only path left was to outsmart her. But the problem was that there was too little effective intelligence. So it was certain that a few more people would have to die before enough information could be gathered. The bandaged female office worker shook her right leg, pulling the heel out of the black man Wade's head. Seeing it stained with blood, she kicked Wade's corpse in disgust and then stomped hard on the floor a few times. Tap, tap. After shaking off the blood, the bandaged woman noticed that her flesh-colored stockings were also stained. So, after fastening her belt, she simply lifted her skirt, took off her pantyhose, and wiped them on her high heels. Then, she opened the black handbag slung over her shoulder and took out a new pair of stockings to put on. The process was somewhat eye-catching, but none of the men present had the mood to appreciate it, because the corpse on the ground was enough to cool any impulse. The bandaged woman changed into a new pair of stockings and seemed to have changed into a better mood as well. She took a cup of coffee and a straw out of her handbag. "Damn it. Is this a space-type divine taboo item?" Huang Jingxiang stared at the Chanel handbag, his eyes widening, an uncontrollable greed rising within him. It wasn't just him. The others also looked on with envy, wanting to make it their own. In the circle of god hunters, such divine taboo items were always in high demand but never available. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. When the gourmet god commented earlier that the bandaged woman never worried about having too many gifts to carry, he had guessed that the handbag might be a space-type divine taboo item. And now it seemed he was right. However, he didn't have the urge to possess it. After all, he already had the black alms bowl. And besides, it was a woman's bag. It wouldn't look right for a grown man like him to carry it. The bandaged woman poked the straw into the coffee cup, then reached her left hand to her mouth and pulled the bandage open just a narrow slit. A pair of red lips were revealed, and she then sipped on the straw. At this moment, the bandaged woman looked just like an urban office lady who had come out to buy a cup of coffee during her lunch break, taking a breather while observing passersby. If one ignored her head, Lin Baici pondered whether to repeat his old trick and have the red clay mudman try again, but doing so would likely make him a target for the bandaged woman. The bandaged woman looked around and finally faced Lin Baici, then began to walk toward him. "It's over. It's over," Li Yintong whispered. "Brother Lin, she really has her eyes on you. I never thought being ugly could be a blessing, but at this moment, I thank my mom for giving me an ugly face." Gao Heng let out a sigh of relief. "Good luck." The red-haired woman revealed a faint smile. Jesus was so angry and targeted this Jujo man, which meant he had suffered a great loss at his hands, proving that this Jujo man had some real skills. Now that he was being targeted by that female monster, even if he didn't survive in the end, he would be able to test out some valuable intelligence. "Xiao Bai, were you worried?" Jing Yingxin gritted her teeth, lifted her leg, and stepped in front of Lin Baici, intending to use her life to scout the path for him. Lin Baici reacted super fast, reaching out to press down on the Korean girl's shoulder. Huang Jingxiang was dying of envy. The other men all wore the same expression, as if they had been forced to drink a bellyful of lemon juice. Sour to the core. They all wanted such a beautiful and loyal woman as well. Jesus crossed his arms over his chest and watched Lin Baici. The bandaged woman approached, and everyone slowly scattered to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Lin Baici did not move. According to the gluttonous god's food review, he had a way to endure this. So, he maintained a calm and indifferent expression. This demeanor, in the eyes of everyone present, immediately raised their estimation of him by a notch. Regardless of his actual strength, this ability to handle pressure was absolutely top tier. The handsome man in the trench coat chuckled, becoming interested in Lin Baici. As long as he didn't die, he could invite him to form a team later. After the bandaged woman stood in front of Lin Baici, she suddenly tilted her head and looked at Huang Jingxiang, who was quietly retreating. Huang Jingxiang's body stiffened instantly. The bandaged woman didn't speak, but facing Huang Jingxiang, it was as if she were saying, "Why are you hiding? Do you dislike me?" So, she walked over to him. "No way. God, are you messing with me?" Huan Jingshan felt like he wanted to die. The bandaged woman stood before Huan Jingshan and extended her left hand. Exactly the same way she had treated Wade, the black man. The crowd was dumbfounded. That young man's luck was a bit too good. Does this gesture mean I should put a ring on her finger and propose? Or is it for palm reading, to say something flattering? Or maybe it's a handshake? Huan Jingxiang's brain went into overdrive, considering all sorts of possibilities. Finally, he gathered his courage and asked Lin Baici for help. Lin God, can you help me out? Rather than waiting for death. It was better to take a gamble, compared to his own guesses. Huan Jingshan felt that Lin Baici's judgment was more likely to be correct. Do you have anything valuable on you? Lin Baici whispered a reminder. Give it to her as a gift. Huan Jingshan spread his hands, his face full of a bitter smile. Do you think I have anything? Because his body was covered in blisters and wearing clothes was painful. He wasn't even wearing underwear. Lin Baici had items, but the problem was they were all inside the black alms bowl and couldn't be taken out. Yintong, quick, give me a few valuable things, Huan Jingshan urged. Brother Lin, will this method actually work? The girl was worried that she wouldn't be able to help Brother Daxian and would end up being targeted herself. I don't know. Lin Baici didn't dare to guarantee it. Li Yintong and Huan Jingshan were both from the Kowloon Hall in Hong Kong when she first joined the organization. Huan Jingshan had taken good care of her, so she didn't hesitate anymore. She took off the gold bracelet from her left wrist and handed it to Huan Jingshan. During this process, she kept observing the female monster, and only when she realized the creature didn't care did she feel relieved. Huan Jingshan took the bracelet and immediately held it with both hands, placing it into the bandaged woman's hand. Goddess, please accept this. Huan Jingshan smiled, trying to be as humble and sycophantic as possible. Surely that couldn't hurt. Everyone's heart was in their throat, wanting to know if this method would allow him to pass. Chapter 333. The Urban Professional, Assistant Manager Kim. In the lobby on the first floor of the apartment, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Huan Jingshan had blisters from the high heat on his body, which were both painful and itchy, but he didn't dare to scratch them. He knelt cautiously in front of the bandaged woman like a death row inmate awaiting his sentence. Damn it, if you don't appreciate this, I'll shove a gun down your throat and blow a hole through your stomach. Huan Jingshan cursed in his mind. The female monster's head was wrapped in bandages, making it impossible to see her features. But she picked up the gold bracelet and held it in front of her, seemingly observing it. A few seconds later, she put the bracelet on her left wrist, turned it over to look at it, and seemed satisfied. The bandaged woman opened the handbag slung over her left shoulder, took out a business card, and handed it to Huan Jingshan. Huan Jingshan quickly took it with both hands, his eyes sweeping over the card, seeing 3 Korean characters written on it. Translated, it meant Assistant Manager Kim. This was the bandaged woman's job title. Damn you, a tea-serving girl acting all high and mighty in front of me. Huan Jingshan was furious. In Korea and Japan, on corporate job ranks, the lowest is a regular employee, and the second lowest is an assistant manager. So, even though this bandaged woman looked like an elite professional, in reality, let alone a department head, if a deputy manager gave her a look, she would have to obediently serve tea and water, or else wait to be bullied. The bandaged woman was very happy to receive the gift. After admiring it for a few more moments, she realized Huan Jingshan was still kneeling in front of her and became unhappy, immediately raising her leg and kicking him. What does this mean? Ahakia frowned. Could it be that the gift wasn't enough? Huan Jingshan was a sharp person and understood instantly. She was annoyed that he was in her way. Goddess, you go ahead and be busy. I have things to do. I'll be going first. Huan Jingshan forced a smile, though he felt extremely annoyed inside. He remembered that before he became a god hunter, he had been treated exactly like this by his ex-girlfriend. You had to give gifts several times just to successfully get her to go out on a date. The bandaged woman waved her hand impatiently. Holy crap, Ho Yuyu was shocked. Are even monsters this realistic now? She takes the gift, but doesn't give any sweetness in return. Huan Jingshan quickly retreated to the side, looking at the business card in his hand, hesitating on how to handle it. If I keep this thing, Will this female monster come looking for me again? But if I throw it away, to be honest, I'm not really willing to. Huan Jingshan eyed the Chanel handbag the female monster was carrying. This is a space-type God-forbidden item. If I can get my hands on it, this trip to Bizen will definitely not be a loss. Thinking back to the combat power the bandaged woman displayed when she crushed that black Nan. If he could conquer her, that is, find the God-forbidden item that influenced her, then he would gain a top-tier fighter. Actually, aside from the head wrapped in bandages looking a bit scary, this female office worker had a pretty good figure. As long as he put a hood on her, it wouldn't be impossible. Having survived the pollution, Huan Jingshan felt he was back in the game, calculating whether he could reap some benefits. Seeing that Huan Jingshan had survived, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that giving this female monster a gift is the way to escape a disaster. Everyone began to calculate what they had on them that was presentable, and to be safe, they hoped it would be more expensive than what others had. Right, judging by the death of that black Nan, one cannot simply give money. Damn, hypocritical, Li Yintong cursed inwardly. But she was quite envious of the bandage-headed woman. If you don't give a gift, she kills you. That is truly satisfying. The female office worker bit her straw, took a sip of coffee, pulled at the hem of her skirt with her left hand to smooth out the wrinkles, and then, after scanning the room, walked up to Lin Baici and held out her hand. Pogba and Sharaut immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Jin Yingjin and Hua Yuyu, however, became worried. The Korean girl came from a chaebol family and was usually dressed in top-tier luxury goods. But just moments ago, during the rule contamination on the 10th floor, almost everything she had on her had melted due to the high heat, leaving only a Van Cleef and Arpels watch. If she hadn't smeared some honey on the watch, it would have melted too. Now, seeing Lin Baici being targeted by the female monster, the Korean girl didn't hesitate for a second. She quickly took off the watch and tried to hand it to him. Hua Yuyu was wearing a jade bracelet and had been about to take it off to give to Lin Baici. But after seeing Jin Yingzhen's watch, she gave up. Look at the tiny diamonds encrusted all over the dial. Look at the exquisite craftsmanship, compared to its function as a clock. It was more like a magnificent piece of jewelry. When the little fish first started making money as a streamer, she had looked at this brand of watch, and then she had been crushed. A watch costing over $1 million was something she truly couldn't afford. Lin Baici didn't take it. Jin Yingzhen only had that one watch. If the bandage-headed woman targeted her later, what would she use as a gift? Damn, is this woman a total simp? Gao Heng was so envious, he felt like he was withering away. Why didn't he take the watch? Jesus frowned deeply. Could it be that Lin Baici had a better gift? That shouldn't be possible, right? That 30 or 40,000 gold bracelet was enough to satisfy the bandage-headed woman. There was no reason a luxury watch worth over $1 million wouldn't work. Lin Baici could afford a gift of that caliber, but the problem was, did he have one on him right now? Or had he discovered some other key point to avoiding the contamination? Jesus stared at the female monster in professional attire and recalled everything that had happened since she appeared. But he still came up empty-handed. Brother Lin, don't be reckless. Li Yintong gathered her courage to offer a reminder. Now was the time to play it safe. Hurry up and give this female monster a gift to send her away. Don't even think about fighting the monster. Lin Baici looked at the female office worker's bandaged head and smiled, proposing, "Give me 7 days to prepare, and I will present you with a grand gift then. Is that acceptable? 7 days. Lin Baici felt, should be enough to handle this apartment building. Holy crab, Dualishan was shocked. She thought Lin Baici had some other method, but she hadn't expected him to haggle. This was truly not valuing his own life. Damn it. Huan Jingshan looked at Lin Baici, dumbfounded. You're asking for 7 days with nothing but empty words. Are you treating the monster like a fool? Or are you such a narcissist that you think you can just use your face to write a bad check? Huan Jingshan shook his head. This kid is getting cocky. He is definitely getting cocky. The handsome man in the trench coat standing in the distance frowned, studying Lin Baici carefully before looking back at the bandage-headed woman. Brother Lin. The delinquent girl was almost scared to tears. What kind of pickup artist routine is this nowadays? Let alone women who have been beaten down by society. Even girls who haven't graduated from college wouldn't fall for this. You have to give money. Lin Baici's response left everyone confused. But a thought immediately arose in their minds. He was about to hit a wall. Everyone looked at the bandage-headed woman, but unexpectedly, the female monster didn't slap his face like she had with the two men earlier. Instead, she bit her straw and tilted her head, as if she were considering whether to agree. This movement was very feminine. If one ignored the bandaged head, it was actually quite cute. After about 5 or 6 seconds, the hand holding the dog leash rose up, and she extended 3 fingers. Although she didn't speak, everyone understood she had agreed. But the time had been shortened to 3 days. Damn, that actually worked. Li Yintang's mouth was a gaping shock, wide enough to fit a duck egg. 3 days wasn't long, but perhaps by then, this contamination would be purified. No one had expected the bandage-headed woman to agree. So the oppressive atmosphere in the first-floor lobby became slightly more relaxed. This female monster, it seemed, wasn't quite as dangerous as they thought. How about 5 days? Lin Baici remained smiling, very gently. I want to carefully prepare a gift for you. 3 days is to rush. Damn it, he's doing it again. Huang Jingxiang was speechless. Brother Lin, quit while you're ahead. Li Yintang advised, don't push your luck. Jesus' brows were whereupon together. He couldn't understand at all what this Jujo man was relying on to haggle. The bandage-headed woman thought seriously for a few seconds, then nodded and made an okay gesture. Pogba and Xiaorao exclaimed in unison, venting their shock. I will definitely make you satisfied. Lin Baici smiled brilliantly, as warm as the spring sunshine. The gluttonous god had said that when this female monster was drinking coffee, it meant she was in a good mood. And one could make a small request, she would basically not refuse. Moreover, Lin Baici was still holding the plumber's pipe wrench in his left hand, besides doubling the holder's combat power indoors. This god-forbidden item also added Come-One to charm. If the other party was a female over 30, including but not limited to humans, she would develop a great sense of favor toward the holder. If the holder was shirtless, the charm value would increase by another Come-One. The combination of these two effects was the reason why the female office worker had agreed to Lin Baici. Haha, this pipe wrench is truly an artifact for affairs. Lin Baici felt a sense of regret that he was a man of integrity. Otherwise, he would have spent his days wandering through various villas, helping the ladies clear their clogged drains. The agreement was fulfilled, and Lin Baici thought that was the end of it. But the bandaged woman did not leave. Her right index finger hooked the bandage under her chin and pulled it down slightly, revealing a pair of red lips before she leaned in to kiss Lin Baici. What is going on? A scent of blood mixed with the fragrance of coffee drifted into his nasal cavity. Lin Baici instinctively wanted to dodge, but he held himself back. Even with his toes, he could figure out that there would definitely be trouble if he avoided the advances of this female monster. The bandaged woman kissed Lin Baici on his left cheek, leaving a lipstick mark. Afterward, she led the human dog away and walked toward Xiaorao. Jesus gloated. There was definitely something wrong with that lipstick mark. If Lin Baici could not produce a gift in 5 days, he would surely be in big trouble. Lin Baici turned his back to the bandaged woman and rubbed his cheek with the back of his hand. Jing Yingjin and Li Yintang's expressions changed drastically because they discovered that the lipstick mark could not be wiped off. Woo-woo, it is over. Brother Lin has been targeted. Wu Yuyu was worried. The bandaged woman stood in front of Xiaorao and extended her right hand toward him. Everything Xiaorao owned had been melted by the high temperature. He was not even wearing underwear now, let alone having a gift. Beauty, lend me your watch, Xiaorao pleaded for help. Once I get out of here, I will pay you 10 million. Jing Yingjin remained indifferent. Her wristwatch was custom-made, and her initials were engraved on the dial. She would never give it to someone else. Xiaorao was ignored, his face turning unsightly as he looked toward Pogba. Before he could even speak, the doll on Pogba's shoulder had already opened its mouth. Do not help. Do not help. It will bring disaster upon yourself. Pogba spread his hands. Xiaorao's mouth twitched. Even Pogba, who was his closest friend, was keeping him at arm's length. So the others were likely the same. However, he still held onto a glimmer of hope and turned to Lin Baici for help. God Lin, please help me. Xiaorao pressed his palms together. You can make an agreement with her on a time to deliver a gift. Lin Baici shrugged, unable to help. He himself had not even had the nerve to ask others for a gift. And after being kissed by the bandaged woman, he actually wanted a companion who was in the same boat. Jarrod took a deep breath. Goddess, how about giving me 3 days? He felt that he was not as handsome as Lin Baici and feared he would not gain the bandaged woman's favor. So, he only asked for 3 days. The bandaged woman thought for a moment and shook her head. Goddess. Jarrod could not finish his sentence because the bandaged woman slapped him across the face. The force was so great that it nearly knocked Jarrod's molars out. Moreover, there were many blisters on his face, and under this impact, many of the blisters on his left cheek burst. Jarrod screamed in pain. But he felt more aggrieved than anything. Why can he do it, but I cannot? You racially discriminating. Jarrod had traveled to various countries, and because he was white, he had always been treated with favor. He never expected to be humiliated here. This was the first time in his life he had tasted the bitterness of being discriminated against. The bandaged woman was angry. It was one thing for this man not to give a gift, but he actually dared to lose his temper at her. This was truly outrageous. So, she flicked the chain in her hand. Bite him. The human dog crawling on the ground immediately barked and lunged at Jarrod. Jarrod had just witnessed with his own eyes how the bandaged woman had obliterated that black man. So he did not dare to fight back at all. He pushed off the ground with his feet and bolted like a cannonball. Fleeing for his life, swish, Jarrod's divine grace erupted, his speed reaching its limit as he dashed toward the stairs, leaving a trail of afterimages. The bandaged woman flicked her right hand, and as if by magic, a black bank card appeared between her index finger and thumb. She then threw it with a flick of her wrist. Whoosh! The bank card flew like a throwing star, piercing the air. With a snap, it sliced across Jarrod's neck. It then flew forward a few more meters before tracing an arc and returning to her. The bandaged woman reached out and caught the bank card with a snap. Bright red blood flowed across the black surface of the card. The bandaged woman held it vertically to her lips and licked it clean. Jarrod's head tilted to the side and fell to the ground like a ripe watermelon. Thump, thump, thump. The head rolled down the steps, leaving a trail of blood. Their pressure in the apartment lobby plummeted instantly. A thick chill seemed to seep into everyone's bodies and freeze their souls. So strong, so terrifying. The bandaged woman flipped her wrist, and the black bank card vanished from her hand. She glanced around indifferently and walked toward a man wearing sportswear who looked quite handsome. Before the bandaged woman could even reach out, the sporty man had already taken off his watch and wedding ring, holding them out to her with both hands. The bandaged woman was satisfied. She accepted the gift, left, and moved on to her next target. It was still a relatively handsome man. Pogba let out a sigh of relief, feeling that being ugly was not necessarily a bad thing. Up until now, the women had not been asked for gifts by the bandaged woman, so they were much calmer. However, the men were panicking, though fortunately, most of the bandaged woman's targets were handsome men. But when she reached the fourth person, a man with a parted hairstyle, the gift he offered was somewhat cheap. This seemed to displease her. She stood with her arms crossed, not moving. The man with the parted hair grew anxious and tried to borrow gifts from those around him, but they were not familiar with him, and they had to deal with the bandaged woman themselves, so no one helped. Goddess, give me 3 days, or even 1 day is fine. I will go and prepare a gift for you, the man with the parted hair pleaded. The bandaged woman took a sip of coffee, shook her head, and extended her hand again. The man with the parted hair looked like a down-and-out wretch who owed money to a dozen loan sharks and had no way to pay it back. Gritting his teeth, he activated his divine grace. Swish! His entire body vanished from where he stood. Damn! Teleportation. Li Yintong felt envious. This divine grace was absolutely a top-tier tool for escaping death. The group grew tense in an instant. The man with the 7-part hairstyle had run off. So would the head-wrapped woman vent her anger on the others. At this moment, some wanted to flee, while others wanted to intercept the man. The head-wrapped woman was furious. She dropped the dog leash in her hand, lifted the sole of her right foot clad in a red-bottomed high heel and stomped it onto the ground. Swish! She vanished. Damn it! This monster can teleport too. Huang Jingshan felt his scalp tingle. Is this a boss? Bob blurted out. This monster had high combat power and could teleport. What chance did they have if they ran into her? Just wait for death. The group heard no sounds of fighting. 10 seconds later, the sound of high heels descending the stairs echoed through the room. Click, click, click. The head-wrapped woman walked down. In her right hand, she carried a head. The once smooth, black 7-part hairstyle was now disheveled from her fingers gripping it. The man-dog immediately crawled over, rubbing its cheek against the head-wrapped woman's calf. The head-wrapped woman was in a bad mood. She kicked it a few times as if venting, but that wasn't enough to satisfy her. With a high leg lift, the heel of her right shoe stomped down onto the man-dog's head. Squelch! The heel pierced through the man-dog's skull. After a few twitches, it stopped moving. The crowd was silent as cicadas in winter, none wanting to be the target of her redirected rage or become a punching bag for the female monster. After killing her pet, the head-wrapped woman looked at the empty leash and suddenly felt regret. She looked up and scanned the room. Was she looking to pick a new pet dog? The men felt their scalps go numb and hurriedly lowered their heads to pray. Don't pick me, don't pick me. The head-wrapped woman tossed the head in her hand toward a man with thick, sword-like eyebrows. Thud, thud. The head rolled a few times, hit the sword-browed man's foot, and stopped. The head-wrapped woman crooked her finger at him. The man looked as if his parents had just died. Little brother, hurry up and go. You can't escape. Instead of being killed outright, you might as well endure the humiliation and wait for an opportunity. Gao Heng urged him, the scar on his face trembling from his nervousness. She has such a great figure. Being her dog isn't a loss. You've hit the jackpot. Don't do anything stupid. Just listen to her. Everyone was trying to persuade him. The sword-browed man wore an expression of someone who had been constipated for a month, but after looking at the corpses, he suppressed the urge to fight back and obediently walked in front of the head-wrapped woman. The head-wrapped woman lifted her foot, the sharp tip of her high heel kicking the man's leg to force him to his knees. Don't resist, or you'll die, Huang Jingshan threatened. The head-wrapped woman untied the leash from the corpse's neck and fastened it around the sword-browed man's neck. She then tugged on the leash, tested the feel, and seemed satisfied. She took a sip of coffee and headed upstairs. Click, click, click. The sound of high heels on the floor remained sexy and evocative. Damn, the monster is finally gone. Huang Jingshan puffed out his cheeks and let out a solid sigh of relief. Damn it. He had almost peed himself from fear. Dualishan looked at Xiaorud's head, his eyes still wide open in death, and could no longer control the fear in her heart. Her legs went weak, and she plopped onto the ground, only to jump back up with a scream. The blisters on her buttocks had burst, and it hurt like hell. Fuck. The foreign woman regretted coming on this Byzant trip. The 10-year-old great god runes were truly terrifying. She shouldn't have been so careless. This monster is too scary, right? What kind of divine taboo object summoned it? The working-class uncle pulled out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. His hand holding the lighter was shaking so much that he tried several times but couldn't get it lit. If only we could control that head-wrapped woman, Gao Heng sighed, touching the scar on his face. He hadn't expected even a monster to be a fan of good looks. Brother Gao, what do we do next? The red-haired woman brushed her long hair and looked at Lin Baici. I don't want to stay in this apartment anymore. Yeah, staying here is definitely a dead end. Gao Heng walked toward the iron door, preparing to go out and explore. Brother Gao, call that kid along, the red-haired woman suggested, referring to Lin Baici. That kid is pretty capable. Should we invite him to join the team? I doubt he'd think much of us. Don't forget, he has a grudge against Jesus. Gao Heng's temporary teammates were whispering among themselves, most of them leaning toward asking Lin Baici to join. The handsome man in the trench coat took 2 long strides, blocking Gao Heng's path. Are you still going to stop us? Gao Heng felt helpless. There might be danger outside. The handsome man in the trench coat warned. It's as if there aren't monsters in here. The red-haired woman scoffed. Why don't you go kill that bandage-wrapped female office worker then? We are all in the same boat now. Let's discuss things properly. Stop arguing. The working-class uncle acted as a peacemaker, handing out cigarettes to everyone. Come on, have a smoke. It's the good stuff. Huo Yu stood worriedly in front of Lin Baici. standing on her tiptoes as she used a wet wipe to scrub the lipstick mark on his face. She used a lot of force, but it remained as bright red as before. Xiao Bai. It really won't come off. Huo Yu grew anxious. Let me try. Jin Yingzhen wanted to take over, but Li Yintong was faster. She shoved the female streamer aside with her shoulder and, acting like they were old friends, grabbed the wipe first. Lin Baici grabbed Li Yintong's wrist. Stop scrubbing, it's useless. The delinquent girl was standing too close, practically pressed against Lin Baici. God Lin, how do you feel? Pogba and the foreign woman both came over, asking after him. Apache didn't speak, but she was also worried. This was a Thai god. She had to maintain a good relationship and hold on tight. I'm fine. Lin Baici didn't notice any abnormalities in his body. We need to find a way as soon as possible to purify this apartment within 5 days. Huang Jingshan felt relieved. He knew that under the pressure of death, Lin Baici would definitely give it his all. I'm telling you all, the trouble is not over yet. Yi Jishen carried his girlfriend, that is to say, the silicone doll, on his back, and then stared at Jesus. As long as Lin Baici gave the order, he would charge. Swish. Everyone on Lin Baichi's side looked toward Jesus. Leader, give the order. Apakia no longer called him God Lin, but changed it to leader. This title represented submission and obedience. He would follow Lin Baichi's commands. Jesus and his white teammates were tidying up the remains of their companion. After finishing, they stood up and stared directly at Lin Baici. Chapter 330. Forgive God Lin some respect. The smell of gunpowder in the first floor lobby rose immediately. Jesus must have suffered a loss at the hands of that Lin Baici. Gao Heng speculated. Be more confident. Remove the must. And Jesus definitely suffered a huge loss. The red-haired woman curled her lips. Under the influence of the rule-based corruption, everyone was suffering a death crisis. But Jesus still wanted to settle scores with Lin Baici, which meant the loss was extremely great. Looking at Lin Baici, he was as calm as could be, looking like a master who was ready to accompany them at any time. He was truly too confident. I do not know where he gets his confidence from. The red-haired woman was very curious. Lin Baici was too young, and this meant that the number of god ruins he had explored was relatively small. And naturally, his gains were also fewer. So, he could not have improved his strength much, unless he cleared a god rune alone and enjoyed the spoils of war exclusively. It is also possible that he is a direct descendant groomed by some dragon-level giant who spent a lot of resources. Gao Heng guessed. I am telling you to. Escaping with your lives is the priority. Can we put personal grudges aside for now? Uncle Labor interjected, walked up to Jesus, and handed him a cigarette. Here, have a smoke. This is a Zhonghua. Everyone could see that it was Jesus who wanted to get back at him. As long as he did not make trouble, this fight would not happen. Jesus was hesitating, mainly because there were too many people on Lin Baichi's side. Although they were all temporary members, who could guarantee that they would not help out if a fight broke out? Leader. That lipstick mark left on his cheek by the bandaged female monster is likely some kind of brand. 5 days later, if he cannot produce a gift that satisfies the female monster, he will definitely die. There is no need for us to fight him to the death. Havertz looked at Wade's corpse and whispered a piece of advice. If a fight really broke out, Jesus was powerful and would probably be fine, but a lackey like him would likely be seriously injured if not killed, and the survival rate would drop instantly. What if he does produce it? Jesus was still unwilling to give up. The female monster had killed the white man who tried to bargain and only gave Lin Baici 5 days, which seemed to show that she looked at him differently. Leader. This apartment is full of rule-based corruption. Having one more person to help purify it can also reduce our burden. Havertz glanced at the red-painted pipe wrench in Lin Baichi's hand. This was clearly a god-forbidden item. Looking at the miserable appearance of the men behind him covered in blisters, it was enough to show Lin Baichi's strength, at the very least. He had already handled one instance of rule-based corruption. Handsome, let it go. Uncle Labor took a deep drag of his cigarette. Those women are obviously very weak, but they are unscathed, which shows that the man is protecting them, and rule-based corruption. God hunters who are not only fine themselves but also have the energy to help others are not ordinary people. Jesus naturally understood this principle. Pogba saw Jesus hesitating and knew that he was also wary of Lin Baici. At this moment, he was simply lacking a way to step down. Leader Jesus, I suggest you put aside your personal conflict for now and purify this apartment as soon as possible, so that we can take advantage of it too. Pogba flattered. Lin Baici, this is not over between us, Jesus snorted coldly. After surveying the environment of the lobby, he walked toward the management office. He wanted to search for items inside. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. If it were not for Huo Yu and Jin Yingzhen by his side, and his worry that a fight would affect them, he would never have extinguished his fire so easily. He would not back down, he would just fight. What was there to be afraid of? If he could not win, he could still lure them to the white-collar woman and use her to kill them. Anyway, he had the pipe wrench, a soft rice artifact that increased the favorability of mature women. God Lin, please do not misunderstand. My comment about taking advantage was just to trick a laborer into being cannon fodder. With your strength, you would definitely have handled it yourself, Pogba quickly explained, lest Lin Baici make things difficult for him. The doll lying on his shoulder also sat up and nodded repeatedly, emphasizing that what Pogba said was correct. Whatever. Lin Baici waved his hand, not wanting to waste energy on such matters. Gao Heng went to pull the power switch on the wall, wanting to raise the iron gate, but the handsome man in the trench coat still blocked him, which made him very unhappy. Are you done yet? Gao Heng rolled up his sleeves, wanting to fight. I said, there are monsters outside. The handsome man in the trench coat did not change his expression, completely unafraid of such threats. Leader Jesus, God Lin, what do you say? Are we going out? Gao Heng shouted. As long as these two agreed, the others would have no choice even if they had objections. When I first woke up in the room, I heard something knocking on the window. Jesus came out of the management office. Inside were all sorts of messy sundries, and the environment was dirty and chaotic. It looked like the dog kennel of a middle-aged man who had failed at life. I heard it too. But there were newspapers on the window, so I could not see what was outside. There were newspapers on my window too. Did no one peel back the newspaper to take a look? Everyone discussed it in a jumble. They had just arrived in a strange environment and were all very cautious, not daring to tear the newspapers to observe. I tore off a corner and only saw a head wrapped in bandages. Lin Baici introduced. This kind of intelligence was not worth hiding. Even if these people lived for half a day longer, they might trigger another instance of rule-based corruption. Swish. Everyone looked over, their eyes filled with astonishment. This guy from Kyushu, he really has guts. Is there anything else? The handsome man in the trench coat pressed for more information. No, that thing seems like a spider. It can crawl on walls and is quite fast. Lin Baici explained. Everyone was conflicted. There were monsters both inside and outside the apartment building. What were they supposed to do now? Damn it. No matter how many monsters are outside, there can't be more than there are in this apartment, right? Aside from those door-knocking monsters, almost every floor has a divine taboo item. You could say they are like landmines, ready to radiate rule pollution at any moment. Gao Heng tried to persuade the others. He was still determined to go outside. Kid, Jesus glared at the handsome man in the trench coat. You're meddling too much. My name isn't Kid, it's Cheijing Shuo. The handsome man in the trench coat sighed. If you want to go out and throw your lives away, go ahead. I won't stop you. But let me offer a word of warning. I have always felt that the key to purifying this rule pollution lies within this apartment building. Gao Heng didn't care for his nonsense. He grabbed the handle of the power switch and pulled it down. Clatter. The iron gate made a harsh, grating sound as it was hoisted upward by the motor. The glass door outside was secured with a U-lock. Gao Heng gripped his bone-cleaving knife and slashed down, snapping the lock. Clang! Gao Heng ripped the U-lock off, tossed it to the ground, and pushed the door open to step out. The galaxy was brilliant, a vast expanse of shimmering light. The bright moonlight spilled onto his body along with the night breeze, refreshing his spirit. In weather like this, it would be perfect to have a bottle of beer and some barbecue. Gao Heng took a deep breath and turned back to call out, "Let's go. Let's find a way out." Quite a few people followed him out. What should we do? Apakia looked to Lin Baici for guidance. Virgil, Lin Baici's stomach growled. He looked toward the stairwell. but there was no movement, which meant the divine taboo item causing his hunger was outside the apartment. At the stroke of midnight, having a late-night snack is one of life's great pleasures. Do you want to become the most self-disciplined person in the world, young man? Go out for a night run. The gluttonous god suddenly began to comment, and between the lines, it was clear that he should go out for a stroll. Lin Baici thought about it. Jiu Hongyao might not be the brightest, but her combat ability and luck were excellent, and she had experience. If she was with Guchenkyu, he didn't really need to worry. Let's go. Let's head out and wander around for half an hour. Lin Baici decided to go for a night run and see how one becomes the most self-disciplined person. God Lin, can I join you? The working-class uncle approached. It wasn't just him. Several others also wanted to join the group. Whatever. Lin Baici didn't mind. He stepped out of the glass door and saw a small plaza with a concrete floor in front of the apartment. Due to years of neglect, the concrete had bulged and cracked in many places, forming strips that crawled across the ground like eels. In the distance lay a vast expanse of low-lying woodland. Under the shroud of night, it looked like a black tsunami. As the night wind blew, the leaves rustled and swayed, emitting a whispering sound. Looking at this, the apartment must be in the suburbs, Jin Yingjin analyzed. Lin Baici looked at Che Jingshuo. You're not coming, God Lin. Why bother with that coward? Shall we go together? Gao Heng greeted him. Lin Baici's strength made him want to form a team. My name is Lin Baici. Lin Baici introduced himself. Gao Heng. Gao Heng touched the scar on his face and decided to call him God Lin. Just like Huan Jingshan and the others, a little extra respect, nothing wrong with that. Add me to the group. Che Jingshuo smiled slightly. Elegant and sunny. So handsome that he could act in an idol drama without needing any acting skills. All right. Lin Baici took a deep breath and ran down the steps. Let's go. Everyone hurried to follow. The small plaza in front of the apartment was over 30 meters long. Before leaving, everyone couldn't help but look back at the monster-infested apartment. It was an old-fashioned Western-style house built of red brick. It seemed to have weathered 100 years of storms, and the color of the bricks had been washed away significantly. The apartment had 18 floors in total, and looking at the windows, there appeared to be 36 units per floor. The group soon entered the woodland. The trees were low and stunted, their branches gnarled like the claws of ghosts reaching out from the underworld. Lin Baici drew his bronze sword from his backpack to hack away at the branches. The ground was covered in thick green weeds that buried their ankles. There were too many people, so they naturally spread out. Damn, this place is way too eerie, isn't it? Huang Jingshang sniffed. Once inside the woods, the moonlight couldn't penetrate the branches, and the light dimmed instantly. However, there was one benefit. The cold wind blowing through felt like a cold compress on the blisters on his body, which was quite comfortable. You have ghosts in your heart, so you see ghosts everywhere you look. Li Yintong squeezed up next to Lin Baici. I actually think the environment in this little woods is quite nice. It would be perfect for a tryst in the wild, wouldn't it? Just thinking about it was exciting. The delinquent girl felt quite depressed. She hadn't managed to sleep with Lin Baici earlier, and she feared she wouldn't have a chance in the future unless Jin Yingjin and Huo Yu both died. Actually, that wasn't impossible. I don't believe Lin Baici can protect them every single second, without realizing it. Everyone had been jogging for over 20 minutes. There's nothing going on here at all. Gao Heng smiled triumphantly, feeling that his decision had been the right one. But the next second, a scream suddenly rang out. Chapter 335, Muscular Dog-Headed Man. In the suburban woods late at night, the starlight was dim, and the cold wind blew in gusts. The sudden scream made the hair on everyone's arms stand on end. There is danger. Swish. Everyone stopped and looked toward the source of the scream, while Lin Baici suddenly accelerated and rushed over. Seeing this, Gao Heng immediately shouted, "Let's go together." A small number of people followed the instructions and ran over, but the majority remained where they were. Damn it. A bunch of selfish bastards. Gao Heng was furious. Monsters had appeared outside the apartment. If everyone wanted to escape, they would inevitably have to continue exploring this place, which meant they would still have to face the monsters. The enemy was in the shadows while they were in the light. It was too dangerous. It would be better to charge up now and have a fight. This was the optimal solution. But while it was easy to think of, it was difficult to execute, because no one knew what that monster was. If they couldn't beat it, rushing in so recklessly would mean death. That kid is quite strong. No wonder so many people are following him. The red-haired woman sized up Lin Baici's back, preparing to find an opportunity to beg to join his team. If they could continue to cooperate in the future, that would be even better. Lin Baici stopped beside a corpse. The deceased was a man in his 30s, lying in the grass. With so many people, and all of them being god hunters, they weren't cowardly enough to huddle together, so there was some distance between each of them. This man was on the northwest side, toward the back of the crowd. How did he die? The red-haired woman moved close to Lin Baici, wanting to build familiarity through small talk. Lin Baici ignored her. Holy crap! Gao Heng glanced at the corpse, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The man was lying in the grass, appearing physically intact, but his neck had been twisted 360 degrees, and his entire cervical spine was shattered. Big trouble. The monster is very strong. Pogba felt his scalp tingle. To be able to instantly snap a god hunter's neck and escape before Lin Baici could arrive, what kind of terrifying combat power and speed was that? Maybe this man was just weak. Or you speculated. No way. Look at the muscles on his legs and the calluses on his knuckles. He must be the type who exercises regularly. Apache gripped his kukri knife tightly, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Lin Baici was already prepared for battle, but to his surprise, he didn't even see a ghost of the attacker. Let's go. Lin Baici continued forward. Where are we going? Coalition asked. Forward. Lin Baici's tone was matter of fact. How? Aren't we going back to the apartment? The tall woman was a bit panicked. Since we are already out, we should at least figure out the surrounding environment. Lin Baici was pondering. What was the midnight snack the god of gluttony mentioned? Was it this murderous monster? Or the god-forbidden item that polluted the area to create this monster? Or perhaps a meteorite? Could it be a god's remains? Lin Baici started jogging, activating his one breath, 100 flavors ability. The scent of green grass, soil, and the body odor radiating from each person mixed together, drifting past the tip of his nose with the night breeze. Achoo achoo. The smell was unpleasant, causing Lin Baici to sneeze twice, because someone had died. Everyone was worried and had gathered together. However, this place was planted with many low-lying trees, their branches spreading out like bared fangs and claws, acting as road barriers. Everyone had no choice but to spread out and take cover. The group focused their attention, guarding against their surroundings. 5 minutes passed, and nothing happened. But no one dared to let their guard down. If only we could keep running away like this. Yu sighed. Someone died. A panicked shout, like the sharp claws of a ghost, tore through the silent night. God Lin, someone died. Lin Baici turned and ran back. 2 men stood beside a pear tree, pointing at a corpse more than 10 meters away as they reported to Lin Baici. We were all 3 together just now, coming around this tree. He fell a few steps behind, and I didn't think much of it. Just shouted twice for him to hurry up. No one responded, and when I turned my head, I saw him lying on the ground. The speaker was a young man with large eyes, his body still trembling. He should be dead, right? Lin Baici walked over and took a look. He's dead. After Lin Baici confirmed it, the big-eyed youth gasped. He was out of my sight for maybe only 7 or 8 seconds. And I didn't hear any other movement from start to finish. The big-eyed youth swallowed nervously. If the enemy could kill someone silently in such a short time, how strong must they be? The cause of death for this god hunter was also having his neck twisted a full 360 degrees. Because the force was so great and so fast, the skin on his neck had torn, and blood was flowing out. Other than that, there were no other external injuries. Lin Baici sniffed hard. There was a smell of urine on the corpse. It must have been left behind by the monster. I told you, it's dangerous outside. We should go back. Che Zhengshu curled his lip, wearing an expression of disdain that said, Who told you not to listen to me? Now someone is dead. God Lin. What should we do? Should we go back? I suggest we go back. Dying here without knowing why is too much of a loss. Everyone argued in a chaotic mix of voices. In the apartment, encountering rule-based pollution meant the danger was at least out in the open. Whether one could survive depended on their ability to purify the rules, but here, they didn't even know how they were dying. Let's walk forward for another 15 minutes. If we still don't find anything, we'll go back, Lin Baici proposed. Of course, I'm not forcing anyone. Seeing Lin Baici continue forward, Dualishan hurried over and followed right behind him. The others exchanged glances and followed closely behind. They felt that staying with Lin Baici was the safest option. Damn it, Gao Heng complained. He had intended to express his opinion, but everyone had already left, which made him lose face, especially in front of those who had previously supported him and invited him to join them. This showed that in the hearts of these people, Lin Baici was stronger and more worth relying on. The night breeze was cold, and everyone kept their eyes wide open, staring at their surroundings. Don't blink. Prick up your ears and listen carefully, Gao Heng shouted. Everyone wanted to huddle together, but in a crowd, there were always people on the outer edge, leading to shoving as everyone wanted to be closer to the center. Lin Baici took a deep breath every dozen seconds or so. Although the air smelled unpleasant, he had to endure it to find the monster in time. After about 6 more minutes, Lin Baici suddenly caught a faint stench, the same kind that had been clinging to those 2 corpses. It is to the west. Lin Baici first glanced toward the north before turning to the west. It was pitch black. He could see nothing. Lin Baici looked ahead, then quickly turned back, trying to bluff the monster. But he still gained nothing. That thing couldn't possibly be invisible, could it? Lin Baici frowned. No, the stench in the air had become a bit stronger, which meant the opponent was getting closer. Lin Baici activated his divine favor. The red clay mud man, shielded by the night, wove through the weeds. After waiting for another 20 seconds or so, the sound of a flying stone tearing through the air rang out. Swish, it's here. Lin Baici turned around immediately. He tried to throw his bronze sword to kill the monster, but the weapon remained sealed. He had no idea how to break the seal. Thwack, the flying stone, the size of a walnut, struck a pine tree trunk, sending wood chips flying with a boom. Hearing the commotion, everyone stopped and looked back. Stop hiding, I see you. Lin Baici sniffed and recalled the red clay mud man. Using it consumed divine power. Lin Baici's physical fitness was quite good now, thanks to the meteor stone and the divine remains, and his reserves of divine power were considered sufficient. However, this was like the mana bar in an online game. There was no harm in conserving as much as possible. Where? Come out, I see you too. Why don't I see anything? Everyone was clamoring, but in reality, no one saw where the monster was. They were just saying that to bluff it. It's in the sky. Lin Baici looked up. The sky. Everyone else raised their heads as well. Is it a flying monster? Then, they saw a figure nearly 1.90 meters tall descend from the sky. Swish. The figure landed on the ground like a feather, without making a single sound. What the hell? What are you doing? Gao Heng immediately used foul language to greet the other party's mother. He thought it was a person, but when his gaze landed on the figure's face, he was stunned. What the hell? It was a dog's head. What the ghost is this? Everyone was sizing up this killer. It was tall and strong, its muscles bulging in distinct segments, just like a bodybuilder who trained specifically for competitions. A dog-headed man who likes bodybuilding. Li Yintong was stunned. This dog-headed man was wearing only a tiny pair of briefs and a pair of hiking boots. His entire body's muscles were exposed, and he had even smeared olive oil on them. Under the moonlight, he looked slick and shiny, like a marinated bullfrog ready to be tossed onto a grill. Facing so many people, the dog-headed man didn't speak, nor did he show fear. He curled his right hand into a fist, gripped his right wrist with his left hand, puffed out his chest, and bent his right knee with his toes touching the ground, striking a side chest pose common in bodybuilding competitions. After that, he moved to a lat spread, a side triceps pose, and then turned around, back to the crowd, hands on his hips. As he flexed his entire body, the muscles on his back bulged out, plump, solid, and full of power. The dog-headed man stood there like he was in a competition, showing off his poses to the judges. He held the static pose for about 5 seconds before turning back around. He raised both hands over his head and made a classic devil horns gesture. A wave of power, like a tide, rushed toward them. Oh my God! This arm is thicker than my waist. Hoi Yu was shocked to keep in shape. She had spent some time in the gym and knew that to build muscles like this dog-headed man, one needed not only extreme self-discipline but also protein powder, pre-workout supplements, and so on. In short, it was very hard work. It was a pity that the Bodhi messenger Kasaya could not be used, otherwise Lin Baici would have liked to summon the muscle Buddha to spar with this dog-headed man. Everyone stared at the dog-headed man vigilantly, watching to see what it wanted to do. Those with more muscle than me can leave. The dog-headed man spoke, his voice rough and flat, completely devoid of any murderous intent. Everyone looked at this muscle maniac and wanted to curse. Even though they were god hunters with great physics, they couldn't build a body like that in half a year. Even if they worked out for 8 hours a day. This isn't fair. We aren't bodybuilders, Jesus complained. Gao Heng immediately gave Jesus a thumbs up, having the guts to be the first to speak. You truly live up to being the leader of the Statue of Liberty. He was using flattery to goad him, hoping Jesus would persist and ideally provoke the dog-headed man into a fight. The dog-headed man squatted down, extended both thumbs, pressed them against the ground, and then lifted his feet off the ground, suspending his entire body in the air. Defeat me, and you can also leave. This pose required immense physical strength, flexibility, and balance. Even professional fighters couldn't pull it off. What if we can't beat you? Jesus pressed further. Die. The dog-headed man was concise, his gaze sweeping over the people in front of him. No one was surprised. After all, the outcome was obvious. The dog-headed man stopped talking and closed his eyes. What does he mean by this? Showing off his muscles. Huang Jingxiang rubbed his belly. He liked to eat and drink and had no restraint in his diet. So, he had a tiny bit of a gut. After looking around, Duolishan quietly poked Lin Baici's arm. God Lin, should we run back? They probably couldn't win a fight, so it might be better to flee back to the apartment. Idiots. Didn't you see how this monster killed people just now? Its physical stats are definitely higher than yours. Apache's implication was that they couldn't outrun this monster. Let's attack together and kill it. You are the idiot, the tall, leggy woman's meaning was that as long as you could run faster than the others, it would be fine. With so many people here, even if it kills them in seconds, the monster would still have to waste quite a bit of time. Follow its movements. Those who cannot will be singled out, the Gluttony God commented. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow and ordered everyone, follow its posture. Duolishan was confused. If I tell you to do it, just do it. Why so many questions? Li Yintong snapped, then squatted down. She pressed her hands against the ground, lifted her legs off the floor, and began to lift her fingers. After lifting just for fingers, the delinquent girl lost her balance and her body tilted to the side. Damn it, the girl complained. For those who haven't trained for it, this posture is not easy to pull off. Apache was Thai and had practiced ancient Muay Thai, so he completed the move with ease. He began to instruct everyone: deep breaths, clear your mind, maintain your balance, and take it slow. Lin Baici squatted down and began to mimic the pose. His finger strength was sufficient, but his balance was hard to master, and his body kept swaying back and forth. Jin Yingjin and Huo Yu failed immediately, let alone one thumb, even using both hands. Their arm strength wasn't enough to support their bodies. Can we switch to a yoga pose? Jin Yingjin felt a bit ashamed. I am too weak. I am not worthy of Appa. Why don't you ask it if it agrees? Apache was as strict as a cold-blooded drill instructor. At this moment, he felt a sense of superiority because he had finally found something he was good at. Although everyone didn't understand the meaning behind Lin Baici's actions, seeing him do it, they immediately began to mimic the pose as well. After all, listening to God Lin was absolutely the right choice. Jesus could easily hold the pose, but he kept his guard up, neither standing out nor falling behind, to avoid being targeted by the dog-headed man. Chapter 336 Fighting Dog. The night wind was cold, yet many people were sweating profusely from anxiety. Compared to the female office worker with her head wrapped in bandages who had appeared in the apartment earlier, the dog-headed man before them looked even more violent. Tight, skimpy briefs, hacking boots, and a pair of exaggerated, bulging muscles made it look like a human meat grinder. It could probably snap a person's neck as easily as breaking a chocolate bar. Seeing that the dog-headed man's muscles were even coated in olive oil, making him look slick and greasy, Li Yintong felt nothing but disgust. Compared to men, women felt an instinctive sense of unease toward males with this kind of physique. Too weak, too weak. The dog-headed man shook his head, his face full of disdain. Can't you even hold this pose? It used only its two thumbs to support its body weight, then bent its arms and began to move up and down, doing push-ups. Pogba did one, lost his balance, and fell onto the grass. Huo Yuyu was a bit panicked, but seeing that not many people could complete it, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. Anyway, since everyone was failing, the muscle man wouldn't necessarily pick her out. There is a technique to it, Apache explained. You are actually trying to teach us. The delinquent girl felt this time man was seriously ill. Holy crap. Look at that big guy holding the silicone doll, someone exclaimed. Everyone turned their heads and were left dumbfounded. Yi Zhisheng had done it, and because he was bored, he was supporting himself with only his left thumb while holding the silicone doll in his right arm, touching heads with the doll like a couple in love and whispering sweet nothings. Is this guy a pervert? The red-haired woman was shocked. The attention of the others quickly shifted to Yi Zhisheng's physical fitness. They felt that this person's strength was ridiculously high, and his body coordination was excellent. Jesus looked solemn. It was a good thing they hadn't fought earlier, otherwise, this young man would definitely have been one of Lin Baici's capable enforcers. Yi Zhisheng looked up, his gaze sweeping across the crowd with intense hostility. Whoever peeks at my girlfriend again, I will gouge out their eyeballs and crush them in two. Everyone was stunned. What the hell? Is this guy actually mentally ill? After Yi Zhisheng finished speaking, he lowered his head, about to comfort his girlfriend, when he suddenly felt something was wrong. I think I just cursed Lin Baici too. He immediately gasped, turned his head, and hurriedly explained to Lin Baici, Leader, the people I was talking about do not include you. Yi Zhisheng smiled obsequiously. If you want to use my girlfriend, I will wash her clean and send her to you immediately. No questions asked. Swish. Everyone looked at Lin Baici. You have this fetish too. Who wants your girlfriend? Lin Baici had black lines on his forehead and felt incredibly awkward. However, he hadn't realized that Yi Zhisheng's bottom line was this low. Others didn't know Yi Zhisheng's background, but Lin Baici knew clearly that for this human mannequin, the silicone doll really was his girlfriend, the kind of same-species relationship where they could fall in love. That's right, Brother Lin. If you want her, you can come to me anytime. Am I not more fragrant than that silicone doll? Li Yintong winked at Lin Baici. Her words were fiery and her personality bold. She went straight for the attack. Lin Baici, I dare you to say you don't want to. Lin Baici pretended not to hear. This kind of bold girl was someone he truly couldn't handle. Jin Yingjin and Huo Yu immediately exchanged glances. They didn't speak, but they reached a tacit agreement. Whoever among us wants to sneak a bite is fine, but we absolutely cannot let this delinquent girl have him. She is so promiscuous. Who knows if she has any diseases? Yi Zhisheng glanced at Li Yintong's chest, let out a scoff, and placed his large hand on the silicone doll's chest. The meaning was self-evident. You are too small, you piece of trash. The punt girl was so angry her lungs felt like they were about to explode. Even if I am small, it is still real. The dog-headed man bent his arms and pressed down, then exerted force. His entire body sprang up like a coil, leaping high into the air. After a backflip, he landed steadily on the ground. He pointed his left index finger at the big-eyed young man who had spoken a few words to Lin Baici just moments ago. The big-eyed young man's heart skipped a beat, and the skin all over his body tightened. A breeze blew by, making the suburban woodland even quieter. Come, defeat me, and you can live. After the dog-headed man finished speaking, he began the countdown 10, 9, 8. While counting down, he squatted on the ground, extended his right leg, and then used his right hand to grab his toes, performing a stretching exercise. His movements were precise and standard, just like a professional track and field athlete. God Lin. The big-eyed young man looked at Lin Baici anxiously. Lin Baici shook his head, indicating there was nothing he could do to help. Go on, since you were chosen. You can only consider yourself unlucky, Huang Jingshan urged him. preparing to use this young man to test the dog-headed man's mettle. If he could win, then why be polite? We will have dog meat hotpot later, Brother Gao. Just as the big-eyed young man finished speaking, the dog-headed man's countdown ended. It was as if his feet were equipped with springs. He bounced up, and after landing, he leaned his body forward and rushed toward the big-eyed young man in a flash. The young man's expression froze. Knowing he could not dodge, divine power immediately flowed through his body, preparing to activate his divine favor and engage the dog-headed man in hand-to-hand combat. But the dog-headed man was too fast. Like a teleportation, he appeared in front of the big-eyed young man and slapped him. Whoosh! The fan-sized, muscular hand, carrying a powerful gust of air, struck the big-eyed young man's face solidly. The big-eyed young man's cheekbone shattered. His eyeball teeth and blood exploded outward under the force of the dog-headed man's strike, spraying out like a rain of blood. Splash! The crimson flesh and blood landed on the emerald green weeds. The dog-headed man reached out, snatched the flying eyeball with a snap, and casually stuffed it into his mouth. After the eyeball rolled around in his mouth, it was caught by 2 rows of clean, neat teeth, which then clamped down with force. Crunch! The eyeball shattered, and some of the juices burst out, flowing down the corner of his mouth. The corpse fell to the ground. Half of its head was gone, and blood flowed out, soaking the soil. Crunch! Crunch! The dog-headed man's cheeks bulged as he chewed the eyeball. He turned his head. His body remained still, but his neck rotated 180 degrees to survey the crowd. Many people felt their entire bodies go numb, and they subconsciously stepped back. Is this monster really that strong and terrifying? The scene of him eating the eyeball raw was simply too bloody. Hu Yu's small face turned pale, and she moved closer to Lin Baici, grabbing his lapel. Damn it! Huang Jingsheng regretted coming out of the apartment. He detested these types of rule-based pollutions that required violence to purify. Tap tap. The doll on Pogba's shoulder was so scared that its teeth kept chattering. It grabbed his hair and retreated completely into his collar. What are you afraid of? At worst, we all attack together. Apache gripped his dog-leg knife, his gaze sharp. I guarantee that once the fighting starts, someone will definitely run back to the apartment. Li Yintong curled her lips. Understand the selfishness of human nature. Lin Baici looked at Jesus, and the other man happened to look over as well. Their gazes met. Jesus saw that Lin Baici looked calm and completely unpanicked, which meant that he was quite confident in his own combat strength. Then, looking at that pervert who liked silicone dolls, he wasn't even paying attention to the dog-headed man, just holding the doll and talking to it. How bold! Jesus felt that he should plan carefully. He shouldn't think about directly using violence to slaughter Lin Baici. He should use his brain instead. The dog-headed man finished eating the eyeball, held his palm in front of his mouth, and wiped it downward, licking from his wrist to his fingertips. Then, he pointed at Havertz, the white man standing next to Jesus. Just as Havertz was terrified, and the others breathed a sigh of relief, the dog-headed man's finger turned halfway and finally pointed at Apache. Havertz was delighted. He had escaped a disaster. It felt great. Jesus also revealed a faint smile. As long as one of Lin Baici's people died, he would be happy. Everyone looked at Apache. Compared to the big-eyed young man who had just died, this person looked like he was from Southeast Asia. Although he wasn't tall, he was lean, and his body fat percentage was frighteningly low. He looks like a fierce bandit from the Golden Triangle, or perhaps a Muay Thai expert who has fought in underground black markets for years. The red-haired woman commented, maybe he can win. Apache was as thin as a monkey, but his appearance suggested he was not someone to be trifled with. His eyes were sharp, revealing a sense of ruthlessness and ferocity. One punch from him could definitely kill a man. Hey brother, run quickly, Gao Heng advised. He wanted to use this Siamese man as bait. What if Apache couldn't beat the dog-headed man? His strength seemed decent. If he ran, he could definitely hold out for a while longer. With that time, everyone else could escape back to the apartment. Apache's eyes were like blades as he swept a glance at Gao Heng. He then spun the Nepalese kukri in his right hand between his fingers, creating flashes of steel. The moonlight spilled onto the blade and was shattered into pieces on the ground. Can you win? Huang Jingsheng turned his head and asked in a low voice. I don't know. Apache licked the corner of his mouth. but I want to hack him to death. Or be killed by him. The crowd was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Why is everyone around this godlin a pervert? The red-haired woman was shocked, sizing up Lin Baici. This kid looked handsome and quite normal. But she guessed that deep down, he must be a pervert to dot otherwise. How could he keep these team members in check? Go for it, brother. Li Yintong clapped to cheer him on. Apache stepped out from the crowd. He was best at fighting, but earlier in the apartment, he had encountered one rule-based contamination after another, all of which required intellect to solve. This had left him bursting with pent-up frustration. Now that a human-shaped punching bag had been delivered to his doorstep, he naturally wanted to have some fun and vent his anger. Lin God, if I win, all of this monster's possessions belong to me, Apache requested. Lin Baici did not hesitate and agreed immediately. Thank you, Lin God. Apache's attitude was respectful. He was not arrogant. He knew that even if he managed to defeat this kobold, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. If others tried to snatch the loot then, he certainly wouldn't be able to defend it. So, this request was essentially asking Lin Baici to back him up. Lin Baici's prompt reply made Apache feel that he had followed the right person. Hurry up, the kobold urged, its neck swaying back and forth, its cervical vertebrae emitting a cracking sound. What's the rush? Before Apache's words had even faded, he suddenly slashed out with his blade. Swish! A silvery white crescent-shaped blade aura shot out from the kukri, which was shaped like a dog's leg. In the blink of an eye, it crossed a distance of over 30 meters and slashed toward the kobold's face. If this hit, the kobold's head would be split in two, and the fight would end immediately. Damn, how cunning! Huang Jingxiang was excited. This guy might actually win. The kobold did not dodge. It clenched its right fist and suddenly swung it in front of itself. The silvery white blade aura was shattered, the fragments scattering like a broken pearl necklace. The tall woman cursed, not expecting this kobold to be so powerful. Apache seemed to have anticipated this. He was neither sad nor happy. With the tips of his toes touching the ground, he rushed toward the kobold in a few swift strides and slashed down with his kukri. The kobold threw a punch. The moment it was about to hit the blade, Apache suddenly retracted it, turned, and delivered a back kick, sweeping toward the kobold's temple. Apache let out a strange cry. He was born into a poor family. Before becoming a god hunter, he had worked as an apprentice in a boxing gym, serving as a sparring partner. He had been beaten since he was a child, and later, he started throwing fights to support his family. These fake matches tested one's combat ability, keen eye, and acting skills, because a slight carelessness could lead to being beaten to death, and once exposed, he would lose his livelihood. Therefore, this feint by Apache, bolstered by his expressive acting, was exceptionally realistic, even fooling the kobold. The kobold, having already committed to its punch, could not change its move in time. Apache's right leg struck the kobold's head. Then, he twisted his waist, using his body's momentum to swing his left leg like a battle axe, kicking the kobold's neck. If this had been an ordinary person, they wouldn't just have passed out, their neck bone would have been snapped. But this muscular kobold didn't even sway. It withstood the attack and threw its right fist. Apache, like a monkey, grabbed the kobold's wrist with his left hand, twisted his body, and slid right in front of it, pressing tightly against it. Swish, swish, swish. 3 slashes swept past. He won. Pogba was overjoyed. At such close range, and with blade aura involved, that kobold definitely couldn't dodge. It was time to wait for it to be gutted. Everyone felt victory was in their grasp. But at that very moment, the kobold moved. It hunched its upper body, bent its waist, and swayed from side to side. Swish, swish, swish. The kobold instantly flickered into 7 afterimages, directly dodging the gutting slashes. What is going on? It could even dodge that. Is it a divine grace? The crowd exclaimed, their faces full of disbelief. This was practically a dragon riding on its face. Yet it still managed to dodge. Even if one's evasion talent was maxed out, it shouldn't be like this. The mountaineering boots on its feet are called Dog King Slide. Once activated, it can slide freely forward, backward, left, and right, entering a swaying evasion stance. During this time, it can avoid all attacks. I love cleanliness, I hate stepping in urine, the God-Eater commented. A divine taboo item. Lin Baici's eyes immediately turned to the kobold's boots. High top, light brown. With large rounded toes, they looked sturdy, like work boots for manual labor. He hadn't expected them to be a divine taboo item, and judging by the commentary, the effect was very powerful. Apache's combat instincts were sharp. Seeing his trump card triple/miss, he knew there must be something wrong with the opponent's stance. It was either a divine grace or a divine taboo item. Continuing to attack would yield no results, so he quickly retreated. He thought that this stance couldn't last long and that he would launch a counterattack as soon as it ended. However, the kobold slid forward and backward, swaying its body left and right, and suddenly appeared right in front of Apache. Jab and heavy strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind being torn apart roared. Apache's expression changed drastically. He continued to retreat while slashing with his kukri, but the kobold dodged everything by swaying its body. It's over. Huan Jingshan felt that things were going south. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the kobold's jab hit Apache's nose. Apache's nose bled profusely as he was sent flying. He endured the pain and slashed 7 times in a row. Swish, swish, swish. Silvery white blade auras crisscrossed. The kobold dodged them all, but after the blade auras flew past, they did not disappear. Instead, like boomerangs, they turned back. Divine Grace activated. Rhino Horn. Apache's Divine Grace allowed all items he threw, including his Divine Grace skills, to fly back, enabling surprise secondary attacks. Why was he so confident? It was because this Divine Grace was extremely powerful. It was his trump card for victory. Damn, that works too, Gao Heng exclaimed, then was overjoyed. He could win. How insidious. The red-haired woman gasped. Jesus cursed under his breath, feeling fortunate once again that he hadn't fought Lin Baici earlier. If he had to face someone with such a powerful fighter on his side, his own chances of winning would have been slim. That Southeast Asian guy was incredibly strong. So why was he willing to take orders from that person from Kyushu? Could it be that the man surnamed Lin possessed such overwhelming personal charisma? Several people watched as the 7 crescent-shaped blade auras shot back, poised to strike the dog-headed man in the back. And they couldn't help but cheer. The dog-headed man didn't have eyes in the back of his head. He was done for. But just as those blade auras were about to strike his back, the creature pressed its body down again, its right foot grazing the ground as it slid forward, beginning to sway and dodge. Dog King slide. Swish, swish, swish. The dog-headed man not only dodged the blade auras but closed the distance instantly, sticking to Apache and unleashing a barrage of fierce jabs. Ada, Ada. The dog-headed man roared. Bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, Apache's chest took at least 100 punches. Blood splattered, ribs shattered, and his chest visibly caved in. The dog-headed man leaped up, clenched his right fist, and delivered a direct blow to the head of the Apache below. Apache's skull was pulverized. The headless corpse swayed for a few moments before hitting the ground with a thud, collapsing face down and remaining motionless. Blood flowed from the neck cavity, watering the earth. The weeds in this spot would surely grow even more lushly next year. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence, with only the sound of everyone's nervous heartbeats remaining. The dog-headed man licked the blood off his right hand, then spat on Apache's headless corpse. Your purity is too low. The dog-headed man curled his lip, then swept his gaze across the area, landing on Havertz. Nix, you. The dog-headed man singled him out. The others hadn't been picked and had survived another round. But no one felt relieved because this muscular dog-headed man was too strong. If things continued like this, they would all die. That dodging of his must be a divine favor. Huan Jingshan worried. In everyone's eyes, Apache had done well enough, yet he was still slaughtered. It wasn't a failure of skill. The enemy was simply too terrifying. Leader. Havertz's expression was grim. He couldn't beat this muscular monster. Run, Jesus roared. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Havertz and bolted like a gust of wind. Damn it, how shameless. Huan Jingshan cursed loudly and started running as well. Godlin, hurry, hurry, hurry. The scene was in chaos. Everyone was scrambling desperately toward the apartment building. A hungry wolf appeared beside Apache's corpse, its large mouth opening to bite the Nepalese kukri in his hand. But a giant hand formed of divine power shot out, grabbed the blade with a slap, and snatched it away. Lin Baici caught the hilt. Damn it! Gao Heng watched as Lin Baici took the kukri with his grip of the Reaper and cursed. That was clearly a divine relic. He had assumed that since everyone was running for their lives, no one would dare stay behind to pick up items. Meaning he who could summon battle pets with his divine favor would get a free kukri. Who would have thought Lin Baici possessed such a divine favor? Infuriating. Yi Zhisheng, take this. Lin Baici handed the kukri to the mannequin. Yi Zhisheng was running while holding his silicone doll tightly and carefully with both hands. Terrified of dropping or bumping it, he glanced at the kukri and immediately curled his lip in disdain. God, Lin gave it to you. Hurry up and take it. Li Yintong thought this guy was sick. This was a divine relic. It was worth a lot of money. If I hold a sword, I cannot hold her, Yi Zhisheng explained. The delinquent girl was stunned, then realized it was confirmed. This guy was a lunatic, through and through. But if you don't have a sword in your hand, you can't protect her, Lin Baici added casually. He just felt that among the current team, Yi Zhisheng was the best fighter, and holding the kukri would increase his combat effectiveness. I am invincible with my bare hands, Yi Zhisheng smiled confidently. Besides, I like the feeling of tearing open an enemy's chest and pulling out their internal organs with my own hands. Using a weapon lacks the sense of ritual. If you keep bragging like that, you'll blow all the cows in Kyushu to death. The delinquent girl rolled her eyes. Invincible with bare hands. Even a dragon-level expert wouldn't dare make such a bold claim. Lin Baici didn't mind and turned to hand the kukri to Jin Yingzhen. Watching this scene, Jin Zhenju felt incredibly envious. As expected, hanging out with a capable leader meant getting plenty of good loot without having to exert much effort. Thinking back to Quanzhongren trash, Jesus and Havertz were fleeing at full speed. But after only 50 meters, they were intercepted by the dog-headed man, and the two sides began to confront each other. The others didn't stay to watch, continuing to run for their lives instead. Do you think Jesus will help him? Pogba asked curiously, the doll on his shoulder also turning its head to look. Wang Jingxiang replied, his tone firm and decisive. If a team member is in mortal danger and the leader doesn't help, his prestige will plummet. But if he does help, who could guarantee they could beat this dog-headed man? So Jesus let Havertz run. If he could escape, great. And if he couldn't, no one would be around to watch anyway, because everyone would take the opportunity to run. Everyone was running with all their might. Low-hanging branches whipped against their faces and arms, leaving scratches. But they had no choice. Huff, huff. Even though Hua Yuyu was a god hunter, her physical constitution was too poor. She hadn't run far before she felt breathless and her legs went weak. Unable to keep going, Jin Yingzhen's long legs allowed her to cover twice the distance of the little fish girl in one stride. Her stamina was decent, but her speed was average. Yi Zhisheng, help Yuyu, Lin Baici ordered. Yingzhen, come here. I'll carry you. No need. Jin Yingzhen didn't want to trouble Lin Baici. Don't refuse. Time is of the essence, Lin Baici urged. He lunged toward the Korean girl, grabbed her arm, supported her waist with one hand, and scooped her up into his arms. Jin Yingzhen pursed her lips, secretly swearing to herself that she must work hard and never become a burden to Appa in the future. Get on. Yi Zhisheng ran in front of Hua Yuru. Although Hua Yuru was a little unhappy because Lin Baici had chosen Jin Yingzhen, she did not refuse and hopped onto Yi Zhisheng's back. Thank you. You are the leader's friend. Which makes you my friend. That was what Yi Zhisheng said, but in reality, their time spent together in the apartment had made it feel that this girl was quite decent. It was just a pity that she was a creature of flesh and blood. If only she were made of plastic instead. Hua Yuru watched as Lin Baici carried Jin Yingzhen, feeling so envious that she felt like she was withering away. In truth, Lin Baici was not playing favorites. He had judged based on weight and height. The Korean girl was several dozen pounds heavier, and since he had asked Yi Zhisheng to carry someone, he certainly felt embarrassed to give the heavier one to him. Soon, the old red brick apartment building, crouching under the red moon like a monster, appeared before everyone. Everyone sprinted all the way and rushed into the lobby. Quick, lower the gate, the red-haired woman shouted. Gao Heng had already dashed to the electrical switch, grabbed the handle, and pushed it upward to activate the iron gate. Creak, Creak, creak. The iron gate began to descend. Wait, we haven't gotten back in yet, damn it. Hold on a second. The few people left behind cursed loudly, their faces filled with anxiety. They were just small fry, and Gao Heng didn't care about them at all. He turned his head and glanced at Lin Baici and Yi Zhisheng. Each of you is carrying someone, yet you actually ran faster than me. Are you two monsters wearing human skin? As the iron gate was falling, two people ran over and took the opportunity to dive forward, sliding inside. Wait for us, the two women shouted. And then a figure overtook them and rushed over. It was Jesus. He performed a side roll and slid into the lobby. Clang. The iron gate slammed shut. The two women ran up the steps, rushed over, and pounded on the gate with all their might. Bang, bang, open the door. The iron gate rang out from the constant hammering. Don't open it. That monster is chasing us, Jesus shouted, straightening his back as he sat on the floor, gasping for air. Gao Heng hadn't intended to open the door in the first place. Where are your companions? Che Jingshu asked, having run at full speed for such a distance. This handsome man's hairstyle remained undisturbed, and he wasn't even sweating. He was still incredibly dashing. Swish. Jesus's gaze locked onto him, looking as if he wanted to eat him alive. You just had to bring up a sore subject, didn't you? With a monster right in front of us. Let's not have any infighting. The working-class uncle tried to smooth things over, taking out a cigarette case and lighting one up. Anyone want one? No one reached out. They were all looking outside the door. The dog-headed man had arrived. Can this thing actually block that monster? Huang Jingshan looked at the iron gate, which was made of iron bars as thick as water pipes, and felt it didn't seem reliable. Open the door. The two women were still pounding on the iron gate. Seeing that the people inside were indifferent, they directly unleashed their divine grace to attack the gate. Bang, bang. If you won't let us live, then we'll all die together. But to their disappointment, the iron gate didn't budge an inch. God bless. The tall, statuesque woman made a cross on her chest, feeling relieved. Let's run, Che Jingshu sighed. Whoever opened the door for these two women now would become a public enemy. Besides, to be honest, there was no time left, given the speed of that dog-headed man. It would definitely take the opportunity to rush in. Seeing the dog-headed man approaching, the two women cursed and began to flee for their lives. But it was too late. The dog-headed man sprinted and leaped, jumping over 30 meters high. Under the night sky, it performed a perfect backflip and landed. Swish. It landed as lightly and steadily as a feather in front of the two women. Don't worry, you're all going to die. The dog-headed man grinned, its cheek muscles bulging. Chapter 337. Toilet War God. Lin Baici. Moonlight was bright. The dog-headed man, with its muscular, tall, and burly figure, cast a long shadow on the ground, run in different directions. The two women had run together earlier to look out for each other and seek a sense of security. But once they were targeted by the monster, they immediately scattered. Let's leave it to luck. Whoever gets targeted is just unlucky. The dog-headed man swayed its head from side to side, its cervical vertebrae making cracking sounds. It didn't chase them immediately but began a countdown. 8. In the first floor lobby, everyone gathered in front of the iron gate, watching the movement outside. What is it doing? Has it given up on killing? Dualishan was puzzled. It's showing off. Huang Jingshan spat on the ground. This muscular dog was too confident, treating humans entirely like ants to be toyed with. Should we hurry upstairs? Huo Yuru suggested. Let's watch a bit longer. Li Yintang stared wide-eyed at the dog-headed man. If they didn't kill it, they would run into it sooner or later. So she wanted to gather more intelligence. When the dog-headed man counted to 1, it faced the woman on the left, leaned forward at a 45-degree angle, and then kicked off the ground with its right foot. Swish, it darted out and, in the blink of an eye, was behind the woman. The woman heard the sound of wind being torn and suddenly turned back, slashing down with her blade. The dog-headed man didn't dodge. It threw a straight punch, accurate and ruthless, striking the woman's wrist that held the blade. The woman's forearm fractured and then snapped. Under the force of the punch, the flesh on her arm tore, and the half of her arm still gripping the machete flew away. The woman screamed in pain, but just as the sound left her mouth, the dog-headed man's hand, as large as a millstone, reached out and slapped her face. Your purity is too low. After the dog-headed creature finished speaking, it exerted force with its 5 fingers. All the muscles on its right arm bulged instantly, and the entire arm appeared to swell by a full size, as if crushing a piece of cake. The woman's skull was crushed raw. Blood and brain matter flowed down between the dog-headed creature's fingers onto the ground. Holy shit, fuck, damn it. The hall instantly erupted with profanities. Everyone was filled with shock and fear. This monster was truly too brutal. It had reached the absolute peak of violence. The dog-headed creature turned its head, looked at the woman who had fled into the woods, and gave chase. That woman is a goner. The middle-aged worker took a drag of his cigarette. Not necessarily. The light in the woods is poor right now, and there are many trees. She can't outrun that monster, but she can hide. Li Hintong retorted. She can't hide. Lin Baici curled his lip. That monster has a dog's head. Its sense of smell should be excellent. The crowd fell silent. Lin Baici's analysis was entirely plausible. Why care whether she lives or dies? Dualishan urged. God Lin, let's go quickly. Once that monster kills that woman, it will definitely come back. By then, it will be too late to leave. Everyone shared this sentiment. Since they could no longer see the battle, they decided to retreat immediately, and one by one, they began running toward the stairs. Do not run. Whoever runs will die. The dog-headed creature will kill those who leave the hall first. Whoever wants to run can run, but they will be killed by the dog-headed creature first. Lin Baici frowned deeply. According to the Gluttonous God's commentary, this battle was unavoidable. So, how could they win? He began to recall the Gluttonous God's earlier comments regarding this dog-headed creature. What do you mean? You want to stay and fight that monster? Huang Jingxiang was shocked. Don't do anything stupid. Isn't it better to stay alive? Dualishan was at a loss for a moment and looked at Pogba. Pogba frowned, staring at Lin Baici. God Lin was not a brainless brute. So what was his goal? He couldn't guess. But Pogba remembered the torture and pain of being roasted by high temperatures on the 10th floor. Forget it, take a gamble. I'm not leaving either. Pogba stroked the head of the doll on his shoulder. Damn it. The red-haired woman had intended to leave, but Lin Baici's decision made her hesitate. She whispered to Gao Heng, "What do you plan to do?" Gao Heng was conflicted. Did this kid discover something? Are we leaving or not? If we don't leave, are we staying here to wait for death? God Lin. What is the meaning of this? The crowd asked anxiously, wanting an explanation. I advise everyone not to leave. Let's find a way to kill that dog-headed creature here. Che Jingshuo, with his hands in the pockets of his trench coat, looked at Lin Baici and proposed to the group. Just as this God Lin just said, that dog-headed creature's sense of smell should be very keen. Even if we run to the ends of the earth, we won't escape its grasp. Instead of being killed one by one, it's better to surround and attack it. The problem is we can't beat it. Li Yintom looked distressed. Surround and attack? Are you kidding me? Not to mention that everyone was of different nationalities and as scattered as loose sand, even within a single team. Everyone had their own hidden agendas. This is human nature. Then you stay here. The young man in the tracksuit spoke sarcastically to Che Jingshuo. I am definitely not leaving. Che Jingshuo looked through the iron gate toward the outside. It's back. Everyone's nerves tightened instantly, and they looked over. The dog-headed creature was not walking normally. It was running on its hands, upside down, with a speed comparable to a 100-meter sprint champion. Holy shit! The visual impact of this posture was too strong. The athletic man couldn't take it and ran toward the stairs. Are we going or not? The red-haired woman punched Gao Heng. Gao Heng gripped his boning knife. His face twisted in a constipated expression of conflict. He looked at Lin Baici again. The other party's calm, composed demeanor suggested genuine confidence. Damn it! Why is this kid so certain that the dog-headed creature will kill those who run first? Gao Heng took a deep breath. Not leaving, God Lin. Let's go quickly. Dualishan urged, even reaching out to pull Lin Baici's arm. In her view, it was fine if the monster didn't chase them, and if it did, they would have Lin Baici to take the brunt of it. But if they stayed in the hall, a fight was inevitable. I'll be damned. Huang Jingxiang spat into his hand and then wiped it over his hair, slicking it back. God Lin, I believe in you. The dog-headed creature rushed up the steps while still upside down. Without slowing down, it slammed directly into the glass door. Crash! The glass door shattered all over the floor. Immediately after, the monster's muscular frame acted like a battering ram, slamming into the iron gate. Creak, creak. The iron gate immediately emitted a teeth-grinding sound, bulging outward significantly. Then, due to the immense impact, it flew off. The screws that fixed the iron gate to the wall were also sent flying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They shot out like bullets, embedding themselves into the walls. The dog-headed creature entered and performed a backflip. Returning to a normal standing posture, the crowd braced themselves as if facing a formidable enemy. Such a fierce and violent collision with the door had left no injuries on its body, showing just how tough and solid it was. The dog-headed creature's scarlet eyes swept over the crowd, and with a swoosh, it rushed toward the stairs and darted up. It really went to chase those people. The red-haired woman felt fortunate that she hadn't left. Phew. Gao Heng puffed out his cheeks and exhaled a breath of stale air. Dualishan swallowed hard. That was close, luckily. Lin Baici didn't listen to her. Jesus snuck a glance at Lin Baici, his brows furrowed tightly, his face full of confusion, as if he were contemplating whether his wife had cheated on him. He was even more wary of Lin Baici now. He always felt that this man from Juzhou had some mysterious way of making the right choices. I bet right. Paiba clenched his right fist in excitement and pumped it 3 times. What are you happy about? Once it finishes killing, it will definitely come back down. Huang Jingxiang rubbed his temples and turned toward Gao Heng. It's all your fault for insisting on going out. Then why didn't you stop me just now? Gao Heng retorted sharply. Stop arguing. With a powerful enemy before us, we must stand united. The red-haired woman shouted, then adopted a respectful and fawning expression as she pleaded, God Lin, team leader Jesus. It will all depend on you till later. Why is he God Lin and I am just team leader? Jesus countered, his tone unfriendly. The red-haired woman was stunned by the retort. She wanted to say that everyone just called them that. However, looking at the titles alone, the surname Come God format was clearly a grade higher than surname Come Team Leader. It's just a title. Don't mind it. Come, have a smoke. And let's think about how to kill that dog. Uncle Worker continued to pass out cigarettes. There was no opportunity for discussion. The dog-headed man killed with terrifying speed. It walked down the stairs, clutching the athletic man who had been the first to run away earlier. As it walked, it toyed with the athletic man's arms and head as if it were playing with a doll. The entire room was deathly silent, because his limbs were twisted at unnatural angles. The athletic man let out a shrill, agonizing scream. The dog-headed man walked into the lobby. I hate cowards. After saying this, it exerted force with both hands. The athletic man's screams came to an abrupt end. His body was torn apart, and blood and viscera splattered across the floor. Huayu's small hand instinctively grabbed the lapel of Lin Baici's shirt. Several people instinctively took a step back, but then, remembering what the dog-headed man had said, they hurriedly stepped back into place. The dog-headed man discarded the corpse and clapped its hands. In light of your courage to stay behind, I mercifully announce that whoever can make me bleed will be allowed to leave. The dog-headed man smiled slightly, its large apple-shaped cheeks bulging. A murmur broke out in the room. Everyone subconsciously looked toward Jesus and Lin Baici. If it was only about making it bleed, these two should be able to pass, right? But the others were in trouble. God Lin, please don't leave us behind, Dualishan cried. Appa, if you don't have confidence, just run if you have to. Don't worry about us. Jin Yingxin did not want anything to happen to Lin Baici. Xiaobai won't run. Huayu felt frustrated. She was such a burden. She had to find a way to become stronger. The dog-headed man noticed the gazes of the crowd. It looked at Jesus, then glanced at Lin Baici. It seems you two are the strongest among these people. So, who should I choose? The dog-headed man extended its index finger, pointing back and forth between Jesus and Lin Baici, as if it were a diner at a buffet struggling to decide what to eat first. Jesus looked displeased and glared fiercely at those who were watching him. Once I kill this dog, I will deal with you all. Lin Baici, on the other hand, took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the pipe wrench, beginning to simulate the battle in his mind so he could respond in time to any situation. You seem to have prepared yourself. The dog-headed man scrutinized Lin Baici. Then I'll choose you. Choose him. Choose him. He is very famous. Huo Yu didn't care if speaking like this would anger the dog-headed man or make her a target. She just wanted to divert the disaster and let Jesus be the cannon fodder first. That's right. He will definitely give you a hearty and satisfying battle. Jin Yingxian also spoke up. Aren't you a strong fighter? A strong fighter should challenge another strong fighter. Jesus, having not been chosen, was ecstatic. Hearing the two girls' words, he was almost furious enough to die. He wanted to smash their heads in right then and there and torture them to death. But he understood that at a time like this, the less said, the better. Is this the magic of love? Li Yintong sighed. In any case, she didn't dare to interrupt recklessly. Shut up, Lin Baici scolded. He took 3 steps forward, preparing to make a demand, when the dog-headed man laughed. I just thought the atmosphere was too tense. I was just joking. The dog-headed man curled its lip. A duel is a serious matter. How could I choose someone so casually? Fuck. Jesus felt depressed. His joy had been for nothing. The expressions of the others immediately turned tense. Bark like a dog. The dog-headed man proposed. Whoever barks the least like one, I will choose as my opponent. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. No one expected this monster to come up with such a way to select an opponent. It wasn't difficult, per se, but it was just so humiliating. How is barking well determined? Dualishan asked. There has to be a standard that everyone agrees on. Right, that's right. Give us a standard. Otherwise won't it just be whatever you say in the end? The red-haired woman needed fairness. Sounding like one, and barking quickly. I will score based on these 2 aspects. The dog-headed man explained. Woof, woof. As soon as the dog-headed man finished speaking, a female voice barked. The sound was crisp, loud, and carried a tone of fawning over a master. Everyone turned their heads to look beside Lin Baici. It was that girl from Hong Kong. Woof, 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 woof. Li Yintong barked twice more, even sticking out her tongue and licking the back of her hand to mimic the posture of a puppy. Hurry up and bark. What are you standing there for? The delinquent girl urged. There were no cosplay costumes here. Otherwise, I could have barked well enough to make this dog-headed man think I was one of its own. Woof, 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 woof. Dualishan began to bark, because she was anxious. She felt it didn't sound quite right, so she barked a few more times. Seeing this, the others also cast aside their reserve and began to bark like dogs. For a time, the sound of barking echoed throughout the lobby. The kobold crossed its arms over its chest and closed its eyes, wearing an intoxicated expression as it thoroughly enjoyed the atmosphere. Jesus, as the leader of the Statue of Liberty, still cared about his reputation. But after looking at the bulging muscles on that kobold, he chose to play it safe. The humiliation I endure now is for the sake of soaring to great heights in the future. Jesus looked left and right, noticing that everyone was busy learning how to bark like dogs and had no time to pay attention to him. So, he let out two barks. Woof, woof. Very good, very good. The kobold was very satisfied, nodding continuously with a smile on its face. It listened for a full minute before pressing its hands downward, signaling everyone to stop. Everyone barked very well. But there is one exception. Swish, the crowd looked around. Who was it? Then they noticed Jin Yingxian, Huo Yu, and the others looking anxiously at Lin Baici. Could it be God Lin? Is his imitation ability that poor? Gao Heng suddenly felt a sense of superiority. So, Lin Baici wasn't omnipotent after all. Why didn't you bark? The kobold asked. What do you mean? The crowd was stunned, listening to that. It sounded like Lin Baici didn't bark at all, rather than doing a poor job of it. Are you trying to humiliate me? Lin Baici narrowed his eyes, staring at the kobold. Haha, don't misunderstand. I'm not humiliating you. The kobold laughed loudly, looking at everyone present. I am humiliating everyone here. Trash, accompanying these two words. The kobold extended its right thumb, turned it 180 degrees, and jabbed it downward fiercely. Whoosh! An uproar broke out at the scene. Everyone was furious. But remembering the kobold's combat record, they all held back. You still don't want to bark like a dog? Then, I'll have to choose you. The kobold interlaced its fingers and cracked its knuckles. Jin Yingjin and Huo Yu wanted to persuade him, but the words stuck in their throats and wouldn't come out. Just bark. You won't lose a piece of skin. Li Yintong poked Lin Baiqi's arm. Jesus is the leader of the Statue of Liberty. And even he barked like a dog. What are you still embarrassed about? Jesus felt like that remark was an insult. Stop trying to persuade him. Huang Jingshang advised the girl, then patted Lin Baiqi's shoulder hard. If we can all make it out alive, let's drink together. My treat. Before we start fighting, I need to use the restroom. Lin Baici tossed his pipe wrench into the air, let it spin a few times, and then caught it with a slap. Coming. The crowd was completely bewildered, not knowing what kind of game Lin Baici was playing. Psychological warfare, perhaps. Gao Heng speculated. The kobold frowned. The level of composure this man displayed caught it off guard. What's wrong? Is your holy sword too small to be seen in public? Lin Baici curled his lip, his gaze flicking toward the kobold's briefs. Holy crap! Li Yintong's mouth hung wide open in shock. She really wanted to ask Lin Baici, are you trying to see if this monster will show mercy and not kill you? Why are you provoking it like that? The others immediately looked at the kobold. Sure enough, the monster's face had flushed red. Let's go. The kobold strode toward the depths of the first floor, where there was a public restroom. Lin Baici followed. Xiaobai Appa. The two girls looked at Lin Baici with worry. Wait for me here. Stay safe. Lin Baici reassured them. Yi Zhisheng, protect them well. You still owe me several girlfriends. Yi Zhisheng sniffled. Don't die, brother Lin. Li Yintong wanted to say a few words, but Lin Baici ignored her entirely, which left her feeling very depressed. Watching Lin Baici and the kobold walk one after the other into the depths of the hallway, the crowd immediately exploded. God, Lin cares too much about his pride. A great man knows when to bend and when to stretch. What's the harm in playing it safe for a moment? Some felt Lin Baiqi's actions weren't worth it. I'm just afraid that if you keep bending, and bending, you'll never be able to stand tall again. Gao Heng sighed. Lin Baiqi's move left him filled with admiration. Why would he do that? The tall foreign woman didn't understand. In Europe, if a nobleman is defeated in war, he surrenders and pays a ransom to go home, Podba explained. But the people of Juzhou choose to die for their country. They have an old saying, better to be a shattered jade than an intact tile. Some people are willing to bark like dogs to stay alive, but there are always those who refuse. Do you think God Lin can win? The red-haired woman asked in a low voice. It's difficult. Gao Heng didn't think there was much hope. In this apartment, God-forbidden items couldn't be used, and this God Hunter couldn't unleash 100% of his combat power. The wall plaster in the hallway was mottled and peeling. The energy-saving lamp on the ceiling radiated a dim, yellowish light, and a dozen moths were flying around the bulb. Their shadows fell on the wall like ancient gods from Thulhu mythology, performing some kind of airy, psychic dance. Tap, tap. The kobold's hiking boots stepped on the dust-covered concrete floor as it followed Lin Baici into the public restroom. The place wasn't small. It actually had 8 stalls and 10 urinals. However, it wasn't clear who had finished using the facilities without flushing, and a foul odor permeated the restroom. The kobold glanced at Lin Baici, believing that this human's trip to the restroom was just an excuse to find an opportunity to ambush it. HMPH, he was going to be disappointed. The kobold clenched its fists, ready for battle. But the human walked toward a urinal. Lin Baici lowered his head, looked at the urinal clogged with debris, and unbuckled his belt. Could I have been overthinking it? The kobold walked over quickly, stood next to Lin Baici, and pulled down its briefs, preparing to relieve itself. Its urgently confident and smug smile froze instantly on its face as it glanced down at Lin Baiqi's great treasure sword. By the dog god, this is way too big, isn't it? Who exactly is the dog here, you or me? Lin Baici lowered his head to glance at his side, then turned to look at the dog-headed man, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile. Ishable. The muscular dog-headed man suddenly felt a bit inferior. It subconsciously shifted its body to the side, trying to avoid Lin Baiqi's gaze. Damn it. I'll hammer him to death in a moment. Hammer him into a pile of mush. The moment the dog-headed man turned its body and head, Lin Baici moved. Gripping the fair pipe wrench in his hand like a thug, he smashed it fiercely toward the back of the dog-headed man's skull. Go to hell, meat grinder strike. Whoosh! The pipe wrench carried a powerful whizzing sound, ruffling the dog-headed man's blonde hair before slamming into its head. The immense force caused the dog-headed man's head to lurch forward, colliding with the graffiti-covered wall. The tiles on the wall shattered upon impact, cracking in a radial pattern with a loud crash. Lin Baici swung the pipe wrench again, unleashing a violent barrage. Bang! Bang! At this moment, Lin Baici looked just like a plumber who had been caught by a husband while having an affair with his beautiful wife, and in a fit of shame and rage, had grabbed his pipe wrench to silence the witness. Die for me! Lin Baici unleashed his full power. You actually dared to follow me into the restroom. Don't you know I am the god of war in the toilet? When Lin Baici held this affair pipe wrench and appeared in a restroom, his physical attributes would triple, and his combat power would skyrocket. This was only because he was inside the apartment. The effect of the colossal strength gloves on Lin Baici's hands was restricted and could not be activated. Otherwise, Lin Baici could have blown this monster's dog head apart in a single strike. The dog-headed man roared. Without turning its head, it swung its arm backward like an iron cannon, smashing toward Lin Baici's head. Ishable. I guarded against everything, yet I still fell for his trap. I wasn't wrong. This human really did intend to ambush me. The dog-headed man was burning with rage, its face turning red with anger. It wasn't because its head had been hit, it didn't care about that minor injury at all, but because it was furious at being outsmarted. I clearly guessed it, yet I still got hammered. The dog-headed man punched the wall. The wall crumbled, and some red bricks broke off. The dog-headed man seized a large chunk and smashed it toward Lin Baici. It was very petty. It wanted to pay back exactly how it had been hit. Therefore, it had to smash the back of Lin Baici's head. Lin Baici was fearless, not retreating a single step, engaging in a fierce counterattack. Come on, I have divine grace. Why would I be afraid of you? Bang, bang, bang. Lin Baici was extremely fast. Every time the pipe wrench swung, it struck the brick in the dog-headed man's hand. After 2 hits, he shattered it to pieces, and then the third strike landed on its face. The dog-headed man's face finally bloomed, and nosebleed splattered out. Damn, Lin Baici muttered. This dog-headed man's muscles were truly tough. One had to know that these few sneak attacks had activated Meat Grinder Strike. Once this divine grace hit an enemy's body, it could destroy muscle fibers and cripple them, but against this monster, the destructive power wasn't great. In reality, it was having an effect. The dog-headed man's skin was very tough, and combined with the dim lighting, it wasn't very obvious. But the subcutaneous tissue was already rupturing, causing internal bleeding. Having suffered a major loss, the dog-headed man was enraged. It ignored Lin Baici's attacks and charged forward, intending to crush him. Lin Baici immediately retreated, avoiding its sharp edge. No rush, stabilize first. It was a pity that the Bodhi messenger Kasaya couldn't be used. Otherwise, if he summoned the muscle Buddha, he could have beaten the yoke out of the dog-headed man. The dog-headed man launched a preemptive attack, throwing a flurry of jabs. Whish, swish, swish. Forget about being hit by the fists. Even the wind generated by the punches was incredibly sharp, brushing past his face. It felt like being cut by a blade. Lin Baici dodged. Ada, Ada. The dog-headed man shrieked, starting a combo. It was extremely proficient in its understanding of the human body, so after 7 punches, it knew the limit of Lin Baici's dodging range. Opportunity. After forcing Lin Baici into the corner of the restroom, the dog-headed man suddenly pulled its right arm back. Then, like a dragon spear thrown with full force by a dragon slayer, it boomed toward Lin Baici's head. Ishable. Go to hell. A ferocious grin appeared on the dog-headed man's face. He definitely couldn't dodge this. Lin Baici's eyes narrowed. The space was narrow. His range of movement was limited, and given the explosive power and flexibility of his waist and shoulders, he could no longer dodge this punch. It could be called a sure kill. What's that noise? The delinquent girl's ears suddenly twitched, and she looked toward the hallway in astonishment. It sounds like they're fighting. No way, right? Huang Jingxiang raised his hand to peer over. Fighting in the toilet. How dirty. Who cares about dirty or not at a time like this? Winning is the only thing that matters. Pogba didn't care about such things. If he could defeat that dog-headed man, he wouldn't even care about dueling in a latrine. Jin Yingjin and Huo Yu exchanged a glance and immediately ran toward the public restroom. Yi Zhisheng and the delinquent girl each grabbed one of their arms. "Don't go and cause trouble," the delinquent girl scolded. "In a death match, Lin Baici won't have the spare energy to protect you." Bang, bang, heavy thuds echoed, sounding like someone was being hammered. "I feel like God Lin is going to die." Dualishan made a cross on her chest. God bless him. Everyone's expressions were grim, thinking the same thing, but the next second, they heard the dog-headed man's angry scream. "No way. The one being hammered is the dog-headed man." The voice sounded like that monster's. But could Lin Baici actually beat it? It must be a sneak attack, Jesus analyzed. Don't care if it's a sneak attack or not, as long as he can win. The red-haired girl stood on her tiptoes, nervously peering into the hallway. "Everyone, should we go over and help?" The handsome man in the trench coat suddenly spoke up. Chapter 338. "This meal will be satisfying," no one responded. Going over was definitely out of the question. The dog-headed man was so powerful that, naturally, it was better to let others exhaust it first while they waited to reap the rewards. In everyone's eyes, Lin Baici had a 9 in 10 chance of losing. So, why would they go? To act as idiots who go to their deaths together. Even if there were a discount for 2 people drinking Nengpo soup in the underworld, with an extra cup thrown in, they still wouldn't go. This is human nature. Che Zhengshuo shook his head. Uncle Labor lit a cigarette, leaned against the wall, and puffed out clouds of smoke, his gaze scanning the people in the hall. Xiao Bai must be under immense pressure from the threat of death. Huo Yu felt a pang of heartache. Actually, facing the dog-headed man's violent onslaught, Lin Baici was not panicked in the slightest. Because he had long anticipated this was not going to be an easy fight. Seeing himself forced into a dead end, the dog-headed man threw a lethal punch. Lin Baici activated his divine favor, snake bone supple body. This was a divine favor Lin Baici had obtained in the god ruins of the Haijing Provincial Museum. Once activated, it allowed a person's body to become as soft and boneless as a snake, with muscles full of resilience, capable of contorting into all sorts of shapes. It could even form the 26 letters of the alphabet. Crack, crack. Lin Baici's entire skeleton erupted in a series of popping sounds. He twisted his waist, while his legs remained planted. His upper body twisted a full 120 degrees. Not only did he dodge the lethal heavy punch, but he also unexpectedly seized a flanking position. Take this clamp from the god of gluttony, neat mincing strike. The pipe wrench smashed into the dog-headed man's left eye, causing its left field of vision to instantly go dark. The dog-headed man drew a sharp breath, feeling both pain and rage. Opportunity. Lin Baici's eyes narrowed. The strike had landed, and the dog-headed man instinctively closed its eye due to the pain, which inevitably narrowed its field of vision. Lin Baici immediately activated Lightning Flash, his feet moving in rapid succession as he lunged into that side to launch a preemptive attack. Swish! Once the divine favor was activated, the dog-headed man's movements in Lin Baici's vision seemed as if a slow-motion button had been pressed. It immediately became as sluggish as an old grandmother crossing the street. Lin Baici swung his left arm horizontally, a massive slap aimed at the dog-headed man's cheek, where the upper muscles were bulging with rage. Die for me, hand of grand impression. The dog-headed man's reaction was incredibly agile. Its sixth sense perceived a grave threat of death. Its feet, clad in hiking boots, immediately slid back and forth on the floor. Friction, friction, friction on the blood-red floor, like the devil's footsteps. Divine taboo item activated. Dog King slide swaying stance in the restroom, before Lin Baici's eyes. The dog-headed man instantly sank its shoulders, hunched its waist, raised both hands into fists in front of its chest, and its body began to sway from side to side. Swish, swish, swish. Several afterimages appeared. The dog-headed man not only dodged the hand of grand impression, but was also rapidly advancing. Its body, like a steel fortress, bringing immense visual pressure. Damn it! Lin Baici's heart skipped a beat. The hand of grand impression was a divine favor he had obtained after consuming a god's corpse. It was extremely powerful. Since obtaining it, every time he used it, it had been a one-hit kill against his enemies. So, even though this dog-headed man was covered in muscle and could crush a human skull with one slap, Lin Baici hadn't been afraid. As long as the opponent was hit by this divine favor, they would have to die. Yet this time, he had actually missed. The dog-headed man unleashed a barrage of jabs. Lin Baici immediately retreated, opening up a distance of more than 10 meters. If not for lightning flash, he would have been finished in that exchange. The dog-headed man did not continue its assault but stood still, wiping its left eye with the back of its hand. The eyelid was swollen, its vision was blurred, and blood was flowing down. Slurp. The dog-headed man stuck out its thick tongue and licked the blood off the back of its hand. Your purity is sufficient. The dog-headed man bared its teeth in a grimace. It liked this kind of enemy. It could finally have a satisfying fight. Didn't you say that if I made you bleed, I would pass? Lin Baici questioned, his gaze fixed on the dog-headed man as he quickly thought of a strategy to defeat the enemy. The hand of Grand Impression was powerful, but its speed was not fast. It could be dodged out. Lin Baici knew this. So to be safe, he always activated Lightning Flash at the same time whenever he used it, giving the enemy no time to dodge. Lin Baici's gaze fell on the dog-headed man's hiking boots. Is it because of this divine taboo item in nature, on the food chain? Species countering one another is very normal, the gluttonous god commented. Impressive. Lin Baici sighed. These hiking boots were high-top, light brown, with large rounded toes. They looked sturdy and heavy. If one were to kick a person with these, their spleen and stomach would rupture, and they would vomit a whole bucket of bile. I want them. Lin Baici exhaled a long breath, gripped his pipe wrench, and prepared for the second round. The dog-headed man looked somewhat displeased at being questioned by Lin Baici. After all, it had broken its word. But, can you call it breaking a promise when it comes to monsters? I chose you as my opponent because I think highly of you. The dog-headed man charged, launching a preemptive attack. If it killed this human quickly, no one would know it had violated its promise. The monster closed in, its long arms, thick as giant pythons, striking with a barrage of jabs. Boom boom. Each punch shattered the air, sounding as if it were creating sonic booms. Lin Baici swung the pipe wrench to counter, but after 3 strikes, he took a punch to the shoulder. The dog-headed man was too fast. Lin Baici couldn't keep up with its speed. One had to realize that this was still after the pipe wrench had boosted his combat power by 3 times, otherwise, he would have already been hammered into a pile of mush. No, I have to think of a way. The divine favor Lightning Flash consumed a massive amount of divine power, and Lin Baici couldn't keep it activated continuously. He had to wait for the most perfect opportunity. What's wrong? Where did that arrogance you had when you hit my head go? Weren't you going to hammer me to death? Why don't you counterattack? The kobold, full of mockery, forced Lin Baici into a corner once again before its feet immediately began to shuffle rapidly back and forth. Dog King slide, swish, swish, swish. After images appeared, as if 7 kobolds had suddenly manifested, with 14 arms throwing fierce straight punches. Lin Baici could not find the kobold's true body, nor did he have the time to look for it. He activated lightning reflexes and snake bone suppleness, changing direction to dodge once more. I wonder how many times you can use this divine gift. The kobold sneered, pushed off with its feet, and leaped into the air like a long jumper. It soared across a distance of 7 meters and landed with a thud right in front of Lin Baici. Lin Baici retreated repeatedly until he reached the urinal he had used just moments ago. Seeing the urine Lin Baici had left in the urinal, the kobold laughed. Hey, I am going to shove your head into this urinal and drown you. The kobold bared its teeth, its cheek muscles crawling with derision. Are you regretting choosing a clogged urinal just now? Yes, I regret it very much. As he spoke, Lin Baici gripped the pipe wrench, swung it backhand, and smashed it against the urinal's plumbing. The ceramic urinal, already stained with yellow filth, shattered instantly under the violent impact of Lin Baici's strike. Clatter. Ceramic shards fell to the ground, shattering even further, scattering everywhere, while the accumulated urine spilled out as well. Sizzle, the pipe ruptured, and clear water sprayed out, washing away the urine and spreading across the tiled floor. The kobold rushed over, stepping into the mixture of clear water and urine. Splash, splash, water sprayed up, staining its hiking boots and pant legs. But it paid no mind. Its ferocious eyes locked onto Lin Baici, and its right fist struck out again. Lin Baici tilted his head, The kobold's fist grazed his ear and slammed into the wall. Tiles cracked, and shards and dust exploded outward, splattering onto Lin Baici's face. The kobold's right arm swung horizontally like an iron rod, aiming to strike Lin Baici's head. Lin Baici crouched and lowered his head, dodging it. "Let's see how you dodge this time." The kobold flew into a kick, aiming for Lin Baici's chest. If that landed, Lin Baici's sternum would surely shatter. Why would I dodge? This god of hunger has been waiting for exactly this move. Lin Baici flicked his wrist, tossing the pipe wrench into the air. At the same time, he quickly activated lightning reflexes. However, fearing he might miss, he didn't use Hand of Great Impression, but switched to Drunken Immortal Fist. "Take this." Lin Baici threw his fists at the kobold. Ora. Bang bang bang. The punches landed. The hiking boot kicked into the wall with a heavy boom, followed by a clattering sound as cracks spread in every direction, making most of the wall look like a spider web. "Haha, are you scratching an itch for me?" The kobold laughed, slapping toward Lin Baici's cheek, intending to send him flying with a heavy blow. But the opponent simply lowered his body slightly and dodged it with ease. The kobold was stunned. "Did I miss?" No need to panic. It must be because of the divine gift. Bang bang bang. Lin Baici's iron fists continued their assault. Under the enhancement of lightning reflexes, he landed 100 punches on the kobold in just 3 seconds. Given Lin Baici's own durability, after so many punches, the knuckles of his fingers were starting to ache, turning red and showing signs of swelling. It had to be said, this kobold's muscular armor was truly thick-skinned and tough as nails. If you were to put this thing in a pot to stew, you would run out of 2 tanks of gas and the meat would still not be tender. The lightning reflexes effect ended, but Lin Baici did not pull away. He continued his attack. He reached out into the air, and grasp of the Reaper shot out, catching the pipe wrench that was about to fall to the ground and yanking it back into his hand. Lin Baici caught it and swung it directly at the kobold's head. "Arrogant person of Kyushu," the kobold cursed. "It is my turn now." The monster splayed its 5 fingers wide, like a millstone, and swung another heavy slap toward Lin Baici's face. It was determined to humiliate this human, but this time, it missed again. "What is going on?" The kobold was a bit confused. The opponent had just bent his waist to dodge it. This shouldn't be happening. "My attack speed is super fast." The kobold, puzzled, threw another slap. This time, Lin Baici didn't even dodge. The kobold's palm swept right over his head, aside from the wind generated by the blow ruffling his hair. Not a single strand was harmed. The kobold was shocked. "Is this another divine gift? Why is his whole body swaying? It feels very similar to my Dog King slide. Damn you." Lin Baici did a small hop, leaped into the air, gripped the pipe wrench tightly, and brought it down on the kobold's crown. "Come on, I will smash your dog head to pieces." Lin Baici's confidence surged. Drunken Immortal Fist is truly effective. Once this divine gift is activated, if the punches land on the target will experience a drunken effect as if they had consumed strong liquor. As long as the punches land enough times, even a reincarnated wine immortal wouldn't be able to hold up and would eventually drink themselves into a stupor. The kobold's muscles were so tough they could withstand an RPG rocket. So even with his boosted combat power, Lin Baici still couldn't break through its defense. So, Lin Baici took a different path. "If I can't kill you, I can at least knock you out, right?" If the kobold were wearing armor, the effect of the Drunken Immortal Fist would be greatly reduced. But this guy was too pure, like a world bodybuilding champion, showing off his muscular physique all over the street as if afraid others wouldn't appreciate it. So why should Lin Baici be polite? Under the state of lightning reflexes, every punch of the Drunken Immortal Fist landed true. This kobold was already dead drunk, but like many alcoholics, even though it couldn't stand steadily, it still insisted it wasn't drunk. This kobold felt exactly the same way, and 3 words, "I am not drunk." But its fists would not lie. The kobold could no longer aim at Lin Baici at all. This should do it. Lin Baici lowered his body, lunged forward, and slapped his palm toward the kobold's chest. Hand of the Great Impression. There was no other way. He had to use it. Counting on the kobold to get completely drunk and fall asleep was unrealistic. And the longer this process dragged on, the higher the probability of Lin Baici being killed. After all, This monster was too strong and could easily kill a god hunter in seconds. The kobold's keen sixth sense detected danger, and its feet immediately began to slide back and forth. It wanted to activate its hiking boots and enter a swaying, dodging stance. But this time, it failed. Consequently, the back and forth sliding motion looked ridiculous. Like a clown performing a mime act. Damn it. I forgot there is urine on the floor. The kobold's heart went cold in an instant. These hiking boots could not be activated when stepping on the urine of any living creature. It hadn't actually forgotten, it just hadn't cared. Just as a giant wouldn't fear a cockroach. It felt that it could crush this two-legged crawler in front of it even without using its dodging stance. As the hand of that two-legged crawler slapped over, a scent of death rushed toward it. It was going to lose. No, it was going to die. The kobold wanted to retreat quickly, but it stumbled under its feet. There was no other way. It extended an arm to block Lin Baici's right hand. Lin Baici's right hand was blocked, but he still managed to slap the kobold's wrist. I should have activated Lightning Flash. Lin Baici felt a bit of regret. If he had activated it, he could have blasted this monster to death. But there was one problem. This divine favor consumed too much divine power. Having activated it so many times in a short period, Lin Baici's body was struggling to cope. Moreover, having just arrived at this station, he didn't know what crises he might encounter later. So he needed to conserve some strength. This will have to do. Lin Baici prepared to deliver the finishing blow. The moment Lin Baici struck the kobold, its arm, under the suppression of a mysterious force, was slammed toward the ground. The magnitude of this force was so great that even the muscular kobold could not resist it, and its entire body toppled toward the floor. Its right hand and forearm slammed into the floor covered in filth and urine, directly imprinted onto the ground like a two-dimensional pattern. Afterward, this effect began to spread along its arm, threatening to engulf its entire body. If it were an ordinary person, they would be done for. But the kobold's reaction was too fast and extremely decisive. The moment it saw the injury on its right arm, its left hand quickly reached out, grabbed its right shoulder, dug its 5 fingers into the muscle, and tore with all its might. Like tearing off the leg of a roasted chicken, the kobold ripped off its entire right arm, along with a portion of its right chest and some ribs alive. Splash, blood splattered, and some internal organs spilled out from the chest cavity like slop, spreading across the floor. Holy crap! Lin Baici's scalp tingled. Was it really this ruthless? However, this was indeed the correct way to deal with the hand of the Great Impression. If Lin Baici had struck the enemy's chest or head, they would have been directly turned into a two-dimensional image. But striking the limbs required a process of imprinting. Although this process likely took less than a second, for a powerhouse like the kobold, it was enough time to make a self-saving reaction. Lin Baici retreated. With the opponent having suffered such a severe injury, it likely wouldn't last long. Lin Baici intended to use a kite-fighting tactic to wear it down, but the kobold exerted force with its feet, springing off the ground like a coil. Its entire body lay flat in midair, and its legs clamped toward Lin Baici like the giant pincers of a crab. So fast, Lin Baici failed to dodge and was clamped out with a thud. He fell to the floor along with the kobold. Sewage splashed everywhere. Damn it! Lin Baici immediately felt suffocated. His chest felt like it was about to be crushed by the kobold's two massive thighs. Without thinking, he activated Snake Bone's supple body. His bones softened, becoming like flesh, which instantly made Lin Baici feel less pain, but it only bought him a few seconds. If he let the kobold continue to clamp down, he would still die. In this state, Lin Baici couldn't reach the kobold, but fortunately, he still had a long-range divine favor. The red clay little mud man appeared, spinning its sling and firing stones in rapid succession. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The walnut-sized stones all struck the kobold's head, but the monster's skull was too hard. Insidious Juju human, I will definitely make you die before me, the kobold roared. Earlier, when this human used a pipe wrench to smash the urinal, it thought the opponent was doing it purely to disgust it. Now it seemed he had used some method to know that its hiking boots could not be activated when stepping in urine. It had been too careless. It should have been more cautious, but it didn't matter. As long as it killed him and ate his flesh, it could hide back in its dog kennel to sleep for a few days. and its injuries would recover. Moreover, after this battle, its combat experience would increase, and it would become even stronger. Thank you, human, for making my purity even higher. The kobold's thick lips curled up, spilling out a mocking smile. But the very next instant, that smile froze, because a fine, hair-like drizzle began to fall in the public restroom, and then, behind that human, a colossal Buddha statue emerged. The kobold did not have a heavenly eye, so it couldn't see it. As the drizzle began to fall, a cluster of soul bonfire ignited above its head. The great Buddha pressed its palms together, lowered its head, and blew toward the front, whoosh, floating life night rain. While Buddha blows out the lamp, the hair-like drizzle swirled up and swept past the kobold. The flame above its head, like a tallow candle blown by the wind and rain, flickered and went out with a snap. The kobold rolled its eyes, stopped breathing, and its heavy body collapsed onto the floor. Water splashed as it hit the ground. Lin Baici felt the dark legs that had been pinning his chest and suffocating him suddenly lose their strength. Air rushed back into his lungs. Lin Baici let out a long sigh of relief, collapsed onto the floor, and began to gasp for air in deep, ragged breaths. He had won. Why are you just lying there? Get up quickly and eat the feast. The god of food urged him on. This meal would be enough to satisfy him completely. Chapter 339. Thanking nature for its bounty. What feast? Lin Baici sat up and looked at the hiking boots on the dog-headed man's feet. Is there a divine gift on these, in the public restroom? Because Lin Baici had smashed the water pipe of the urinal, a layer of sewage had quickly accumulated on the floor, mixed with dust and urine. A foul stench began to permeate the air. There is not. The god of food commented. Then what am I supposed to eat? Lin Baici rolled his eyes. Don't tell me you want me to eat this monster. Although the creature had the word dog in its name, it was actually a bipedal, a pride-walking intelligent being that had absolutely nothing to do with a common mutt. However, these boots were certainly not bad. The battle was over, and Lin Baici was worried that Jesus and the others might come over to pick up the spoils. In his current state, he probably couldn't beat that white man. So, he quickly stood up, walked over to the dog-headed man's corpse, and pulled the two hiking boots off its feet. Once he put these on, he would be able to perform that Ghost King slide. This was a divine taboo item capable of dodging the lightning flash and the hand of great impression. It was definitely a top-tier treasure. Lin Baici was soaking wet. He lifted his arm and brought it to his nose to sniff. The smell was pungent. He curled his lip in disgust, took off his top and jeans, leaving only his boxer briefs, and then put on the hiking boots. Thump thump! Lin Baici stomped his feet on the ground and jumped up a few times. They fit quite well. Even though the shoes looked thick and heavy, they didn't feel heavy at all when worn, feeling no different from thin, casual sneakers. After jumping twice, Lin Baici suddenly slid his feet back and forth, his upper body swaying while he threw straight punches with his right hand like a boxer. Swish, swish! Lin Baici felt as light as a swallow. He felt confident enough to dodge bullets. Once you put them on and activate the Dog King slide, you can enter a swaying and dodging state for a few seconds, allowing you to evade most attacks. I just love the way you look at me with disdain, yet you still can't hit me. After putting them on, you will possess an extremely strong sense of territoriality, just like a dog. Every time you arrive at a new place, you will feel an urgent need to find a utility pole or a corner to take a leak. You must assert your dominance. This is your territory. If you don't take a leak, you will feel an agonizing, heart-wrenching discomfort, and you will end up wetting the bed at midnight. Because this divine taboo item now belonged to Lin Baici, the god of food provided a detailed critique. Oh come on, Lin Baici's mouth twitched. Was this negative effect too extreme? He looked down at the hiking boots, and like the chef or the muscular Buddha, this wouldn't kill him, but it would be incredibly embarrassing. What if someone saw him marking his territory by peeing? Wouldn't that be social suicide on the spot, effectively stripping him of his human dignity? However, Lin Baici couldn't bring himself to take them off. Activating lightning flash required consuming a massive amount of divine power, and using it to dodge divine gifts relied on timing. But these boots were, in a sense, a manifestation of rule-based power. The Dog King slide forced the user to dodge. It was just that unreasonable. Lin Baici glanced at the dog-headed man's corpse and prepared to leave. Huo Yu and Jin Yingshan were probably getting anxious. Besides, Jesus must be very disappointed that he wasn't dead, right? Lin Baici chuckled twice and walked out of the restroom, intending to meet up with Jin Yingshan and the others and find a bathroom on the first floor to take a quick shower. What are you doing? Eat the feast. The god of food urged. What feast? Lin Baici was stunned. He scanned the public restroom, and his gaze finally landed on the dog-headed man's corpse. Only this thing was edible. But that's right, it's him. Hurry up and thank nature for its bounty. Lin Baici truly couldn't bring himself to take a bite. The blood of a dog-headed man, when consumed, replenishes marrow and qi, nourishes yin and strengthens yang, and improves digestion. It can greatly enhance your recovery speed. If an elderly person drinks it, they can look 5 or 6 years younger. In short, if your life were quantified like a health bar in a game, the dog-headed man's blood would increase the length of your health bar. Lin Baici's eyes lit up. For humans, after a serious illness, especially after major surgery, one could visibly see their constitution weaken, and this dog blood could replenish vitality and nourish the essence. Its kidneys and great sword can warm the kidneys and strengthen yang, replenishing essence and marrow. When men get older, they mostly end up peeing on their shoes, lose interest in the opposite sex, and gradually start to prefer fishing, drinking tea, playing cards, and arguing with people on forums. It's not that they don't want to generate electricity, it's that they lack the strength to do so. After eating this dog-headed man, your kidneys will be able to generate electricity every day until you are 70. The god of food provided a culinary science lesson. This dog-headed man was a divine taboo item radiated by divine pollution within a 10-year-old great divine ruin. It was extremely rare. Once you missed this opportunity, you wouldn't find another. Start now. Bite through the carotid artery to drink the fresh blood. Although the kidneys are best eaten raw, they taste even better when grilled with plenty of cumin, brother dog. For the sake of my happy life, I'm sorry. Lin Baici dragged the dog-headed man toward the sink, regardless of anything else. Although this battle was extremely dangerous, the rewards were immense. The hiking boots alone were worth the price of admission, not to mention the physical enhancements. In the first floor lobby, it was deathly silent. Everyone was pricking up their ears, peering toward the hallway, anxiously awaiting the outcome. It seems there's no more movement. Li Yintong's delicate little ears twitched. Is it over? Dualishan swallowed nervously. I wonder who won. It must be Xiao Bai. Huo Yu chimed in. Although everyone wanted Lin Baici to win, rationally speaking, they felt it was unlikely. After all, they had witnessed with their own eyes just how terrifying that dog-headed man was. The waiting time was agonizing, like being roasted over a bonfire. Why hasn't that monster come out yet? Jesus frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Could it be that the monster was severely injured? Should they go and try to scavenge the spoils? Gaoheng, Pogba, let's go. Let's check the public restroom, Jesus suggested. Gaoheng hesitated. Sorry, team leader Jesus. I am with God Lin. Pogba's intuition told him that Lin Baici might have actually won. Yi Jisheng. Should we go and take a look? Jin Yingshan persuaded. Wait another 3 minutes. Yi Jisheng began to count silently. The others waited quietly, having no interest in checking the results of the battle, because with their strength, even if they went over, they wouldn't be able to snatch any loot. Let's go. Yi Jisheng finished counting to 180 and immediately ran toward the public restroom. Jesus followed immediately, but after running less than 10 meters, he stopped in astonishment. A figure walked out of the restroom and appeared in the corridor. The dim light of the energy-saving lamp spilled onto him, leaving a long shadow on the wall behind him. Oh my God! The tall foreign woman exclaimed, and then her face overflowed with ecstasy. Lin Baici won. Damn, it is God Lin. Huang Jingxiang was shocked, looking at the way Lin Baici was walking, steady and composed. It seemed like he had won very easily. Ha, brother Lin is invincible. Li Yintong took off running, as happy as a little princess who had just had her wish granted. Xiao Bai, Huo Yu and Jin Yingshan ran toward Lin Baici. In a moment. Tell God Lin that Jesus tried to recruit me, but I didn't go. Pogba touched the little head of the doll on his shoulder and muttered to Huang Jingxiang in a low voice. You also help me testify that I didn't agree to him either. Huang Jingshan began to ponder how he could cling to Lin Baici's thigh. You are compatriots with him, naturally close. Why bother with this effort? Pogba didn't understand and looked at Huang Jingshan. Anyway, right now, I am quite envious of your yellow skin and Zhuzhou nationality. Flattery is something no one ever thinks there is enough of. Huang Jingshan rolled his eyes. Let's go. Let's go welcome God Lin. Uncle Working Man had a cigarette in his mouth and ran over quickly, without him needing to say it. Everyone except Che Jingxiak and Jesus ran toward Lin Baici, fearing that if they fell behind others, they would be seen by Lin Baici as disrespectful. Jesus felt unhappy in his heart. He knew that this battle had completely established Lin Baici's prestige, firmly putting him a cut above. If it were before, if he and Lin Baici had fought, the others, intimidated by his status as the leader of the Statue of Liberty team, definitely wouldn't have dared to make a move. But now, if Lin Baici gave an order, there would definitely be people helping him. In fact, it was indeed so. Everyone's attitude toward Lin Baici was already filled with respect, and they subconsciously didn't dare to speak loudly. Brother Lin. Li Yintao ran to the front of Lin Baici, directly leaped, hugged him, and offered a sweet kiss. The delinquent girl boldly kissed Lin Baici on the cheek. Get down, I am dirty. Lin Baici patted the delinquent girl's back, telling her to get down quickly. I don't mind. Li Yintao wanted to lean into Lin Baici's ear to whisper, but she found that Lin Baici was too tall, even on her tiptoes. She couldn't reach. Damn it. The delinquent girl was depressed, then composed her emotions, smiling like a flower. Brother Lin, do you want me to lick you clean? After Li Yintong finished speaking, she stuck out her little tongue and, like a Maine Coon cat drinking milk, licked Lin Baici's chest. Damn, how shameless. Huo Yu looked at Li Yintong, wishing she could tear this delinquent girl apart. Jin Yingzhen's mood was quite calm, after all, as a young lady from a conglomerate family. What kind of perverts hadn't she seen? She first observed Lin Baici's body, and after confirming he wasn't injured, she let out a sigh of relief. God Lin, did you win? Where is that dog-headed monster? Does that even need to be asked? It must have been beaten to death. The crowd rushed to the front of Lin Baici, shouting in a jumble. Huang Jingshan came over, his face full of concern. God Lin, where are your clothes? Torn. Do you want me to go find you a set? How come there isn't a single scratch on Lin Baici's body? Did he crush that dog-headed man? That's impossible. The others also noticed this and were suspicious and uncertain. Could it be that this Zhuzhou man used some kind of god-forbidden item to change his appearance? Or was he rejuvenated? Was his actual age very old? Jesus also noticed this. But soon, his gaze fell on Lin Baici's feet. Jesus once again felt a sense of frustration. He had urgently wanted to rely on this Bizan trip to completely make a name for the Statue of Liberty. But now it was all over. And if these people in front of him didn't die, he would definitely become a laughingstock. God Lin, your physique is really great. Uncle Working Man squeezed over, flattered him, and handed him a cigarette. It would be a waste of talent to just be a male model. Che Jingxiak had his hands in his pockets, looking at Lin Baici with eyes full of appreciation. Although everyone was a god hunter and had been strengthened by divine energy, and their physiques were all good, someone as perfect as Lin Baici was still a rare find. After all, muscles can be trained, but body proportions are innate. God Lin, are these hiking boots the ones that were on the dog-headed man's feet? Pogba asked curiously. Lin Baici stomped his right foot. The comfort is great. Is this a god-forbidden item? Nonsense, if it wasn't. Why would God Lin wear it? What are its effects? Everyone was very curious, staring eagerly at Lin Baici, waiting for him to share some knowledge. Put it on, and you run fast. Lin Baici would never tell these people the truth. A divine taboo item was equivalent to a trump card. Once revealed, it would lose its deterrent power. Is lying fun? Jesus interjected. Its effect must be that it allows you to move your body at high speed just like that kobold, dodging all attacks, trying to hide secrets. Keep dreaming. However, with this pair of boots, the kid's combat power had increased, making him even harder to deal with. The group looked at the boots on Lin Baici's feet, feeling incredibly envious. They were much more willing to believe Jesus' speculation. As for asking Lin Baici to verify it, how broken would one's brain have to be to do something like that? Was it that they felt holding onto Lin Baici's thigh wasn't comfortable enough, and they just had to go and kick it? Jesus walked past Lin Baici toward the public restroom. Let me state this clearly. That kobold's corpse is mine. Lin Baici's voice was cold. If anyone touches my things, don't blame me for being impolite. Don't worry, God Lin, we won't touch it. That's right. If anyone touches it, I'll notify you immediately. It's a pity there are no spatial divine taboo items. Otherwise we could take all these things with us. We'll have one after we kill that female office worker. Don't even mention that head-wrapped woman. If we run into her again, we might not survive. The kobold was dead. The crisis was resolved, and everyone had the leisure to chat, starting to discuss what to do next. Should we go out and explore? The red-haired woman looked toward Gao Heng. The key to purification must be in this apartment building, Che Shu reiterated. Gao Heng scratched his hair. Let's listen to God Lin. Do whatever you want. I'm going to take a shower. Lin Baici pulled the delinquent girl who was clinging to him off his body and walked toward the nearest room, starting to turn the doorknob. When he checked the third room, the door was unlocked. Lin Baici pushed the door open and entered. Jin Yingjin and Huo Yu followed him inside. Brother Lin, let me scrub your back. Li Yintang also shamelessly ran inside and closed the door behind her. God Lin, I'll go keep an eye on Jesus, Huang Jingxiang reported, then nudged Pogbo with his elbow. Let's go, together. Yi Jishen glanced at these people, sat down by the door, and while flirting with his girlfriend, he stood guard at the entrance to prevent anyone from ambushing Lin Baici. It's going to be a battlefield in there. Gao Heng was envious. Aside from the delinquent girl, who was a bit lacking, Jin Yingjin and Huo Yu were both very beautiful, especially the Korean girl, whose figure was absolutely superb. Just those long legs alone were enough to play with for a year. 1 against 3. God Lin just finished fighting a monster. Will he be okay? Everyone here was a god hunter, used to being arrogant in their daily lives. If it were any other time, someone would definitely have a loose tongue and say something like I can help. But now, they wouldn't dare to make such jokes even if their lives depended on it. Jesus walked into the public restroom, wanting to deduce Lin Baici's strength by examining the battlefield and the wounds on the kobold's corpse. But when he saw the kobold, he froze. What was going on with this corpse? Why did it look like this? The kobold's corpse was placed on the ceramic countertop of the sink. A slit over an inch long had been opened on the left side of its neck, and some blood had flowed out, though not much. Both sides of its waist had also been cut open. What is this? Jesus frowned, walked over to the corpse to examine it, and discovered that both kidneys were gone, which left him looking stunned. Did that Lin Baici eat them? What a pervert! Jesus suddenly felt that being hostile toward Lin Baici was a huge mistake. The job of a god hunter often involved facing death and enduring immense pressure, and coupled with the possibility of being corrupted, some people would develop psychological problems over time, eating monsters, keeping monsters, or even developing twisted romances with monsters. The final destination for these god hunters was either madness or death. Getting into a conflict with such a lunatic was truly not worth it. There was a cut on the waist, but why wasn't there much blood flowing out? Jesus immediately checked it and found that there was no blood left in the kobold's corpse. Was it drunk? Or was it drained completely? Jesus rested his chin on his right hand, lost in thought. Could it be that Lin Baici had a way to confirm that this kobold's blood and kidneys were good things that could nourish the body? Jesus was very angry and kicked the sink heavily. Bang! Bang! The harvest from Lin Baici's battle must be even greater than he had estimated. Infuriating. Hey, team leader Jesus! Don't dirty Godlin's prey. Huang Jingxiang stood at the restroom door and shouted. Jesus turned his head and glared at Huang Jingxiang. His fists were clenched. But after a few seconds, he relaxed them. Stay calm. The apartment was so big. Many rooms hadn't been opened yet, and the final boss hadn't appeared. He still had a chance to get the most valuable loot and become the biggest winner. Don't be impatient. He had to be like a wise predator, hiding in the grass, waiting for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow, not giving the prey any chance to escape or counterattack. Brother Lin, let me scrub your back, Li Yintong volunteered. trotting after Lin Baici into the bathroom and reaching out to turn on the shower head. Whoosh! Cold tap water poured down, splashing onto the delinquent girl's body. Her clothes were soaked. Get out, Lin Baici frowned. After the big meal of the kobold, he was currently feeling feverish all over. He had been overnourished. I'm just trying to help you. The delinquent girl reached out, but before she could touch Lin Baici, he grabbed her wrist with a slap. Lin Baici twisted Li Yintong's arm behind her back and grabbed her shoulder, spinning her around until she faced the bathroom door, then gave her a kick on the backside. The delinquent girl was kicked out. The door closed. Do you understand the saying about 3 monks having no water to drink? Li Yintong complained. Can you guys go out first? Don't worry. With Brother Lin's physique, he's more than capable of handling the 3 of us. Shameless. Huo Yu looked at her with disdain. Little sister, Sister Li is teaching you a lesson today. When you find a good man, you have to make your move quickly. What is dignity worth anyway? The delinquent girl felt a deep sense of regret. If only she had met Lin Baici sooner. How wonderful that would have been. Chapter 340. Don't try to persuade me. I am Lin Shen's dog. Lin Baici wanted to take a comfortable hot shower, but unfortunately, the shower had only sprayed cold water. That was fine, though. He had just eaten a grand feast and his body was over-replenished, leaving him feeling feverish all over. Without a woman to help him cool down, he had to rely on the cold water. Once I get out of the god ruins, I must properly enjoy myself. I'll let the little brother work for a month straight without giving it a day off. In Lin Baici's mind, the image of Jin Yingzhen's long legs kept surfacing. Occasionally, he would also think of the landlady, Nang Gongshu, wearing a cheongsam and black stockings. And even Jia Honyao would slide into his thoughts like a stroll, leaving behind the shadow of her ample chest. All phenomena are like illusions. If you see that all phenomena are not phenomena, you see the Tathagata. Lin Baici activated the Sanskrit sound and Buddha echo, beginning to chant the Diamond Sutra in a low voice to eliminate the various distracting thoughts in his heart. I have to say, this divine grace is truly useful. After 7 or 8 lines of scripture, his heart, which had been as restless as a dog in heat, finally cooled down. Women, they only slow down the speed of my sword drawing. Li Yintong pressed her hands on Huo Yu's shoulders, trying to push her out. You guys go out first. I'll call you when I'm done. This girl was petite like her, belonging to the same type, which meant competition. She had to find a way to chase her off. The Korean girl could stay. No. Why are you pushing me? Huo Yu pouted and pulled the delinquent girl's hands away. Li Yintong was about to continue persuading her when her ears suddenly twitched, and she heard the chanting coming from the bathroom. What's going on? The delinquent girl was stunned. Lin Baici's voice wasn't loud, but the room was too small and the soundproofing was poor. Plus, Li Yintong had excellent hearing, so she caught every single word of the scripture. I didn't expect Brother Lin to have such a hobby. Li Yintong chuckled in spite of herself. Many people relax their nerves when taking a shower and can't help but hum a little tune or something. But this was the first time she had ever heard someone chant scriptures. Huo Yu curled her lip, thinking to herself that she would soon learn how powerful this Buddhist scripture was. Jin Yingzhen felt depressed, seeing how stifled Appa was that he had to rely on chanting to cool his fire. At this moment, the Korean girl felt absolutely heartbroken for Lin Baici. Appa's character is so noble, otherwise, with his charm and strength, why would he have to suffer such grievances? Many women would be willing to join him in a wild, uninhibited gathering. Li Yintong knew she had to be quick, to hurry up and have a go with Lin Baici, to turn the raw rice into cooked rice so she could deepen their relationship. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to hold onto this thick thigh tightly. She saw that she couldn't chase Huo Yu away, so she planned to convince her to join in a foursome. But the moment the words reached her lips, she suddenly felt a sense of indifference. It was like having eaten too many delicacies and losing interest in food. The delinquent girl's small brows furrowed. She didn't understand what this sudden sage-like state was about. But after all, she was a god hunter, and she quickly realized what was happening. Did Brother Lin use divine grace to chant this scripture? Li Yintong looked at Jin Yingzhen, waiting for an answer. This kind of thing couldn't be hidden, and there was no point in hiding it anyway. My Brother Lin is amazing. Li Yintong really wanted to ask how many divine graces Lin Baici possessed, but as soon as the thought arose, it vanished. Why do I care about that? Let it be. Let it be. The delinquent girl didn't mind that the floor was dirty. She sat down cross-legged, emptied her mind, and began to zone out. Lin Baici spent 5 minutes showering, and able to find a change of clothes. He simply washed his boxer briefs and put them back on. It would be great if I could get a full set of God-forbidden items. Lin Baici was very fond of the hiking boots on his feet. He pushed the door open and came out, seeing the 3 girls sitting quietly, looking like 3 water lilies. Brother Lin, Li Yintong greeted him. Because of the influence of the Sanskrit sound and Buddha echo, she wasn't as desperate to curry favor with Lin Baici for the moment. Let's go. Lin Baici walked out of the room. The red-haired woman and her group, who had been waiting in the hallway, immediately gathered around and greeted him. Lin Shen, you look so refreshed after your shower. What do we do next? Lin Shen, do you have a plan? We'll listen to you. Everyone spoke at once. They were waiting for Lin Baici because they wanted to team up with him, as being with him meant a higher safety factor. More than 10 meters away, Jesus stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, closing his eyes to rest. Why are you still here? Li Yintong was speechless. This person was too thick-skinned, wasn't he? The leader of the Statue of Liberty team is nothing more than this. He has disgraced all the Europeans. Trash. Under normal circumstances, everyone would look down on Jesus for this kind of behavior, but they wouldn't show it. After all, even if he wasn't as good as Lin Baici, he could still kill them easily. But now that Lin Baici was present, they definitely had to mock Jesus to curry favor with Lin Baici. Jesus' mouth twitched, but in the end, he acted as if he hadn't heard them and endured it. Exploring the apartment alone was too dangerous. Once he encountered rule-based contamination, he wouldn't even have cannon fodder. So, he would rather be despised than not stick with the group. Anyway, the person who wins in the end is the real winner. Jesus kept the faces of these people in mind. Once the game was over, he would mock them back one by one, search floor by floor. Lin Baici intended to rely on his hunger radar to collect more God-forbidden items as a reserve of weapons, and to figure out as soon as possible how to use his own God-forbidden items. Without the muscle Buddha, Lin Baici felt his sense of security drop significantly. Furthermore, the black altar bowl could not be used, and large items like the oven and the television could not be carried away. The red-haired woman did not expect Lin Baici to do this and immediately looked worried. If we do this, we will definitely encounter a lot of rule corruption. Exactly. Let us think of a way to strike at the heart of the matter and find the final boss, Gao Heng suggested. Everyone thought the same way. They were not as confident as Lin Baici, who could purify every instance of rule corruption. For them, every time they encountered a God-forbidden item, it was like playing a God-forbidden game with an extremely high mortality rate. Suit yourselves. Lin Baici walked toward the end of the east side of the first floor. Everyone looked at each other, feeling somewhat at a loss. Lin Baici's behavior was simply too reckless. We will die. What should we do? The red-haired woman was conflicted. Just follow him. Huang Jingshang remembered his miserable state before when he did not follow Lin Baici and ended up covered in blisters from the oven. This time, he had learned his lesson. That is right. The delinquent girl nodded. No one tried to persuade me. I am Lin Shen's dog. Pogbei and Dorsane did not speak, but their actions of chasing after Lin Baici said it all. They trusted Lin Baici. Every time Lin Baici passed a room, he would knock on the door 4 times with force. Thump, 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 thump. The sound was dull, echoing through the dim corridor. Lin Baici, if you do that, you will lure out that monster that knocks on doors, Jesus warned. He had done this before, and a monster draped in white cloth had emerged. That thing had bizarre attack power and was not easy to kill. Do you think I need you to tell me that? Huang Jingshang rolled his eyes. We have already tried it. Then, why don't you persuade him? The red-haired woman was confused. Because killing that monster drops a master key that can open all the rooms on the floor. Li Yintong explained. So that is it. The red-haired woman suddenly realized. They knew that after killing the rats, they could dissect their stomachs to find keys that could open the corresponding doors. Lin Shen, you are truly brave. Uncle Labor trotted over, passed through the crowd, and arrived at Lin Baici's side. He held out a cigarette with both hands as an offering. Lin Shen, have one. Thank you. I do not smoke. Lin Baici refused. He sniffed, smelling the scent on this middle-aged man, looked down at his shoes, and then shifted his gaze upward to the name tag on his left chest, from which the name had been scraped off. Is this a god-forbidden item? Li Yintang was curious. If it was not, why would he carry this thing around? Uncle Labor nodded. Seeing that Lin Baici did not take the cigarette, he gave an awkward smile and turned to hand it to the delinquent girl. Here, have a smoke. I do not smoke. Li Yintang was actually proficient in smoking, drinking, and dancing, but in front of Lin Baici, she still had to maintain some reserve. Uncle Labor continued to distribute cigarettes to everyone. This is the good stuff. Do not be polite. Smoke up. Jin Yingjin and Huo Yuyu directly declined. Gao Heng took one, pinched the cigarette with his fingers, rubbed it horizontally across his nose, and sniffed it. The smell was authentic, but he would not smoke a cigarette given by a stranger. What if he was being set up? When Lin Baici knocked on the 9th door, the knocking ghost appeared. Lin Baici, it is here, Jesus warned. Although he had been suppressed by Lin Baici until he was dim and lusterless, he was still capable. Being the first to notice the monster's appearance, swish, everyone immediately looked over. More than 30 meters away, a room door opened, and a monster draped in a white bedsheet floated out. It was very short and had 2 legs, but its feet were off the ground, with only the tips of its toes brushing against the floor. On the bedsheet, there were 2 pitch black holes, like abysses, which were the monster's eyes. Do not be fooled by the 2 legs under the sheet. In reality, there are only 2 legs. Jesus provided the information. What does that mean? A few people who had not seen this knocking ghost before were confused. This bedsheet itself is the monster. Do not let it touch you, or your skin will be ripped off. Jesus told these people the information about the monster, purely to gain favor. Also, physical attacks are ineffective against it, so use divine grace. Damn it. Uncle Labor blew out a smoke ring and kicked the wall hard. Does that mean I am useless? Since you know so much detail, you must have fought this kind of monster before. Why don't you go to the trouble of handling one yourself? Wang Jingshan suggested. Can't the leader of the Statue of Liberty team be a bit less pathetic? Come on, let everyone see your strength. Li Yintang go to Jesus. Jesus remained unmoved. No matter how strong the knocking ghost was, it was not as powerful as the dog-headed man from earlier. Therefore, even if he killed this knocking ghost in seconds, it would not change the impression in others' minds that he was inferior to Lin Baici. Uncle Labor spat a glob of thick phlegm. Howard. The knocking ghost paused in the corridor for a few seconds, looked left and right, and upon discovering Lin Baici and the others, it immediately floated over. It is coming. Everyone braced themselves as if facing a great enemy. Gao Heng, red-haired sister, Jesus, and everyone else. This monster is left to you. If you do not want to do it, then stop following me. Lin Baici's tone was cold as he issued an ultimatum. He could have killed this monster before, and now that he had the pipe wrench and mountaineering boots, and had strengthened his body with the meteorite, he was even less likely to fail. But since there was cannon fodder available, why should he do it himself? Lin Baici allowed these people to follow him, but that was not out of the kindness of his heart. He had no intention of being their babysitter. Everyone's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, and a murmur of noise broke out, though they were not entirely surprised. In this world, there has never been such a thing as a free lunch. Everyone, don't let Godlin look down on us. Let's go. Gao Heng exhaled a breath of stale air. Captain Jesus, the 2 of us will take the lead in the attack. Fine. Jesus took 2 steps forward and smashed the unlocked door on the right side. Go inside to fight. The hallway is too cramped. We can't maneuver properly. Step back. Lin Baici retreated. Huang Jingshan and Li Yintang were both from Juzhou like Lin Baici. Although they had only known him for a short time, they already considered themselves his direct subordinates. They did not participate in the battle and followed him as he stepped back. Godlin. Dualishan looked at Lin Baici with longing, hoping to be allowed to follow him. Pogba stroked the head of the doll on his shoulder. It immediately stood up, bowed repeatedly, and pleaded, Godlin, I am your loyal subordinate. The doll did not dare to call itself a teammate, using the word subordinate instead, a term of lower status. Lin Baici waved his hand, and Dualishan and Pogba immediately followed him happily. When the knocking ghost passed the room where Jesus was, a hot water kettle was thrown out, striking it. Because it was a bedsheet, there was no physical form underneath, and the kettle slid to the floor. It made a crisp metallic sound. The knocking ghost immediately floated inside, and sounds of fighting erupted instantly. This Jesus is too petty, Li Yintong said, speechless. He doesn't have the magnanimity or the confidence of a true powerhouse at all. What do you mean? Dualishan asked curiously. He went into the room under the pretext of having more space, but he was actually worried that Brother Lin would see his fighting style. The delinquent girl explained. For a genius like Brother Lin, watching others fight can reveal a lot of intelligence. I see, the tall, statuesque woman realized with a start. Lin Baici counted silently. When he reached 79, the sounds of fighting in the room ceased. The knocking ghost was dead. The white bed sheet was burning, and amidst the flames lay a master key. Gao Heng was quick. He snatched it up. I'll go give it to God Lin. Gao Heng looked at Jesus. That's all right, right. Jesus looked embarrassed and nodded. He knew that in the eyes of these people, he had completely lost his standing. God Lin, I got it. Gao Heng rushed into the hallway, ran up to Lin Baici, and handed him the master key. Lin Baici did not take it, instead looking at Jesus, who was walking out of the room. Did he agree? If he didn't agree, I would have hammered him to death. Gao Heng bared his teeth, though he dared not speak too loudly, lest Jesus hear him. Others might not want to provoke Lin Baici, but dealing with him was still well within their capabilities. Forget it. He just wanted to use Appa as a meat shield. Qin Yingxin was annoyed. The person who opens the door is definitely the first to enter the room. If there were a divine taboo item, they would be the first to be contaminated. Then, should we let Jesus open the door? Gao Heng chuckled dryly, feeling that his attempt to flatter had backfired. No need. Lin Baici took the key and casually opened a locked door nearby. Chapter 341 Big Brother, come play a game. The room was over 40 square meters and simply furnished. The monitor on the computer desk was on, playing a horror movie. Is someone living here? Dualishan stood behind Lin Baici, immediately becoming tense. I don't know. Lin Baici walked to the computer desk and saw dust on the mouse and keyboard, indicating that no one had touched them. The computer must have turned on automatically. He touched the monitor. There was no hunger sensation, and the gluttonous god offered no commentary, indicating it was just an ordinary object. Pogba, being meticulous, took the mouse and dragged the progress bar of the media player, hoping to find some clues from the movie. A large newspaper was pasted on the glass window on the west side, yellowed with age. Lin Baici walked over and lifted a corner of the newspaper. Outside, the sky was dark and the clouds were thin. Occasionally, the chirping of crickets could be heard. Because it was on the ground floor, there were anti-theft bars, just some thick steel rods, now covered in rust. Let's go. There's nothing here. Lin Baici turned and left. Quite a few people had already entered the room, and everyone was rummaging through various places looking for clues. Hearing Lin Baici's words, they all began to walk out. Pogba was a cautious person. He had originally intended to check the computer's hard drive, but seeing Lin Baici leave, he hurriedly chased after him. He did not want to linger in such a room alone. Lin Baici stepped out, with Pogba following closely behind. Just as he was about to close the door, a tap-tap sound came from inside. Pogba's hand froze. Lin Baici stopped in his tracks. Does it sound like something is tapping on the window? Li Yintong tilted her head to listen. Tap tap. The sound rang out again. It was not loud, but it was definitely there. God Lin, what should we do? Pogba gripped his right hand, wanting to close the door. What if the window-tapping monster discovered someone was here and rushed in? What should we do? Lin Baici was speechless. He pushed the door open. Obviously, we take it out. Isn't that a bit too reckless? Dualishan worried. With so many of us, what are we afraid of? Who you thought these people were such cowards? If she had their strength, she would definitely be Lin Baici's right-hand assistant, not just a hanger-on. Lin Baici activated cat-like agility and rushed to the window in a few long strides. He listened carefully to the movement outside and had already drawn the bronze sword from his backpack. If there was another sound, he would immediately stab through. Another divine grace. Li Yintang was astonished. Someone with keen observation skills like Jesus immediately noticed that when Lin Baici ran toward the window, his movements were not only light and agile, but he did not make even the slightest sound of footsteps, as if a grim reaper wielding a scythe had drifted past, silent and soundless. God Lin has so many divine favors, Dorision said with envy. Shut up, Hotba scolded, worried about startling the monster. Jin Yingxian knew that Lin Baici had activated cat-like agility. This divine favor could make a person's posture and movements resemble those of a wild cat, ensuring that no noise was produced during any action, especially at night. Human sensory sensitivity increases significantly, predatory instincts are heightened, and vision is greatly improved. Even when not activated, it has a long-term effect. As long as one does not overeat and only eats until 70% full, the body's lines will become as slender and graceful as a wild cat, with no need to worry about gaining weight. Lin Baici had obtained this divine favor at the Haijing Provincial Museum from the cat god scale. Since there were 4 in total, Lin Baici had generously shared them with himself, Xiu Hongyao, and Huo Yuyu. Jin Yingxian had a great figure, the result of years of jogging and yoga. But after reaching a certain level, wanting an even better physique required more sweat. Because it was like trying to improve from a 95 to a 100, the difficulty was immense. After trying, Jin Yingxian had given up. After all, life was so beautiful, and she did not want to spend every day in the gym. But since obtaining cat-like agility, she found that her figure began to improve. And even if she reduced the frequency of her workouts, her physique did not deteriorate. This was clearly the effect of this divine favor. Huo Yuyu was even more familiar with this divine favor than Lin Baici. One look at the way he walked, and she knew exactly what was going on. Compared to Jin Yingxian, Huo Yuyu spent even less time exercising. After all, she had to live stream and attend school, and she barely had time to go shopping. The gym membership she had was purely for psychological comfort, and she had hardly ever been there. In the live streaming circle, she was known as a bean sprout and could only pull off a cute style figure. Was that something you could eat? But after having cat-like agility for over half a month, Huo Yuyu looked in the mirror after a shower and discovered that her figure had changed. Her proportions were better. She was slimmer, and her body contours were more aesthetically pleasing. She really looked like a Maine Coon. Huo Yuyu's livestream content included gaming, singing, and dancing. Among them, the dancing received the worst feedback. It was just something watchable, a small perk for her fans. But after obtaining this divine favor, her movements began to be filled with a rhythmic beauty. She didn't need to deliberately maintain her form. Any random movement was pleasing to the eye. Soon, Huo Yuyu noticed that the number of comments asking her to dance had increased. At first, she thought it was trolls trying to stir up trouble to make her look bad. But in her fan groups, the big spenders were also begging her to increase her dancing time. Many fans said that although her dancing wasn't professional enough, it was very comfortable to watch. And they even called her a natural dancer, saying it was a huge waste that she hadn't practiced ballet. Only then did Huo Yuyu understand what was happening. Cat-like agility combined with snake bone suppleness made her body even more graceful and beautiful. If she were in ancient times, earning the reputation of one of the 4 great beauties would likely be no problem. And so, her heart was filled with gratitude toward Lin Baici. It could be said that Lin Baici had given her an additional talent, taking her live streaming career to the next level. Lin Baici did not know that Jin Yingxian and Huo Yuyu were distracted. He hid behind the wall next to the window, waiting to ambush. But the knocking on the window did not sound again. Was I discovered? Lin Baici frowned and lifted a corner of the newspaper. Apart from the shadows of the parasol trees on the ground, which looked like evil spirits wandering the streets, there was nothing else. Lin Baici gave up, walked out of the room, and was just about to open the next door. Tap, tap. The knocking on the window sounded again. The sound was not loud, and it was still coming from the room he had just been in. Everyone stopped in their tracks, glanced at the room door, and then looked at Lin Baici. Is that thing back? Li Yintang asked suspiciously. Is it because you are too strong, Brother Lin, that the thing is afraid of you? Should we have someone else go check? Several people's hearts tightened, terrified of being chosen by Lin Baici. Lin Baici walked into the room. This time, he couldn't even be bothered to use cat-like agility. When he reached the window, he didn't wait. He directly lifted the newspaper. There was nothing. Lin Baici put the newspaper down, did not leave, silently counted to 8, and grabbed the newspaper again, lifting it up. Outside the window, something was crawling on the security bars. Its thin, small arm was reaching through the gap in the bars, intending to knock on the window. When the newspaper was lifted and the light from the room shone out, it was startled. Whoosh! It immediately crawled away like a gecko. Judging by its body silhouette, it looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child crawling. Could it be that even the monsters know of my reputation as the great glutton Lin? Lin Baici mocked himself. He guessed. Could it be that this monster saw him eating the dog-headed man earlier? That's why it was afraid. God Lin, how is it? The red-haired woman asked. There is a monster. Lin Baici didn't take it too hard and went to the next room. He checked it once, found nothing. And just as he was about to leave, the glass was knocked on again. Lin Baici glanced at the window, didn't go over, and slammed the door shut. He continued to search the next room. 5 minutes later, he still found nothing. But as Lin Baici left, the sound of knocking on the window rang out again. God Lin, what should we do? Everyone looked at Lin Baici. Now, even a fool knew there was a monster outside. I suggest we ignore it, find the badge quickly, and go upstairs. No matter what kind of monster it is, let someone else deal with it first. Jesus was worried that Lin Baici, being young and hot-blooded, would want to hunt that monster down. Play with it. If it is happy, it will choose a simple difficulty when selecting a game, leaving the player with their life. Otherwise, it will be a death game served with hellish difficulty, the gluttonous god commented. Judging by what the god of food said, everyone has already been targeted and cannot run away. But how are they supposed to play? By humoring the monster. Lin Baici slammed the door shut, then suddenly opened it again, rushed to the window at full speed, and ripped off the newspaper pasted over it. The thing was right outside, its small arm reaching into the security bars. Just about to knock on the window, seeing Lin Baici, it immediately crawled away. Lin Baici hesitated, wondering if he should just stab it with his sword next time. It cannot be killed. You can only avoid being harassed by winning the game against it. The god of food provided the information. Lin Baici walked into the next room. Instead of searching, he stood directly in front of the window and tapped his finger against the glass. Tap tap, tap tap. He waited for over 10 seconds, but there was no response from outside. So, he started tapping out a Christmas carol. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Everyone was dumbfounded. What is God Lin doing? Huang Jingxiang rubbed his gums. Fishing. Jesus did not want Lin Baici to lure the monster out, but he knew no one would listen to him. So, he simply shut his mouth and retreated backward. After finishing the tapping, Lin Baici stood in place and waited. Everyone looked at each other, wearing helpless expressions that said, "We do not know anything, and we dare not ask anything." Suddenly, tap tap, outside the window. The sound of knocking on glass rang out. Everyone immediately tensed up, and full alert. This time, Lin Baici did not rip off the newspaper but instead tapped on the window. Tap tap. 3 seconds later, a response came from outside. Tap tap. Lin Baici immediately tapped twice as well. Tap tap. And in the exact same spot where the monster had knocked. The monster knocked on the window in response again. Then, the two of them went back and forth, interacting through the window. Everyone was stunned. This is too boring if it goes on like this. Lin Baici thought for a moment, then suddenly started tapping out the children's song to tigers, even humming it under his breath. After he finished, the monster started tapping too, and the rhythm was exactly the same as his. It even replicated the parts where Lin Baici had made mistakes. Once the children's song was finished, just as Lin Baici was wondering how to make the monster outside happy, a giggle sounded from outside. The voice was young and playful. One could tell it was a little girl. Everyone immediately became nervous, but soon, the laughter faded into the distance. It left. Dualishan was overjoyed. Avoiding a fight was the best possible outcome. God Lin, you are too brave. Huang Jingxiang's remark was both flattery and a sigh of genuine emotion. If it were him, he certainly would not have interacted with the monster like he was fishing, because the danger was too great. God Lin, you have both courage and strategy. Reaching the dragon level in the future is to be expected. The red-haired woman complimented him. Stop with the flattery and save your strength for fighting monsters. Lin Baici left the room, stepped onto the concrete floor of the hallway, and walked toward the next room. Just as he gripped the doorknob, preparing to open the door, a childish voice drifted through the hallway. Big brother, come play a game, whoosh. Everyone looked up, staring into the hallway. Damn, that monster is here. Everyone felt their scalps tingle. It is on the ceiling, the delinquent girl exclaimed. Everyone looked up and saw a figure crawling toward them. A little girl. Her arms and legs bent at 90-degree angles. Her thighs and upper arms parallel to the ceiling, crawling over in a bizarre posture, just like a lizard. When it crawled past the energy-saving lamp, the dress on its body blocked the bulb, causing the light in the hallway to dim instantly, and a dozen moths were startled into flight. Some people subconsciously retreated, and some wanted to leave. But seeing that Lin Baici stood still, they temporarily abandoned that thought, though they still kept the distance of several meters from him. This way, even if they were attacked, Lin Baici would be the meat shield in front. Come play a game. In the blink of an eye, the little girl, stuck upside down on the ceiling like a gecko, crawled in front of everyone. This time, everyone saw it clearly. Looking at its build alone, it was a thin little girl with slender limbs, clearly malnourished. It was wearing a dirty, short-sleeved white dress stained with dried blood and mud spots, and there were several large footprints on its back, though it wasn't clear who had stepped on it, because it was crawling on the ceiling. Its little dress hung down due to gravity, revealing its scarred calves and a pair of bear-pattern underwear. However, everyone's gaze was fixed on its head, just like the bandaged female office worker. This little girl's head was also wrapped in bandages. The only difference was that it had two large black and white eyes exposed, looking at everyone. Logically, since it was crawling on the ceiling, its head should have been upside down, but right now, its neck was twisted 180 degrees, and its face was looking directly at everyone. Giggle, the little girl laughed. If not for the terrifying sight before them, it would have been quite a pleasant sound. Big brother, I like you. Come play a game. The little girl crawled down along the wall. Everyone was completely numb. They looked at Lin Baici, not to mention that they dared not attack without his orders. Even if they were instructed to, they would have hesitated. When fighting a monster, whoever strikes first is definitely the one who gets targeted. The little girl did not mind the dirt. It came down from the wall, crawled across the concrete floor, arrived in front of Lin Baici, circled around him once, and then climbed onto his body. Big brother, come play a game. Like a lizard, the little girl clung to Lin Baici, its bandaged head facing Lin Baici's face directly. I will be damned. What kind of nerves of steel is this? The delinquent girl looked at Lin Baici, admiring him to the point of prostration. If it were her, having a monster crawl onto her like that, she would have panicked and punched it long ago. Chapter 342. Who agrees? Who opposes? On the first floor of the apartment, in the old hallway, there were many footprints on the walls, as well as the remains of insects that had been swatted to death. The energy-saving lamp flickered occasionally, emitting a buzzing crackle of electricity. It was clear that the bulb would burn out before long. Leader Yi Zhisheng strapped the silicone doll to his back, tying it tight with a rope, ready to begin the fight the moment Lin Baici gave the order. Everyone, don't act rashly. Lin Baici had not sensed any threat for the time being. Do not attack it. Once it is harmed, it will hunt you down relentlessly until one side is dead. The God Eater commented. Play a game with it. Once it is satisfied, it will leave, and it might even agree to one or two small requests. The little monster used its hands and feet, clinging to him like a koala. Though it didn't weigh much. Big brother, let's play a game. The little girl's voice was light and friendly, just like a cute child who had just started kindergarten and was eager to make new friends. All right. Lin Baici smiled slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out and hugged the little girl. Don't fall off. Since the God Eater said it had no intention of hurting anyone, he figured that if he acted warm and intimate, he shouldn't be attacked. He wasn't doing this to take advantage of the little girl, but to build rapport. Perhaps it would then choose some of the simplest games. The others didn't understand Lin Baici's train of thought, nor did they know the intelligence regarding this bandage-wrapped girl. Seeing Lin Baici casually hug this little monster, they were instantly dumbfounded. Are you serious? God Lin, you have such a heavy taste. Pogba didn't consider himself a good person. In capitalist countries, as a god hunter with status and money, he lived a life of debauchery. He had enjoyed everything legal or illegal, twisted or normal. Sometimes, during his moments of post-coital clarity, he felt he didn't deserve to be human. But compared to this Lin Baici, he was nothing. The first reaction of these Europeans was to think in the wrong direction, while Asians like Jin Yingxin and Li Yintong were shocked by how bold Lin Baici was to even dare to hug a monster. What was this equivalent to? It was like encountering a female ghost and, instead of being scared and running away, excitedly rushing up to ask for her WeChat, or, when passing through a mass grave in the middle of the night, seeing a ghost and inviting it to walk with you so the road wouldn't be boring. The little girl was stunned. No one had ever dared to treat it like this. Those who came into the apartment either attacked it or ran away. Why? The little girl asked, reaching out to touch Lin Baici's cheek. The arm this human had wrapped around its waist made it feel a warm body temperature. It was truly a very fresh experience. Because I like playing games. Lin Baici gave a bright smile, his 8 teeth gleaming even under the dim light, looking exactly like a kind and approachable older neighbor. Well, and handsome too. Giggle, giggle, giggle. The little girl immediately started laughing, although its face was completely hidden by the bandages. Its 2 large eyes curved into crescent moons. It climbed down from Lin Baici and crawled toward Huang Jingshan, who was nearby, scaling him in a flash. Hiss, damn it. Huang Jingshan gasped in pain. His body was covered in large blisters from being scalded by the oven on the 10th floor. And now, with the little girl touching him like this, many of them burst, making him wince in agony. Uncle, want to play a game? The little girl asked. Play your mother. Huang Jingxiang's body trembled with pain, and he wished he could blow the little girl's head off right then and there. And why call me uncle? I just look old. The little girl's bandage-wrapped head leaned in front of Huang Jingshan. Want to play? Play, play. Huang Jingshan didn't know if this was the right answer, but since Lin Baici had agreed, following his lead couldn't be wrong. Having received a satisfactory answer, the little girl climbed down. As it prepared to crawl toward Yi Zhisheng, its head spun 120 degrees like a windmill, locking onto Pogba, who was separated from it by Jin Yingxin and Hua Yuyu. Holy shit! Pogba cursed in his heart, hurriedly praying to God, please don't come over here, but unfortunately, it was useless. This was Asian territory. God didn't go on business trips here. Swish, 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 like a spider. The little girl crawled over rapidly and climbed onto him. Hello, want to play a game? The little girl wasn't talking to Pogba, but to the doll on his shoulder. The doll remained indifferent. Hello. The little girl reached out and poked the doll's cheek. God Lin, what should I do if I agree? Will there be trouble? Pogba was very annoyed. Even with his toes, he could tell that this little monster's game definitely wasn't child's play. It would get people killed. But if he didn't agree, would he be punished? Decide for yourself. Lin Baici didn't care. Pogba ultimately lacked the guts to refuse and decided to follow Lin Baici's lead. Thus, the doll spoke up. The little girl nodded and started to climb down, but halfway through, it crawled back up, grabbed the doll, and began to fiddle with it. The flesh on its left and right shoulders began to squirm and swell, with 2 soft popping sounds. A new arm grew from each side. Oh my god! Dualishan almost peed herself in fear. The crowd was also in an uproar. The little girl, now with 4 arms, felt that asking everyone one by one was too time-consuming. It couldn't wait to play games with its new friends. So it crawled back onto the left wall, looking down at everyone from above. Do you all want to play a game with me? The little girl asked, playing with the doll in its hands. Podbo was on the verge of tears. That doll in the princess dress was his trump card. People like Gao Heng didn't dare to refuse. But they all had their own little schemes. Some didn't make a sound and just nodded slightly, while others didn't even nod, hoping to muddle through. So happy. The little girl lifted her dress, pulled down her underwear featuring a teddy bear pattern, and reached one hand inside to pull out a deck of cards the size of a poker deck. Every card has a little game on it. Are you going to draw them yourselves? Or will you pick a representative? The little girl placed her doll on her shoulder and asked while shuffling the cards rapidly. I'll let Xiaobai draw for me. Hu Yu had lived for nearly 20 years and had never found money on the ground, let alone won a single lottery ticket. So she felt she simply didn't have any luck. Yidu. Jin Yingzhen wanted to play the same game as Lin Baici. I don't care. Yi Zhisheng was indifferent, whether it was playing games or climbing a mountain of blades. As long as he could bring his girlfriend along, it was no big deal. Li Yintang and Huang Jingshang hesitated. The others didn't speak either. In this situation, everyone wanted to draw for themselves. After all, they wanted to be the masters of their own fate. Otherwise, if their representative had bad luck and drew the worst card, they would be depressed to death. Moreover, looking at the situation, the representative would undoubtedly be Lin Baici. Is there a difference? Jesus was very steady. He didn't panic and had been observing this little monster. Does it seem to have a favorable impression of Lin Baici? Whoever draws the game plays it. If a representative draws the game, then the people being represented can choose one person to play. If that person wins, everyone wins. If they lose, then naturally, everyone bears the consequences together. The little girl explained. What happens if we lose the game? Jesus pressed further. It depends on the difficulty of the game. You might die, you might be crippled, or you might just receive a tiny little punishment. The little girl raised her right hand, pinching her index finger and thumb together very small. The crowd hesitated. Oh my, this is such a waste of time. Let me give you an example. The little girl turned her head, looked down at the circle, and then crawled toward the red-haired woman. Holy crap, don't come over here. The red-haired woman panicked, feeling annoyed to death. How could she be so unlucky? She was picked immediately. Watching the little girl crawl over, she hurriedly emphasized, I'll let God Lin. Oh, that's him. The red-haired woman pointed at Lin Baici. I'll let him draw for me. The little girl stopped. Generally speaking, the example chosen cannot be changed. But I like this big brother, so I can give you a special favor. The little girl turned her head and looked at Gao Heng, who was standing next to the red-haired woman. Gao Heng was sharp. Before the little girl could speak, he hurriedly declared, I also choose him as my representative. The little girl frowned. Fine, whatever. Pick the next one. At this moment, everyone panicked. No one wanted to be cannon fodder. After all, being the first to go without knowing what game they would be playing meant the probability of death was too high. So, whoever the little girl looked at, that person would hurriedly speak up. I agree to choose a representative. Me too. I choose God Lin as my representative. Dragging it out for a while longer was better than nothing. A bunch of losers. Jesus cursed. Damn it, don't be like this. Li Yintang was about to cry. She still wanted to gather more intelligence through the example. Team leader Jesus. You need to be tough. That's right, it's up to you. Prove to it that humans can do it too. Don't lose face for the Statue of Liberty. Come on, beat it, everyone chimed in, trying to persuade Jesus to do it himself. Jesus also wanted to be tough and let these people see that he could purify this rule-based pollution all by himself. But the moment the little girl looked over, his confidence dissipated quite a bit, and he blurted out, I choose a representative. There is an old saying in Kyushu that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. So playing it safe for a while was the right move. Fuck, damn, so cowardly. Disgraceful, tooey. Everyone cursed and grumbled. Their respect for Jesus dropped to freezing point. The little girl was very unhappy. If she had a small mouth, it would already be pouting. You guys are really too boring. The little girl shook her head and crawled back onto the wall. Then you guys choose a representative to draw the cards. I'll do it. Jesus didn't want to be cannon fodder, nor did he want to play a game drawn by someone else. On what grounds? Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost. The crowd started swearing directly. Who didn't want to draw? But reason told them they weren't qualified, or rather, only Lin Baici was qualified, because everyone only respected him. This was the right to speak he had earned through his excellent performance. Jesus's face turned livid from being squeezed out, but he held it in and pleaded with the little girl. "Can we discuss this for a moment? 5 minutes." After the little girl finished speaking, she lowered her head to play with her doll. "What's there to discuss? Just let Godlin be the representative." Huang Jingxiang firmly supported Lin Baici. Since he wasn't qualified anyway, he might as well suck up to Lin Baici. Seconded. Li Yintong raised her hand. Seconded. Seconded. Everyone started raising their hands. If they opposed it now, wouldn't they be held a grudge by Lin Baici and be made things difficult for later? Have you all forgotten? If it weren't for Lin Baici knocking on the window, this little monster wouldn't have been lured here at all. Jesus sneered. The crowd fell silent, glancing at Lin Baici. To be honest, they did feel some resentment in their hearts. It sounds as if this monster wouldn't have come if Brother Lin hadn't knocked on the glass. The delinquent girl argued back. Perhaps it was already injured before everyone encountered it, making it easier to deal with. Or maybe it would have been purified. Jesus was also sharp-tongued. Coward. Someone like you who doesn't dare to face rule-based pollution directly will never reach the dragon level. Li Yintong looked at him with contempt. What did you say? Jesus clenched his fists. His face flushed red, and anger instantly filled his features. The delinquent girl had struck a nerve with Jesus, because he had run away more than once. Why was Jesus the only one to survive when the Statue of Liberty team was wiped out at the Louvre ruins? It wasn't because he was lucky. It was because he had fled. Cut the crap. Lin Baici barked. We don't have much time. I will act as the representative. Who agrees? Who objects? Lin Baici's gaze swept over the group, finally landing on Jesus' face. Jesus opened his mouth, but in the end, he said nothing and lowered his head. He had effectively conceded. Brother Lin is so domineering. The delinquent girl giggled, crossing her legs. What should I do? I really want to be ravaged by Brother Lin with that kind of attitude and tone. Little cutie. I'll draw the card on their behalf. Lin Baici smiled slightly. Little cutie. The little girl tilted her head. After figuring out the meaning of those two words, her large eyes curved into crescents again. I like that nickname. It climbed down, and with a flick of its pale little hand, swish, it fanned out the shuffled cards like a folding fan. It held them with both hands and extended them toward Lin Baici. First round. Come on. When everyone heard this, they cursed under their breath. Doesn't this mean there are going to be several rounds? The more they played, the greater the risk of death. The little cutie didn't care about these people. It just looked at Lin Baici with a grin. Draw quickly. If you wait too long, it will get angry. The back of the card was black, featuring a large, bleeding mouth as the main design. It was a pity he couldn't take out the divine tortoise shell. Or he could have performed a divination. Lin Baici's expression remained calm. His fingers brushed over the card faces, but his eyes were stealing glances at the little cutie, trying to judge the content of the cards based on its expression. However, the little cutie had bandages wrapped around its head, and its eyes were filled with nothing but laughter, offering no reference value at all. Forget it. I'll just leave it to luck and draw one at random, starting from the left. Lin Baici pinched the 8th card and pulled it out. Can I look at it? Lin Baici asked. You can. The little cutie crossed its arms, waiting for Lin Baici to flip the card. Since their lives were at stake, everyone crowded around, staring at the card in Lin Baici's hand. Amitabha. May the Buddha protect us, Huang Jingxiang prayed. And then he watched as Lin Baici flipped the card. On the face of the card was an illustration of a bumper car from an amusement park. Congratulations. You have drawn death bumper cars. The game difficulty is hell level. The large mouth on the back of the card announced loudly. Chapter 343, God Lin. I'm sorry. I admit I was speaking a bit too loudly just now. When everyone heard the difficulty level, their expressions changed drastically. People like the tall, leggy woman even had the color drain completely from their faces. Damn it, fuck you. We're finished. Everyone felt like prisoners standing in court waiting for a verdict, instead of hearing an acquittal. They had been sentenced to immediate execution. Their mental states collapsed on the spot. I told you. We shouldn't have let him draw. Jesus was furious, wishing he could slaughter Lin Baici right then and there. Although he didn't know the specific details of the Death Bumper Cars game, the words hell level said everything. At least 90% of the people standing here would die, and those who survived wouldn't necessarily be the strongest, but rather those whose luck was off the charts. The draw is already done. What's the use of complaining? Li Yintong retorted. In truth, she was also very unhappy, but she had already placed her bets on Lin Baici. She couldn't back out now, or wouldn't her investment be in vain? Brother Lin, don't take it too hard. I support you. As the delinquent girl spoke, she hugged Lin Baici's arm, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed his cheek. I'll lend you my luck. Try to draw an easy difficulty for the next round. There's a next round. Gao Heng held back, but he couldn't help complaining. We might all be dead after this one. Can you stop being a harbinger of doom? Jin Yingxin looked at him with disdain. Besides, the game content hasn't been announced yet. Maybe even though the difficulty is high, Appa can clear it perfectly. Have. Gao Heng chuckled. He didn't want to sour his relationship with Lin Baici, but that smile said everything. Xiao Bai, it's okay. Don't mind them. Hu Yu comforted Lin Baici. Yi Zhisheng was indifferent, or rather, he didn't care about such things at all, whispering to his girlfriend on the side. Seeing these three people still supporting Lin Baici in such a situation without a hint of complaint, Jesus felt very envious. He wished he had team members like that. What a bunch of trash. You chose the person, so you have to own the consequences. Che Jingxiak had his hands in the pockets of his trench coat, looking at Gao Heng and the others. The mockery in his eyes was overflowing. What did you say? Gao Heng was annoyed and rolled up his sleeves. Do you believe I'll kill you first? Back in those days, I walked with my hands in my pockets, not knowing what an opponent was. Che Jingxiak replied indifferently, not even taking his hands out of his pockets. He was arrogant to the extreme. Damn it! Gao Heng was enraged. Stop arguing. Stop arguing. Uncle Labor walked up to Gao Heng, blocking his view of the handsome man in the trench coat, and offered him a cigarette. Here, have a smoke and cool off. Get lost. Gao Heng pushed Uncle Labor's hand away. The card is already drawn. It's too late to say anything. We should hurry up and ask that little girl about the game content, then pick someone skilled to play it. Huan Jingshan suggested. Pick, I'm doing it. Jesus insisted. If the representative lost the game, it meant everyone else lost too. So Jesus wanted to do it himself. In any case, he didn't want to entrust his life to anyone else. Everyone looked at the little girl, waiting for the verdict. Keep arguing. This is quite entertaining. The little cutie giggled. It sounds just like a dog barking. Everyone's expression turned ugly at being mocked by a monster. What kind of game is Death Bumper Cars? Lin Baici asked, feeling quite speechless at having drawn such a difficult game. The little cutie retracted her pale, small hand, took back the card Lin Baici had drawn, and lifted her dress. Two slender legs covered in bruises from beatings were immediately exposed. With one hand, the little cutie grabbed her little bear pattern underwear, pulled it aside, and stuffed the card inside. I forgot. That wasn't the right deck of cards. I took the wrong one. Everyone's brows twitched instantly. What does that mean? We can draw again. It seems so. Everyone stared at the little cutie. Huang Jingshan even pressed his palms together, rubbing them incessantly. The little cutie pulled out another deck of cards, shuffled them, flicked her right hand with a swish, fanned them out, and extended them toward Lin Baici. Big brother, draw. The back of these cards was red and also featured a mouth. But it had turned into a child's mouth, no longer as ferocious and terrifying as the previous set. Why? Jesus did not understand. Why do you care why? Isn't it a good thing that we can redraw? The red-haired woman couldn't hold back and started snapping at him. Brother Lin is handsome, so this little girl likes him, obviously. Li Yintong touched Lin Baici's abdominal muscles. 8 well-defined, chiseled abs. Look at those lines, look at that firmness. She wanted to lick them. Lin Baici swatted the delinquent girl's hand away. The little cutie found it interesting and also reached out with both small hands, rubbing them vigorously. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Baici was certainly good-looking, but was he really handsome enough to eat off a monster's favor? Jesus frowned deeply. He always felt there was a mystery here. He had to figure it out. Perhaps this was the key to successfully clearing the level. I think it must be because Brother Lin was the one who took the initiative to find her, which is why we have the chance to swap decks and redraw. Che Jingshu guess. That's right. If I had been the one to find you all, then you would have to play 5 games. And even the easiest one would be nightmare difficulty. The little cutie shuffled the cards with the flair of a gambling god. If you take the initiative to find me to play, the game difficulty is mostly normal. Unless your luck is truly terrible, you won't draw a hard difficulty. Oh, and you only need to play 3 rounds. Whoosh! Hearing this, everyone was ecstatic. Like death row inmates being led to the execution grounds at noon who suddenly escaped death because the emperor declared a general amnesty. So happy. I really like the rhythm of Big Brother tapping on the glass. The little cutie smiled sweetly, her small fingers sliding along the contours of Lin Baici's abs, like a maze. My god, Lin is awesome. Huang Jingshang shouted out loud. So that's how it is, the delinquent girl nodded, suddenly struck by an idea. If they gifted Lin Baici to this little girl, maybe everyone wouldn't even have to play the games and could pass directly, damn it. Gao Heng regretted it to death and hurriedly squeezed out a respectful smile. Apologizing to Lin Baici, God Lin, I'm sorry. I admit my voice was a bit loud just now. In reality, it wasn't just Gao Heng. Everyone had been annoyed that Lin Baici kept tapping on the window despite knowing there were monsters outside, which ended up attracting this one. But because they couldn't beat him, they didn't dare to badmouth him. Now it seemed that Lin Baici's tapping on the window to interact with this little monster was a stroke of genius. A normal level game shouldn't be too hard, right? It's in the bag. They could start popping the champagne early. Jesus quietly let out a sigh of relief. He felt that with his strength, playing a normal level game would definitely result in a perfect clear. Quick, who complained about God Lin earlier? Hurry up and apologize. The working class uncle teased, taking out a cigarette and respectfully offering it to Lin Baici. God Lin, please. Lin Baici pushed away the uncle's hand. Clap, clap. The little cutie clapped her hands. Don't waste any more time. Draw the cards. Swish. Everyone looked at Lin Baici. Even Jesus didn't dare to compete this time. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that this little monster had a favorable impression of Lin Baici. And indeed, the little cutie ignored everyone else. After shuffling the cards, she fanned them out and extended them directly to Lin Baici. As expected of a god ruin where deities exist, even the monsters have developed intelligence. Jinjenju sighed with emotion. She was suddenly very curious about what that deity looked like. Of course, it was just a passing thought. If she actually encountered one, she would run away immediately. Otherwise, being radiated by a deity would likely cause her to lose her human form and turn into a monster within minutes. Lin Baici drew a card at random. Congratulations. You have drawn Animal Amusement Park. Game difficulty hard. The big mouth on the back of the card announced immediately. God Lin, your luck is truly one of a kind. Huang Jingshang felt miserable. The little monster had said most games were normal, yet you still drew a hard one. Did you cheat on the goddess of luck in your past life and get held a grudge against? Which one of you will act as the representative to play? The little cutie shuffled the cards. But I want to play with Big Brother. What is the content of the game? Jesus asked with a friendly attitude, also wanting to win the little monster's favor. I will inform you after the representative is chosen, the little cutie explained. That's so underhanded. Everyone had planned to let the person with the best chance of winning participate once they knew the game content. But the little monster had directly crushed that idea. I'll do it, Jesus volunteered. I believe that among those present, in terms of experience and strength, no one is more suitable than me. Did you forget about Brother Lin? Li Yintong retorted. I choose Appa. Jin Yingxin stated. I also choose God Lin. The working class uncle took a puff of his cigarette and blew a smoke ring. Jesus knew that once everyone had expressed their stance, it would not be easy to make them change their minds. So, he took the initiative to introduce himself. I admit that Lin Baici performed very well just now, but it did not make a move. I am simply cautious by nature. I have been a god hunter for 12 years and possess 25 divine favors. As for experience, I believe those who know what the identity of the Statue of Liberty team leader represents will understand. Jesus looked into Lin Baici's eyes and tried to persuade him earnestly. I think you understand that in order to survive, I will also do my absolute best. Damn, 25 divine favors, on average, per year. That is quite impressive. Team leader Jesus still has some real skills after all, some people whispered, feeling a bit swayed. After all, Jesus' resume was truly strong. Although I only have 19 divine favors, I feel that they are all very powerful. Lin Baici would never let his life or death be held in the hands of others. How many? Huang Jingshan was dumbfounded when he heard the number of divine favors Lin Baici blurted out, and he asked subconsciously. He had actually heard it clearly, but he could not believe it. 19. Li Yintan looked shocked. Gao Heng and his group also looked at Lin Baici, their faces full of disbelief. How long have you been a god hunter? Jesus blurted out. Half a year. Lin Baici had started from the end of summer vacation and had gone through most of the semester. Strictly speaking, it had not even been half a year. Is that fake? Nonsense. You can get 19 divine favors in half a year. That is right, even if he were the biological son of the director of the Kyushu Security Bureau. He would not have such treatment. Everyone muttered. In any case, it boiled down to 2 words, his belief. Because it was too exaggerated. God Lin, this joke is not funny. You will become a laughingstock. Uncle Dagong advised him out of good intentions. Appa became a god hunter at the end of last summer vacation in the Longshan Temple God ruins in Guangqing City. I can testify to that. Jin Yingshan was very proud. My Appa is just that strong. I was there too. Hu Yu raised her little hand. If it were not for Xiaobai, we would all be dead. Listening to what you mean, there were no other god hunters in the god ruins at that time. Huang Jingshan was stunned. Hu Yu nodded. Hiss, does that not mean your debut battle was clearing the god ruins solo? Li Yintang was shocked. Amazing, my brother Lin. The others also had expressions of shock, even if it was a falling star. A newly formed god ruins was quite dangerous for a 10-person god hunter squad. For an ordinary person to purify it, such things existed in the hunter circle, but they were extremely rare. Moreover, every such person eventually reached the dragon level. Oh my god. The tall foreign woman made a cross on her chest. Am I standing in front of a future dragon level? Everyone also looked at Lin Baici with curiosity and shock, as if they were looking at a Tyrannosaurus Rex that had walked out of the Cretaceous period. They did not doubt that Lin Baici was lying, because his performance just now was truly excellent. If it were not for him, everyone would still be chased by the dog-headed men right now. Since we met God Lin, we have encountered 3 rule pollutions, the goldfish, a death music festival, and a high-temperature oven. All of them were purified by God Lin. Pogba interjected. That is right. God Lin thought that hitting rats to find keys was too slow, so he directly lured the knocking ghost out and killed it to get the master key. The tall foreign woman added. As for how God Lin performed when we encountered that wrapped-head female white-collar worker and the dog-headed man, I do not need to say more. What are we hesitating for? Let God Lin be the representative. The red-haired woman immediately expressed her stance, chasing Shuo, with his hands in his pockets. Listened to the introduction from Jin Yingshan and the others and looked at Lin Baici with interest. It is settled then. Let God Lin fight. Uncle Dagong took a deep drag of his cigarette. This little girl has a good impression of God Lin. Choosing him might mean he will go easy on us and show some mercy. Chasing Shuo interjected. Everyone nodded. This possibility was also quite high. Jesus was speechless because, in all honesty, when he heard Lin Baici's record, he could not help but want to choose him too. Half a year. I feel like I have lived my life in vain. Big brother, you seem to be very powerful. Little cutie blinked her big eyes and poked Lin Baici's stomach. Let it be you then. I just like playing games with powerful people. Would it not have been better to just do this earlier? Jin Zhenju rolled her eyes. She had been following Lin Baici and had experienced a psychological change from contempt and disdain to being completely convinced and calling him God Lin. Little cutie, start introducing the game. Lin Baici smiled slightly. He felt a bit annoyed in his heart. Damn it. When he was strong enough, would he need to reason with them? He would just make the decisions himself. Whoever was not convinced, he would slap them to death. The content of Animal Amusement Park is that when you are playing in a zoo, You must communicate with every animal you encounter. As little cutie spoke, she pulled open her teddy bear underwear with one hand and took out a large wooden box from inside. Chapter 340 For Do Not Panic, I Will Win It. In the dim hallway late at night, the energy-saving lamp emitted a buzzing sound of electric current from time to time. Li Yintong stared at the little monster's underwear with the teddy bear pattern, nudged Huan Jingxiang with her elbow, and whispered, "It should be a spatial type god taboo item, right? Definitely." The little monster's underwear was dirty, looking like it had not been washed for many days. It was only the size of a palm, yet it could pull out a wooden box the size of a bucket of instant noodles. I really want it. Huan Jingxiang swallowed his saliva. It is worthy of being a god ruins where gods exist. Gao Heng sighed with emotion. These foreign god hunters had only heard rumors that gods might exist within the Bizan god ruins, and the authenticity of such claims remained to be verified, but now they believed it. Space-type divine artifacts were extremely rare in the circle of god hunters. They were priceless and impossible to find, and available even with money. Yet now, inside an apartment, they were looking at two of them. If they could get their hands on that fashionable handbag belonging to the white-collar woman with the wrapped head, or the underwear of this little monster, this trip would be worth the price of admission. However, there must be restrictions on using this underwear, right? It wasn't just Gao Heng. Everyone was pondering how they could get their hands on those briefs. The little cutie opened a large wooden box, took out a folded map, and folded it, blew the dust off the floor, and laid the map down. The map was 1 meter long and half a meter wide. It depicted a large zoo with 72 attractions, including Lion King Mountain, Swan Lake, Parrot Forest, and Phoenix Slope, all connected by a winding, convoluted route. It looks like that Monopoly board game. Huo Yu rubbed her hands together. Although she wasn't a gaming streamer, she often played various games to pass the time for the sake of show effects and to fill her streaming hours, and Monopoly was among them. It was a pity it wasn't Fight the Landlord, otherwise, she could have provided Lin Baici with some outside assistance. The little cutie set the map down and then took out 72 thumb-sized animal models, placing them into the squares representing each attraction. These models were carved from gold. Under the energy-saving lamp, they looked so lifelike that it felt as if they might come to life at any second. This is Animal Amusement Park. Whoever finishes touring the entire park first wins. The little cutie stuffed 2 thumb-sized tourist models into a sightseeing vehicle, placed them at the zoo's main entrance, and then took a transparent 6-sided die, flicking it toward Lin Baici with its thumb. The die whistled through the air, shooting toward Lin Baici. "Watch out!" Just as Jin Yingzhen and Huo Yu finished shouting, Lin Baici didn't even dodge. He quickly reached out, blocked his face, and caught the die with a snap. During normal gameplay, this die would shoot toward the player like a bullet. If the player fails to catch it, they lose their qualification to play. The God Eater provided the information. Roll the die, and move as many steps as the number rolled. After reaching an attraction, the animal model on it will let out a roar. The player only needs to imitate it with 70% accuracy to pass and continue the game. If they fail 3 times, these animals will grow to a massive size and bite the player to death. After hearing this, Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. He had been a bit worried at first, but now he was completely unruffled. "Big brother, the way you caught the die was so cool." The little cutie clapped. "Because I like you, I won't use rock, paper, scissors to decide the order. I'll let you go first, thank you." Lin Baici smiled slightly and rubbed the little cutie's bandage-wrapped head, not treating it like a monster at all. It likes people who aren't afraid of it and who genuinely play with it. Seeing that Lin Baici was about to roll the die, Jin Yingzhen hurriedly grabbed his hand and asked the monster, "You haven't told us the specific rules yet, have you?" Although she didn't have much experience with rule-based contamination, she understood that there must be a huge trap hidden within, and she had to be vigilant. The little cutie spread its hands. "If I told the players everything, where would the fun be? Please explore for yourselves, you." Jin Yingzhen was worried that something might happen to Lin Baici and wanted to argue further, but Lin Baici covered her mouth. "Don't panic, I'll win this." Lin Baici smiled confidently and activated eidetic memory and parrot mimicry. The former ensured that even if he heard a long sequence of animal calls, He wouldn't forget them, while the latter allowed him to replicate them perfectly. Even sounds that human vocal cords couldn't naturally produce could be simulated. Under the little cutie's expectant gaze, Lin Baici shook the die in his palm and tossed it onto the map. The die spun a few times before coming to a stop with 3 red dots facing upward. This meant moving 3 steps. Not bad. At least it's not a 1. Lin Baici was just about to reach for the sightseeing vehicle when the toy went puff puff puff, emitting a few puffs of black smoke from its exhaust pipe. It then carried the tourists along the main road, wobbling forward, and stopped at the 3rd attraction, the Eagle exhibit. Everyone stared at the sightseeing vehicle, all speculating about what would happen next. The eagle model standing on a small hill suddenly flapped its wings and let out a cry. Screech, screech, its voice was sharp, as if it could pierce everyone's eardrums. Fuck! Many people were startled and instinctively covered their ears. After the eagle cried 5 times, it flew over to Lin Baici, landed on the bridge of his nose, and stared at him. Xiao Bai, Hu Yuyu was nervous. What do we do now? Huang Jingshan was confused. Surely they weren't supposed to kill this eagle, right? Could it be that we have to imitate its cry? Jesus frowned. If that was the case, it would depend on Lin Baici's ability to imitate animal sounds. If it's just that, it shouldn't be too hard. What do you mean not hard? Have you read that article about the skilled ventriloquist in the capital? If it were simple, everyone on the street would be a master of vocal mimicry. This stuff is a form of acrobatics. If you master it, it's a way to make a living. You could perform on TV shows. Everyone was discussing it in a jumble. It was easy to imitate animal sounds, but to make them indistinguishable from the real thing was difficult. Just as everyone was worrying, Lin Baici pursed his lips and made a sound. Screech, screech. 5 times in a row. Holy crap. Did that eagle start a second round of calling? No, that was Godlin calling. What? Everyone was shocked. To be honest, those sounds were so realistic that they couldn't tell at all that it was a human making them. Beautiful. The little cutie clapped. Humans couldn't tell, but it could. Lin Baici's cry wasn't just similar to that eagle. Even the rhythm and the volume were exactly the same. It could be called perfect. Thank you. Lin Baici smiled with restraint. In his heart, however, he was screaming, holy crap. Parrot mimicry is the GOAT. He had been worried that it would be too difficult to imitate. But under the effect of this divine gift, as long as he opened his mouth, he could produce the exact same sound without the slightest effort. The eagle that had landed on Lin Baici's nose flew back onto the map. Little Cutie held the dice in both hands, shook them vigorously, and tossed them onto the map. 6 pips faced upward. Little Cutie cheered, clapping her 4 little hands happily. This was the maximum roll, which was usually very hard to get. Little Cutie's sightseeing car puffed out a few trails of black exhaust before driving forward and stopping on the 6th square. This was the Swan Lake venue. A lake was drawn on the map, with a golden swan model resting on it. Guay, guay. The swan model let out a cry. The elongated tone was unpleasant, sounding like it was driving away a toad that wanted to eat its meat. Little Cutie waited for the swan to finish its cry and immediately looked at Lin Baici with anticipation. What does this mean? The tall, leggy woman didn't understand. Isn't it supposed to be its turn to imitate? Does it have to be Brother Lin again? It looks like it wants God Lin to continue. The red-haired woman was stunned. Damn it. Why didn't it say so earlier? Gao Heng was scared to death. He looked at Lin Baici, fearing that he hadn't memorized the swan's sound. If the player cannot imitate it, the player's sightseeing car will move backward by the number of squares corresponding to the dice. Once it retreats to the starting point, the game ends, and the player is erased. The gourmet god provided the information. What a trap. Lin Baici took a deep breath. Fortunately, he was alert and worried that he would have to imitate Little Cutie's turn as well. He had kept both divine gifts active. Although it consumed divine power, it was worth it for the sake of security. Guay, guay. Lin Baici imitated the swan's cry, and it was completely indistinguishable from that of the model. Little Cutie nodded and handed the dice to Lin Baici. The game continued. This time, Lin Baici rolled a 5. The sightseeing car moved forward and arrived at the Beast King Valley. The golden Siberian tiger model suddenly struck a pose of a fierce beast descending from a mountain. stared at Lin Baici, and roared. Airwaves rolled, and a massive sound wave spread through the corridor, as if a real tiger had entered the hallway. Lin Baici took a deep breath and opened his mouth to roar along with it. Damn, that's so realistic. Li Yintong felt her scalp tingle. This tiger roar made her feel as if she were in a forest, being stared at by a tiger. So domineering. I can smell the scent of the king of beasts, listening to this roar. I know a sliding tackle won't solve this, the group chattered, their excitement overflowing. Since Lin Baici could imitate so well, it seemed there would be no problem with this game. Next was Little Cutie's turn. After throwing the dice, her sightseeing car drove to Monkey Mountain according to the corresponding number. Lin Baici followed the monkey model and imitated the monkey's call. It was so perfect that if Lin Baici were to hide, everyone would truly believe that a monkey had run into the apartment. The game continued and went very smoothly, because Lin Baici was able to imitate every time. He ensured that the sightseeing car did not move backward and kept moving forward. Ilipika, Chinese alligator, giant panda. The more they listened, the more shocked the group became. There were some animals that they felt human vocal cords shouldn't be able to mimic, but Lin Baici still managed to do it. This also confirmed to them that Lin Baici must possess some kind of divine gift to reach this level, otherwise, they would have suspected that Lin Baici was a divine ruin monster wearing human skin. God Lin, keep it up. Everyone cheered Lin Baici on. The sightseeing car was only 9 squares away from the finish line. If they were lucky, the game might end after 2 more rolls of the dice. With his divine gift, Lin Baici was full of confidence and calmly threw the dice. It was a wail. A call that seemed to come from ancient times rang out vast, deep, and filled with the flavor of 1,000 years of history. This wail song, which lasted for more than 20 seconds, slammed into their eardrums, causing everyone to lose their emotions, like lost travelers, heads bowed, standing dazed on the spot. The doll held by Little Cutie grew anxious and wanted to warn Pogba, but Little Cutie grabbed it by the neck. Little Cutie looked at Lin Baici. If his will was not firm enough to wake up from the ancient call, then in 1 minute, he would lose the qualification to imitate and be judged as having failed. 60, 59. Little Cutie began the countdown. But when she reached 55, Lin Baici took a deep breath, his chest swelling up like a hot air balloon, as his chest slowly flattened, squeezing out the air. Lin Baici roared out a segment of whale song that was even more profound and ancient than the one from the golden whale model, as if it came from another world deep within the ocean. Big brother, you are truly amazing. Little Cutie clapped. Lin Baici pushed Jin Yingjin and Huo Yuyu. When it came to Huang Jingshang and Pogba, he wasn't as polite and slapped them directly. Slap, slap. Ha! What's going on? Huang Jingshang looked confused, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. After looking left and right, he remembered what had happened and immediately shivered in lingering fear. Holy crap! We were affected too. That was close. If it weren't for God Lin, we would have been done for this time. Pogba looked at the doll. The doll had an expression that said, I couldn't help it either. Wake up. What happened? Fuck, we got hit too. Soon, everyone was woken up, each with an ugly expression on their face. They had been careless. They hadn't expected that even just watching would get them affected. Jesus, you will God Lin alive. Huang Jingshang teased. Jesus' face turned ugly, as if he had been stuffed with a mouthful of excrement. If he were to cause trouble for Lin Baici now, his reputation would be completely ruined. Continue, Lin Baici urged. Keeping his divine grace activated consumed divine power, and he needed to end this quickly. Little Cutie looked at the map and smiled. The game is almost over. This time, we will randomly select a member of the audience to act as the player and perform an imitation. Fuck, are you looking for trouble on purpose? Jesus complained. The others were also angry but dared not speak out. Lin Baici was doing so well. Why change the person? This is bullying, honest. Lin Baici frowned and looked around at everyone. I can do bed moans, but imitating these animals, this humble concubine cannot do it. Li Yintong sighed. Gao Heng and the others felt numb, sensing that disaster was imminent. Can I designate someone? Lin Baici proposed. You can. Little Cutie gave a sweet smile. This is a special favor for you taking the initiative to play the game with me. I choose her. Lin Baici patted Huoyu on the shoulder. God Lin, can she handle it? Huang Jingxiang worried. Human lives are at stake. You must be cautious. The tall foreign woman was almost crying with anxiety. How about I give it a try? The red-haired woman volunteered. Before I became a god hunter, I made a living singing folk songs in bars in Rongcheng. My voice is quite good. No need, just you. Lin Baici let little cutie roll the dice. Let us start quickly. Heaven bless. Heaven bless. Please do not pick that dolphin. Li Yintong glanced at the map and prayed hurriedly. What is wrong with the dolphin? The tall foreign woman was confused. Do you know what a dolphin sound is? If it were other animals, a person might be able to try to imitate them. But for a dolphin sound, the pitch is too high. A human throat cannot reach it. The red-haired woman also saw the dolphin pavilion. God Lin, let me do it instead. It is safer. Chapter 345 Nightmare Difficulty. Drawing the ghost card. The red-haired woman could not sing a dolphin sound. But if the pitch emitted by the dolphin was not too high, as a professional singer, she could still manage an imitation. Of course, if the dice did not land on the dolphin pavilion, it would be even better. Do not worry, I can do it. Huoyu waved her small fist, not panicking at all. Where does your confidence come from? Dualishan was very worried. Are you an expert in vocal mimicry? Who would know how to do this kind of vocal mimicry show? If it were that kind of biting between a man and a woman, the tall foreign woman would be very skilled at it. She could make a man surrender in less than a minute. Stop arguing. Trust little fish. Li Yintong was not familiar with Huoyu, but she trusted Lin Baici. Moreover, looking at Brother Lin's calm and confident expression, this girl should be fine. Good luck. Relax. Do not be nervous, please. Everyone cheered for Huoyu. The power of decision was in Lin Baici's hands, and they had no choice at all. Heaven bless. Roll a 5. Huang Jingxiang clasped his hands together, rubbing them quickly and forcefully, almost creating sparks. The 5th square was the frog pavilion, where a model of a Madagascar rainbow frog the size of a walnut stood. This is simple. Many people learned to imitate frog calls when they were children. Little cutie handed the dice in its hand to Huoyu. Little fish took it, gripped it tightly, held it to her mouth, puffed out her cheeks, and blew twice. Hoo, hoo, adding a luck buff. Huoyu threw the dice out. Everyone widened their eyes, staring at the dice like gamblers who had lost their minds. A few people even shouted out. Everyone felt that imitating a frog call was the easiest, but heaven did not grant their wish. After the dice rolled a few times, 4 red dots faced up. Motherfucking, damn it, curses rang out immediately. It is over. The red-haired woman covered her forehead with her right hand and closed her eyes. 4 red dots. The dolphin pavilion. It was just too unlucky. Whatever they feared most happened. Everyone, stop shouting. Do not put pressure on little fish, Huang Jingxiang scolded. He saw Lin Baici and Huoyu looking calm and suddenly realized that they must have a trump card. Shut up, Lin Baici roared, suppressing the voices of the crowd. Do not disturb her while she listens to the dolphin call. Everyone quickly fell silent. The sightseeing vehicle puffed out black exhaust and chugged over to the dolphin pavilion. The golden dolphin statue, posed as if leaping out of the sea, immediately began to sing loudly. Squeak, squeak, cow. Its call was clear and resonant, each sound louder than the last. By the end, it climbed directly into a dolphin sound, making the corridor feel as if it were suffering from a sonic attack. The dust on the ground began to vibrate, and the wall plaster that had bulged but not yet fallen off began to drop like rain. Soon, a dense layer covered the floor, enough to send someone with trypophobia into a shock. Everyone covered their ears tightly, but their eardrums still ached. These sound waves felt as if they were piercing directly through their skulls and stabbing into their brains. The dolphin call only lasted for a dozen seconds, but to everyone, it felt like years, and they were almost driven mad. It is over. It is over. The red-haired woman rubbed her ears, her face full of despair. Even people who have specifically studied vocal music can rarely sing to such a high pitch, let alone imitate it. Everyone looked dejected. They did not understand music, but relying on common sense, they understood that this was not a sound an ordinary person could produce. God Lin, that little cutie has a good impression of you. See if you can imitate it instead of Huoyu. Gao Heng suggested in a low voice. No need. Lin Baici looked at the map. As long as the next roll was 4 or higher, the game would be over. Huo Yu raised her arms until they were parallel to her shoulders, did to chest expanding stretches. And after taking 3 deep breaths, she activated her divine gift. Parrot mimicry, squeak squeak, Gao. Huo Yu lifted her smooth, fair little chin, pursed her lips, and emitted the sound of a dolphin. Gao Heng was stunned, then overjoyed. That's amazing. Shut up. The red-haired woman covered Gao Heng's mouth, terrified that he would disturb Huo Yu. Lin Baici nudged Jin Yingxin, signaling her to cover her ears. The Korean girl immediately covered her ears, but the others were not as quick-witted. When Huo Yu began to wail out the dolphin sounds, they were once again stimulated to the point of baring their teeth and grimacing. It hurt, but it felt so good. Although everyone was in pain, they were happy, because they had passed the level. A dozen seconds later, Huo Yu finished her imitation, although it wasn't perfect. The little cutie only required 70% similarity, which was enough. You're amazing, Sister Yu, Li Yintong said in surprise, patting Huo Yu's back hard. Just average, just average. Huo Yu was modest, but the smug smile on her face could not be hidden at all. Her little mouth was split wide, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. What is going on? You and Godlin both learned it so similarly. Do you have the same divine gift as him? The red-haired woman pressed, as she absolutely did not believe that Huo Yu could achieve this level relying solely on human vocal cords. The others also stared at the streamer. Besides curiosity, they also wanted to dig for more information. Xiaobai gave me a divine gift. Huo Yu smiled sweetly. Lin Baici had previously taken her and Jia Hongyao to find the shark platform streamer Little Fairy Tooth to recover a divine taboo. In the end, they obtained a parrot doll that had been played with by a god. It contained 6 divine gifts, one of which was called parrot mimicry, and Lin Baici had generously given her one. This divine gift allowed a person to perfectly imitate any sound they had heard, even sounds that human vocal cords could not produce under the laws of nature. After that incident, Little Fairy Tooth gave up streaming and joined the hygiene branch of the Juzhou Security Bureau, becoming an employee with a stable iron rice bowl. After Huo Yu obtained this divine gift, she practiced it in private. Although she didn't use it during her streams, it still brought a significant improvement to her singing skills, making her reputation even better. A talented streamer, that is Huo Yu. This year, she even received invitations from 2 provincial television stations to sing a song at their New Year's galas. Unfortunately, Huo Yu wanted to follow Lin Baici on his winter vacation to Korea, so she refused. Because of this, her friends in the industry didn't stop criticizing her. What a waste of an opportunity. If she had performed well at the gala, she could have taken off. Her status would have skyrocketed, and she might have even achieved financial freedom. What is it called? The red-haired woman asked. That's a secret. Huo Yu wouldn't say. Lin, you are truly generous. Li Yintong was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Do you still need a maid? The kind that can wash feet and sleep with you? Jesus and the others looked at Lin Baici as if they were looking at the foolish son of a wealthy landlord. What a spendthrift. Even the treasure's divine gift was still a divine gift, which could be sold for at least 1,000 meteor coins. Wouldn't it be better to use the divine energy from those meteor coins to strengthen one's body? Why give it to this girl? Everyone was a god hunter, and they had long since noticed that this flat-chested princess was just a burden. If it weren't for Lin Baici protecting her, she would have died long ago. And that Korean girl with the long legs, besides being easy on the eyes, wasn't of much use either. Huo Yu looked at the expressions of these people and chuckled, thinking to herself, if I told them that Xiaobai also gave me the super powerful drunken immortal fist, they would probably be so envious that their blood vessels would burst on the spot. Right, I really owe Xiaobai too much. How can I ever repay him? I guess I can only bear his children. Clap, clap, clap. The little cutie clapped her hands, a beautiful imitation. Thank you. Huo Yu smiled reservedly. Big brother, it's your turn, the little cutie urged. Lin Baici blew on his right hand, which was clutching the dice, and then threw them out. Yeah, it's a 5, God bless, it's over. Finally finished. Seeing the 5 red dots facing up, everyone immediately cheered. There were fewer than 5 squares left between the sightseeing car and the finish line, which meant the car could drive straight out. Chug chug chug, the sightseeing car started. And with a sway, it passed through the Z gate. Beep, beep. The sightseeing car's horn let out a loud sound, signifying that this tour had ended. Big brother, congratulations on winning the first round. The little cutie was having a great time. Big brother's performance was super perfect. God Lin. Pogba raised his right hand toward Lin Baici, excitedly wanting to high-five him. Lin Baici slapped Pogba's palm. The little cutie squatted on the ground, picked up the tiger model, and handed it to Lin Baici. It's for you, as a souvenir. Thank you. Lin Baici accepted it solemnly with both hands. The tiger's roar in the mountains startles the birds. Its might shakes the 100 beasts as it returns through the snow. This Beast King model has the effect of intimidating all beasts. When you walk in the mountains and forests, wear it, and all wild beasts you encounter will avoid you. Those who try to slide tackle me have all become dinner. The little cutie was having a great time and picked up the little dolphin model to give to Huoyuyu. Here, let's play together again next time, thank you. Huoyuyu didn't expect an unexpected gain. Out of politeness, she took off the crystal pendant she was wearing around her neck and helped the little cutie put it on. This is for you. The little cutie did not refuse. The sea is vast for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to fly. When you are on the ocean, this dolphin model emits an ancient call that can summon friends. When you hold it in your mouth, you can breathe underwater and swim to your heart's content, the God Eater commented. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. Good stuff. Are these two models divine taboo items? Li Yintang asked with envy. Not necessarily. Huang Jingxiang watched as little cutie stowed the remaining golden animal models and the map into the wooden box. He felt that this set of toys must be divine taboo items. Keep the dolphin safe, Lin Baici reminded her. Huoyuyu nodded. God Lin. Are these two models divine taboo items? Do you know what effects they have? The tall, leggy woman wanted to know. I do not know. Lin Baici shook his head. Little cutie lifted her skirt, pulled down her underwear, and tucked the large wooden box inside. Then, she quickly shuffled the cards, fanned them out, and extended them toward Lin Baici. Big brother, draw a card. Little cutie was full of anticipation. What kind of game would it be this time? After having a simple appetizer, she wanted something thrilling. Lin Baici pinched the card, drew it, and flipped it over. The pattern on the card showed to people playing poker. Congratulations. You have drawn Old Maid. Game difficulty, nightmare level. The large mouth on the back of the card loudly announced the game content. Everyone's expressions changed instantly, although they did not know the specifics of the game. The words nightmare level brought a suffocating aura of death. God Lin, would you like me to draw the card for you next time? Huang Jingxiang was on the verge of tears. Did it have to be this unlucky? He really wanted to ask. Did you pee on your hands just now? Wow, this game is going to be so exciting. Little cutie was thrilled and hurriedly took a box of ghost cards out of her bear pattern underwear. This set of ghost cards contained 54 cards in total, the size of standard playing cards. The backs were decorated with various images of evil spirits devouring humans, while the faces featured princesses, queens, princes, saints, kings, holy swords. There were 17 professions in total, with 2 cards for each profession, 1 black and 1 white. Little cutie shuffled the cards with 2 hands, while using her other 2 hands to pull down her underwear and retrieve a round table and 3 stools, which she placed in the corridor. She then took out a palm-sized silver box and a dagger, placing them on the table. What is this dagger for? Huoyuyu was very nervous. She felt this game was dangerous. You will know in a moment. Little cutie blinked, wanting to maintain a shred of mystery. Damn, why aren't you guys volunteering this time? Li Yintang sneered with contempt. The group remained silent. This game sounded difficult, and judging by the setup, the players would likely suffer harm during the process. If Lin Baici won, everyone would follow his lead and go wild. If he lost, although they would die, at least they would not be tortured. LitRPG, are you not coming? Li Yintang mocked. Jesus acted as if he had not heard her. He planned to observe first. If Lin Baici lost, he would beg that little monster to give him another chance. Wait, 3 stools. Does that mean this game requires 3 people to play? After Pogba said this, everyone's expressions became tense. Little Cutie arranged the 3 stools in an equilateral triangle around the red round table, sat down, and tapped the tabletop with her small hand. The round table was 1 meter in diameter. Lin Baici sat to Little Cutie's left, so if he reached out with his right hand, he could grab her by the neck. The rules of the game are simple. Take out 1 ghost card and hide it. The remaining 53 cards are held by the 3 players. Start drawing cards to make pairs. Ghost cards with the same pattern form a pair. Whoever finishes pairing first wins. Little Cutie explained the rules, her gaze sweeping over the others. So, we still need 1 more person. Everyone gasped out as expected. There was no escaping this. What are the dagger and the box for? Who you pressed out once the game starts? You will know. Little Cutie urged. So, who is coming? The group remained silent. Big brother, you choose someone. Little Cutie once again gave Lin Baici preferential treatment. God Lin, my luck with cards has always been terrible. Huang Jingxiang wore a bitter expression, begging Lin Baici to let him off, judging by these rules. Once you are at the table, you are opponents, Pogba analyzed. His words frightened everyone deeply, because they felt their chances of winning against Lin Baici and this little monster were slim. So, it is best to choose a weaker opponent. Pogba sized up the people present. How do you know who is weak or not? This is a card game, not a fight. You cannot tell by physique. Dualishan felt a headache coming on. That is you. For God Lin, he should already have a candidate in mind. Pogba already had a few candidates in mind. Because strength and weakness could be discerned, he just needed to find someone with slow reactions and a dull mind. Can we play 2 against 1? Jing Yingzhen speculated. If that is the case, I can play to help Lin Baici win. The Korean girl was willing to sacrifice herself. I can too. Hu Yuyu was not afraid either. Lin Baici looked at these people. You can play 2 against 1 and cheat secretly, but it is not necessary. The Oracle Turtle Shell can solve everything, the God Eater commented. Lin Baici frowned. His brow furrowed enough to crush a sea crab. The problem was that the black altar bowl was sealed, and he could not take anything out of it. However, the God Eater would certainly not speak without reason. Lin Baici already had an idea, and now he could implement it. Little Cutie, I am thirsty, and I would also like to treat you to a drink of fruit juice, a specialty of the Kyushu region. But all my things are in this bowl and I cannot take them out. Lin Baici took the black altar bowl out of his backpack. Swish. Everyone's gaze immediately locked onto it. A spatial type divine forbidden object. In an instant, the malicious intent of killing someone for their loot surged within Gao Heng's chest. God Lin, your net worth is just as staggering, isn't it? Huang Jingxiang was shocked and desperately wanted to ask if he was being supported by some dragon-level female big shot. Otherwise, his development was just too fast. What kind of newcomer could be this powerful and wealthy? Never mind these people. Even the well-traveled and wealthy Jesus could not resist the temptation of the Black Alms bowl and wanted to claim it for himself. I am not thirsty. After the little cute finished speaking, she lifted her skirt, spread her legs, pulled at her underwear, and took out a fist-sized plastic bottle. Here, milk, with a snap. The little cute slammed the bottle onto the table in front of Lin Baici. It is very delicious, my treat. Lin Baici was speechless. Was he really lacking this mouthful of milk? However, he did not give up on testing her and immediately found another excuse. I like you very much and want to give you a gift, but I cannot take it out. Is that so? The little cute thought for a moment and reached out to take the Black Alms bowl. For a split second, Lin Baici was reluctant to let go and was even prepared to attack. But in the end, reason overcame emotion. He smiled and even handed the Black Alms bowl over. Jing Yingzhen and Huo Yu immediately became nervous, deeply afraid that this little monster would take a liking to the bowl and not return it. The little cute turned the bowl over and over to examine it. As long as you kill the manager of this apartment, this bowl can be used. Hearing this, Jesus looked overjoyed and could not help but question her. Where is that manager? Once divine forbidden objects could be used, his combat power would be greatly enhanced. Never mind one Lin Baici. He would not even fear everyone attacking him together. The others also looked at the little cute, waiting for an answer. I do not know. The little cute returned the black alms bowl to Lin Baici and urged him. I want to play the game now. Hurry up and choose a player. I choose him. Lin Baici pointed at Jesus. Jesus' expression immediately darkened, like the dark clouds covering the sky over the sea when a storm was approaching. Hurry up, the little cute urged. Seeing that Jesus was not moving, she slammed the table hard. Bang bang bang. Hurry up. The little cute was about to get angry. Jesus had no choice but to walk to the red round table and sit down in the empty third chair. Chapter 346. The Gemini dance in the dilapidated corridor. Mosquitoes and insects flew about randomly. God Lin, thank you for your favor. Jesus was gnashing his teeth with hatred in his heart, wishing he could stuff Lin Baici into a meat grinder and turn him into mush on the spot. But his face remained kind to lower Lin Baici's guard. I will definitely do my best to assist you. Tell those lies to a ghost, Li Yintong cursed. Brother Lin. Absolutely do not believe him. Why did you choose him? Huang Jingxiang pinched the bridge of his nose, his head aching terribly. Jesus was no soft target. If one tried to eat him, they might end up breaking their teeth. Because I want to take this opportunity to kill him, Lin Baici chuckled. The little cut's answer had already given him a plan. This round was a guaranteed win. Never mind who was chosen. I think our urgent priority is to find that manager and kill him. Jin Yingshan was worried that Lin Baici would be harmed. How do we find him? Gao Heng spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the ground and rubbed it with the sole of his foot. We cannot find him. Okay, we simply do not have that ability. The manager is either patrolling this apartment or sleeping somewhere. To find him, we first have to fight the knocking ghost to get the master key, and then go collect badges. Red Hair felt it was difficult just thinking about it. Without badges, going to other floors would result in electric shocks. Even with badges, one could only choose 2 floors. How much time would that waste? One day probably would not be enough. And this was assuming they did not encounter rule pollution during the exploration process. Otherwise, it would be delayed even longer. Look at this little cute. Then think about that female office worker with the wrapped head. I estimate that manager is also a boss-level monster and will not be much weaker than them. Huang Jingxiang sighed. As expected of a 10-year great divine ruin where a god exists, it was too difficult. If I can get out of here alive this time, I will just drink tea, wash my feet, and play mahjong to enjoy my retirement in peace. If I ever enter a divine ruin of this level again, I am a son of a dog. Stop the nonsense. Lin Baici called out and nodded toward the little cute. Let us begin. The old maid game starts now. The little cute gave a sweet smile and placed the doll on the table. Then, her 4 small hands shuffled the cards, flying up and down like butterflies. Shuffling them with such skill it was like a performance. The little cute slammed the ghost cards onto the red round table. Then, like a little god of gamblers, she pressed her right hand on the cards and swiped from left to right, lining them up neatly in a row. Because I like Big Brother, I will let you take the cards. Draw 1. But do not look at the face of the card. The little cute ignored Jesus, which made him feel immense pressure. You would not be biased toward him, would you? A fair and just game is what makes it fun. The little cute stated her position. However, if I get really excited, I might turn a blind eye to Big Brother's cheating. Fuck you. If I had known this earlier, I would have been nicer to this little monster just now. Jesus was depressed. How was he supposed to play this, Brother Lin? Li Yintong winked at Lin Baici, telling him to suck up to this little girl as much as possible, preferably until her legs were licked to the point of breaking. Do not cheat. The little monster will pretend not to see it, but the game rules will kill the player. The god of gluttony commented. I will not cheat. That would be boring. Lin Baici thought to himself that it was lucky he had not considered cheating, or he would have certainly fallen into a trap. Big Brother is indeed an interesting playmate. The little monster grinned, but its head was wrapped in bandages. Otherwise it would have been quite endearing. Hurry up and draw a card, the little darling urged. This was only because it was Lin Baici. If it were anyone else dragging their feet like this, she would have already smashed their head and found a new player. Lin Baici's eyes were lowered, his gaze sweeping over the ghost cards. From the right, the 9th card. Following the god of gluttony's instructions, Lin Baici pressed his right index finger on the 9th ghost card, pulled it out, and pushed it to the side. You continue to draw cards. The little darling made a gesture of invitation. Draw any card you like. The difficulty lies in drawing a card. If you draw the wrong one, a finger will be cut off. So, dagger meant this. Lin Baici suddenly understood. But what was that box for? It couldn't be for holding fingers. Just in case the ground got dirty, could it? Lin Baici randomly picked a card and placed it in front of him. He planned to look at the card face, but then held back. The little darling hummed a Christmas song and picked a card. One she had remembered when Lin Baici knocked on the window earlier. It's your turn. The little darling urged Jesus. Jesus looked at the row of cards, unsure how to proceed. So he looked at the cards Lin Baici and the little darling had drawn, hoping to find some clues. Hurry up. The little darling grew impatient. If you don't play, I'll find someone else. Jesus drew a card. He didn't want to be replaced, because based on past experience, he was already contaminated, and if he was removed from the card table, his fate would surely be tragic. The 53 ghost cards were quickly all drawn. Two people and one monster sat in a triangular formation. The little darling was at the 4 o'clock position. Lin Baici was to her left, at the 8 o'clock position, and Jesus, who remained, sat at the 12 o'clock position. Because the 3 of them drew cards in a counterclockwise order, and Lin Baici started first. He and the little darling each had 18 cards, while Jesus had 17. Cards with identical patterns can be discarded. Whoever finishes pairing up the ghost cards in their hand first wins. The little darling explained. After sorting his cards, Lin Baici was left with 4 cards. The little darling also had 4, while Jesus had 3. Fuck. Jesus was annoyed. He already knew how this game was played. The person with fewer cards would definitely have to draw first. The little darling stacked her 4 cards and gestured to Jesus. You have the fewest cards, so you draw first, counterclockwise. Can he put the ghost cards on the table instead of touching them with his hand? Jesus suggested, worried that Lin Baici would cheat with divine grace, preventing him from drawing the correct card. There's no such rule. The little darling refused. Jesus stared at Lin Baici, and blinking, don't look, I won't trick you. Lin Baici smiled, arranged the 4 cards in a row on the table, and made a gesture of invitation, signaling Jesus to draw any card. Lin Baici's magnanimous behavior made Jesus even more wary, because honestly, he would never do that. Are you going to play or not? The little darling grew displeased, slamming her small hands on the table. Bang bang bang, forget it. I'll draw one and see. Jesus took a deep breath and chose the second card from the right. He picked it up and saw it was a dark princess. Fuck. Jesus's face immediately darkened, because he had no princesses in his hand and couldn't pair it, meaning his cards would become 4. No pair, the little darling asked. Jesus responded. Then the punishment begins. The little darling snapped her fingers. Holy shit, there's a punishment too. Li Yintang's sphincter tightened in shock. Her gaze falling on the dagger. Was it self-mutilation? Xiao Bai, were you worried? Che Shuo, hands in his pockets, leaned against the wall. He saw everyone's expressions tremble in fear after hearing the little monster's words. Even the famous Jesus was no exception. But Lin Baici remained calm. What courage! He couldn't help but ask, aren't you afraid? Can fear solve the problem? Lin Baici retorted. Look! The red-haired woman and Darson exclaimed simultaneously. On Jesus's back, at some unknown moment, a little girl in a black dress had appeared. Her limbs were slender and frail, her head wrapped in bandages, and like the little darling, her eyes weren't visible. But a cherry-red mouth was. This little girl in black had her legs clamped around Jesus's waist, riding on his back. Her right arm was wrapped around his neck, her left arm raised, gripping her right wrist, then pressed against Jesus's head, her palm on his crown. Holy crap, a female ghost. Huang Jingshan and Li Yintang, who often watched horror movies in their free time, felt their hair stand on end at this scene and retreated backward. Lin Baici was also startled. At such a close distance, he hadn't even seen when this little girl appeared. What's wrong? Jesus frowned deeply. He saw a large group of people staring at him, all with terrified and tense expressions. He looked back, saw nothing, then looked down again. What's wrong with me? Jesus touched his body. Nothing abnormal. You can't see it. Jinzhenju swallowed a mouthful of saliva. There's a female ghost riding on your back, Jesus was startled, and with a sudden jerk, he stood up. "Don't bother. You can't see my sister." The little darling smiled sweetly. "Please cut off a finger, or I will twist your neck." The little darling in black leaned her mouth close to Jesus' ear and whispered her command. Jesus' expression changed drastically. Did it just speak? Did you all hear that clearly? Looking at Jesus' expression, it definitely isn't anything good, except for Jesus. No one else could hear the little monster in black, but even with their toes, they could tell it wasn't good news. "You only have 10 seconds. The little cutie pushed the silver box in front of Jesus. "Please put your finger inside this." Ruthless. Huan Jingsheng felt that this was no little cutie, it was clearly a little pervert who took pleasure in torturing people. 8. The little cutie in black began the countdown. Jesus clenched his fists, staring fixedly at the little cutie in white, but in the end, he gave up on attacking. The game had only just begun, he should wait a little longer. Besides, even though he couldn't detect anything on his back, he was having trouble breathing. If this continued, he would suffocate. Jesus placed his left hand on the round table, forcing his pinky and ring finger apart. "No way, he's going to chop off a finger," Huan Jingsheng exclaimed. As someone from Hong Kong, he was all too familiar with finger chopping. After all, it was common enough in reality, and even more so in gambling movies. Under everyone's tense gaze, Jesus picked up the dagger and stabbed it fiercely into the base of his finger. Half an inch of the blade pierced into the mahogany round table, and bright red blood splattered, with some of it landing on the ghost card. Jesus pinched his severed pinky and tossed it into the silver box. Clang! "Is this enough?" Because of that cut, Jesus actually calmed down. He calmly tore a strip of cloth from his shirt and bandaged the wound. Xiao Bai. Huo Yuyu was completely panicked. This kind of old-maid game relied entirely on luck. Lin Baici could also lose, although he wouldn't die. Chopping off a finger was so painful. "Oppo, let me take your place." Jin Yingxin walked to Lin Baici's side. "I'd let me do it." Huo Yuyu swallowed hard, making up her mind. "I've always been a useless hanger-on, but this time, it's my turn, no need." Lin Baici refused. "Xiao Bai." Huo Yuyu leaned into Lin Baici's ear, covering her mouth as she explained. "While I'm playing and stalling for time, you hurry up and find its weakness. If you lose a finger, your combat effectiveness will definitely drop." Lin Baici turned his head and looked at Huo Yuyu. The little fish was very panicked, but even if she lost all 10 fingers, as long as she could help Lin Baici, she would have no complaints or regrets. Lin Baici raised his hand and flicked Huo Yuyu on the forehead, making her step back. "Save your little hands to give me a massage." Lin Baici chuckled and looked at the little cutie, who was growing impatient. "Is it my turn?" Jesus clutched his wound, staring coldly at Lin Baici without urging him, racking his brains to find a loophole in this game. "Yes." The little cutie laid the ghost cards out on the table. "Do you want to draw this one? I feel like it can make a pair." "If he draws the wrong one, does he have to chop off a finger?" Li Yintong worried. "Of course." The little cutie pushed the silver box in front of Lin Baici. "I prepared this specifically to collect his fingers." The little cutie picked up Jesus's pinky, took a look, and then tossed it aside. It was too ordinary. It had no collection value. Lin Baici reached out, his hand hovering over the 4 cards. "What? Scared? Hurry up and draw." Jesus looked at Lin Baici and laughed. "So, you can be afraid too." Xiao Bai wouldn't be afraid. Huo Yuyu was very indignant. Lin Baici withdrew his hand, and the little cutie's expression immediately turned from sunny to cloudy. "Although I like you, you still have to play the game. If you don't draw, I will personally cut off all your fingers and toes. Don't misunderstand. I just want to have a smoke." Lin Baici looked at the working uncle. "Uncle, do you have any cigarettes left? Give me one." "I do." The working uncle took a cigarette case out of his pants pocket, walked over to Lin Baici, took one out, and handed it over. "Huozi, it's a good smoke, thanks." Lin Baici put the cigarette in his mouth. "Do you have a light?" "I do." The working uncle pulled out a box of matches, took one out, and struck it against the side of the box. A flame ignited. The working uncle shielded the flame with his left hand and held it out in front of Lin Baici. Lin Baici lowered his head to light the cigarette. The moment the tip of the cigarette touched the flame, Lin Baici's right hand, gripping a pipe wrench, struck down like a Buddha suppressing a demon, slamming fiercely into the working uncle's temple. Flesh-shattering strike. The working uncle was struck, his body bending forward, before he could react. Lin Baici's flesh-shattering combo was already upon him. Bang, bang! The pipe wrench left behind streaks of afterimages, smashing into the middle-aged man's head with rapid and ferocious force. Blood and bits of flesh exploded instantly, splattering onto the surrounding floor and walls. It was gruesome and terrifying. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. What was Lin Baici doing? Could it be that the cigarette was fake? Or was he just looking for an excuse to avoid drawing the ghost card? Chapter 347. I knew there was something wrong with him. The steel aluminum alloy pipe wrench hammered against the working uncle's head, emitting a series of thudding sounds. The working uncle had never expected Lin Baici to disregard the rules of engagement and launch a sneak attack. His vision went black, his body hunched over, and his entire brain felt dazed. He wanted to fight back, but the subsequent violent combo directly knocked him to the ground. Lin Baici used too much force and had even activated his divine grace to boost his firepower. Consequently, with every strike of the wrench, the working uncle's body twitched and convulsed, like the conditioned reflex of a frog after its head has been severed. Blood mixed with bits of flesh splattered in all directions. The walls, which had previously been covered in fly specks and dust, were now stained with these remains, making the hallway look as if it had turned into a slaughterhouse. Lin Baici was wearing only a pair of hiking boots and a pair of boxer briefs, so the flesh and blood splattered onto his body and face, staining him red. God, Lin, how did he offend you? Pogba was confused, out of caution. He did not offer to help. Gao Heng and the red-haired woman exchanged a glance and immediately took a few steps back, putting distance between themselves and Lin Baici to avoid being caught in his crossfire. They felt that this young man might have suffered a mental breakdown under the pressure of losing his finger. He needed to vent. Jin Yingjin and Huo Yuyu knew that Lin Baici was not a violent or deranged person. If he did this, there must be a reason. So both girls prepared to help. However, their combat strength was too low before they could even move. Huan Jingshan and Li Yintong had already rushed over. They began punching and kicking the unconscious uncle who worked odd jobs. They did not care whether this guy was innocent or not. Lin Baici was their pillar of support now. Since their pillar was throwing a tantrum, they naturally had to follow suit. Seeing this scene, Jesus frowned tightly. He could not figure it out. Did I miss something? Jesus was unhappy with Lin Baici and wished he would die immediately. But after meeting this person from Kyushu, the series of performances the man had put on still made him very impressed. To be honest, being overshadowed by such a young man was embarrassing, but deep down, he did not feel that the other party was unworthy of beating him. Wow, big brother, you are so fierce. Little cutie patted her chest. So scary. While Lin Baici was brutally beating the job uncle, he was also secretly observing these people out of the corner of his eye. Almost everyone had an expression of surprise and confusion, while Huan Jingshan and Li Yintong added a touch of ruthlessness and determination, much like a pledge of allegiance made by someone turning to banditry to prove their loyalty to the leader. They were using this behavior to choose a side and declare their stance. Jin Yingjin and Huo Yuyu were just two little fangirls, ready to help without even considering the reason for his actions. In fact, even if Lin Baici had killed someone in the world outside the God ruins, they would not call the police to arrest him. Instead, they would help him bury the body and run away. If Lin Baici agreed, it would be even better if they could go on the run together. Che Xingshuo still had his hands in the pockets of his trench coat. Leaning against the wall, he looked at the corpse of the job uncle with a thoughtful expression on his face. He must have realized something. Stop hitting him. He is already dead, Jesus shouted. The middle-aged man who liked to hand out cigarettes had his skull shattered, and his brains had been smashed out, splattering all over the floor. Lin Baici did not stop. Your word doesn't count. I have to make him drop the loot. He is dead, the food god commented. Hearing the food god's words, Lin Baici let out a long breath and stopped his hands. Drip, drip. Blood dripped from the red-painted pipe wrench, landing on the concrete floor and spreading into a pool. God, Lin, give us a reason, Gao Heng urged. If Lin Baici was killing people just to vent, then he would leave this temporary team. There was no helping it. Staying with a psychopath would get you killed. Lin Baici took a few steps back and sat down on a chair. He rested his hands on his thighs, glanced at Gao Heng, and then looked at the corpse. He is the administrator. Lin Baici's tone was calm, but what he said caused an uproar. What? Dualishan was dumbfounded, her mouth hanging open wide enough to fit a duck egg. He is the administrator. How can you prove it? Jesus questioned. That's impossible, right? Huan Jingxiang stroked his chin, entering detective mode. The administrator is a monster, so he should have the characteristics of a monster, right? But I didn't see anything wrong with this uncle. I didn't see it either, Che Jingshuo interjected. I just felt that this guy kept handing out cigarettes and was too enthusiastic. That pack of cigarettes should have been the problem. But I never thought he was the administrator. Podba went through his memories of meeting the job uncle in his mind again, but still did not notice anything unusual. Why don't we just ask little cutie? Jing Yingjin suddenly interjected.